Chapter 1. The Great Invasion of the Misty Continent. Congratulations, survivors, for arriving at the Misty Continent. Here, everything you once possessed has been completely reset. All individuals start from the same baseline, beginning anew. If you wish to survive on the Misty Continent, please bear the following points in mind. Firstly, this is a forsaken land of death, abandoned by the gods. Here, moral and legal constraints cease to exist. The environment is harsh, extreme weather is rampant, and resources are in short supply. Yet, within the ruins, there may be hidden treasures unexpected. Secondly, all survival supplies will be extraordinarily precious. Even if you were once a billionaire, you may find yourself kneeling before another for a mere slice of bread. Thirdly, the boundless mist conceals mysterious toxins and ferocious beasts even in death. One may find no peace. Grotesque mutations could ensue, transforming into monsters. Fourthly, every survivor possesses a survival panel. By merely calling it to mind, you can visualize the survival panel. Fifthly, a week from now, a mist storm is set to strike. The only safe haven shall be your shelter. Therefore, we urge all survivors to upgrade their shelters promptly and prepare for the storm's onslaught. Lastly, upon reading all of the above content, selecting Confirm will officially activate your survival panel and impart newbie benefits. Yihan gazed at the extensive text before him and the confirmation button at the bottom, his heart racing with astonishment. Survival amidst the mist. He pinched his thigh hard to ascertain that this was not a dream. Quickly, every step counts. Confirm. An avid reader of various web novels, Yihan made his decision without hesitation. As he chose to confirm, the text before him vanished instantly, replaced by a semi-transparent blue screen imbued with a sense of technological elegance. Survival panel. Survivor. Yihan. Shelter level. 1 star. Miss coins. 0. Talent. None. Supplies. Newbie welfare package. Upon noticing the final line, Yihan wasted no time in opening the newbie welfare package. A flash of white light graced his vision, and a message appeared on the survival panel. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan, for opening the newbie welfare package. Acquired supplies. 1L of purified water, 500G of black bread, 10 Miss coins. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan, for obtaining Miss coins, unlocking the Miss shop. With this notification, an option for the Miss shop materialized on Yihan's survival panel. Enter the Miss shop. Immediately, a new interface emerged on the survival panel. Miss shop. In the Miss shop, Miss coins can be spent to purchase various supplies. The shop refreshes automatically every 24 hours, presenting 3 new items. Survivors may also sell collected items to the Miss shop in exchange for Miss coins. Yihan quickly skimmed through the introduction and turned his attention to the 3 items available in the shop. 2 meat buns priced at 5 Miss coins. A sharp dagger priced at 10 Miss coins. Awakened talent priced at 30 Miss coins. Note: this is a unique permanent item that will appear within the first 10 refreshes of the Miss shop. It is highly recommended that survivors prioritize purchasing it once encountered, for missing it will result in permanent loss. Upon reading the last item, Yihan's eyes illuminated with excitement. I must awaken my talent first. If I awaken a powerful ability, it would be an unbeatable start. Yet, I currently possess only 10 Miss coins, lacking 20 more. Yihan recalled the shop's description about selling items for Miss coins. He contemplated selling the water and bread from his newbie welfare package to the shop, but realized the shop does not accept those. Indeed, the description specified that only collected items could be sold. Thus, he must gather supplies on the Misty Continent. With this thought, he closed the survival panel and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself within a cramped straw hut, barely 10 square meters in size, with drafts flowing through, representing a dire environment. The air was laden with a stale odor that was far from pleasant. Peering through the gaps in the straw hut, he beheld a layer of pale, gray mist enveloping the earth, radiating a sense of foreboding. Fortunately, this mist had not yet penetrated his shelter. Evidently, this refuge was the only safe sanctuary. Yet, to acquire resources and continue progressing, he had no choice but to venture outside. The mist contains toxins. A sudden idea struck Yihan, and he began to undress. He noted that his attire had changed, woven in a style reminiscent of a tactical jacket presumably standard issue for all resurrected individuals. His footwear consisted of robust climbing boots, quite commendable, a jacket, a gray long-sleeve shirt, a pair of trousers, underpants, socks, and shoes. The jacket has superior quality for protection. He'll utilize the gray long-sleeve shirt for toxin defense. Yihan stripped off everything except the gray long-sleeve shirt, donning the jacket instead. With a thought, a large bottle of purified water appeared before him. He marveled at this extraordinary power, enabling the transportation of 8 billion souls to this misty continent for survival. By comparison, extracting supplies directly from the survival panel seemed far less astonishing. Contemplating these matters, he proceeded to pour purified water onto the gray long-sleeve shirt. Soaking the fabric to cover his mouth and nose would help reduce inhalation of toxic fumes and elementary precaution. Having completed his preparations, Yihan used approximately 1/3 of his purified water. He stored the remaining water back in the supplies and secured the damp gray long-sleeve shirt around his face, determinedly stepping out of his straw hut. Instantly, he felt as though he had entered another realm. A stifled, ominous atmosphere enveloped him, causing profound discomfort. The ashen mist shrouded the landscape, rendering visibility nearly non-existent, could barely discern objects within a 2-meter radius. Moreover, deep within the mist, distant howls reverberated increasingly closer, stirring a sense of dread. The temperature, however, was tolerable, likely above 10 degrees, not particularly cold. But he was acutely aware of the warnings in the introduction about the prevalence of extreme, whether the current climate was merely favorable. Yihan squinted as his eyes stung with each breath. An unpleasant bitterness coated his mouth. He couldn't afford to delay, quickly scanning his surroundings. It appeared to be a desolate wasteland, ravaged and bleak, with no signs of past human habitation. Cautiously advancing, he carried out a thorough reconnaissance of his environment. Fortune smiled upon him. He soon stumbled upon a small hill where a cluster of plants thrived. Indeed, regardless of the harsh environment, life finds a way to adapt and endure. What kind of plant is this? Yihan forcefully uprooted the vegetation, discovering sizable tuberous roots reminiscent of potatoes or sweet potatoes, potentially edible resources. He immediately attempted to sell these to the mist shop. Bitter seed tuber, 1-star resource, a primitive crop that is edible and cultivable. The seeds are bitter and slightly toxic, suitable for medicinal use. Note: this resource is classified as non-recyclable. Survivors may keep it for consumption, cultivation, or trading with fellow survivors. Thus, Yihan promptly abandoned the remaining plants, unwilling to waste any more time in digging. His primary objective was to locate items that could be converted into mist coins. At that moment, he noticed that after uprooting one bitter seed tuber, 2 fist-sized azure stones emerged from the soil, faintly glowing with a blue sheen. Azure stone, 2-star resource, a precious material useful for shelter upgrades and weapon crafting. Recycling price, 10 mist coins per kg. Upon reading the description of the azure stones, Yihan's spirits soared. Chapter 2, Awakening of Talents, World Announcement. The 2 pieces of celestial stone felt heavy in his hands, and he roughly estimated their combined weight to be around 5 kg. It was evident that this type of stone possessed a significant density, contributing to its weight. Without hesitation, Yihan made a decisive choice to sell both pieces of celestial stone to the mist store. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan. You have acquired 52 mist coins. With this prompt, Yihan noticed the 2 stones had vanished. The mist coins on his survival panel changed from 10 to 62. Excellent. Awakening talent. Yihan's heart raced with excitement as he immediately opted to purchase the awakening talent. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan. You have awakened your first talent, acquiring the unique hidden talent transformation. Transformation. SSS level unique hidden talent, exclusive to pioneers, capable of transforming various materials, enhancing their quality. Notice, this talent can be upgraded. With each upgrade, the daily transformation attempts and effects will be enhanced. Currently LV1, allowing for 1 transformation per day. Notice, the usage count for this talent resets daily and cannot be accumulated. Usage instructions. When using this talent, items eligible for transformation will emit a white glow and prompt, allowing the selection of the item for transformation. Seeing this series of prompts, Yihan was overwhelmed with joy. He was the first among the 8 billion survivors to awaken a talent, ahead of everyone else. It was likely that some were crying, desperately seeking a way to escape, or meticulously studying those notices. Few would dare to step out of their thatched huts. I am fortunate. Had I not stumbled upon these 2 pieces of celestial stone, I would not have amassed so many mist coins. A smile broke across Yihan's face. From the moment he unexpectedly found himself in the thatched hut, to reading the notices, and now securing his first talent, Yihan had spent no more than 3 minutes. His resolute decisiveness, combined with a stroke of luck, made him the first to awaken a talent. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable in the mist, Yihan quickly grabbed a bitter seed potato and hurried back into the thatched hut. Upon returning, he breathed a sigh of relief, removing the damp cloth from his face, and began to experiment with his transformation talent. That as Yihan chose to activate the transformation talent, a change unfolded before his eyes. His gaze fell upon the bitter seed potato on the ground. Noticing it emanating a white glow, that a line of small text appeared beside it. Transformation available. The bitter seed potato can be upgraded to sweet potato, allowing for a transformation of 1 kilogram at a time. Would you like to proceed? Yihan shook his head, opting not to transform it. With only 1 transformation opportunity available each day, he could not afford to waste it. Transforming the bitter seed potato would merely enhance its taste. Which was not worth it that he then checked the purified water and black bread. Both could be transformed, but purified water could only turn into energy drinks and black bread into white bread, both lacking significant value. Could the thatched hut be transformed? Yihan stared at the hut, noticing no change. Taking a deep breath, he held his breath and stepped outside, squinting at the hut. This time, it was indeed different. Yet the hut did not emit a white glow. Instead, a line of text appeared. The shelter cannot be transformed. Upgrades can only be achieved by offering specified materials and mist coins. Indeed, even with the unique hidden talent, cheating was not an option. Any notions of transforming oneself or the talent itself were futile. This was akin to wishing for 1 wish to become 1,000 wishes, a clear violation of rules, and thus prohibited. Why Yihan quickly returned to the thatched hut. Finally able to breathe again, I have nothing in hand to transform. Wait, the mist store. Yihan immediately opened the mist store, finding 2 items remaining, a meat bun and a sharp dagger. His attention was drawn to the dagger, and he spent 10 mist coins to purchase it. The dagger gleamed coldly in his grasp, and upon testing it with a strand of hair, he discovered it could indeed slice through hair effortlessly, exceedingly sharp. He then utilized his talent for transformation. Transformation available. The sharp dagger can be upgraded to a sharp cleaver. Would you like to proceed? Absolutely. Yihan immediately chose to transform the dagger, utilizing his transformation opportunity for the day. Whoosh! As a flash of white light enveloped him, Yihan was astounded to find the dagger had enlarged, morphing into a sleek cleaver. He swung it a couple of times, producing a whooshing sound, and found it remarkably easy to wield. Next, let's clear out the store. I am famished. Yihan's stomach growled, but he spent 5 mist coins to purchase the last 2 meat buns in the store. With a thought, 2 steaming hot buns appeared in his hands. They were larger than his palms and exuded a tantalizing aroma, making Yihan's mouth water. He took a hearty bite. The thin skin encased a generous filling, and the savory juices burst forth, providing immense satisfaction. Yihan devoured both buns in quick succession, washed them down with some water, and his hunger dissipated. Half of the water remained, and although the black bread and bitter seed potato were unappetizing, they would suffice to stave off hunger for a short while 0.17 mist coins remained. If only there were more items in the store, perhaps a gas mask or something similar, to why Yihan pondered. The mist was saturated with toxins, greatly limiting exploration. The toxins he inhaled earlier had already begun to manifest certain aftereffects. His eyes ached, and his throat was sore at that moment. Another line of text appeared before him. Confirmation countdown, 10 seconds remaining. Those who do not confirm will be erased. 10, 9, 8, 7. Upon seeing this, Yihan understood immediately that IT was certain that some individuals had yet to confirm the notices, with many not even having opened their survival panels, leaving them far behind. If they did not confirm soon, they would face erasure, death. Among the 8 billion people in the world, while there were decisive pioneers like him, many indecisive individuals existed as well. The countdown quickly reached its end, and the text before him changed. Congratulations to 7,854,826,485 survivors for confirming entry into the Mist Survival. World Chat Channel activated. Regional Chat Channel activated. Wishing all survivors a pleasant survival experience. Seeing these prompts, Yihan was taken aback that he counted the digits. Only over 7.8 billion. This meant over 100 million individuals had failed to confirm and had been erased. Fortunately, I am an orphan, unburdened by concerns for family or friends. With this thought, Yihan opened the world chat channel. The screen before him scrolled frantically, rendering the text unreadable due to the sheer volume of participants. Dazzling Yihan's eyes stop, he shouted inwardly. Indeed, the chaotic chatter came to a halt, allowing him to begin reading. The overwhelming majority of messages were filled with complaints, curses, and pleas for help. The regional chat echoed similar sentiments. Yihan noted that his location was an area named Withered Mountain Z1. He scrolled through the world chat channel in search of useful information, observing others reporting their locations, such as Experimental Base Ruins S39, Desolate City X12, and Collapsed Airport C42. This misty continent seemed to encompass a vast expanse beyond imagination. Theoretically, resource-rich remnants would be found in urban ruins. However, the mountainous regions might hold surprises as well. Yihan read that someone had discovered an object resembling an old phone in the city ruins, selling it for 50 Miss coins, boasting of their find. Yet he quickly adjusted his mindset, refraining from envying others. After all, he was the first to awaken a talent. Just then, a line of highlighted golden text appeared at the top of the world chat channel, capturing everyone's attention. World announcement. Survivor Yihan Survivor ID is the first to awaken a talent, receiving a reward of 1 golden treasure chest. Chapter 3. Rapid Development. Storage Limitations. What? The emergence of this world announcement instantly shocked everyone. Yihan also saw the announcement and received the reward of the golden treasure chest, but he understood that it was due to the speed at which he awakened his talent. The world channel had not yet opened at that time, necessitating a retrospective announcement. How could anyone have been faster than me? I awakened my talent before the world channel even appeared, yet I am not the first. What exactly is a talent, and how does one obtain it? Is this a game? Why is there no recharge option? My store features awakening talent as an item, but I cannot afford it. It costs 30 coins. Where did you all acquire your coins? I just awakened my talent, which enhances my vision, allowing me to see through 3 meters of mist. Shouldn't that be considered decent? Damn it, the golden treasure chest is clearly a valuable item. Why should it go to Yihan? It should be mine. Yihan, don't let me find you. I will kill you and take your treasure. Help! Someone save me. There is a terrifying large dog outside my thatched hut. Please, can anyone tell me how to contact my mother? Mom, can you see this? It's Xiangfu. The content of the global chat channel is vast, teeming with the voices of over 7 billion individuals. Even if merely half were to send messages, comprehending all of them would require years of dedicated reading. Each second, countless messages cascade into the stream, rendering the task of reading them all an impossible endeavor. Consequently, one can only skim through, hastily filtering for valuable information. Others may act swiftly, yet ultimately, I prevailed, uncovering a unique hidden talent and acquiring a golden treasure chest. Some individuals in their shops find themselves unable to summon talents and must wait. A stroke of bad luck could leave them trailing behind. To seize a talent on the first day, one must make a purchase. Otherwise, if they miss the opportunity, that talent may never be theirs. Some voices call for my demise. Indeed, it appears that morality and law hold no sway here. Encountering others may very well become a fight for survival. Yihan glanced at the global chat content, his heart awash with emotions, before exiting the chat channel. Within his survival panel's inventory section, a golden treasure chest had materialized. Golden treasure chest, a precious chest with a chance to yield various supplies, including special cards. Note: various levels of treasure chests exist throughout the Misty continent, obtainable through exploration, defeating strange beasts, or completing achievements. Upon reading this prompt, Yihan nodded, finding it aligned with his expectations. He then chose to open the golden treasure chest. A flash of golden light enveloped him. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan. You have opened the golden treasure chest and obtained 3 detox pills, 1 Miss Shop Refresh card, and a partial map of the current area. Ah, truly, the golden treasure chest is extraordinary. The contents are astonishing, causing Yihan to gasp in awe. His body trembled slightly from overwhelming excitement. Detox pill. Consuming 1 grants immunity to toxins within the mist, with no side effects, lasting for 1 hour. Miss Shop Refresh card. Instantly refreshes the items in the Miss Shop, not conflicting with a 24-hour automatic refresh. Partial map of current area. Randomly reveals portions of the survivor's current area, marking dangers and supplies. Marvelous. Yihan immediately opened the map for inspection. Before him appeared a luminous screen displaying a detailed 3-dimensional map. The marker for this small house indicated a shelter. He was right here. The map's range centered around the shelter, roughly forming a triangular area. Numerous markers adorned the map, Red dots signified danger, while the stars indicated supplies of varying levels. Yihan swiftly scanned the map's details. This was nothing short of a divine artifact. Unfortunately, a rough calculation based on the scale revealed that the map's range was limited, approximately the size of a standard football field. He began examining the multitude of markers. 3 red dots indicated danger. 2 of these were closely situated, accompanied by a gray house marker nearby. It was possible that survivors had been slain by the strange beasts in the mist, their corpses distorting into red dots, hence the house marker alongside the 2 red dots. Yihan swiftly deduced the situation, committing all precautionary notes to memory. The other red, alarmingly close to him, caused him to furrow his brow. Just a few minutes further along that small hill, he would encounter the red. What could it be? A strange beast lurking in the mist. The hillside also bore a 1-star marker and 2 2-star markers, likely indicating bitter seed potatoes and celestite. Beyond that lay the nearby red marker, adjacent to a 3-star marker, representing supplies of a higher grade than the 2-star celestite, the highest grade of supplies marked on the current map. Yihan focused on the map, plotting a route that he then opened the Mist Shop, opting to use the Mist Shop Refresh card. With a swish, 3 new items instantly appeared in the Mist Shop. 1 kilogram of beef jerky, priced at 10 Mist coins, 1 liter of gasoline, with a complimentary lighter, priced at 20 Mist coins, a pair of alloy bracers priced at 50 Mist coins. All 3 items were excellent finds at this moment. Yihan recognized that the 30-coin price for Awakening Talents was a generous offer, distinct from the pricing rules of the Mist Shop. Otherwise, how could the price of the alloy bracers exceed the talent awakening price? Anyone could awaken their talent for just 30 Mist coins. A remarkably fair deal. The bracers were a necessity, and the other 2 items were also valuable. It would be ideal to refresh the shop once more. Thus, he resolved to head to the small hill ahead to unearth celestite for sale, aiming to acquire the bracers. With armor and a weapon, he could further explore and gather more supplies. Yihan swiftly devised a plan and prepared to venture forth. He consumed a detox pill and stepped out of the thatched cottage, heading straight for the small hill. Scaling the incline, Yihan excavated with utmost speed, quickly locating 2 pieces of celestite per the map's markers. These larger pieces totaled approximately 8 kg, equating to a value of around 80 Mist coins, sufficient to clear the shop in this round. Laughing heartily, Yihan chose to sell the 2 pieces of celestite to the Mist Shop, receiving 85 Mist coins in return. Buy everything. Without hesitation, he emptied the shop once again. Instantly, his inventory brimmed with the 3 new items, while his Mist coins diminished by 80, that he still retained 22 Mist coins, which was quite a sum. However, at that moment, a crimson prompt appeared before Yihan. Survivor, please note that your inventory's current weight limit is 10 kg, and you have exceeded this limit. Please promptly remove overweight items. Otherwise, they will be randomly cleared. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7. That upon seeing this prompt, Yihan's body jolted. Indeed, the inventory had a weight limit, a question he had pondered earlier. As the countdown reached 5, Yihan quickly retrieved the alloy bracers. The red prompt vanished instantly. Above his inventory, a line of numbers appeared. 3.1210, that the bracers were indeed the cause of the excess weight, that why Yihan held the pair of alloy bracers, feeling their substantial weight. Each roughly 10 pounds. Together, they totaled 20 pounds. Alloy bracers, crafted from a mysterious alloy. Though somewhat heavy, they offer exceptional defense. Should a strange beast attempt to bite you, remember to raise your arms to shield yourself. An idea sparked in Yihan's mind. He could utilize his talent for enhancement. Though he currently lacked enhancement attempts until the next day, he could still see the potential effects. Enhancing can upgrade alloy bracers to super alloy bracers, increasing strength while reducing weight. Insufficient enhancement attempts cannot enhance. Indeed, Yihan's intuition proved correct once more, invigorating his spirit. Using these alloy bracers now wouldn't pose a significant issue, albeit they would take some getting used to. However, post-enhancement, they would surely be more comfortable. For now, he would wear them and enhance them tomorrow. Yihan donned the alloy bracers on his arms. The silver bracers, unassuming yet imbued with a mysterious metallic sheen, fitted snugly on his arms, providing a profound sense of security. Subsequently, Yihan excavated all the bitter seed potatoes from the small hill, storing part in his inventory and cradling the remainder as he hastily returned to the thatched cottage. The inventory must surely have the potential for expansion. Otherwise, exploring would become exceedingly inconvenient, limiting the amount of supplies he could carry back each time. For now, he had to manage with some inconvenience. Yihan extracted all his items, then filled his inventory with some water and beef jerky, also taking the gasoline and lighter, totaling 2.5 kilograms in weight. Equipped with the alloy bracers and wielding a sharp machete, he set out once more. This time his target was the nearby red. Yes, Yihan chose to strike preemptively. Otherwise, what if that red had decided to attack him? The shelter could fend off the mist, but it might not withstand a strange beast that at the very least his current thatched cottage bore almost no defensive capability. As the saying goes, how can one sleep soundly beside a snoring stranger? Yihan resolved to eliminate this threat directly. He set forth again, crossing the small hill, heading straight for the red. Thanks to the map's existence, Yihan was acutely aware that no other dangers lurked nearby, save for this red. Furthermore, having consumed a detox pill, he needn't worry about toxins in the mist. Thus, he ventured forth, akin to playing a game with an advantage, unburdened by other concerns, directly seeking out his foe. 5 minutes later, Yihan was the first to spot the 3-star marker on the map. There stood a fruit tree. Amid the gray mist, a 5-meter-tall fruit tree thrived, lush and vibrant. Hanging from its branches was a fruit the size of a fist, resembling a lantern, emitting a soft blue glow. Yihan noticed that the gray mist receded around the fruit, the air around it remarkably clean. This was undoubtedly a precious find that must be secured. Then, Yihan spotted the red dot marked on the map. Concealed within the crown of the tree was a massive spider. Instantly, Yihan's scalp tingled with alarm. The spider measured an imposing 1.5 meters in length, adorned with 8 long, hairy legs that clung to the branches. Maintaining its equilibrium, it possessed 2 rows of eyes, totaling 8, which emitted a bloodthirsty gleam, fixated on Yihan. Moreover, its sharp mandibles glistened menacingly, reminiscent of steel blades. Was this the beast lurking within the fog? Yihan's legs trembled in fear. It was truly terrifying. At that moment, the spider noticed him, and in an instant, a silk thread, as thick as a finger, was ejected from its spinneret. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air echoed as the thread shot towards Yihan with astonishing speed. Reacting swiftly, he raised his arm to defend himself. In a heartbeat, the silk ensnared his left arm, followed by an immense force attempting to drag him toward the towering tree. The sticky silk emitted a foul odor, nearly causing Yihan to retch. Before he could react, his body was already being pulled forward with great strength. Damn spider! Yihan cursed, adrenaline surging within him. Heightening his agility and reflexes, he swung his sharp machete towards the silk. With a swift slash, the thread was severed. Regaining his balance, he furrowed his brow, glaring at the spider perched on the tree. The spider launched another thread, one after another. Yihan dodged rapidly, cutting through the threads he could not evade. In no time, he was ensnared in sticky silk, feeling utterly discomfort. In a particularly perilous moment, a thread wrapped around his right arm, rendering him unable to wield his weapon. Fortunately, he quickly switched hands, using his left to sever the thread, narrowly escaping disaster. Panting heavily, Yihan retreated, maintaining a safe distance. The spider could leap, its speed formidable, and being a creature of the fog, it was undoubtedly more ferocious. He needed to keep his distance. Burn it with gasoline. Yihan recalled the gasoline he had just purchased. He immediately retrieved the red plastic container filled with gasoline, holding it tightly in search of an opportunity that if the spider continued to spin threads, he would hurl the gasoline container, allowing the silk to carry it away, and then find a way to ignite it. However, perhaps exhausted from its previous efforts, the spider ceased spinning silk and instead launched itself at Yihan. Boom! The massive spider leaped from the treetop, creating a foul wind that rushed toward him. The tree quaked, branches snapping in its wake, but Yihan then noticed a grotesque, twisted human face pattern on the spider's back, sending chills down his spine. The spider landed, its 8 legs moving rapidly, mandibles snapping as it aimed to crush Yihan. Damn it! He shouted, throwing the gasoline container directly at the spider. The creature, unfamiliar with the container, did not evade. Instead, it clamped down with its mandibles, shattering the gasoline container, instantly releasing a pungent odor of gasoline. What a perfect opportunity! Yihan's eyes lit up as he threw his lighter next. The lighter was small, and getting the spider to crush it would be challenging, but he dared not approach to ignite the gasoline, so he had no choice but to toss it, aiming for the spider's sharp mandibles. He hoped for a direct hit. Explode! Explode! Yihan yelled as he retreated quickly. The next moment, a loud bang erupted. Flames surged forth, quickly engulfing the spider's mouth and head. Its hairy exterior crackled and popped as the intense heat spread, releasing the acrid scent of burning protein. The spider thrashed desperately, emitting a horrific wail. Its legs scraped the ground like knives, carving deep grooves and displacing mounds of earth. Yihan fled without looking back. It would be disastrous to be struck by the spider now. Even if he survived, he would be gravely injured. While he ran, he kept an eye on the map, monitoring the red dot's movements. He noticed the spider did not pursue him. Instead, it remained in place, spinning in circles. It must have lost its sense of direction due to the flames, unable to follow Yihan. Now, he just needed to wait for it to burn to death. Chapter 5, New World Announcement. Yihan fled back behind a small hill, awaiting the spider's demise, that he remained vigilant, observing the red marker on the map, ready to react at any moment. The red marker representing the spider continued to spin in place, its speed gradually diminishing. The map was indeed a valuable tool. Although invisible to the naked eye, it provided an overview of the surroundings. Regrettably, the map's range was still rather limited. Yihan pondered. Boom! At that moment, a deafening sound reverberated, shaking the ground. He quickly glanced back at his thatched hut, fearing it might collapse. Fortunately, the hut remained intact. Perhaps the large tree had fallen, Yihan surmised. Then a notification appeared on his survival panel. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan, for slaying the 2-star fog beast human-faced giant spider, earning the reward silver treasure chest. A silver treasure chest materialized in Yihan's inventory that he commanded himself to open the silver treasure chest while stepping toward the direction of the spider and fallen tree. As the spider perished, the red dot on the map vanished, rendering the area completely safe. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan, for opening the silver treasure chest and receiving antidote pill formula blueprint and 30G of pepper salt. All excellent items. Yihan felt a surge of joy. The antidote pill was a miraculous item. Consuming one would render him impervious to the toxins within the fog for a full hour, without any side effects. With the formula in hand, he could continuously produce antidote pills as long as he gathered the necessary materials. Pepper salt was equally essential. The human body required a regular intake of salt. Prolonged absence of salt could lead to weakness or even various ailments, potentially resulting in death. The antidote pill formula required fluorescent fruit, beast blood, and fragrant sand. Yihan examined the antidote pill as formula, realizing it required 3 specific materials to be mixed in precise proportions and heated for a certain duration to yield the antidote pill. Beast blood was straightforward. There was plenty on the spider. Could the fluorescent fruit be that singular fruit? He had no clue about fragrant sand. Yihan contemplated as he approached the scene before him. The human-faced giant spider lay lifeless on the ground, still emitting wisps of black smoke. Next to the giant spider, the large fruit tree had also been toppled, but thankfully, the fruits were unharmed. Yihan hastily approached the fruit, intending to pluck it. However, he discovered that the connection between the fruit and the branch was remarkably sturdy, resisting his attempts to twist it off. Thus, he resorted to using his sharp machete to sever the fruit from the tree. Upon acquiring the fruit, he finally glimpsed its description. Fluorescent fruit, 3-star material. Usable for crafting antidote pills. Caution: fluorescent fruit is not for direct consumption. Fog shop buyback price: 55 coins per kg. Indeed, this was the fluorescent fruit, and it was quite valuable. Yihan weighed the fruit in his hand. Although it was roughly the size of an apple, it weighed approximately 2 kg. This meant that the fruit in his possession was worth 100 fog coins. I certainly won't sell it. I'll keep it for myself. Yihan placed the fluorescent fruit into his inventory before turning his gaze to the fallen tree. Fluorescent fruit tree, a type of fruit tree that grows throughout the fog continent. Capable of producing 10 fluorescent fruits monthly, with all essence concentrated in the fruit, rendering the branches mere ordinary building materials. What? A single fruit tree can yield 10 fluorescent fruits each month. That meant 1,000 fog coins per month. Yihan suddenly felt as though he had missed a fortune. He had only seen one fruit, indicating the other 9 had likely been devoured by the spider. And now, with the tree down, it could no longer bear fruit. Spider, you shall pay for this. Yihan angrily struck the spider's head with his machete. Simultaneously, he noted the spider's description. Human-faced giant spider, a colossal 2-star fog beast. Exceedingly dangerous, yet a treasure trove itself. Consuming its flesh restores stamina, its venom sac has diverse applications, and its silk is a valuable material. The description of the human-faced giant spider lifted Yihan's spirits somewhat. This enormous creature had indeed been a substantial gain, that he began utilizing his machete to process the spider's carcass. During this process, he discovered a fist-sized venom sac within the spider's abdomen. Its surface was covered in a hard, chitinous layer, filled with a green venom. Human-faced giant spider venom sac, 3-star material, the essence of the human-faced giant spider, containing highly corrosive acid venom. Fog shop buyback price, 55 coins per kg. This venom sac weighed similarly to the fluorescent fruit, meaning it too was worth 100 fog coins. Yet Yihan had no intention of selling it. He planned to keep it for himself. In times of peril, used wisely, it could prove life-saving. Next, he gathered a substantial amount of spider silk. There was no more silk left in the spider's carcass, so he collected all the silk it had previously expelled, piling it together. Human-faced giant spider silk. 2-star material, can be processed for various clothing. Fog shop buyback price, 10 fog coins per kg. Yihan gazed at the sizable mound of materials before him and made a decision. He would sell the spider silk. In the world of survival amidst the fog, it is unnecessary to craft every item oneself. Thus, he promptly sold all the spider silk, earning a remarkable 82 fog coins. Current fog coins, 104. Such a fortune brings tranquility to the heart. Subsequently, Yihan surveyed the remaining supplies, excluding some unappetizing parts such as spider entrails and heads, as well as the charred portions. He still had approximately 100 pounds of spider meat left. The detoxification pills had only 10 minutes of effectiveness remaining. Seizing this opportunity, he began transporting all the spider meat back. Yihan took a deep breath and commenced his labor. Finally, upon reaching the entrance of his thatched hut, the detoxification pills lost their efficacy, but he hurried inside to rest, gasping for air and wiping the sweat from his brow. After a brief moment of recuperation, he drank some water and chewed on dried beef to replenish his strength at the same time. He opened the survival panel to check for updates. Just then, a new world announcement appeared. World announcement. Survivor Cold Wind, Survivor ID, has been the first to upgrade their shelter, receiving a reward of 1 golden chest. The survivor trading system has been activated. All survivors now have a trading bar on their survival panels, allowing them to trade with one another. Chapter 6. The trading system is activated. Seize the opportunity. Someone has upgraded their shelter first. This pace is astonishing. Within the survival panel, one can view the requirements for upgrading shelters. Initially, everyone possesses a 1-star shelter, merely a thatched hut with drafts on all sides. To upgrade from a 1-star to a 2-star shelter, 3 conditions must be met. First, wood, 500 kg. Second, 2-star stone, 100 kg. Third, fog coins, 100. All 3 conditions are quite challenging. The reason for the 7-day wait until the fog storm is to grant all survivors ample time to upgrade their shelters. However, at this moment, the global survival endeavor has scarcely begun for just over an hour. Yet, someone has already upgraded their shelter. This is rather excessive. Not merely a matter of effort, this individual must be extraordinarily powerful and exceptionally fortunate. Yihan was filled with contemplation. He had only discovered 4 pieces of 2-star stone, totaling less than 20 kg. Yet this cold wind had managed to gather 100 kilograms so swiftly. Perhaps there are mines near his shelter. The World Channel was ablaze with discussions about this event. How could this be possible? Are we on the same server? I can't even gather 30 fog coins to awaken my talent, and you tell me someone has already upgraded their shelter. What a joke. I can understand the wood, but what is this 2-star stone? I walked around and found nothing. Baka, the Dragon Kingdom cheats. I want to report you. Help. My thatch hut is about to collapse. A giant snake is attacking my shelter. Yihan glanced at the World Channel and opened the newly added trading bar on the survival panel. Survivors can now trade with one another. Let us see if there are any worthwhile items to purchase. Black bread, 500G, selling for 25 coins. Upon seeing the first item, Yihan couldn't help but chuckle. This was clearly an attempt to sell black bread to gather 30 fog coins for talent awakening. They were just waiting for a fool to bite. Wood 1 kg, 10 fog coins. Pure water, 1L, 25 coins. Black firestone, 2-star stone, 1 kg, 50 fog coins. Yihan perused the listings and only saw the words money grab. Everything was merely an attempt to extort coins. With the trading system just initiated, prices were bound to be chaotic. However, where there are exorbitant prices, there will surely be opportunities for bargains. Yihan mused. Rapidly scanning through numerous items. With over 7 billion survivors, he found it hard to believe that no one was listing items at lower prices, but he quickly discovered a few bargains. Pure water, 1L, for 1 fog coin, purchased. Star blue stone, 2-star stone, 10 kg for only 5 fog coins, hilarious. This substance called iron essence is actually a 3-star material, selling for only 2 fog coins per kg. I'll buy it with my eyes closed. Yihan swiftly seized the bargains, purchasing a plethora of items to stack within his thatched hut. In the blink of an eye, He had spent 36 fog coins, yet the rewards were substantial. He acquired 5L of pure water and 3 varieties of 2-star stones: Star Blue Stone, Black Fire Stone, and Purple Blood Stone, totaling 39 kg. There were even 3-star materials being sold at low prices. And as soon as he spotted them, he purchased them all. Finally, Yihan's eyes lit up. He found fragrant sand. Fragrant sand, 2-star material, a necessary component for crafting detoxification pills, priced at 30 fog coins per kg. Yihan shook his head. Price so high, even dogs wouldn't buy it. He continued searching for bargains, seeking affordable goods. It was a veritable feast. Yihan knew that many others were also on the lookout for bargains, all frantically purchasing cheap supplies. However, let us not forget, this also requires fog coins. Those without money, even upon discovering a bargain, cannot afford to buy. Currently, individuals like Yihan, holding over 100 fog coins, were quite rare. Yet, even having over 100 fog coins was not a fortune that could last long. Soon, Yihan noticed that his remaining coins were dwindling. He had only 18 fog coins left, which meant he had already spent 86 fog coins. I could sell some items. Yihan had a sudden insight and began attempting to sell goods that at present. The prices of various items were extremely chaotic. The same products were listed at exorbitant prices by some, while others were selling for merely 1 fog coin. The entire market was in a state of disarray. Yet this was merely temporary. Ultimately, all items would stabilize within a normal price range. This normal price would be influenced by various factors, such as the recycling prices at the fog shop, which serves as the baseline price, that if it were lower, it would be better to sell directly to the fog shop. For instance, the overall progress of the survivors would also affect the prices of certain materials. Currently, everyone requires 2-star stones to upgrade their shelters, so the true market price for 2-star stones would undoubtedly not be low. However, if in the future, everyone's shelters become advanced and they no longer need 2-star stones, the price of such materials would certainly drop, as there would be no buyers. First, let me check the recycling price for the 3-star material Iron Essence. Yihan opened the fog shop to review the recycling price. Iron Essence, 3-star material, can be used to forge weapons, upgrade shelters, etc. Fog shop recycling price: 50 fog coins per kg. Note, this item is currently in a trading protection period and cannot be traded. Protection period countdown: 71 hours, 38 minutes, 49 seconds. A trading protection period of 3 days. This measure effectively prevents a large volume of buybacks and resales in a short time, meaning survivors cannot exploit bargains for massive profits. The items just purchased cannot be traded, nor can they be sold to the fog shop. Yihan could only sell some spider meat to recover his coins. Without hesitation, he decided to sell spider meat. Spider meat is a 2-star material, and the recycling price at the fog shop is 10 fog coins per kg. However, Yihan knew he couldn't sell it for that. He thought for a moment and set the price at 30 fog coins, listing 1 kilogram to test the waters. The trading system described it as follows: human-faced giant spider meat, 2-star material, sourced from the 2-star fog creature. Human-faced giant spider is a highly nutritious meat that can quickly replenish the body's required trace elements and restore stamina. At this stage, it is undoubtedly a valuable item. For all survivors, the most crucial factors boil down to a few essentials: upgrading shelters, earning fog coins, and basic sustenance. Food and water are essential necessities. Initially, each person only has 1L of pure water and 500 g of black bread, so they must find ways to acquire more food and water to survive. For those eager to develop quickly, such meager rations are simply insufficient. They must consume meat to regain strength to venture out and gather more supplies, thus earning fog coins. Yihan's intuition proved correct. Once he listed 1 kilogram of spider meat, it was almost immediately snapped up. Chapter 7, 2-star shelter, Resurrection of the Dead. The spider meat was sold in an instant. Yihan felt that his price was still too low. He should have listed it higher. Thus, he listed another 1 kilogram of spider meat, this time priced at 50 fog coins. Again, the spider meat was sold in an instant. There are indeed plenty of wealthy individuals. At this stage, disparities are most likely to emerge that a single misstep can lead to a series of setbacks. Yihan reflected deeply. Although he was the first to awaken his talent and had developed quite well, others were not lagging behind. With over 7 billion people worldwide engaged in fog survival, many are still bewildered by the rules, selling expensive materials at low prices, yet there are also numerous talented individuals with their own strategies. Yihan contemplated, reviewing his gains. Having sold 2 kilograms of spider meat, he earned 72 fog coins. Originally, it should have been 80 fog coins, but due to transaction taxes, 8 fog coins were deducted. Even 72 fog coins are acceptable. Let us seize this opportunity. Yihan continued to browse the goods in the trading section, searching for bargains. This pursuit could indeed become addictive. He indulged in a spree of purchases, depleting his remaining 90 mist coins entirely. Yet this time, he acquired 3 kilograms of fragrant sand and a luminous fruit at a remarkable price, yielding a satisfactory haul. Moreover, he finally amassed the 100 kilograms of 2-star stone required, with no worries about mist coins. He could simply sell some spider meat that he now aspired to upgrade his shelter, but was lacking in wood. While perusing the trading section, he encountered several inexpensive wood options, but refrained from purchasing them. The luminous fruit tree stood as a ready source of wood. Initially, he intended to transport the tree back for timber, but upon reflection, he realized this would be an arduous task. The effort required to move such a large tree seemed disproportionate to the benefits. He felt that consuming both of his remaining detox pills might not suffice to accomplish it. This approach was simply not cost-effective, far better to purchase wood outright. Resolutely, Yihan decided to list 1 kilogram of spider meat for 100 mist coins. To his surprise, it did not sell instantly. The price of 100 mist coins still felt steep. Meanwhile, within a shelter constructed of wood and stone, a robust middle-aged man furrowed his brow as he gazed at the trading market display. He held a piece of freshly roasted spider meat, taking a hefty bite. Prices were soaring. Just moments ago, it was 30 coins. Now it was 100. Such blatant extortion. If that person were before me, I would surely strike him down. My talent is commendable, yet it consumes far too much food. Despite his grumbling, he ultimately chose to buy the spider meat. After taxes, Yihan immediately received 90 mist coins. With newfound wealth, he set about purchasing wood. A grin spread across his face as he began to acquire timber. Refreshing the trading section rapidly, he soon discovered an abundance of low-priced wood. 10 kilograms for 1 mist coin, the lowest price imaginable. He waved his hand decisively and spent 30 mist coins to acquire 300 kilograms of wood. The supplies overflowed in his inventory. Yihan rushed out of the shelter to retrieve the wood. He still needed 200 kilograms, so he urged the seller to list more. Yes, he muttered to himself. He continued refreshing the trading section. During this time, he listed another kilogram of spider meat at the same price of 100 mist coins, patiently awaiting a buyer. Approximately half an hour later, the spider meat sold, netting him another 90 mist coins. Yihan successfully purchased the remaining 200 kilograms of wood, that he had now completely satisfied the requirements to upgrade his shelter. Wood, 500 kilograms, 2-star stone, 100 kilograms, mist coins, 100. With a flourish, Yihan chose to upgrade his shelter. A dazzling white light enveloped him as the pile of materials vanished before his eyes. Deducting 100 mist coins from his account, leaving him with 30, the drafty thatch hut was replaced with a sturdy little house made of wood and stone. 2-star shelter, constructed from wood and stone. It is robust enough to withstand most attacks from 2-star mist beasts and includes a single wooden bed. Seeing this description, Yihan nodded in satisfaction. Truly a 2-star shelter, even the man-faced spider might not breach such defenses. He entered the newly constructed wooden and stone cottage, estimating the area to be around 30 square meters. Considerably more spacious. It also included a wooden bed, albeit hard, yet preferable to sleeping on the ground. Yihan laid back on the bed, exhaling deeply. He reviewed his current resources. Luminous fruit, fragrant sand, and beast blood, 3 materials essential for crafting detox pills, were all accounted for. The beast blood was derived from the man-faced spider, and he had used its thick skin to contain the blood. A large mist beast. The spider skin was durable enough to hold liquid without leaking, and he had wrapped the blood bags with spider silk. In addition to these 3 items, he had a variety of other supplies procured from his bargain hunting. Regardless of their immediate utility, he decided to stockpile them for now. Yihan felt quite content with his current achievements. Confident he was in an absolute leading position, perhaps even at a T0 level, surpassing the first tier. However, relaxation was not in his plans. He was determined to seek further adventures. After consuming some beef jerky, he felt rejuvenated and resolved to venture out once more. This time, he targeted the 2 red dots clustered together on the map, but he had observed that these dots were moving toward him. Thus, Yihan decided to take the initiative and attempt to eliminate these 2 red. At least one of them was likely a mist beast. Defeating it would not only yield substantial rewards, but also potentially a treasure chest, which contained valuable items. Without hesitation, Yihan took a deep breath, armed himself with a sharp machete, donned alloy bracers, consumed a detox pill, and stepped out of the wooden stone cottage. He hastily advanced toward the 2 red dots. At this moment, the two red dots were positioned about 100 meters apart, both approaching his location. When Yihan was approximately 50 meters away from the first red dot, he halted and crouched behind a small hillock, becoming one with the terrain. Although he was not afraid of the toxins in the mist, visibility remained poor. He could see nothing, only the faint sounds of footsteps. That why Yihan tightened his grip on the machete. His eyes fixed ahead. The footsteps were not heavy, resembling those of a person. They seemed to drag along the ground, lacking a proper gait, accompanied by low, guttural growls. That why Yihan frowned as he discerned a figure slowly emerging from the fog. Gradually, a foul odor began to permeate the acrid mist. The figure became clearer, and Yihan's eyes widened in disbelief. Before him stood a survivor, dressed similarly to himself. However, a large portion of flesh was missing from the survivor's neck, and a gaping hole in the abdomen revealed bone and entrails. His eyes glowed an eerie gray, and his face and hands bore streaks of gray. As he emitted inhuman cries, that it was evident he was dead, yet still possessed some mobility, a walking corpse. Chapter 8. 2 golden treasure chests. Even in death, one might find no peace, undergoing horrific transformations into monsters. Yihan shuddered, recalling the warnings. Survivors who perish may become such zombie-like creatures, transformed by the toxic mist. One need not even die to succumb. Inhaling a significant amount of mist toxins might lead to a similar fate. The Yihan rapidly formed a hypothesis. Suddenly, the deceased survivor seemed to sense his presence. With a beastly roar, it accelerated toward the hillock where Yihan concealed himself. I made no sound. Thus, it must have tracked me by scent or temperature. The Yihan rose, opting for a proactive approach. With another unknown red dot lurking behind, likely a mist beast, it was imperative to dispatch this zombie to avoid a 2-on-1 situation. With swift decisiveness, Yihan charged forward, swinging his machete toward the zombie's head. His experience informed him that such creatures typically had a weakness in their skulls. Swoosh! The sharp blade sliced through the mist, landing a precise blow. The zombie flailed its arms, mouth agape, attempting to grasp and bite Yihan. But with one powerful strike, it fell silent. One swift kill. Having just dispatched a spider, he felt invigorated. Yihan grinned, withdrawing his machete and shaking off the blood. Yet he remained vigilant, retreating to the hillock to continue observing the mist ahead. The final red dot on his map was drawing near. Yihan could hear the heavy footsteps and breathing, and the mist itself began to ripple. Clearly, this foe was no small creature. Moments later, a mist beast emerged from the fog. It was a wolf. This beast was the size of a small car, blood smeared across its jaws and claws, exuding a tremendous sense of pressure. That why Yihan's heart raced. What star level was this beast? It surely rivaled the man-faced spider. In the next instant, the giant wolf's paw crushed the zombie's abdomen, bursting forth a spray of blood. Its eyes glowed like headlights. Fixated on the hillock where Yihan hid, filled with a thirst for blood and fury. If a zombie could detect my presence, surely this formidable mist beast could do the same. Its sense of smell and awareness would be even more acute. With a ferocious howl, the giant wolf charged forward, as if a vehicle had slammed down on the accelerator. Yihan's hair stood on end. That previous zombie was merely a weakling, but this giant wolf was an undisputed predator. The earth trembled, and the howling wind stirred amidst the mist. In the blink of an eye, the colossal wolf stood before Yihan. In this life-and-death moment, Yihan's adrenaline surged, enabling him to react swiftly. Confrontation was out of the question. That would be folly. He had to evade the attacks continuously while searching for an opportunity. Yihan deftly dodged the wolf's charge. The small hillside trembled, and dirt flew everywhere as the giant wolf missed its mark, only to feel a sharp pain in its hind leg. Yihan had struck it with a blade. Good! Yihan shouted, motivating himself. Having landed a hit, he immediately retreated, creating distance between himself and the beast. The only disappointment was that his sharp blade had not severed the wolf's leg. Instead, being halted by bone, it seemed the blade's sharpness was still insufficient. Perhaps he could enhance it later. The wolf's blood stained the ground as it roared in fury. The creature, once dismissive of Yihan, now recognized him as a genuine threat. The giant wolf, enraged by the pain in its hind leg, howled and charged again, albeit slower this time. The injury had evidently hindered its speed. Yihan seized the moment to evade once more and struck the wolf again. He aimed for its neck, hoping for a decisive blow, but only managed to cut its back, leaving a gaping wound. With 2 consecutive failures and the pain of its injury, the giant wolf began to lose control. Its deafening howl pierced Yihan's eardrums. and he noticed, to his astonishment, that the wolf's wounds were healing. How could this be? What level of mist beast possessed such formidable regenerative abilities? Simultaneously, he sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the giant wolf intensifying, even as its form began to swell. No, this was not right. It was evolving. A sudden realization struck Yihan. He understood the truth. The giant wolf was undergoing evolution. It was already a formidable opponent. And if it evolved again, Yihan's chances would dwindle. Thus, he could not allow it to succeed. With a pang of regret, Yihan retrieved a spider poison sac from his inventory. This was the source of his courage to take the offensive. Initially, he had hoped to save the poison sac for another encounter, but now it seemed he had no choice but to use it. Holding the spider poison sac in his left hand and the sharp blade in his right, Yihan charged at the evolving giant wolf. The creature, surprised by Yihan's audacity to attack, opened its mouth wide and roared, a foul wind assaulting Yihan's senses. Yet this was a perfect opportunity. Suppressing his nausea, Yihan hurled the spider poison sac into the wolf's mouth. With a resounding bang, the wolf bit down, and the poison sac exploded, coating its mouth with a dark green venom. In an instant, the wolf let out a chilling howl, leaping into the air in agony. The sight of its suffering was evident, with drops of venom dripping from its jaws, causing the ground to smoke. Yihan wasted no time and turned to flee. At such a moment, even a drop of venom could spell disaster. Moreover, the giant wolf was currently in a state of heightened power, both from its evolution and the agonizing effects of the poison, plunging it into a frenzy. Just as he had done when facing the flaming spider, Yihan's strategy was to run far away and wait for the wolf's demise before returning. After covering a considerable distance, Yihan paused to catch his breath. The red dot on his map indicating the wolf's position remained still. After waiting around 10 minutes, he noted that the red dot had yet to move. No notifications or rewards had appeared, indicating that the wolf was still alive, but he could not return just yet. He had to wait, fearing a last-ditch retaliation from the wolf. He hesitated for another 10 minutes until he finally received a notification. Congratulations to Survivor Yihan for slaying the 3-star Mist Beast Bloodthirsty Giant Wolf. You have been awarded a golden treasure chest. World announcement. Survivor Yihan, Survivor ID, is the first to kill a 3-star Mist Beast, earning 1 golden treasure chest. 2 golden treasure chests in quick succession. Chapter 9. Talent Upgrade, Relocation Plan. This giant wolf was indeed a 3-star Mist Beast. In the midst of their battle, the wolf had begun its evolution. It was initially a 2-star beast, but just before its demise, it evolved into a 3-star creature, ultimately meeting its end. Why Yihan was elated. Having acquired 2 golden treasure chests, he hurried toward the wolf's corpse and chose to open the chests. Congratulations to Survivor Yihan for opening the golden treasure chest and receiving a relocation card. Congratulations to Survivor Yihan for opening the golden treasure chest and receiving a talent upgrade card. Both golden treasure chests yielded single cards. Yet their significance was profound, as both cards held irreplaceable value. Relocation card. Survivors may choose any location to relocate. Usage. The survivor must personally arrive at the chosen location to use this card for relocation. Note: this card is extremely valuable. Once used, it incurs a cooldown period, so survivors should choose their relocation destination wisely. After reviewing the relocation card's description, Yihan nodded that it was essential to select an optimal location before using this invaluable card. Talent Upgrade Card. Using this card will upgrade a talent once. The description was straightforward and clear. Without hesitation, Yihan opted to use the card. Congratulations to Survivor Yihan for using the Talent Upgrade card and successfully upgrading the Talent Refinement. Refinement. LV2 can be used twice daily, with a slight chance of a critical hit, endowing refined materials with special properties. Having already used Refinement once today, he had one more opportunity left that he pondered carefully about how to utilize it. Deciding not to rush to why Yihan approached the giant wolf's body, taking in the devastation around him. The ground was riddled with craters, and the air was thick with a pungent scent. The corpse of the previous creature had been utterly trampled, unrecognizable, while the giant wolf lay sprawled where the small hillside had once been, now reduced to flat earth. The power of that venom was astonishing. The wolf's head was nearly obliterated. Yihan marveled but did not linger. He began swiftly processing the wolf's remains. The carcass of a 3-star beast was undoubtedly of immense value. As Yihan busied himself with the task, the world channel erupted in excitement once again. All eyes were on him, sparking intense discussions. Millions of messages flooded the chat every second. Yihan, who is this individual? The first to awaken a talent, the first to slay a 3-star beast. He must be a beta tester. Curse those Dragon Country folks. How are they cheating again? I killed a 1-star beast, and it was already a challenge. How could Yihan defeat a 3-star beast? Can someone lend me some Miss coins? I want to awaken my talent, but I don't have enough. I am Qin Shi Huang. All of this is my orchestration. Now, offer your Miss coins, and I shall ensure your safety. When I unify the Miss continent, you shall be granted titles and positions. As Yihan processed the wolf's remains, he glanced at the world chat, finding it quite entertaining that he sliced off chunks of wolf meat with his blade, stacking them beside the wolf's hide. Any part contaminated with venom was promptly discarded. He sought only the good meat that he worked rapidly, aiming to return to his shelter before the detoxification pills lost their efficacy. Throughout this process, he contemplated the refinement ability. The number of uses could not accumulate. If not employed within the day, they would expire. Where should he allocate this remaining opportunity? The alloy arm guards could be refined into super alloy arm guards. The sharp blade could become a sword capable of slicing through iron. The detoxification pills could also be refined, transforming into 2-star detoxification pills with a 3-hour duration. Many other materials could also be refined. After deliberating, Yihan decided to use his refinement opportunity on the blade. With a flash of light, the blade shimmered in his hand. Though its appearance remained largely unchanged, Yihan could distinctly feel a terrifying sharpness emanating from the blade. He swung it down upon one of the giant wolf's leg bones, effortlessly severing it as if it were butter. If only he had possessed such sharpness earlier, a single strike could have incapacitated the wolf entirely. Alas, this time he did not achieve a critical hit. Yihan sighed, recognizing the rarity of such occurrences that he hoped that with future opportunities to upgrade his talent, he could enhance the probability. Next, Yihan began transporting the wolf meat home. Just as the detoxification pills were about to expire, he successfully returned all the meat to his wooden cabin. Exhausted, he collapsed onto his small bed, wiping the sweat from his brow and breathing heavily. He needed to rest. Yihan felt utterly drained. Since the inception of my survival journey in the mist, I have scarcely found a moment's respite. After lying down to catch my breath, Yihan sipped some water and began to munch on beef jerky, contemplating his next move. Currently, the map indicates that there are no immediate dangers within the displayed range. However, the area is rather limited. I cannot remain confined to this space indefinitely. This map is akin to a bug-level item. Yet it comes with significant restrictions. At present, the map is nearly rendered obsolete. It even displays a few 1-star resource points, which Yihan dismisses with indifference. 1-star resources are the most worthless. The Mist Shop does not even accept them. With only 1 antidote pill remaining, my next step should be to quickly concoct more antidote pills. Furthermore, I feel the need to relocate. Yihan made a resolution. The area he occupied was designated as Withered Highlands E1, a name that suggests barrenness. Although venturing into another region would be quite challenging for the time being, it is imperative to find a relatively bountiful location to settle and develop. At present, there are scant resources nearby. If there were a mine in the vicinity, would that not lead to immediate wealth? Surely, some fortunate individuals spawn near a mine, surrounded by abundant precious materials. First, I shall procure some wood and fire sources. This way, I can create antidote pills and roast meat that I will gather my strength, perhaps indulge in a short nap, and then venture forth to explore. Yihan opened the trading interface, seeking affordable supplies. Wood is undoubtedly the least expensive, but fire sources are in short supply. After a considerable search, Yihan found a lighter listed for 20 mist coins. But before he could make the purchase, someone else snatched it away. I must keep searching. I cannot resort to rubbing sticks together for fire. Yihan quickly refreshed the inventory. This time he discovered a cast iron pot priced at 30 mist coins. And his eyes lit up. He hastily bought it. Chapter 10. Crafting Antidote Pills. Once again, venturing forth. After acquiring the pot, Yihan's mist coins were completely depleted. To purchase a lighter or similar fire source, he needed to sell more items. Thus, he listed 1 kilogram of spider meat for sale. However, this time, no one showed interest. After waiting for a while, there was still no response. What could be the reason? Have people grown weary of spider meat? Let me try selling some wolf meat instead. After some consideration, Yihan listed 1 kilogram of wolf meat at a price of 200 mist coins. This wolf meat, derived from a 3-star mist beast, is of higher quality than spider meat and is likely a rare commodity, deserving of a higher price. 3-star beast meat, 200 mist coins, within a modest wooden stone cabin. A robust middle-aged man furrowed his brow, eyeing the 200 mist coins price tag on the wolf meat. The seller must be Yihan, the one mentioned in the world announcement. This man surely harbors a black heart. I suspect he is also responsible for the outrageous price hike on spider meat. Damn it, but I still need to buy it. There is no other option. He clenched his fists and ultimately decided to make the purchase. Spending 200 Misty coins, he acquired the 1 kilogram of wolf meat. Simultaneously, Yihan received a net amount of 180 Misty coins after the tax deduction. There are indeed wealthy individuals around. I must quickly purchase some wood and, most importantly, a fire source. Yihan swiftly refreshed the trading interface and soon acquired some wood along with a lighter. Wood was quite inexpensive. He bought a substantial quantity for just 1 coin. The lighter was pricier, costing him a full 50 Misty coins. However, this lighter was of superior quality, being windproof. The one he had previously received with gasoline was not windproof. Now, the time has come to commence the alchemical process. Yihan rubbed his hands together, filled with anticipation that he recalled the novels he had read that featured alchemy. However, those stories depicted the use of celestial flames and alchemical furnaces. All he had was a cast iron pot. Here we go, antidote pills. Yihan began the process of crafting antidote pills according to the instructions outlined in his blueprint. First, he poured beast blood into the pot, followed by fragrant spices, ensuring they were thoroughly mixed and heated. A peculiar aroma began to permeate his shelter. A floral scent mingled with a sandalwood-like fragrance, accompanied by a slightly sweet and fishy odor. As the concoction began to bubble, Yihan added a luminescent fruit, crushing it into the mixture. The 3 ingredients blended continuously as they were heated, becoming increasingly thick, and the scent began to transform. It smelled remarkably similar to the antidote pills he held in his hand. This should work. Yihan was exhilarated. Antidote pills are indispensable. Without them, navigating through the dense mist would be nearly impossible. It should be nearly ready. Yihan removed the pot from the campfire and set it aside to cool. He then proceeded to grill some spider meat and wolf meat to sample their flavors. In no time. The meat was sizzling and oozing fat, and Yihan sprinkled some pepper and salt before tasting a piece of spider meat. Not bad at all. Tastes like chicken, with a delightful crunch. The description of spider meat indicates it replenishes stamina and endurance. The wolf meat, on the other hand, is said to enhance strength and slightly increase movement speed. Its effects are more pronounced, befitting its 3-star status. After savoring the spider meat, Yihan tasted the wolf meat, which was surprisingly flavorful. It is said that wolf meat is sour and unpalatable, but here in the Mist continent, the meat of mist beasts is undoubtedly different from ordinary wolf meat. After a hearty feast of grilled meat, Yihan felt satisfied and began to roll the pills. The thick medicinal liquid in the pot had cooled and solidified, and Yihan skillfully shaped it into individual pills that in the end he successfully produced a total of 10 antidote pills. With these 10 antidote pills, I can traverse the mist for 10 hours without being affected by the toxic miasma. Adding the 1 remaining pill, that makes 11 in total. Plenty of time to find a new place to settle. Yihan contemplated swiftly using the relocation card to move to a more prosperous area for temporary residence. He had already consumed the gasoline and poison sacks. Although I now wield a knife capable of slicing through iron, it still does not offer sufficient protection. Embarking on a long journey through the mist would undoubtedly present various dangers. Thus, I need to procure additional items for self-defense. Yihan refrained from hurrying out, opting instead to continue refreshing the trading interface. Not much time had passed, yet the trading section had become increasingly devoid of good bargains. Those who previously offered various resources at affordable prices seemed to have exhausted their supplies. Furthermore, those individuals would likely be among the first to be eliminated. In this world, there are surely many individuals with disabilities. The elderly and young children. Their chances of survival are virtually non-existent. The entity responsible for transporting everyone to the Mist continent. Humanity may merely be akin to ants. In his childhood, Yihan would focus sunlight through a magnifying glass to roast ants, finding it amusing without a thought for the ants' demise. He felt no sympathy. Yihan shook his head, unwilling to dwell on such thoughts. After a lengthy period of searching, Yihan still had not acquired the items he desired. Spider poison sacks, gasoline, and other unique items that could turn the tide of battle were nowhere to be found. Perhaps some individuals had them, but they would certainly not be willing to sell. Have I been too naive? Currently, I am at an absolute T0 level. Would I sell anything that could ensure my survival? Yihan sighed. Just like the knife he possessed, enhanced twice and capable of cutting iron. Would he part with it? The same logic applies to other powerful individuals. They would never sell their valuable items, while the weak possess nothing of worth. After straining his eyes from searching, he found nothing he sought. It seems I must procure what I need myself. Yihan closed the trading interface and rubbed his eyes that he prepared to set out with grilled spider meat, wolf meat, water, antidote pills, arm guards, and his knife in hand. Yihan organized everything and stepped out of the shelter, boldly plunging into the boundless mist. He selected a direction, the gray house marker indicated on the map. That should be the refuge of the zombie in its former life. The effects of both grilled meats began to take hold, especially that of the wolf meat, which made him feel stronger and lighter on his feet. Yihan strode forward with great purpose. Moving swiftly, within the confines of the map, he felt as though he had gained a divine insight. The locations of resources and dangers were abundantly clear, leaving him unconcerned. Thus, he quickly arrived at the location marked by the small house. Indeed, there was a thatched hut, but it had since collapsed. Chapter 11. The Ruined Village and Wild Treasure. Ahead lay a scene of devastation. Scattered thatch littered the ground, mingled with various footprints, claw marks, and traces of blood. This survivor had been slain by a giant wolf and subsequently infected by the mist toxins, transforming into a zombie. What is that? As he approached, Yihan noticed something beneath a pile of thatch. He moved closer to discover a large bottle of water. This person had opened the novice welfare package, and it contained the water along with black bread, all intact at a large bottle of water. 1 liter remained unopened, and Yihan swiftly collected it. However, the black bread was no longer edible, having been trampled into crumbs and mixed with dirt by the giant wolf. He pressed on. After a thorough search, Yihan found no other items and decided to leave this place. Continuing further, he soon exceeded the map's boundaries. Consequently, he slowed his pace, growing increasingly vigilant. Without the map's guidance, he had no idea what dangers might lurk within the fog. Necessitating utmost caution, amidst the dense mist, Yihan navigated over a pile of rubble, struggling with the low visibility that was truly disheartening. That an hour had passed with no discoveries, but he consumed an antidote pill, took a sip of water, and rested briefly. Opening the world chat channel, he was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of messages. He then glanced at the regional channel, in his area. The survivors were not very active. He couldn't tell if it was due to a lack of people or simply silence. Anyone forming teams? I saw a world announcement stating that someone form a group first, and both receive rewards. Too risky. I just read in the world announcements that someone has started killing others. It's terrifying. Here, one cannot trust anyone. Can someone help me? I'm a female college student. I've ventured out into the fog several times and found nothing at all. What should I do? This area is called the Withered Mountains. The name sounds impoverished that I can't survive here. How can I return home? I haven't completed my daily tasks in the game today. Yihan scrolled through the regional chat, shaking his head. That a female college student? She wouldn't last long. Some people still yearn to play games amidst such chaos. What a ridiculous thought. After a brief rest, he resumed his journey. This time, not long after, he made an intriguing discovery. A stream appeared before him. Yihan crouched down to inspect the water, which appeared quite clear but was undoubtedly unsafe to drink. He could follow the flow of the water. Where there was water, there would be beasts coming to drink, and he could hunt them. That if the stream converged into a lake, he might even find fish. Excitement surged within him. After walking for over an hour, he finally encountered something noteworthy. That he began to follow the stream's direction, the sound of flowing water accompanying him. That he periodically glanced back and surveyed his surroundings, remaining alert for any potential dangers. Before long, 2 hours had elapsed. Yihan took another antidote pill and continued onward. Ahead, he spotted a crumbled ruin, which invigorated him. Cautiously approaching, he began to investigate. Enveloped in mist, an ancient village ruin revealed itself. This was certainly not a survivor's refuge. It exuded an aura of antiquity, remnants from an unknown time. The structures were primarily wooden, with a few stone buildings, all collapsed into a desolate site. Yihan circled the area, taking stock that it appeared to be a village of over 100 households. That he noticed weathered skulls and some stone vessels among the debris. Thus far, he had not found anything of value. As he had not conducted a thorough search, he chose to examine a collapsed stone house. The stone structure was more sophisticated than the wooden ones, its surface still displaying mottled patterns. Only the wealthier villagers could afford to reside in such a place, suggesting a higher likelihood of valuable remnants. Peering through a sizable crack, he glimpsed the interior of the collapsed stone house, and his pupils dilated. Inside lay a snake, its body a deep green adorned with gray patterns, coiled atop a chest. The chest appeared to be cast from bronze, emanating a mysterious aura. That a bronze chest. Indeed, there was a chance of discovering various treasures in the wild. Yihan's heart raced. After venturing out, he finally had something worthwhile to pursue. If he could devise a way to enter and slay the snake, he could claim the bronze chest. Although it was of low tier, it was still a treasure. Suddenly, the snake opened its eyes, fixating on Yihan and flicking its tongue. It sensed his presence and became alert. Yihan had intended to launch a sneak attack, but the beast's awareness was too acute. He frowned, staring at the snake. In the next moment, it lunged, swiftly slithering toward him. It was not particularly large and seemed less formidable than the spider or the giant wolf guarding the bronze chest. It likely was a mere one-star mist beast. Despite the danger it posed, it paled in comparison to the spider and the wolf. However, caution was paramount. Even the smallest adversary could be lethal if underestimated. Yihan stepped back, gripping his machete firmly. The sound of the snake's body scraping against the ground filled the air as it emerged from a crevice, its front half raising up, tongue flicking as it locked onto Yihan. With furrowed brows and tense muscles, Yihan prepared for combat. The snake swiftly approached him. "You're asking for trouble," he cursed, swinging his machete. With a swift motion, he cleaved the snake in two. He quickly retreated while raising his left arm, using his gauntlet to shield his face and neck. Just as he stepped back, the front half of the snake lunged, attempting to bite him. This was a final, desperate strike, as even severed, it could still inflict harm. Fortunately, Yihan had anticipated this, retreating to safety, and the snake's last-ditch effort resulted in nothing but air. With a cold smirk, Yihan continued to withdraw, denying the creature any chance for retaliation. The snake's rear half writhed on the ground, seeping gray-green blood, while the front half gaped, still intent on biting him. Yihan exited the village ruins, remaining calm and collected until he received the notification. "Congratulations, Survivor Yihan, for slaying the one-star mist beast, gray-blue poison python." Just as expected of a one-star beast, it yielded no loot. Yihan internally grumbled, then stepped back into the village, approaching the python's corpse. He momentarily set aside thoughts of the snake's remains and focused on the bronze chest within the collapsed stone house. Next came the moment of reward. Chapter 12. Bearskin Backpack, Giant Python Boss. Yihan circled the collapsed stone structure twice, quickly formulating a plan that he needed only to shift 2 stones to access the bronze chest. Without hesitation, he began to move the fallen rocks. The first stone was manageable, relatively light. Yihan lifted it aside, dusting off his hands. The gap revealed was now large enough for a child to pass through, but as an adult, he struggled to fit. He proceeded to move the second stone, which was larger and required more effort. Once he successfully removed it, he could finally enter the collapsed structure. Before him lay the bronze chest, which he opened with anticipation. Suddenly, a flash of bronze light flickered, and the chest vanished, replaced by a light brown leather backpack. "Congratulations, Survivor Yihan, for opening the bronze chest and receiving the bearskin backpack." This revelation brightened Yihan's expression, and a smile broke across his face. He was in dire need of a backpack. The survival panel's inventory was undeniably convenient, akin to a storage pouch from a cultivation novel, albeit with limited capacity. Now, this backpack resembled the large capacity packs used by hikers and climbers, capable of holding numerous items. Bearskin backpack. A backpack crafted from the leather of bear-class mist beasts, sturdy and durable, with a vast capacity and ergonomic design, making it an essential item for exploration. Yihan donned the backpack, bouncing up and down to test its fit. Indeed, it conformed well to his body, not hindering his movements. He nodded, surveying the stone house. There were no other valuable items left inside. He meticulously examined every nook and cranny before departing. Naturally, he did not forget to deal with the snake's remains. Gray-blue python gallbladder. 2-star material, one of the ingredients for crafting 2-star antidote pills. Excellent. This was indeed a valuable find. Fortunately, when he killed the snake, he had not damaged the gallbladder. Satisfied, Yihan collected the gallbladder, snake meat, and skin before leaving. Notably, the python was non-venomous, so it did not produce a venom sac. This detail, while occurring in the Mist continent and involving mist beasts, was reminiscent of the world from which Yihan originally hailed. Exiting the stone house, Yihan continued to explore the dilapidated village. Ultimately, in the central area, he discovered the largest stone structure, which had collapsed the least. His intuition suggested that valuable items might be concealed within. However, there, Yihan found footprints, human footprints. Other survivors were nearby. A chill ran down his spine as he glanced around. Yet he saw nothing amiss. Some survivors had already begun to form teams, while others had turned to violence. Yihan had no intention of forming alliances with other survivors, nor did he harbor any desire to take lives. His only goal was to expedite his own development. However, he did not anticipate encountering traces of other survivors so soon. Crouching down, Yihan meticulously scrutinized the footprints before him. He could ascertain that they were indeed left by other survivors, as the patterns on the prints matched those on the soles of his own shoes, which were standard issue for survivors. Yet, these prints were somewhat smaller than his, likely belonging to a woman. Suddenly, a massive python slithered out from the stone house. Ahead, it was the same kind of slate-gray python, but this one was even larger. Its girth matched that of a water barrel, with the front portion protruding from the dwelling while the rear remained concealed within. Its length unknown, that why Yihan felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively retreated. The pungent stench of blood assaulted his senses, dispersing the mist as the colossal serpent advanced menacingly towards him. It seemed that the previous python was merely a minor adversary. This one was the true boss. Clenching his teeth, Yihan hastily retreated, distancing himself from the creature while frantically wielding his machete in defense. With a loud crash, a stone beside him shattered, the debris flying like bullets and striking him painfully. In the next moment, a gust of wind rushed past him. It was the python's tail. Startled, Yihan dropped to the ground to evade it, feeling the heavy tail sweep past his head. Had he remained standing, his spine would have surely been shattered. His adrenaline surged, and with determination, he rolled over. Facing upwards and swinging his machete, he struck true. The blade, honed by 2 prior enhancements, sliced through the python's tail with ease, severing the appendage. The foul-smelling blood poured down upon him, nearly inducing nausea. Without a moment's hesitation, Yihan scrambled to his feet and continued to retreat. The giant python opened its mouth wide and let out a deafening roar. Its immense form twisted violently, scattering the surrounding mist. In a fleeting glance, Yihan noticed a figure behind the massive stone house. A female survivor with cascading waves of hair and an attractive physique. However, her face was obscured as she covered her mouth and nose with a wet garment to shield herself from the toxins in the mist. In that instant, Yihan perceived a flicker of compassion in her eyes. Was she mourning for the injured python? A wave of uncertainty washed over him as he continued to back away, maneuvering around a collapsed wooden structure while keeping the python at bay. This creature proved formidable, and with no resources like gasoline or poisonous sacs at his disposal, he had to wear it down gradually. All he had to rely on was the machete in his hand. Another thunderous crash echoed as the ground trembled. The python's massive head lunged at him, pulverizing 2 wooden beams into splinters. Its jaws snapping toward him. Simultaneously, its colossal body coiled in for the kill, aiming to ensnare him. Pythons are non-venomous. They primarily kill their prey by constricting them until they suffocate. The consequences of being ensnared would be dire. Just a few squeezes from this giant could shatter every bone in his body. Amidst the flying debris, Yihan swung his machete at the python's head. Although the beast was massive, its reflexes were sharp, allowing it to evade his strike. Nonetheless, he managed to graze its neck, the blade slicing a deep gash into its flesh. Realizing he could not afford to be greedy, Yihan quickly retreated behind another collapsed stone structure. Gasping for breath, he wiped the snake's blood from his face, spat, and furrowed his brow. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the python's furious roars reverberated around him. It was enraged. Having sustained 2 strikes from a mere insect, the python was now driven into a frenzy by the long-forgotten sensation of pain. The stone structure before Yihan crumbled once more, his senses heightened, adrenaline coursing through him. He had to defend against the python's attacks, seek opportunities to counter, and remain wary of the female survivor. Yihan fought while retreating, eventually reaching the edge of the village, with the python in relentless pursuit. During this harrowing escape, he seized the opportunity to strike the python twice more, but he too was injured. In Chapter 13, Yihan resorted to lethal measures. A shard of stone struck his left arm, sending a searing pain throughout his body. Gritting his teeth, he focused on the python before him. The serpent was in worse condition. A large wound marred its neck, a result of Yihan's precise strike. Yet, despite the grievous injury, it refused to succumb. How could it still be alive? Yihan was taken aback as he continued to retreat. Blood trailed in the python's wake. Surely, it was on the verge of death. Yet it persisted. The python emitted a shrill hiss. Noticeably weaker than before, its movement slowing to the next moment, it lunged at Yihan again, dragging its massive body across the ground, attempting to wrap around him and crush him to death. This was its final gambit. Yihan snorted derisively and swung his machete with fervor. The blade cleaved through the air, striking the python's body, which could no longer evade him. It was sluggish. This time, he severed nearly a meter of its tail. At last, the python was finished. Its head drooped, resting upon the ground, utterly defeated. Blood pooled around it, soaking into the earth and even staining the nearby stream. Altering its color, Yihan maintained his composure. Choosing to retreat rather than rush in, he withdrew a short distance and then sat down. Panting heavily, that he was utterly exhausted from his supplies, he retrieved a bottle of water, pouring it over his face to wash away the grime before gulping down half the contents, though the stream lay nearby. He dared not drink from it. After quenching his thirst, he took out a piece of roasted wolf meat to replenish his strength. The battle against the python boss had not lasted long, merely 10 minutes, but the tension had drained him mentally and physically. Any lapse in concentration could have been disastrous. The weight of the alloy bracers hindered his performance. He resolved to enhance them tomorrow to lighten their burden. Eyeing the cumbersome bracers on his arm, he shook his head. They were too heavy and impeded his swordplay. What about that woman? Yihan furrowed his brow, recalling the female survivor. Just then, he heard hurried footsteps approaching through the mist. After a moment's thought, he decided to lie flat against the ground. There you are. A soft, melodious voice resonated. Emerging from the fog was the graceful figure of the female survivor. As she approached, she removed the garment covering her face, revealing a beautiful visage. You're injured? I have medicine. I'm here to help you, she exclaimed, rushing towards Yihan with her hand reaching into her pocket. In that instant, Yihan recalled the expression of concern he had seen in her eyes when he had wounded the python. As she drew nearer, her movements quickened, her arm lifted, and her hand emerged from her pocket. Suddenly, Yihan sprang into action. He swung his machete towards her. With a flash of cold steel, he struck, and the woman emitted a piercing scream. Her right arm was severed at the shoulder, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Yihan rose to his feet, retreating as he observed the glinting three-pronged military dagger clutched in her remaining hand. As expected, she harbored ill intentions. Yihan sneered, fixing his gaze upon her. Do not kill me. Please spare me. I was wrong. I can serve you. I am skilled at pleasing men, the woman cried out in agony, rolling on the ground while clutching her wound. If I am not mistaken, you used your ability to control that python. Yihan inquired coldly. I have no such ability, she retorted, her eyes wide with shock. Yet she continued to deny it. Yihan was unsparing. He swung his blade again. Please don't kill me. Yes, you are correct. My ability is to control the mist beasts. Spare me, and we can form a team. I can be your servant, she pleaded, her body trembling violently in fear. She had not anticipated his ruthlessness and decisiveness. Yihan was taken aback. This ability was indeed formidable. The woman herself possessed little combat prowess, yet she could command such a powerful mist beast. At this stage, the python was nearly invincible. Had it not been for Yihan's twice-enhanced machete, he would have perished today, if only he could seize her ability. With such thoughts racing through his mind, he swung his blade again, aiming for her neck. She could not be allowed to live. As he took a life, Yihan felt his stomach churn. The sensation of killing a human was vastly different from that of slaying a beast. It was revolting. Thankfully, a notification broke his focus. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan. You have killed another survivor and obtained the compound bow blueprint, water purifier blueprint, and slate gray python egg. 2 blueprints and 1 snake egg. Yihan's spirit soared. The compound bow was an invaluable asset, a ranged weapon. The water purifier was essential, allowing him to purify the water sources in the misty wilderness. And the final item was none other than a snake egg. Moreover, upon slaying the woman, Yihan received another notification. He had defeated a 3-star mist beast, the slate gray python king. He also acquired a golden treasure chest. The bounty was immense. He quickly set about processing his spoils. The woman's shelter should be nearby, surely containing more valuables. Yihan began to busy himself. Adhering to the principle of waste not, he stripped the woman of her garments, intending to wash them for sale or use as bedding. The triangular military dagger was also carefully stored away, a commendable weapon that could be refined to enhance its power. Then, Yihan commenced digging a grave, planning to bury the woman that moment. He noticed that the corpse began to undergo a transformation. On the delicate, snow-white skin, gray lines started to appear. Though her body had been separated from her head, the latter began to open its mouth, as if attempting to bite. Her eyes had turned gray. It resembled the zombies from the television series he had watched. It was imperative to pierce the skull to neutralize the threat. Yihan plunged his knife down. silencing the woman's head for good, that he then buried her, washed the cleaver in the stream, and approached the carcass of the giant python king. Just imagine the wealth this enormous creature could yield. Yihan inhaled deeply and began to carve up his prize, immediately listing the meat for sale in the trading post that he decided to keep 100 or 200 pounds for himself, selling off the rest. Otherwise, the sheer labor of transport would exhaust him. Soon, Yihan extracted a snake gall the size of a human head, reserving it for crafting antidotes. Simultaneously, he opened the golden treasure chest he had just acquired. And to his astonishment, it revealed a remarkable surprise, a precious card. Chapter 14. A handgun worth 1 million mist coins. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan, for opening the golden treasure chest and obtaining a resource column expansion card. The appearance of this card filled Yihan with immense delight. The resource column was incredibly convenient, akin to the storage rings and bags found in fantasy novels, space-grade artifacts. However, its capacity was too limited. Only 10 kg, hardly sufficient to hold much. Yihan paused from his task of butchering the snake to examine the card. Resource column expansion card. Using this card will expand the resource column's capacity to 100 kilograms. Splendid! Yihan clapped his hands in joy and promptly utilized the card. The capacity of the resource column surged to 100 kg. Now he could carry far more supplies. Energized, Yihan hastened his work. At that moment, another antidote pill lost its efficacy. 3 hours had elapsed. Yihan took the fourth antidote pill and sipped some water. Half of the colossal python's carcass still required processing. It was enormous. Conservatively estimated to be 10 meters long, Yihan continued to toil diligently, slicing more python meat, which piled up before him, forming a small mound. However, during this process, the python meat was gradually diminishing, for there were buyers. Yihan had listed it at 1 kilogram increments, with each kilogram priced at 200 mist coins. This price was certainly steep, yet there were still eager purchasers. Remarkable. Just half a day into this endeavor, the gap between the affluent and the impoverished was widening. Those who were dry were perishing from thirst, while those inundated were drowning. Yihan couldn't help but muse that he had amassed over 3,000 mist coins of his sudden fortune. His actions also stirred quite a commotion in the World Channel. Who on earth was frantically selling meat from a 3-star Mist Beast? I opened the trading post and saw a long list of 3-star Mist Beast meat, each kg priced at 200 mist coins. As of now, I had yet to gather 30 mist coins to awaken my talent. This had to be some sort of cheat. Cheats would get you banned. Could this be a bug? Using a bug to farm beast meat and mist coins? Numerous survivors were astonished and perplexed. As Yihan continued slicing the snake meat, he glanced at the World Channel and chuckled. This nationwide mist survival mode indeed bore many resemblances to a game. Yet it was far more than mere entertainment. In a game, dying meant resurrection. In the mist continent, death was final. Exhausted, with 20 minutes remaining on the fourth antidote pill's effectiveness, Yihan finally finished processing the enormous python carcass that he shook his aching arms, feeling somewhat dizzy. The persistent stench made him queasy. He drank some water and washed his face, feeling slightly revived that a substantial amount of python meat remained. He was not in a condition to transport it all at once, that he decided to fill his resource column and leave the rest temporarily. Yihan aimed to find a place to rest. His goal was clear, the woman's shelter. Having dispatched her, he was certain her refuge lay close by. Grasping the cleaver, Yihan stepped forward, crossing the desolate village's perimeter, and soon discovered the woman's shelter. A 2-star shelter. Oh, Yihan raised an eyebrow. This woman had indeed fared well, upgrading her refuge. She must have employed her talent to scour the village, reaping considerable rewards. Yihan approached, opened the door, and entered the shelter. The configurations of 2-star shelters were uniform. A wooden and stone structure with a wooden bed inside. Yihan closed the door behind him and plopped down onto the bed, exhaling a sigh of relief. At that moment, the effects of the fourth antidote pill expired. The relocation effort had taken 4 hours. While he had yet to find an ideal spot, his gains were substantial. Sitting on the wooden bed, Yihan scanned the interior of the room. The woman had left behind some supplies that he conducted a brief inventory. 9 liters of water, 2 kg of toast, 3 kg of compressed biscuits, 5 buckets of instant noodles, and a tube of lipstick. Additionally, there were some ordinary 1-star materials carelessly piled in a corner. Ha! Yihan couldn't suppress a laugh. Lipstick. Where on earth had she procured that? He longed to boil water for his noodles but had no pot. Yihan gazed longingly at the noodles, feeling ravenous. However, in his effort to conserve space in the resource column, he had not brought a pot, but if only he had a self-heating hot pot. Yihan mused. Lamenting the absence of such a luxury, that he settled for some toast, which was far superior to the black bread provided as a novice reward. He and T touched the black bread to this day. After satisfying his hunger, Yi Han reclined, feeling the fatigue settle in. Today's exertion had been considerable. Even the strongest of men would be worn out. Though Yi Han regularly exercised, he too felt the strain. As he lay there, he began perusing the world channel, not merely to pass the time, but to glean more information. While much of the chatter proved inconsequential, some useful insights emerged. Someone had listed a handgun in the trading post for a staggering 1,000,000 Miss coins. Yi Han observed people cursing in the world channel. Clearly, this was not a genuine sale, but rather a display of ostentation, for no one could afford such a price at a handgun. Yi Han gasped. Someone had actually acquired a firearm. This realization ignited a sense of urgency within him. His only weapons were a cleaver and a triangular dagger, both cold weapons, although the cleaver had been refined twice. Achieving a remarkable sharpness, he sensed it still fell short compared to firearms. Such precious resources could be lethal at this stage, at least something he might find within a golden treasure chest. Yi Han yearned for more golden treasure chests, even higher-grade ones. After nearly an hour of observation, he had garnered considerable knowledge. The most formidable weapon known thus far was a handgun, followed by insights regarding talents. The woman's ability to control a 3-star mist beast intrigued him, yet he suspected there were time constraints or other limitations. Others could preemptively sense danger, while some could pierce the mist, though limited in range. These talents were formidable. There were also peculiar talents. Someone claimed theirs allowed them to boil water with their mind. How he wished for that talent now, as he longed for instant noodles. Yet there were some talents he simply could not fathom. Such as one individual's talent to hold their urine for 3 days. Yi Han continued to sift through the information on the world channel, pondering deeply. Gradually, drowsiness overcame him, and he succumbed to sleep. Yi Han awoke, shivering. He found it was dark outside, and the room was cold. The wind howled outside, accompanied by the eerie calls of mist beasts, and the ground trembled slightly. Chapter 15. The Colorful Python Eggs. Yi Han sprang from the bed, disregarding his aches, and hurried to open the door for a better view. Outside was pitch black, visibility extremely low. In the mist continent, the atmosphere was perpetually shrouded in fog. By day, one could see only about 2 meters ahead. Now that night had fallen, Yi Han estimated visibility to be reduced to half a meter, and it was freezing. The temperature must be near zero. Yi Han quickly shut the door, though it proved futile, as the shelter remained chilly. That he had not anticipated sleeping until nightfall, that it was time to make a fire and cook some meat. Yi Han thought for a moment and set about starting a fire. The night is undoubtedly fraught with peril, necessitating heightened caution, that he is currently famished and must hastily satiate his hunger. In the center of the room, he kindles a fire, roasting python meat while monitoring the global channel for any signs of activity. As darkness descends, a chilling fear envelopes him. How can it be so cold? I am on the verge of freezing. Though he possesses ample firewood, he lacks a source of ignition to warm himself. Help! A monstrous bird has appeared outside my thatched hut, assaulting it. I possess a fortune exceeding 10 million. Who can assist me in returning? I shall bestow all this wealth upon them. A misty avian aberration has emerged. Yi Han furrows his brow. This poses an even greater threat. These avian mist creatures descend from the skies and are likely formidable foes. Many will perish tonight, he contemplates, warmed by the flames, with temperatures nearing freezing. How can survival be feasible? As midnight approaches, it is bound to grow even colder. Those with frail constitutions are certain to fall ill. In the Misty continent, falling ill is tantamount to death. The python meat, however, is quite palatable. Seasoned with a sprinkle of pepper and salt, it carries a surprisingly sweet flavor. Yi Han relishes it, savoring the roasted python meat tucked between slices of toast, each bite oozing with flavor. The flames and feast dispel the cold, enveloping Yi Han in a sense of comfort. Yet, he remains vigilant. After a hearty meal, he sits beside the fire, adding fuel, while keeping a watchful eye on the outside world, perusing the global channel for any trading opportunities. However, at this juncture, there are no bargains to be found. Those who would sell precious resources at a loss are either deceased or have run out of supplies. Occasionally, someone may mistakenly misprice an item, but with such a vast population, it is exceedingly difficult to seize such chances. That 2-star wood, ironwood. I must acquire it swiftly. It is one of the materials necessary for crafting a composite bow. Yi Han spots a 2-star wood known as ironwood and hastily makes the purchase. That he had slain a woman, yielding 2 blueprints, one for a composite bow and another for a water purifier. Now, he must procure the raw materials listed in the blueprints. Ironwood is among them, and upon finding it, Yihan promptly buys 1 kilogram for 50 Misty coins. However, this is merely one of the materials. He has yet to acquire the others that a new day dawns, and the time for enlightenment has arrived. Yihan has been attentive to the passage of time that I in the upper left corner of the survival panel. The time is displayed, mirroring that of Yihan's original world, a 24-hour day. Just past midnight, Yihan notices that his enlightenment opportunities have replenished to 2. However, the Mist Shop has yet to refresh. The Mist Shop resets every 24 hours. Not by day, he continues to enlighten his machete, transforming it into an indomitable blade. Note: indomitable is merely an adjective, signifying a 4-star machete. The Yihan inspects the machete, but concludes that it suffices for now. There is no immediate need for enhancement. His inability to slay the giant python with a single strike is not due to the machete's dullness, but rather the serpent's formidable girth. Next, he considers the triangular military stabber, which could evolve into a 3-star version through enlightenment. For the time being, that too is unnecessary. The bearskin backpack can also undergo transformation, becoming a wheeled bearskin backpack when burdens become too great. It can even convert into a suitcase. Yihan's eyes gleam with intrigue, yet he shakes his head. Such an item is suited for flat terrain, yet he finds himself in the wilderness, where the ground is uneven and treacherous. But there is also a serpent egg. Yihan recalls the green-gray giant python egg obtained from the slain woman. Indeed, this egg can also be enlightened. Upon transformation, it becomes a multicolored python egg. Multicolored python egg, upon hatching, it will yield a multicolored python, a 5-star Mist creature. Note: the multicolored python possesses great intelligence. The first person it sees upon birth becomes its master. Yihan is instantly filled with exhilaration, letting out a strange cry. Without hesitation, he uses one enlightenment opportunity on the serpent egg. A flash of light envelopes him, and he now possesses a multicolored python egg. He continues to explore, discovering that he can further enhance the multicolored python egg into a 7-colored python egg. What is there to wait for? Yihan decides to gamble everything, using both of today's enlightenment opportunities on the egg. Gazing at the egg before him, his eyes brim with anticipation. The 7-colored python egg. Once hatched, it shall become a 7-star Mist creature. That woman could command a 3-star Mist creature. What does that matter? A 7-star Mist creature is undeniably overwhelming. It is well known that 3-star Mist creatures are already quite formidable, and currently few can contend with them. What, then, does it mean to possess a 7-star creature? Yihan believes that even if someone were to shoot at a 7-star Mist creature with a gun, it would not perish. Perhaps only artillery could suffice. Tomorrow, he can continue to enlighten this serpent egg. What ultimate level could this egg attain? Yihan is filled with boundless expectation, wishing fervently for the dawn to arrive so he may continue enlightening the egg. In his fervor, he endures until after 4 in the morning, finally lying down to sleep. After a brief rest to gather his strength, the light of day gradually begins to illuminate the world. The temperature in the atmosphere has also begun to rise as Yihan opens the door, discovering that visibility outside has returned to approximately 2 meters. That he organizes his equipment, clears space in his inventory, and steps out of the refuge. Now, he must check on the location where he had a mass python meat. Given the frigid temperatures at night, it is unlikely that the meat is spoiled. There should still be around 100 kilograms remaining. Traversing the dilapidated village, Yihan is met with a scene of devastation. Much of the python meat he had accumulated has been consumed. He surveys the surrounding mist, finding no immediate signs of danger. Upon closer inspection, he deduces that it must have been the work of birds. He observes bird-like footprints in the mud and dark gray feathers scattered about. Some of the python meat bears pecking marks, confirming that birds have indeed feasted on a significant portion of his supply. Yihan looks up at the sky, faintly hearing a harsh bird call. The feathers are large, and the creature must be sizable as well. He must retrieve the meat and depart swiftly. Yihan wishes to avoid confrontation with the avian mist creatures, but he gathers the remaining python meat into his inventory and hastily returns to the woman's refuge. Upon arrival, he offloads the python meat and begins processing it, discarding the portions that have been pecked at, while storing the remainder within the refuge. That he also continues to list the excess meat for sale in the trading column. It is far too much for him to consume alone, and the consequence of delay would be spoilage, necessitating urgent sales. Next, he resumes his plans for relocation, pressing onward. Yihan wastes no time, exiting the refuge and continuing along the creek's path. After consuming 2 antidote pills, he soon spots a lake. Chapter 16. Relocation. A serene spot beside the water. Following the creek, Yihan finally lays eyes upon a lake. However, the extent of the lake remains obscured due to the mist enveloping the surroundings. He begins to circle the lake, observing its dimensions. The size of the lake is vastly variable in Yihan's former world. The largest lakes span hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, while the smallest measure mere 15 square meters. Smaller than his current refuge, that a lake can yield a plethora of resources, including fish, various plants, and abundant wildlife. That as he progresses, Yihan contemplates the possibilities. However, with such resources come inherent dangers. Various mist creatures are sure to arrive at the lake for a drink. He recalls from nature documentaries that many wild animals meet their demise while drinking. Should he relocate here? Yihan's mind is in turmoil. That moment, he spots a large crocodile lounging on the muddy shore. It appears to be at least a 2-star creature. Yihan tenses, gripping his machete tightly. Yet the crocodile seems oblivious to his presence. Remaining motionless, he decides to ignore it for now. Yihan hastens away. Continuing his exploration. His primary goal is to assess whether this location is suitable for relocation. Wishing to avoid conflict, he walks along the lake's edge, taking a wide circle, and consumes 2 more antidote pills. Thus far in this relocation endeavor, he has used a total of 8 antidote pills. He began with 11, leaving him with only 3 remaining. Someone on the global channel mentioned that prolonged exposure to the mist could cause visible grayish veins to appear on one's skin. Currently, the number of individuals capable of curing the affliction is likely minimal. The vast majority must endure it. Why Yihan shakes his head and halts his progress, but he has now made a preliminary assessment of the lake scale. The lake has an overall rectangular outline, measuring approximately 300 meters in length and 200 meters in width, totaling around 60,000 square meters. It can only be classified as a small lake, for the time being. The only danger he has identified is the crocodile. He decides to continue exploring the area. Speeding up his pace, he selects a direction and presses on. Fortune smiles upon him. After merely 10 minutes of walking, he discovers a mountain. Yihan attempts to ascend, but finds that he cannot see the summit or the end of the mountain in the short term. There are some places resembling rabbit holes, the contents of which remain a mystery. Numerous plants thrive here, most rated 1 star, with a few 2-star varieties. It seems to be a locale worth exploring thoroughly. Yihan pondered deeply. Relocating was no trivial matter and required careful consideration. However, having journeyed so far, he had only discovered this one suitable spot. Overall, it presented certain dangers but also opportunities. That he resolved to find a place nearby to move to. It should not be too close to the lake nor too near the mountain. He decided on a location between the women's refuge and the lake, slightly closer to the lake. Yihan made his decision and began walking briskly back. As he passed by the lake, he heard the sound of splashing water, as if fish were leaping from the surface. Simultaneously, he detected the flapping of wings. Birds? Were they fishing? A sense of curiosity sparked within him. Yet he could only speculate as visibility was too poor to confirm anything. Yihan chose to disregard these distractions and focus on relocating his home. Ultimately, he arrived at a spot 15 minutes away from the lake and came to a halt. The journey to the lake would take 15 minutes, making a round trip half an hour, meaning he would need half a detox pill. Poor worker. This is not even work. Yihan chuckled at his own self-deprecation. Using half a detox pill for each round trip was a bit disheartening. Still, he dared not move closer. If he were to relocate his refuge next to the lake, he feared he wouldn't sleep soundly. What if crocodiles crawled up at midnight to crash his door? What if various mist creatures came to visit for a drink? Thus, he resolved to use a fixed-point relocation card. Upon making that choice, something miraculous occurred. The card vanished, and in a flash of white light, a refuge materialized before him. He found himself standing inside it. His bed and supplies had also been transported, including his iron pot. This site could be deemed a picturesque blend of mountain and water. Yihan beamed. He plopped down, releasing a sigh of relief. The matter of relocating was finally settled. Next, he began boiling water and retrieved 2 buckets of instant noodles from his supplies. Soon, the aroma of the noodles filled the refuge. Yihan never anticipated that a simple bowl of instant noodles could bring him such joy. Experts claimed instant noodles lack nutrition. If that were the case, one must find a way to compensate. He took a bite of the noodles, sipped the broth, and savored a hearty piece of roasted python meat. Delicious. What if he were to boil the rainbow python eggs? Those eggs are colorful. What might they taste like? A dangerous thought flickered in Yihan's mind. Yet it remained just that, a thought. Even if someone were to force him at knife point to eat a rainbow python egg, he would refuse. He aimed to cultivate it until it transformed into a dragon egg. At that time, while other survivors struggled, Yihan would soar as a dragon knight. Invincible, after a hearty meal, Yihan began concocting detox pills. Given his current financial resources, he could purchase the raw materials for the pills with his eyes closed. Nevertheless, he refrained from extravagance, opting instead to browse for bargains. While preparing the detox pills, Yihan perused the World Channel. Who on earth is selling fragrant sand at such a low price? Why not just perish? He exclaimed, "Isn't the environment terrible? 2-star stone materials, come on, sell them at a reasonable price. Stop this price war." Alas, I didn't gather 30 coins yesterday. Does that mean I can never awaken my talent? He lamented, "I want to smoke. Who can sell me just one cigarette? Why was it still so hard to find other survivors? I want to kill someone in a world filled with diverse individuals." Yihan suddenly recalled the death row inmates in prisons. Those with inherently dark hearts would surely be lawless. Even the seemingly harmless woman he encountered had murderous intent. If it were anyone else meeting her, they would likely meet a grim fate. How terrifying! This time, Yihan successfully concocted 20 detox pills, bringing him a sense of security. With these pills, he could explore and develop without worry. Although he had yet to find anyone selling detox pills, he could not dismiss the possibility that others had acquired some. Today marked the second day in the Misty survival scenario, with 5 days remaining until the anticipated mist storm arrived that I should level up the refuge. It would be safer that way. Oh, right. The mist shop is refreshed. Let's see what new items are available. Yihan felt a surge of anticipation as he opened the mist shop. Chapter 17. A marvelous artifact. The spotlight. 3 new items appeared in the mist shop. A pack of tissues, a box of chocolate, and a spotlight. Tissues were a fantastic find. Yihan felt deeply grateful. Having been in the Misty realm for over a day, he had encountered awkward moments lacking toilet paper. Now, with these tissues, he could manage for a while. The chocolate was nothing special, merely ordinary chocolate without any stated special functions. It would serve as a snack. After all, aside from being delicious, its primary function was to quickly replenish sugar and energy. But let us not forget, Yihan's consumption of beast meat was far more effective. Thus, chocolate remained merely a treat. The most significant item, of course, was the spotlight. Priced at 100 mist coins, Yihan did not hesitate to purchase it after reading the description. Spotlight, a product of advanced civilization technology that aids survivors in seeing through 10 meters of mist. Note, this lamp does not require charging, has an extremely long lifespan, and is virtually indestructible. What a splendid item! Yihan grinned broadly. The visibility in the mist was exceedingly low, severely hindering his exploration and development. Now, with this magical lamp, he could see clearly for 10 meters. Calling it a divine artifact was not an exaggeration, though why Yihan toyed with the spotlight, unable to put it down. It resembled a compact flashlight. Slightly shorter and more delicate, exuding a robust metallic feel of high technology. Its construction was seamless, without any signs of assembly, appearing naturally perfect. Even the switch was not the typical push or press type, but rather a rotating mechanism with an internal clasp design. Eager to test it, he stepped out of the refuge and illuminated the mist ahead with the spotlight. Indeed, he could see clearly up to 10 meters. Next, he would visit the woman's refuge to retrieve her belongings. Yihan organized his gear, consumed a detox pill, and headed toward the woman's refuge. Upon arrival, he swiftly gathered all the items from her refuge into his supply compartment, then turned without a second thought and departed. This refuge couldn't be reclaimed in any way. It seemed rather unreasonable. Surely, he couldn't dismantle it himself? Yihan speculated that some kind of card-like item might be required. On his return journey, he used up another detox pill. Once back in his own refuge, he lay down for a brief rest. Setting aside other concerns, since arriving in the Misty realm, his sleep schedule had been utterly disrupted. Yesterday, he had napped in the afternoon, awoken at night, and stayed up until 4 in the morning before catching another short sleep. Why now? Yihan was feeling fatigued, but he needed to rectify his sleep schedule. After approximately half an hour of napping, he awakened, feeling refreshed and free from the discomfort of his previous erratic schedule. Yihan surmised that his consumption of copious amounts of beast meat had contributed to this benefit. The mist harbored terrifying toxins, yet fostered unique plants, mineral resources, and a variety of mist creatures. Their meat undoubtedly provided various benefits to the human body. After taking a detox pill, Yihan stepped out of the refuge and made his way to the lake. Throughout the journey, he utilized the spotlight to see further ahead. Upon reaching the lakeshore, he slowed his pace, remaining vigilant, but he had just seen a crocodile. which was at least a 2-star beast. There was also the possibility of even more formidable creatures lurking in the lake. The lake was home to lotus flowers. Now, with the spotlight, he could finally see clearly why Ihan gazed at a cluster of lotus flowers in the center of the lake. Were there lotus flowers? There are surely lotus roots, and Ihan felt a twinge of desire. The lotus roots produced in the Misty realm must be extraordinary. However, he would never wade into the water. He certainly did not wish to provide a meal for the crocodile. Ihan scolded himself internally that he continued to observe the surroundings with the spotlight. Numerous plants grew along the lakeshore, but most were only 1-star materials, lacking in value. For someone of Yihan's T0 level, it was far more efficient to purchase rather than waste time gathering. His targets were the powerful beasts, rarer materials, and treasure chests. Surely, treasures were hidden at the bottom of the lake. The more perilous the place, the higher the quality of the treasure. Yihan mused while gazing at the lake's surface. Suddenly, he heard the quacking of ducks. Quack, 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 ducks. Yihan's eyes lit up. Ducks likely posed little threat. Duck meat was edible, and they laid eggs. What a bountiful find. He felt a sense of wilderness survival as he chuckled to himself, striding toward the source of the sounds. Soon, he found himself under the spotlight, witnessing a shocking scene. Amidst the reeds by the lake, a crocodile was pursuing a duck. The crocodile moved with astonishing speed, and Yihan hurriedly adjusted the spotlight to keep up. Was this the same crocodile he had seen earlier? He glanced at it but quickly abandoned the thought. He couldn't recognize it at all. Its size seemed similar, but that was inconsequential. What mattered was that the duck quacked and flew away, leaving the crocodile fixated on Yihan. At least a 2-star creature. Killing it should yield a silver treasure chest. Yihan looked at the crocodile and let out a cold laugh that it was courting death, while an ordinary survivor would hastily flee upon encountering a crocodile. For Yihan, this crocodile was a treasure chest delivered right to his doorstep. At that moment, the crocodile swiftly approached, ready to attack Yihan. Unfazed, he swung his knife and struck. Under the spotlight, the blade glimmered fiercely. With a single blow, the crocodile's head was cleaved in two. Congratulations to survivor Yihan for slaying the 2-star Mist alligator and obtaining a silver treasure chest. Excellent. It indeed was a 2-star creature. Yielding a silver treasure chest, the Yihan now understood that 1-star Mist beast dropped nothing. 2-star creatures yielded silver treasure chests, and 3-star beasts dropped golden treasure chests. Currently, he found it effortless to take down 1-star and 2-star creatures. 3-star beasts posed a challenge, often requiring additional resources such as gasoline or poison sacs for a swift victory. Otherwise, it would be as difficult and dangerous as slaying a giant python. His left arm still throbbed. The alloy bracer had only protected his forearm, while his upper arm had been struck by debris, leaving it swollen but thankfully unbroken. Otherwise, it would have been a serious issue. Come on, silver treasure chest. Yihan momentarily ignored the crocodile's corpse and opted to open the silver treasure chest. He was eager to see what it would yield. Then, a flash of silver light appeared before him. Chapter 18. Critical hit triggered. Congratulations to survivor Yihan for opening the silver treasure chest and obtaining Iron Furnace Blueprint. Iron Furnace Blueprint. This blueprint can be used to create an iron furnace. Yihan reviewed the blueprint, nodding repeatedly. What a splendid item. It resembled a heating device commonly used in northern rural areas during winter, a sturdy iron furnace where one could burn wood or coal for warmth. Moreover, it featured a metal pipe that could connect to the outside. The raw materials required to create this iron furnace were quite simple, needing only 50 kilograms of pig iron. Although Yihan lacked pig iron, he could certainly purchase it. He promptly opened the trading panel and began refreshing the listings. Pig iron was classified as a 2-star material, and he recalled seeing someone selling it earlier. However, it was peculiar that whenever he sought to buy it, none appeared, yet it seemed to surface whenever he had no interest in purchasing. After 10 minutes of refreshing, he still had not spotted any pig iron, which left him exasperated. This wretched trading panel lacked a search function. Yihan cursed under his breath and continued refreshing. After a few more minutes, he finally found some pig iron. The price was 50 Mist coins per kg. In other words, to gather 50 kilograms of pig iron, he would need 2,500 Mist coins. That was a considerable sum. At this stage, very few could afford such an amount. Even though Yihan was relatively affluent now, he couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. To craft an iron furnace would cost nearly half of his wealth. This seller was asking too much. He refused to be Yihan shook his head and continued refreshing the trading panel. Ultimately, the cheapest pig iron he found was still 38 Misty coins per kg, and he felt nostalgic for the early days when he could snag incredible deals. Those opportunities were now scarce. Everyone had become astute. And fools were in short supply, for now, he decided to put the iron furnace on hold. He would deal with the crocodile's corpse and continue his exploration. Yihan ceased refreshing the trading panel and began processing the crocodile's remains. Time had slipped away, and he still stood by the lake. The effects of the antidote pills were continuously depleting, why Yihan quickly worked on the crocodile's body, collecting its skin and meat into his resource inventory before moving on. He had yet to taste crocodile meat, but at that moment, he longed for fish instead. The lake was teeming with fish, but he had no means to catch them. Were there any fishing rods for sale? A net would suffice as well. Why Yihan shook his head. He hadn't seen either item during his previous refresh of the resource panel. However, half an hour later, he made a new discovery: duck eggs. Hidden within the reeds by the lake was a duck's nest. Why Yihan discovered 5 duck eggs nestled inside. The thought of savoring rich, salted duck eggs in the Misty realm was tantalizing. Yihan couldn't help but salivate at the prospect. Humans are such creatures. The things they cannot have become all the more desirable. In the past, he could buy a salted duck egg for just 2 yuan. Now, in the Misty world, those once easily obtainable items felt so distant and appealing. He gathered all the duck eggs into his inventory and continued his exploration. After circling the lake, Yihan returned to his shelter. This expedition had cost him 2 antidote pills, but his rewards included a crocodile, a silver treasure chest, and 5 duck eggs. He had yet to encounter a 3-star mist beast. He yearned for a golden treasure chest. What to do with the duck eggs? Should he consume them immediately or save them for making salted duck eggs? Or should he incubate them and raise ducks? Yihan pondered this. Currently, he was in the pioneering stage. It was not yet time to farm for retirement. Incubating and raising ducks would take considerable time, which he deemed unwise. Instead, Yihan resumed selling Mist Beast meat to accumulate Mist coins. That 2-star and 3-star beast meat were certainly valuable. But as time passed, their prices would likely drop. Therefore, it was prudent to gather as much as possible while the demand was high. Simultaneously, he continued to monitor the world chat and regional chat channels for useful information. Haha, I've finally reached a 2-star shelter. I should be able to withstand the so-called mist storm now. My mist shop is finally refreshed to talent. I want to absorb your luck and awaken an invincible talent. Heavens, why is it so difficult to reach a 3-star shelter? Is there anyone interested in drinking? I've obtained a bottle of wine from a treasure chest, and it's already listed in the trading market. I've received a talent upgrade card. Oh dear, what is this? Can someone knowledgeable explain it to me? Yihan noticed others flaunting their talent upgrade cards. Indeed, he was not the only one able to obtain such treasures. Others also had their fortunes. With a vast population, there would inevitably be strong individuals and fortunate souls. However, he had not yet spotted any useful information. The 3-star shelter. Yihan began inspecting the trading panel again. Upgrading his 2-star shelter to a 3-star one would be a more arduous task. The required materials were 500 kilograms of 3-star metal materials and a shelter upgrade card. Yihan had gathered some 3-star metal materials from earlier finds, but they amounted to less than 50 kilograms, far from sufficient. Although 3-star metal materials were available for sale, they came at exorbitant prices. His mist coins were grossly inadequate. Yihan furrowed his brow, chewing on roasted crocodile meat. The meat sizzled with juice, seasoned with pepper and salt, providing a delightful flavor. 3-star metal materials could be sought after, and he could save mist coins to purchase them. However, the shelter upgrade card was a legendary item. At least, Yihan had yet to see anyone mention possessing one. That it was clearly a resource of extremely high caliber, likely only obtainable from a golden treasure chest. There was no need to rush. He had been progressing quite rapidly. That he would venture out again, perhaps seeking luck, and then await midnight for the opportunity to initiate the transformation. Yihan ate a little more and ventured out once again. This time, he headed straight for the mountains in front of the lake. That he dared not wade into the water, as movement was greatly restricted by the lakeside. Thus, he decided to explore the mountains first in hopes of discovering some mines. However, after wandering the mountains for 2 full hours, Yihan found no significant discoveries, only gathering a few 2-star plant resources, barely worth the effort. Today had been a day of moving. The rewards following the move were rather mediocre. Average at best. That he consoled himself, thinking of it as accumulating luck for the night's transformation. Finally, he reached midnight, and the opportunity for transformation refreshed. Yihan eagerly began the transformation of the rainbow python egg. With a flash of golden light, a prompt appeared before him. Congratulations to survivor Yi-Han for triggering a critical hit while using the talent transformation. Chapter 19. Super Mist Beast Cub is born. A critical hit. After upgrading the transformation talent once, it had a chance to trigger a critical hit, granting special attributes. Yi-Han's eyes widened as he gazed at the python egg. 9-colored python egg can hatch into a 9-colored python, a 9-star mist beast. Special attribute. Water attribute, with innate water control abilities. Excellent. Yi-Han was overjoyed. The 9-star mist beast? An immediate sweep? At this stage, he encountered the most formidable mist beast, yet it was merely a 3-star. The terrifying giant python posed a significant challenge for Yi-Han. It is hard to fathom just how powerful a 9-star mist beast could be. He continued to purify. What lies beyond 9 stars? Yi-Han rubbed his hands in excitement and resumed the purification of the 9-colored python egg before him. Once again, a radiant light appeared, and he saw a notification. Congratulations, survivor Yi-Han. You have triggered a critical hit while using the talent purification. Another critical hit. Yi-Han couldn't contain his excitement and punched the air, triumphantly point 2 consecutive critical hits. His earlier endeavors had been rather lackluster, yet he had truly accumulated some luck today. Water and Fire Dragon Egg can hatch into a mist beast, the Water and Fire Dragon, a super mist beast. Special attributes. Water attribute, innate control over water. Fire attribute, innate control over fire. The first critical hit enhanced the water attribute, while the second boosted the fire attribute. The python had transformed into a dragon, the Water and Fire Dragon Egg. Yi-Han gazed at the egg with reverence, that he was already among the elite of the current tier. And with the addition of a Water and Fire Dragon, he felt invincible. Continuing to purify could lead to further evolution. Could this Water and Fire Dragon hope to transform into a divine dragon? Yi-Han's heart raced, his face flushed with excitement. However, at that moment, he heard a cracking sound. It jolted him, and his pupils constricted as he looked at the Water and Fire Dragon. His astonishment. A fine crack as delicate as a hair appeared on the shell, radiating an extraordinary glow of water and fire. No, please stop. Yi-Han shouted in desperation. Was the Water and Fire Dragon Egg about to hatch? Once it did, further purification might be impossible. Stop. You can hatch tomorrow. Let me purify you a couple more times to make you even stronger. He yelled at the Water and Fire Dragon Egg. Unfortunately, the cracks multiplied, completely ignoring his pleas. Crack, crack. Soon, the entire shell was covered in fissures. Yi-Han could see something inside struggling, eager to break free. In the next moment, a small head burst through the shell, emerging triumphantly. Following the head were 2 tiny claws, then its body, and finally, a super mist beast. The Water and Fire Dragon stood before Yi-Han. Wow! Yi-Han couldn't suppress his astonishment. The Water and Fire Dragon was about the length of his arm, resembling a python but possessing 4 claws, its body adorned with exquisite scales. Beneath the scales, blue and red crystalline glimmers danced, an exquisite display of the elemental powers of water and fire. More importantly, atop the dragon's head was a single horn, exuding an air of sharpness. Yi-Han speculated that even his blade could not match its keen edge. Meow, the Water and Fire Dragon emitted a cute, childish sound. Yi-Han met its gaze. Its eyes were dark, clear, and filled with an indescribable intelligence that I have never encountered such a sentient creature. Its gaze is purer than that of a newborn. Yi-Han marveled. He extended his hand, cautiously stroking the dragon's head. To his surprise, it felt incredibly soft. The dragon rubbed its head against Yi-Han's hand and playfully licked his palm with its tiny, pink tongue. This little one is unexpectedly adorable. Indeed, it possesses immense sentience, already considering me family. From now on, I shall call you Linger. Yi-Han named the Water and Fire Dragon. It seemed to understand, delighting in the name, and wrapped itself affectionately around Yi-Han's arm. Meow. It emitted a sweet sound, and its stomach growled. It must be hungry. You just hatched. What should I feed you? Yi-Han felt a bit at a loss. How does one nourish a Water and Fire Dragon? However, he soon found relief as he noticed Ling-Er transform into a streak of lightning, darting towards the corner of the room where wolf meat was stored. That was the flesh of a 3-star beast, the bloodthirsty giant wolf. Gulp. Yi-Han watched as Ling-Er opened its mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth that sprouted from within, biting into the wolf meat. In an instant, a large chunk of wolf meat was devoured. You just hatched and are already eating meat. Yi-Han was astonished. With the light from the fire, he vaguely sensed that Ling-Er's body seemed to grow slightly larger. What remarkable digestive ability! Before Yihan could react, Ling had consumed all the wolf meat he had saved. It then began devouring the python meat. My heavens, that was the flesh of a 3-star beast. It could fetch a handsome price. Yihan gasped, his scalp tingling. In the blink of an eye, Ling had consumed thousands of mist coins. I can't afford this. He had already been troubled by a lack of mist coins. And this only deepened his worries. Undoubtedly, this powerful super mist beast, the water and fire dragon, was a veritable money-eater. Truly a 4-legged gold guzzler. Yihan never expected to experience the sensation of raising a child, which he had missed in his former world, here in the Mist Continent. Fortunately, after consuming a little over half of the python meat, Ling returned to his side, coiling around his arm and closing its eyes. Full and sleepy, it was time to digest. Yihan carefully examined Ling feeling the immense energy contained within its small body. It was well. The Mist Continent was too lonely. Having this little companion should be delightful. He gently stroked Ling's head, a smile spreading across his face. In this perilous Mist Continent, where treachery lurked, even a seemingly harmless, beautiful woman could harbor murderous intent. Who could dare to trust others? Yet now, Yihan had an utterly trustworthy partner. He had a premonition that this water and fire dragon would accompany him on his survival journey through the mist and provide tremendous assistance. This intuition transformed into reality the following day. The next morning, Yihan rose and exited the shelter. Ling had already darted towards the nearby lake, swiftly stirring up massive waves. The lake was not large and likely not too deep. Yet Yihan was certainly too afraid to enter. Since moving here yesterday, he had been preoccupied with this matter. The lake contained fish and lotus roots, and he suspected treasures might lie hidden at the bottom, igniting his curiosity. However, he never anticipated that this dilemma would be resolved so quickly. Though he dared not enter the water, Ling did. Yihan shone his flashlight, hastily approaching the lake's edge, his eyes wide with anticipation. Oh no, I can't see a thing. The flashlight's visibility extended only 10 meters, but Ling should have reached the center of the lake by now. Splash. Yihan could only hear the continuous sound of splashing water. Droplets hitting his face. He wiped his hand across his face, realizing the droplets carried a hint of blood. Yihan called out anxiously. Though Ling was a super mist beast, it was still a newborn cub. Clearly, it had engaged in battle with the mist beasts in the lake. Could it be a match for them? Yihan felt uneasy, yet there was nothing he could do to help. However, his worries quickly vanished as Ling returned. The lake rippled, and Yihan saw Ling swiftly swimming towards the shore, clutching the neck of a large crocodile in its mouth. Hiss! Yihan gasped in astonishment. This crocodile was more than twice the size of the one he had slain yesterday, at least a 3-star mist beast. I was overly concerned. A super mist beast equipped with the ability to control fire and water could effortlessly take down a 3-star mist beast, even as a cub. Yihan was elated. Moreover, he sensed that Ling had barely exerted any effort and had done so with ease. What terrifying combat prowess, meow. Ling dragged the massive crocodile's body to the shore, opened its mouth, and let out soft cries as if seeking praise. Yihan beamed with pride, stroking Ling's head. Well done, Ling, you did great. As Yihan praised Ling, he noticed a notification popping up on his survival panel. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan. Your super mist beast Ling has slain the 3-star mist beast mist short snout crocodile. You have received a golden treasure chest. Wonderful, wonderful. Yihan's smile was wider than ever. With Ling by his side, he could sweep through and rapidly acquire golden treasure chests. Golden treasure chests are truly valuable. Yihan would never complain about receiving more. Open the golden treasure chest. Yihan immediately selected to open it. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan. You have opened a golden treasure chest and obtained a random relocation card and a 2-star detoxification pill recipe blueprint. 2 items emerged from the chest. Yihan nodded, feeling generally satisfied. The random relocation card, despite its inherent uncertainty, could still facilitate relocation in critical moments. It might serve unexpected purposes. As for the 2-star detoxification pill recipe, it was also commendable. Now, to handle this crocodile, oh my. Yihan's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the massive 3-star crocodile diminish to half its size in an instant, devoured by Ling. With gusto, Ling feasted on the crocodile's flesh. Starting from the head, even consuming the skin, now reaching the waist. The phrase good teeth, good appetite, everything tastes delicious suddenly came to his mind. Ling's teeth, sharp and resilient, surely rivaled his own cleaver. Truly, it was a formidable creature of the mist. Ling tilted its head, gazing curiously at Yihan, sensing his concern. With a gentle paw, it nudged the remaining half of the crocodile, as if offering it to Yi Han, that it's all right. You've had your fill. Yi Han chuckled, elated. Ling Er resumed its feast. Dawai Yi Han smiled benevolently, watching Ling Er indulge voraciously. Like a whirlwind, the once mighty three-star crocodile was entirely consumed. Ling Er, you've had your meal, but I still haven't eaten. Please fetch me some lotus roots and catch a few fish. Yi Han instructed that he noticed that after finishing the crocodile, Ling Er had grown slightly larger, its body radiating a more vibrant and extraordinary sheen. Ling Er tilted its head, puzzled, as it was unfamiliar with lotus roots and fish. Lotus roots, Ling Er, are the edible parts of the flower that grow buried in mud. Fish, on the other hand, are creatures that swim in water. Yi Han explained, gesturing with his hands. Understanding dawned upon Ling Er. With a joyful sound, it turned and plunged into the lake. Moments later, Yi Han was presented with lotus roots, which Ling Er proudly offered. Its teeth could extend and retract at will, a truly marvelous ability. Although lotus roots were only one-star materials, they were undoubtedly delicious. As Yi Han washed the mud off the lotus roots by the lake, he could already envision their crisp, sweet flavor. Meanwhile, Ling Er returned to the water to catch fish. However, this time, it misunderstood and brought back a snake instead. Dawai Yi Han chuckled at the sight of the trembling snake. Curled up in fear, lift your head. You're a snake, not an ostrich, he laughed, observing the one-star water snake. Given that it was a one-star mist beast that wouldn't yield treasures upon defeat, he had no interest in eating it. Ling Er, just eat it. This is a snake, not a fish. Fish look like this. Why Yi Han continued to gesture. Ling Er comprehended and swallowed the water snake in one gulp before diving again. This time, it successfully returned with a large, lively crucian carp, plump and full of vitality. Yes, that's it, this is fish. Yi Han praised it. Go check if there are any treasure chests beneath the lake, he added, continuing to gesture. He recalled that even in the dilapidated village, there had been a wild bronze treasure chest. From what he gathered from the items dropped by the woman he defeated, she had likely opened several chests. Yi Han was convinced the lake bottom held treasures. Typically, three-star mist beasts guarded something valuable, whether it be rare materials or treasure chests. Ling Er complied, and dove once more dead on the shore. Yi Han began to scale and gut the fish with a trident dagger. Already imagining a pot of crucian carp and lotus root soup, that he casually purchased some wood from the trading bar and lit a fire by the lake to begin cooking. The ingredients in the Mist Continent were of a higher caliber. For instance, the meat and fish required no special preparation to eliminate the fishy odor, emanating a naturally sweet aroma when cooked. Yi Han was thoroughly pleased. Before long, the soup in the iron pot was boiling, turning a milky white and bubbling vigorously that a delightful fragrance wafted into Yi Han's nostrils, igniting his appetite. That moment, Ling Er resurfaced, its head emerging from the water, a radiant golden treasure chest entwined in its tail. Chapter 21. Powerful Guardian, Bronze Thorn, Golden Treasure Chest. Upon seeing the chest, Yi Han couldn't help but grin. His suspicions had proven correct. A treasure chest lay hidden beneath the lake. Well done, Ling Er. Ha ha, Yi Han exclaimed. Lifting Ling Er into his arms, he noticed that not a drop of water clung to Ling Er, thanks to its water-controlling ability. Ling Er nuzzled against Yi Han, transmitting its joy at being able to assist him. Open the golden treasure chest, Yi Han commanded, and in a flash of golden light, the chest opened. Congratulations, Survivor Yi Han, for opening the golden treasure chest and receiving bronze thorn seeds. Bronze thorn seeds can be planted to grow bronze thorns, used to guard your shelter. Note: blood and flesh make the best fertilizer for bronze thorns. What a magnificent item for safeguarding the shelter. How splendid. After the meal, he would plant it. The soup was ready, fragrant, and delicious. Although the ingredients were all one-star materials, seasoned only with a pinch of salt and pepper, it was still incredibly tasty. Upon tasting the soup, Yi Han nearly lost his tongue. It was exquisitely sweet, with tender fish and crisp lotus roots, leaving a lingering aftertaste that if only the ingredients from the Mist Continent could be sold in the original world, it would surely cause a stir. Yi Han mused. Ling Er, would you like some? He asked, chewing on the fish. Tilting its head, Ling Er gazed at the soup. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and inhaled, drawing the soup into its mouth like a column of water. You even make drinking soup a spectacle. Yi Han laughed. Ling Er's eyes sparkled with delight, as if to say, delicious. Well, if you find it tasty, drink as much as you like. Yi Han chuckled, taking another sip of soup that burned his tongue. Ling Er seemed aware that this was Yi Han's meal, so it showed restraint. After a few sips of soup and bites of fish, it paused, watching Yi Han eat. Otherwise, with its appetite, the entire pot of soup would not suffice. Leaving none for Yihan. You don't like lotus roots? I love them, Yihan exclaimed, crunching on the sweet lotus roots. Besides the soup, he also had some toast and cooked a pack of instant noodles in the broth. Finally feeling satisfied that his appetite grew, he felt a newfound vigor coursing through him, a transformation brought on by the food from the Mist continent. Yihan clenched his fist, sensing an increase in strength. The flesh of 3-star Mist beast was not to be taken lightly. It would subtly enhance his physique. Ling Er, are there any other treasure chests beneath the lake? After finishing his meal, Yihan gestured again. Ling Er shook its head. It seemed the lake bottom held only this one golden treasure chest, likely the one guarded by the 3-star crocodile. Thus, there probably wasn't much of value left in the lake. Which was a bit disappointing. Yihan sighed, realizing that this lake had only yielded 2 golden treasure chests and failed to provide the coveted talent upgrade cards he desired. While he could currently activate his abilities twice a day, he yearned for more, wishing he could activate them 100 times a day for satisfaction. Clearly, treasures like talent upgrade cards and maps had a low drop rate, being rare and elusive. Returning to the front of his shelter, Yihan took out a seed, the bronze thorn seed, that was only the size of his thumb, but felt heavy with a metallic quality, glimmering in a bronze hue, exuding an aura of mystery. Let us see what happens when I plant it. Yihan dug a hole with his cleaver, placing the seed within, and added some 3-star giant python meat as fertilizer beside it, before he could cover it with soil. An astonishing sight unfolded before him, that a large chunk of giant python meat was devoured at lightning speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye, faster than Ling Er could consume meat. Ling Er stared wide-eyed in amazement. Simultaneously, the seed began to grow rapidly. Swish! A vast expanse of bronze thorns erupted, spreading outwards, forming a protective barrier around Yihan's shelter. The material was remarkably tough and sharp. Is this a plant or metal? Yihan gasped in awe. Even with his trident dagger, he couldn't cut through the bronze thorns. Only his cleaver could do the job. This proved that the hardness of the bronze thorns was indeed of 3-star caliber. Yihan decided to test further. He tossed a piece of 3-star giant python meat toward the bronze thorns. In an instant, the thorns seemed to come alive, wrapping around the meat and consuming it. In a mere moment, the meat vanished completely, and the bronze thorns grew even more lush. Excellent. Now I can sleep soundly at night. Yihan mused, pleased with the outcome. Truly, the product of a golden treasure chest was extraordinary. Yihan nodded repeatedly, thoroughly pleased with the protection offered by the bronze thorns. One could easily envision that if any Mist beast dared to assault Yihan's refuge, they would undoubtedly face the fierce onslaught of the bronze thorns. Even a 3-star Mist beast might perish in this encounter. Let us not forget, once the bronze thorns ensnare the enemy, both Yihan and Ling Er could strike, especially with Ling Er's formidable attack power. Yihan felt confident that even if a 4-star beast were to attack their sanctuary, their chances of survival would be slim. Let us go, Ling Er. Let us explore the mountains, Yihan declared. It would be splendid if we could find some minerals. That he led Ling Er away from their refuge and towards the mountains, while he consistently referred to it as a mountain range. He himself was uncertain about its true size, obscured as it was by the mist. Yet, he had a hunch that this mountain was not insignificant. It likely held numerous places worth exploring and many discoveries to be made. Ling Er responded, curling up on Yihan's shoulder, feeling heavy. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Yihan used the beam of his flashlight to survey the area. After a preliminary assessment, he charted a course and began ascending the mountain with Ling Er in tow. Not long into their journey, they stumbled upon the cave Yihan had discovered previously. Initially, he had speculated that creatures resembling rabbits might inhabit this cave, but he had been unable to capture them. With Ling Er's assistance, however, this task became significantly simpler. Ling Er, go into the cave and bring back whatever you find. Yihan gestured simply. Ling Er immediately understood, nodding in acknowledgement, mimicking Yihan's gestures. Ing. Ling Er chirped, but instead of rushing into the cave, it repeatedly called out to Yihan, seemingly wanting to convey something. This left Yihan perplexed. What do you mean, Ling Er? He inquired, utterly confused. Ling Er twisted its body, eager to express itself, directing its head towards the lake. Suddenly, Yihan realized that a lake. Are you saying there's a similar entrance beneath the water? He asked, inspiration striking him. Chapter 22. The Cave Beneath the Lake. Mystic Star Silver Mine. Ling Er nodded vigorously. Yihan felt a thrill at the prospect, a mysterious entrance at the bottom of the lake. Ling Er, how large is that cave? Can you draw it for me? Yihan gestured, encouraging Ling Er to demonstrate. Ling Er traced a circle on the ground, indicating it was about the size of a thatched cottage. He wondered where it might lead and what secrets it concealed. His intuition told him that the lake held mysteries yet to be uncovered. Ling Er, why didn't you venture inside? Yihan asked. He sensed that, given Ling Er's status as a super mist beast, it would not shy away from such an endeavor. What then had deterred Ling Er? Ing. Ling Er let out a series of high-pitched calls, attempting to communicate with Yihan. Unfortunately, he could not comprehend its meaning. If only I had a talent for beast language, he mused. However, such gifts seemed to be unique. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. Yihan scratched his head, pondering the situation. It seemed something had impeded Ling Er's progress. Setting that aside for now, he resolved to continue exploring the mountain. Ling Er, go in and catch whatever is inside the cave. Yihan momentarily dismissed the lake's enigma, directing Ling Er to enter the cave to capture prey. Ling Er obediently dashed into the cave entrance. Though it appeared slightly hesitant, Yihan speculated that if Ling Er continued to grow, it might become too large to fit through the opening. Nevertheless, he guessed that this super mist beast must possess some ability to change size. Ling Er had yet to display such capabilities, but perhaps with further growth, it would. Swish. Yihan stood by the cave entrance. And before long, Ling Er emerged, clutching a plump rabbit in its mouth. The rabbit wailed, its hind legs kicking futilely, unable to escape. Indeed, it's a rabbit, Yihan confirmed. This was clearly a rabbit hole, without Ling Er's assistance. Capturing a rabbit would have proven quite challenging, and he would have had to locate several rabbit holes, block their entrances, and smoke the rabbits out, a method known as smoking rabbits out. But with Ling Er's help, the task was rendered much simpler. Yihan seized the rabbit, twisted its neck with a swift motion. Undoubtedly, this was a one-star mist beast, yielding no valuable items, just its meat, which was still quite delectable. Ling Er, did you find anything of value in the rabbit hole? Perhaps a treasure chest? Yihan ventured to ask. Generally speaking, one-star mist beasts rarely guarded anything of worth. However, he recalled a one-star python he had encountered near a dilapidated village that was guarding a bronze treasure chest. Thus, it was possible that this rabbit hole concealed something as well. Ing. Ling Er responded affirmatively, then burrowed back into the rabbit hole. Eagerly awaiting its return, Yihan could hardly contain his excitement. Soon, Ling Er reappeared, presenting a piece of mineral as if it were a precious gift. Ing. Ling Er wiggled its body, nudging Yihan with its small head. What is this? Yihan inquired, glancing at the mineral and gasping in astonishment. 3-star metallic resource, mystic star silver, 3-star metal, a high-grade mineral with a wide range of applications. The introduction was succinct yet ignited Yihan's excitement. Ling Er, how abundant is this material? He asked eagerly. Ing. Ling Er nodded repeatedly, indicating that it was plentiful. This mountain indeed harbored minerals. Furthermore, they were 3-star grade. With this discovery, not only could Yihan easily amass the 3-star metal required for upgrading their refuge, but he could also sell it for a substantial amount of mist currency. Yihan's exhilaration surged as he gazed at the towering mountain before him, envisioning it as a treasure trove. However, a question soon arose. How to excavate? Surely, he could not expect Ling Er to carry each piece back one by one. Though that seemed feasible, Yihan looked at Ling Er, his gaze causing it to flinch. Ling Er, can you excavate this material in bulk? He waved the mystic star silver in front of Ling Er, posing the question. Ing. Ling Er tilted its head, its large, dark eyes fixed on Yihan. As if questioning his sanity, Yihan was taken aback by his own audacity. Could it truly be possible? Ling Er, use the horn atop your head to drill and penetrate the mountain, that if you do, I shall acquire a bounty of minerals. Yihan encouraged Ling Er enthusiastically. Ling Er seemed to lose interest in him, that it was inherently intelligent, capable of swiftly grasping Yihan's intentions and retaining the language he used. For instance, after Yihan mentioned the term lake several times, Ling Er now understood what it referred to. Ultimately, however, Yihan abandoned the notion of having Ling Er mind. It simply felt unrealistic. Perhaps if Ling Er matured fully, it could effortlessly collapse the mountain with a flick of its tail, revealing the minerals within. But for now, it remained too young, just having been born. How to proceed? This was Yihan's first experience with mining. He pondered deeply. Currently, he could not see any minerals. They were hidden within the mountain, which posed a challenge. Mining also carried risks. Cave-ins could be fatal. Yihan reflected on this, that he had seen numerous news reports of mining accidents. It was essential to proceed with caution. First, he needed to thoroughly explore the mountain and eliminate potential dangers before focusing on mining. Ling Er, let us go. Yihan activated his flashlight and led Ling Er further up the mountain. Upon reaching the midpoint, Yihan made a new discovery, a fruit tree. It was a bioluminescent fruit tree, a splendid find. Yihan felt a rush of excitement as he looked at the magnificent tree and its fruit. There were 10 fully ripe bioluminescent fruits hanging from its branches. Finally, he had located another bioluminescent fruit tree. Sighing with relief, Yihan smiled. There were indeed some vendors selling bioluminescent fruits in the trading market. As the description of the bioluminescent fruit tree indicated, it was a species that thrived throughout the Mist continent, suggesting it was not particularly rare. At that moment, Ling Er, who had been resting on Yihan's shoulder, stood upright and emitted a warning sound. Though its voice remained sweet and childlike, it was clear that danger lurked ahead. Yet Yihan remained unfazed. In fact, he felt even more exhilarated. He was curious about the kind of mist beast guarding this bioluminescent fruit tree. Regardless of what it was, with Ling Er by his side, it would surely meet its end. Chapter 23. A 4-star resource point. Before long, Yihan spotted the mist beast guarding the fruit tree, a new beast he had yet to encounter. It was a bear, presumably a 3-star mist beast. Ling Er, charge. Yihan strategically retreated a couple of steps before issuing his command. Whoosh! Ling Er sprang into action, darting forward. Its desire for aggression remained formidable. As a super mist beast, there was an inherent thirst for combat within its very essence. Roar! The colossal bear across the way emitted a thunderous roar and charged forward, causing the ground to tremble beneath its weight. I must ensure Ling Er keeps the bear's paws. She must not consume them, Yihan mused, eager to savor the taste of bear paws, that he harbored no concerns for Ling Er, having come to understand that. Given her combat prowess, she could easily dominate a 3-star mist beast at this stage. Indeed, as he observed, Ling Er struck with swift precision, inflicting damage upon the giant bear. Her agility was akin to lightning as she dashed before the bear, which attempted to swipe at her with its claws but failed to land. So fast, too fast, Yihan thought, barely catching a glimpse as a gaping wound appeared on the bear's abdomen. Ling Er had pierced through the bear effortlessly, an act perhaps more formidable than a firearm. Yihan clenched his fists, exhilarated by the spectacle. Some survivors boasted of acquiring handguns. Yet what were such weapons compared to Ling Er? Even automatic rifles and machine guns were mere trifles in her presence. The giant bear howled in agony, and Yihan noted its intestines spilling forth. Yet he understood that such injuries would not be fatal for the bear. In his previous world, bears were notoriously resilient, capable of surviving severe wounds. Moreover, in this mist-laden realm, this bear was at least a 3-star mist beast, not one to perish easily. Sure enough, while lamenting in pain, the bear began to stuff its entrails back inside and resumed its assault on Ling. Boom! Boom! The mountains shook as Yihan felt the very earth quiver beneath him, with massive footprints marring the ground from the bear's pursuit of Ling Er. Following her successful strike, Ling Er perched upon the trunk of a luminous fruit tree, turning to face the bear. Ling Er, evade! Do not let the bear harm the luminous fruit tree, Yihan shouted in urgency. Though Ling Er was no mere human, Yihan felt like a genuine canine in his concern, fearing a repeat of history where the fruit tree might be destroyed. This tree yielded 10 luminous fruits each month. If it were to be ruined, that bounty would vanish. Thud, thud, thud. The bear's footsteps resonated like drums as it charged toward Ling Er. With a flicker, Ling Er transformed into a bolt of lightning, her body aglow with flames. A manifestation of her fire-controlling abilities. Even from 10 meters away, Yihan could feel the heat radiating from her, that a glimmer of fear crossed the bear's eyes. Despite being a 3-star mist beast, it had yet to grow unafraid of fire. Hiss! The bear attempted to evade, but in the next instant, Ling Er was upon it. Another hole opened in its belly, and this time she did not withdraw, engulfed in flames. She darted within the bear, gnawing at its innards. The bear collapsed, howling in despair, utterly powerless, and soon breathed its last. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan. Your super mist beastling has slain the 3-star mist beast Miss Brown Bear. You have received a golden treasure chest. Ha ha ha! Yihan could not contain his laughter as he hurried to the bear's corpse. Another golden treasure chest. How splendid! Ling Er, save the bear's paws for me. We shall split the 4 paws evenly. Keep the bear skin as well. I wish to use it as a blanket, why Yihan instructed Ling Er, fearing she might devour both the skin and the paws. Her appetite was insatiable, having consumed even crocodile skin in the past. Linger acknowledged with a sound, continuing to feast on the bear's flesh. Relishing the meal, Yihan opened the golden treasure chest he had just acquired. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan. You have opened a golden treasure chest. Obtaining ceramic bulletproof armor and a partial map of the current region. A map. He had received a map. Yihan was too excited to even consider the ceramic armor, immediately examining the map, this time. The map displayed a significantly larger area, encompassing the entire lake and parts of the surrounding mountains. Numerous resource points were marked, primarily consisting of 1-star and 2-star items in the lake, which were of little value. The most crucial discovery was a 4-star resource point located at the lake's bottom. Yihan's eyes widened as he gazed at the map as indicators. Without a doubt, this was the underwater cave Linger had uncovered. It was a 4-star resource point. A wave of impulsion surged through him, urging him to explore the lake's depths immediately. However, he knew this was unattainable. He had already asked Linger about using her water control abilities to drain the lake. But she was still too immature for such a feat. That it was too much to expect from one so newly born. Aside from the lake, the mountains also revealed points of interest for the secret star silver mine. Although only partially indicated, the density of these points was impressive. Yihan was elated. Possessing a map was akin to having a divine vision. Regrettably, maps were a unique type of item that could not be refined. If only he could refine it, he could eventually map out all of Mist Continent. Such a boon would be monumental. In this survival game of Mist, while some survivors could rapidly advance and gain the upper hand, many restrictions existed, preventing the acquisition of certain overwhelming advantages that Yihan contemplated. Just imagine if he could refine himself. By the end, he might ascend to godhood. Subsequently, he began examining the ceramic bulletproof armor and donned it. It bore some weight, but did not hinder his movements. It was a valuable item, impervious to the bites of common mist beasts. With this armor, Yihan's self-preservation capabilities were significantly enhanced. What a fruitful day, he exclaimed. The two most significant gains were the 3-star secret star silver mine and the 4-star resource point beneath the lake. His arduous journey to relocate had indeed proven worthwhile. This was a veritable treasure trove. At that moment, Linger had finished her meal. The once massive bear had been nearly hollowed out by her. Aside from the paws and skin, less than 100 kilograms of bear meat remained. Yet Yihan felt no sorrow, as this would contribute to Linger's growth. That he noticed that after consuming so much, Linger's physique had become notably more robust, her surface radiating with an even more dazzling sheen. Glancing at the time, he noted that the Mist shop had refreshed. I hope for a pleasant surprise, something valuable. Yihan rubbed his hands together and opened the survival panel to inspect the wares in the Mist shop. His eyes gleamed with delight as he beheld the new offerings. Chapter 24. Pickaxe and Linger-branded lighter. The Mist shop had refreshed, presenting 3 new items: a pair of socks, 10 arrows, and a pickaxe. The socks were priced at 10 Mist coins, promising warmth and resistance to foot odor. Yihan purchased them immediately and tried them on, finding them indeed superior to the pair he had initially received upon arrival. It was now the 3rd day since he had come to Mist Continent, and the first socks he wore were now tattered and reeked. Yihan exchanged the filthy socks for Linger to sniff. Linger's eyes reflected a distinctly human-like disdain, and she promptly exhaled a flame, incinerating the sock. Oh no! Yihan hastily tossed the burning sock to the ground, extinguishing the flames, bemused by Linger's reaction. He then bought the arrows. The 10 arrows, forged from high-quality steel, had sharp tips and felt substantial in his hand. While he now had arrows, the composite bow had yet to be crafted. Although having Linger as a powerful ally was beneficial, it was prudent to be well-equipped with weapons. Yihan set the arrows aside and turned his attention to the final item, the pickaxe. This was precisely what Yihan desired at this moment. Just as he had discovered the secret star silver mine, the Mist shop had unveiled the pickaxe. What fortuitous timing! Moreover, this pickaxe was rated 2 stars. 2-star pickaxe, suitable for mining 2-star ores, can also be used as a weapon or hammer. Yihan purchased the 2-star pickaxe and swung it in a mock mining motion. The pickaxe featured 2 ends, one sharp for mining and the other shaped like a hammer. Others might find it unusable for extracting secret star silver ore, but all Yihan needed was to refine it. Once he was thoroughly satisfied, placing the pickaxe in his inventory. The mine 3-star metal ore. A 3-star pickaxe would be essential. Using a 2-star pickaxe would likely result in failure, causing it to break. Next, he turned his attention to the bear. Yihan examined the giant bear's carcass. First, he used his knife to cut the remaining bear meat Linger had left. Planning to sell some and keep the rest for himself, he intended to retain all 4 bear paws. None would be sold for the bear skin. Processing an animal hide was no simple task. It seemed to require extensive craftsmanship. Something about tanning, perhaps? Yet he had no knowledge of such skills. Yihan decided to store the bear skin in his inventory for now. He could later inquire in the world or regional channels or seek someone to assist with the processing. At this stage, the interaction among survivors is still quite scarce, but Yihan speculates that this will undoubtedly change in the future, likely leading to the emergence of social hierarchies. Contemplating this, he begins to climb a tree to gather some fruit. 10 glowing fruits acquired, he exclaims. Although he is not particularly in need of these fruits, the prospect of a stable monthly harvest of 10 glowing fruits is indeed appealing. Yihan beams at the fruit-laden tree before him. Subsequently, he takes Linger for a stroll around the mountains, checking out various resource points marked on the map. According to the map, the most valuable resource on this mountain is the secret star silver mine, followed closely by the glowing fruits he had just harvested. The remaining resources are all of 1-star and 2-star quality, which for Yihan at this moment are merely a trifling gain. Naturally, the map does not provide a complete overview, necessitating further exploration. Fortunately, he has made some headway, particularly with the 1-star plants, which are indeed valuable. As noon approaches, Yihan returns to the lakeside, retrieving a bearskin backpack from behind him. Inside, he discovers several fruits, each about the size of a finger and exhibiting a vibrant red hue. These are a type of chili pepper from the Misty continent, known as Misty fire peppers. He has gathered quite a few and intends to use them for barbecuing. For lunch, he plans to indulge in bear paws. He takes one from his supplies and begins the preparation. In the previous world, it was said that preparing bear paws to perfection required intricate techniques and meticulous steps. However, Yihan has come to understand that the ingredients on the Misty continent do not necessitate such complexity. As the saying goes, high-quality ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. Undoubtedly, the ingredients here are of superior quality. Come on, Linger, breathe fire. He instructs Yihan casually purchases some wood from the trade bar, allowing Linger to ignite a fire for the remnants. Linger, a reliable lighter, boasts permanent endurance, quick ignition, and high flame temperature. Only those who have utilized it truly comprehend its value. Linger seems somewhat disgruntled, feeling reduced to a mere lighter in Yihan's eyes. However, as the aroma of the barbecued bear paw wafts through the air, Linger's discontent dissipates, replaced by eager anticipation as its large, glistening eyes fixate on the sizzling dish. Yihan sprinkles pepper and salt on the bear paw, seasoning it with the Misty fire peppers. The moment he tastes the spiciness, Yihan feels a wave of emotion. A lover of spicy food, he finally savors the heat on the 3rd day in the Misty continent. Linger, too, takes a bite of the barbecued bear paw and emits sounds of appreciation before quickly devouring another large piece. It is evident that in this regard, Linger shares Yihan's affinity for spice. Like father, like daughter, he muses that of the 4 bear paws. Yihan consumes 2 while Linger devours the other 2. Yihan feels satisfied. Yet he suspects Linger is still hungry. After finishing the bear paws, Linger dashes into the lake for a buffet feast. What treasures lie at the bottom of the lake, which is marked as a 4-star resource point? Yihan gazes at the lake, deep in thought. Up until now, he has yet to acquire any 4-star resources, nor has he encountered them in the trade BA or IT. Is evident that obtaining 4-star resources at this stage is a daunting challenge. Firstly, they are exceedingly difficult to find, and even if discovered, they are challenging to obtain. This is the predicament Yihan currently faces. Mining can commence tomorrow as he prepares for the upgrade of his level 3 shelter. While he has no issue with the 3-star ores, the question remains regarding how to acquire the elusive shelter upgrade card. Yihan observes as Linger leaps from the water, clutching the tail of a crocodile in its mouth. The crocodile struggles desperately to escape, emitting terrified cries. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan. Your extraordinary Misty Beastland has slain the 2-star Misty Beast Misty Cayman. You have received a silver treasure chest. Yihan receives the notification, acknowledging the silver treasure chest. Linger drops the crocodile carcass at Yihan's feet and nudges his pant leg with its head, interrupting his thoughts. Linger gestures towards the campfire, indicating a desire for the roasted crocodile meat. Smiling affectionately, Yihan pats Linger on the head. All right, let me roast it for you. As he begins to prepare the crocodile, he simultaneously opens the newly acquired silver treasure chest. Chapter 25. Team Card. The Charismatic Trickster. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan. You have opened the silver treasure chest and received a diving mask and a can of cola. A flash of silver light reveals the 2 items Yihan has obtained. The diving mask is undoubtedly the more significant prize, while the cola serves as a delightful bonus, filling him with joy. Happy drink acquired. Who wouldn't appreciate a refreshing beverage on the Misty continent? Yihan eagerly opens the tab, tilting his head back to take a generous gulp, exclaiming in comfort and letting out a burp that wafts towards Linger. What is this delightful taste? Linger seems curious. Here, take a sip and see. Yihan offers the can to Linger, nodding eagerly. Linger opens its mouth and takes a sip, the effervescent cola transforming into a stream of bubbles as it enters its mouth. Yay! Linger exclaims in excitement. Although Yihan cannot comprehend its words, its expression suggests it is exclaiming, "So delicious! You drank nearly half the can in one go, Ling. How considerate of you to leave some for me." Yihan chuckles at Ling's prodigious appetite. After finishing the last sip of cola, he inspects the diving mask. With a stroke of luck, he wonders if he can attempt diving now that he dons the diving mask, which comfortably covers his eyes, making it easier to survey his surroundings underwater. However, a significant issue remains: how to breathe while submerged. Unlike Linger, he is not amphibious. Perhaps a reed? Yihan eyes the clusters of reeds growing along the lakeside. However, he doubts their length will suffice. While he is unaware of the lake's depth, it is surely deeper than the reeds that Linger. What is the situation with that 4-star resource point? Why can't you retrieve the resources? Yihan inquires of Ling. That Linger responds with soft, melodic sounds, shaking its head in confusion. Regrettably, Yihan remains perplexed at, "Oh well, I shan't press you further." He chuckles, continuing to grill the crocodile meat that he consumes 3 meals a day. Yet he feels Linger could easily manage 10. No, 10 might be an understatement. Perhaps even 10 tons. While barbecuing, Yihan peruses the world and regional channels for information about other survivors. However, the content often tends to be trivial. "Sister is so hungry. Is there anyone who can help her? I can trade original flavor and holy water. Ha! I captured a female survivor, so smooth. Who has a shelter upgrade card? I'll buy it with Misty coins. I finally awaken my talent. Bow down to me. My talent is invincible. Mom, reply to me. I'm Xiangfu, number 1086. Why Yihan scans through these messages, inwardly cursing. Indeed, there is no shortage of original flavor freaks, criminals, and those who seem to have lost their minds. Alongside the so-called filial son, Xiangfu, there is not a shred of useful information. He then shifts to the regional channel, where he finally finds something of value. Why Yihan's current location remains the same as before, Wasted Mountain Region Z1. It is evident that this area is quite expansive, certainly not something he could traverse in just a day or two within the regional channel. He notices someone seeking teammates for an exploration of a mountain. Could it be the very mountain before him? Yihan feels a twinge of suspicion, but cannot ascertain the truth. After all, he cannot determine how many mountains exist in the Wasted Mountain region. "Brother, what progress have you made?" Someone inquires on the regional channel. "I'm at a level 2 shelter, armed with a weapon and some food and drink, but not much in savings, just the average level." The survivor seeking teammates responds swiftly. His name is Lu Xiao. Why Yihan nods, concluding that if Lu Xiao is not concealing any information, he indeed possesses an average level of capability. "Impressive, buddy. Can you take me along?" "I am running low on food." Another survivor, Chu Zhihao, eagerly interjects. Lu Xiao replies, "No problem, brother. We are all from Huaxia. We should help each other." Chu Zhihao responds, "You're truly a good person, but how can I find you?" Lu Xiao explains, "I opened a golden treasure chest and obtained a team card. By using the team card and entering your survivor ID, I can send you an invitation, and we can team up." Chu Zhihao exclaims, "Wow, a golden treasure chest. I've only ever received a bronze treasure chest. You're amazing. This exchange is rich in information." Yihan furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual rapport between the two individuals, as if they were performing a duet. However, the existence of something like a team card left him incredulous. Could it possibly be a fabrication by Lu Xiao? Yihan thought it unlikely. Perhaps such a thing truly existed. "Lu Xiao, brother, I've sent you an invitation. If you agree, we can form a team." Chu Zhihao. "All right, let everyone in the regional channel bear witness that if I remain silent, it means I've been wronged." Lu Xiao, rest assured, a Huaxiao person will not deceive another Huaxiao person. Yihan grew increasingly suspicious of their intentions. That he sprinkled some chili on the roasted crocodile and urged Linger to partake. Linger eagerly took a large bite. Her half-formed body sprawled over the campfire, undeterred by the flames or the heat of the meat. That moment, Yihan noticed Chu Zhihao speaking again. Chu Zhihao. How marvelous. "My friends, after teaming up with brother Lu Xiao, I found myself right beside him, and he is quite handsome." Chu Zhihao. "Brother Lu Xiao shared some meat with me, the flesh of a 2-star mist beast. It is absolutely delectable." Lu Xiao. "Ha, eat your fill. Together we shall explore the peaks and gather more resources. Strength lies in numbers. If only we could obtain another team card. At this point, many in the regional channel expressed their eagerness to team up with Lu Xiao, voicing their desires. Brother Lu Xiao, I too wish for the Mist Beast meat. Is the brother in need of a follower? If a team card is acquired, would you consider me? Brother, I'm a massage therapist. I can wash your feet and provide you with a meal. Hey, what treasures can be found on the mountain? If only we could form teams freely, but I suspect there will be an update following the mist storm. Yi Han shook his head, but he was 80% certain that these two were con artists. Nevertheless, the majority of survivors were still struggling for basic sustenance, in such dire circumstances, witnessing this kind of conversation. Even if they harbored doubts, many would still cling to hope and choose to believe. This was none of his concern. He needed to contemplate how to enter the water, but he checked the trading bar for items like oxygen tanks. To his dismay, there were none, not even a tube. What were these people doing? After searching for a long while, he found nothing related to diving. Perhaps he could fashion a tube himself, as long as it was long enough and watertight. It would allow him to breathe underwater. Yi Han had various animal skins on hand, but crafting a breathing tube from them would be quite a challenge. Let us go, Linger, we should continue to explore the mountain. Yi Han gently patted Ling's little head. Linger let out a soft yelp and climbed onto Yi Han's lap, wrapping around his legs, making it impossible for him to move. Down you go. Linger, you're too heavy. Yi Han chuckled in exasperation that Ling had grown too quickly. She was now much heavier than when she was first born, when she merely felt a bit cumbersome in his arms. However, now her weight was inhibiting his movements. It was only natural. She had consumed so much food that her weight had inevitably skyrocketed. Linger seemed somewhat aggrieved, but eventually climbed down from Yi Han's legs. They returned to the summit and resumed their exploration. This time, Yi Han focused on areas not displayed on the map, as he had already thoroughly explored the visible regions. Linger, can you sniff out the secret star silver mine? Can you detect any open-air locations? Yi Han held the secret star silver mine close to Ling's nose, encouraging her to take a whiff. Logically, super mist beasts should possess an acute sense of smell. Linger, albeit slightly disgruntled, nodded and began to lead Yi Han forward. I am truly foolish. Yi Han mused that I should have thought to utilize Ling's sense of smell for targeted exploration. He smacked his forehead, a smile breaking across his face as he pondered what other uses Linger might have: that a fighter, a lighter, a hunting dog. These were the three primary functions he had devised for Linger thus far. Yet, Yi Han felt there must be more. Could he make Linger spray water for a refreshing bath? He felt increasingly unclean and longed for a wash. He had even procured a bottle of laundry detergent from the trading bar. As Yi Han contemplated 100 uses for Linger, he followed her up the mountain. Along the way, he gathered a significant amount of mist fire peppers, stashing them in his inventory. These would surely appeal to spicy food lovers if sold. However, Yi Han wasn't in need of money, so he had no intention of selling them. The two mountains were interconnected. As Yi Han descended halfway, he could continue climbing the next peak, but he felt this mountain might be even larger. At that moment, Linger signaled that they had arrived. Yi Han directed his flashlight ahead, revealing a dazzling expanse shimmering with silver light. The open-air secret star silver mine. Indeed, there were surface deposits available. The distance was manageable. The time spent commuting was worth it, akin to consuming a detox pill. Yi Han nodded in satisfaction and stepped toward the silver mine. On the previous peak, the secret star silver mine was primarily located within the mountain, with the closest deposits found at a rabbit burrow. However, it would require considerable digging. Thus, it was more practical to travel here for open-air mining. The two-star mining pickaxe had yet to be activated, so he doubted its efficacy. It would be ashamed to break it. He was reluctant to use his machete as well, fearing the blade might chip. Yi Han was eager to commence mining, yet lacked suitable tools. Thus, he turned his attention once more to Ling. Good Ling, your horn should be able to pry open the ore, right? Why don't you give it a try? Linger protested, expressing her preference for combat and meat, but eventually relented after Yi Han's earnest pleas. She was remarkably obedient. With a swift motion, Linger thrust her horn into the mass of silver ore, then arched her body to exert force. Prying the silver apart, pieces of were cascaded to the ground. Haha, splendid. Yi Han laughed heartily, collecting the silver pieces behind Linger. The three-star secret star silver ore was abundant. Unfortunately, the inventory capacity was limited to 100 kilograms. To amass 500 kg, he would need to make at least 5 trips. Yi Han felt increasingly frustrated with the inventory limit. How wonderful it would be to have unlimited storage. Just as Yi Han was about to fill his inventory, Linger emitted a weak sound. Alarmed, Yi Han quickly checked Ling's condition, particularly her horn. The horn was intact, showing no signs of scratches, indicating its hardness. So that Linger, Are you out of energy? Are you hungry? Yihan inquired. Chapter 27. The Key to the 4-Star Ruins. Linger emitted a pitiful sound and nodded. This was quite exhausting. It is known that since Linger's birth, she has consumed several hundred kilograms of meat. Yet, after mining for a short time, she had lost her strength and become hungry. After all, Linger was at a stage of rapid growth. Everything she consumed transformed into nourishment for her development. She was still a baby. And I had her mining. I truly lacked compassion. Yihan deeply reflected on his actions, that he then took out some meat to feed Linger. After consuming the meat, Linger regained some of her vitality. Though she still appeared somewhat listless at Linger. Let us return home. Yihan gently patted Linger's head. Offering her comfort, he initially intended to carry Linger home, but soon realized he lacked the strength for it. She now weighed more than he did. By the time Yihan and Linger retraced their steps and returned to the shelter, the temperature had dropped significantly. The sky had darkened, and visibility was reduced. Even with the searchlight, he could only illuminate a range of 6 or 7 meters ahead. Darkness was approaching. Upon reaching the shelter's entrance, he noticed the bronze thorns guarding the vicinity automatically parting to allow him passage, which brought him a sigh of relief. Once inside, Yihan plopped down onto a chair, exhaling deeply. He then began to kindle a fire for cooking that Linger had already started gnawing on the giant python and bear meat stored within the house. It dawned on Yihan that the meat he possessed might not last until tomorrow. Initially, he believed he had ample provisions to last a long time, but he even worried about the meat spoiling and contemplated making jerky for preservation. However, it seemed that these concerns were unfounded. With Linger around, she could devour any amount of meat. She was indeed a bottomless pit. Linger consumed more than half of Yihan's meat reserves, finally regaining her energy and circling around him, making soft whimpering sounds. Linger, I fear I can no longer afford to feed you. Yihan pondered aloud. Are there any larger mist beasts on that mountain? He stroked Linger's head. Linger was such a delight to pet. Unlike fluffy kittens or puppies, her scales were smooth and easy to touch. Linger shook her head. Was it a no? Or did she simply not know? If you don't know, shake your head if you do know. Nod. Yihan instructed. Linger nodded her head. That's so. She was unsure. Yihan speculated that there must be powerful mist beasts guarding that mountain. After all, there was a 3-star giant bear right before him. Tomorrow, they would venture there for hunting. At the very least, they could obtain a golden treasure chest. After dinner, Yihan tidied up and snuggled with Linger to sleep. He intended to use the bear skin but found it too pungent, rife with a strong bloody odor. The bear skin was unusable without proper treatment. Consequently, Yihan took out a woman's garment and laid it on the wooden bed before lying down. The following day marked the 4th day since arriving at the Mist Continent. Upon awakening, Yihan opened his eyes, feeling refreshed. Although the night had been cold, the presence of a bonfire and Linger warmed the room. Indeed, Yihan discovered another remarkable attribute of Linger. She served as an electric blanket. Her body radiated warmth, allowing Yihan to sleep comfortably while embracing her. The 2 opportunities for enhancement had refreshed. He decided to allocate them to the pickaxe and the searchlight. The 2 opportunities for enhancement were dedicated to the pickaxe and the searchlight. After enhancement, the 2-star pickaxe transformed into a 3-star pickaxe, capable of mining 3-star, ores. As for mining, it was better to handle it himself. Linger's stamina should primarily be conserved for combat. Clear distinctions in roles were essential. Precious resources must be utilized effectively. That if Linger were to mine and exhaust her energy, it would pose a significant danger should they encounter threats. After the enhancement, the searchlight became a 2-star searchlight, capable of illuminating the mist within a 20-meter radius. Neither enhancement resulted in a critical strike. However, Yihan was not disheartened, as this was the norm. Critical strikes remained a rare occurrence. In the morning, it was time for some fish soup. Linger, hurry and fetch some lotus roots from the lake, and catch a few fish to bring back, Yihan encouraged, patting Linger's head. Linger seemed to have a bit of morning grumpiness, glaring at Yihan. Yet, she obediently followed him outside. The bronze thorns appeared unchanged. This creature also required a substantial amount of meat and was difficult to sustain. Yihan pondered whether any oblivious mist beast would wander to the lake for water during the night. Delivering a surprise gift, with the bronze thorns guarding him and the powerful Linger at his side, he welcomed more mist beasts to meet their demise. Yet surprisingly, none appeared at the lake. Linger gathered lotus roots and caught fish for Yihan. She even breathed fire to help him cook. Soon, Yihan had a large pot of lotus root fish soup simmering. However, Linger whimsically requested roasted meat with chili. Thus, Yihan's meat reserves dwindled once more. Later, I will mine while you hunt. But do not stray too far from me. When we arrive, I will remind you again, Yi Han instructed, sipping the fish soup as warmth spread through his body. He also sampled a few bites of roasted meat, knowing that consuming the flesh of 3-star mist beasts was beneficial. The more he consumed, the better it was for his body. During breakfast, Yi Han made a point to check the regional channel, curious if there were any updates regarding the two swindlers. Just in time, he saw them speaking. Lu Xiao, brother, you truly are my lucky star. Your arrival has brought great fortune. Chu Zhihao. Haha, it is your luck. Big brother. Their dialogue quickly drew attention. Great fortune? What great fortune? Inquiries began to flood in. Lu Xiao. We teamed up to slay a 3-star mist beast and obtained a golden treasure chest. Chu Zhihao. Big brother. Hurry and open the chest. I can hardly wait. Lu Xiao. Oh my, it's yet another team card. Upon reading this, Yi Han nearly spat out the fish soup he was drinking. This was far too obvious. Wasn't it, you two? It was clearly a scam. However, just because Yi Han could see through it did not mean others could, especially considering everyone's circumstances were vastly different. For Yi Han, he scoffed at the idea of teaming up, while others were desperately dreaming of forming alliances, wishing for someone to guide them. The regional channel erupted into excitement, with many begging Lu Xiao to team up with him. Lu Xiao. Everyone, please don't rush. Strength lies in numbers, and I certainly want to team up. Lu Xiao. However, I must screen candidates to select the most suitable teammates. Feel free to share your situations. Chu Zhihao. Big brother is right. We can't bring along a burdensome teammate. You must prove your worth. Choose me. Choose me. I'm beautiful and in great shape. I can serve both of you big brothers and keep you company at night. I am a professional. Get lost, you filthy harlot. Big brother, look at me. I work hard on construction sites, capable of physical labor. Brothers, I'm from a level 2 shelter, and my talent is speed enhancement. I can explode with speed for a short time, completing 100 meters in just 8 seconds, surpassing the world record. I am Li Hao. Brother Chu Zhihao. We both have Hao in our names. Pick me. My talent may not be impressive, but I possess a key that can unlock the 4-star ruins. Li Hao's words instantly captured Yi Han's attention. 4-star ruins. What sort of entity required a key for access? Lu Xiao. Li Hao, do elaborate. This was undoubtedly significant news. Both Lu Xiao and Chu Zhihao seemed intrigued, causing the chat in the regional channel to surge, even attracting many lurkers. Chapter 28. Li Hao. Help me. The key to the 4-star ruins. This unfamiliar term immediately captivated the attention of all survivors in the region. Yi Han paused his soup drinking, fixated on the chat content displayed on the survival panel. Li Hao. It is a circular disc with some raised patterns, said to be the key to the 4-star ruins, capable of unlocking the current area as 4-star ruins. Chu Zhihao. Where are these 4-star ruins? Li Hao. I do not know. Li Hao. But let us search for it. I am certain we can find it. And there must be valuable treasures inside. Big brothers, take me with you. I only wish for something to eat. Lu Xiao and Chu Zhihao fell silent, likely discussing the matter. Yi Han began to ponder. The 4-star ruins in the current area were indeed worthy of investigation, but he speculated that each area as 4-star ruins were limited, perhaps even singular. Obtaining the key would necessitate locating the ruins, which would undoubtedly harbor dangers not easily confronted by ordinary individuals. Yi Han felt a stirring curiosity and desire for these 4-star ruins. It was not arrogance. He believed that this opportunity was uniquely suited for him. He was already a T0 level contender, especially with Linger's assistance, placing him at a significant advantage. To borrow the words from a fantasy novel. Even in the vast Miscontinent, he was among the apex of power. Moreover, what was this meager, withered, mountainous region? Brother, could you possibly sell that key? I would purchase it. I also wish to buy it. I have 1,200 Miss coins, all for you. Li Hao, please give me the key. I can offer you a favor. Damn, can you not perish? Is it encrusted with diamonds, making it so expensive? Bah, Li Hao, do not think about it. This key is essential for my survival. How could I possibly sell it to you? Li Hao, and that woman, I don't even know what you look like, that I need to verify the goods first. Send me a few pictures to have a look. Yi Han slapped his thigh, nearly spitting out the fish soup in his mouth. Thankfully, private messaging and sending images or videos weren't allowed yet. Otherwise, who knows what tricks these people would play. Yi Han even thought of a clever use of the team card. Home service. At that moment, he noticed Lu Xiao had spoken up. Lu Xiao. Brother Li Hao, it's all set. After some discussion, we decided to choose you. I've sent you an invitation. Welcome to our team. Li Hao. Thank you. Big brother, I will follow you from now on. Haha, Li Hao. I have accepted the team invitation. Oh no. Why? Han shook his head, foreseeing Li Hao's tragic fate. This was not much different from being tricked into northern Myanmar. If luck was on his side, he might end up as a slave, living a hellish existence of hunger and beatings. At least he might stay alive. That if luck was against him, he could die as soon as he got off the plane. After finishing the fish soup, Han washed the pot at that moment. Li Hao spoke again. Li Hao, I gave the 4-star relic key to the two big brothers, and they were so pleased. They gave me the Misty beast meat I love to eat. Han's expression was one of disbelief. That line sounded so familiar. He had seen it on television before. Li Hao, in a lifetime. It's hard to meet such good people. Li Hao, big brother caught the Misty beast for me. That's amazing. Li Hao, this is simply a blessing from heaven. Li Hao, I can hardly believe my luck. He sent a long string of messages. Han immediately recognized he was calling for help. The first character of the first sentence, the second character of the second sentence, the third character of the third sentence. And so on, when pieced together read, I am captured, save me. Han was once again at a loss for words. If one were to say that Li Hao was clever, it was baffling how he so easily fell into a trap. If he were to be deemed foolish, he still knew to ask the woman to verify the goods, wanted to score some free pictures, and even managed to cleverly signal for help after being caught. It was difficult to assess this person. Something was amiss. Li Hao was indeed in distress. Look quickly. What Li Hao truly wanted to convey was that he had been captured and was seeking help. How did I miss that? Wasn't he quite happy? Lu Xiao and Chu Zhihao are the villains. Everyone be cautious. Li Hao deserves this. He should have knelt and presented the 4-star relic key to me. Begging to lick my toes. Aren't you a G? How did you turn into an S? In the regional channel, a flurry of messages appeared. It seemed there were quite a few people in the area. Though most were lurking, just like Han, who had yet to say a single word. Lu Xiao. A 1-team card traded for a 4-star relic key. What a deal. Chu Zhihao. Everyone, let me clarify. Li Hao didn't get to eat the Misty beast meat. He got 2 slaps from me instead. The two stopped pretending and laid their cards on the table. Han nodded. The team card was real, but the team was fake. They must have teamed up long ago. Acting together, using the team card to fish for benefits. You two are truly wicked. You will face retribution. Indeed, in the Misty continent, devoid of any moral or legal constraints, the human heart is more terrifying than spirits. Li Hao is truly foolish. I had seen through these two as frauds long ago. You're just a sore loser. A moment ago, you were begging to team up. The two big brothers are incredible. I genuinely want to follow them and sweep through our region, capturing others as slaves. Exactly. In the Misty continent, strength reigns supreme. The actions of the two big brothers are justified. A foolish weakling like Li Hao does not deserve any resources. I truly wish to join the two big brothers and embark on a grand venture. Han patted Linga's head. The more people he encountered, the more he preferred to spend time with dogs. He suddenly recalled a phrase he had come across while surfing the internet years ago. Linger protested. Who are you calling a dog? Haha, let us go. Today's agenda is tight. We need to mine more and gather more meat. That is the priority. Han set off with Linger towards the open pit mine. The 4-star key was indeed something he desired. However, given the vastness of the current area, where could he possibly find those two northern Myanmar fraudsters? So, it was best to focus on his own tasks. As they progressed, Han and Linger arrived at the open pit mine, where he began to mine using a 3-star pickaxe that Ling hunted nearby, searching for prey. Han repeatedly reminded Ling not to wander too far. Although Linger was merely a 2-day-old baby, Han, with over 7,000 days of experience, needed protection more. This mining pick was indeed effective. Rivaling Ling, mining 100 kilograms of, or only cost about 1 meal less worth. More economical than Ling, Han worked energetically, vigorously extracting and storing it in his supply column, by noon. He finally filled the supply column to capacity. Meanwhile, Linger did not disappoint Han. It returned with a catch. Chapter 29. The blueprint for the oxygen tank. Han mined vigorously, drenched in sweat, after taking 3 or 4 breaks. He had finally filled the supply column. This was 100 kilograms of secret star silver ore, his labor's fruit from the morning. This meant it would take 2.5 days to gather the 500 kilograms of 3-star metal ore needed to upgrade to a 3-star shelter. His arms ached. He was truly exhausted. Han shook his arms and took a sip of water. Just then, Linger returned, dragging a massive catch. Linger's clear voice echoed through the mist, as if to claim credit. Then Han saw that the prey was a large wild boar. covered in black bristles. With two menacing tusks, it looked fierce and troublesome. Wild boars are entirely different from domesticated pigs. Han had read online about many incidents of wild boars injuring people. In fact, there were cases of wild boars entering cities and causing harm, necessitating intervention from special departments to eliminate them. This wild boar wasn't dead yet. Han observed the boar struggling, still attempting to break free. He quickly instructed Linger to finish it off. Linger complied, sinking its teeth into the boar's neck with a decisive bite. The wild boar was finished. Linger wasted no time. It lapped up the splattered blood as if it were a refreshing drink. Linger, save some blood for me. I need it for alchemy. Han hastily said, retrieving an empty water bottle from his bearskin backpack to collect the blood. The blood of mystical beasts is among the materials for crafting detoxification pills. Linger acknowledged and ceased drinking the blood. Han filled a large bottle with the wild boar's blood. Nodding in satisfaction at the same time, he received a notification. Congratulations to Survivor Han. Your mystical beastling has killed a 3-star mystical beast Misty wild boar. You have received a golden treasure chest. Another golden treasure chest. He still had 2 silver treasure chests to open. Let us start with them. Han chose to open the 2 silver treasure chests. Yes, these 2 silver treasure chests also came from Linger. Throughout the morning, Linger had managed to hunt 2 2-star mystical beasts, yielding 2 silver treasure chests for Han. Congratulations to Survivor Han. You have opened a silver treasure chest and obtained a medical kit. Congratulations to Survivor Han. You have opened a silver treasure chest and obtained a box of 7.62 bullets. Congratulations to Survivor Han. You have opened a golden treasure chest and obtained detoxification pills 3 and oxygen tank blueprint. What a delightful treasure opening session. Han eagerly examined his gains, grinning widely. The medical kit was a valuable item, containing various essential medicines like anti-inflammatories, cold remedies, some hemostatic powders and bandages, critical for saving lives in dire situations. The 7.62 bullets were also decent. A box containing 30 rounds, but he was still short of an AK. The detoxification pills could eliminate the misty toxins within the body. He decided to taste one. After consuming a detoxification pill, he felt a refreshing sensation, akin to enjoying a mint candy. Initially, when he first arrived at the Misty continent, Han did not possess detoxification pills. That he had absorbed some misty toxins, but the amount was small and had no significant effect on him. However, after taking this detoxification pill, he felt instantly rejuvenated. His body light and invigorated. He sensed that this pill not only purged the misty toxins, but also eliminated various waste and toxins from the body. It was known that the environmental conditions in the original world were poor. Even the penguins in Antarctica had been found to contain pesticide residues. This was due to the food chain's transmission, knowledge deeply ingrained in Han from biology classes. Just think about it. How could the human body be devoid of toxins? It felt truly wonderful. Most importantly, the blueprint for the oxygen tank. Han grinned widely, checking the materials needed as per the blueprint. The 2-star metal materials were not difficult to procure. Then there were the 3-star mystical beast hides and tendons. He had more than enough. It's settled. Crafting the oxygen tank would be a breeze. I can finally explore underwater. Han burst into laughter. Affectionately hugging Linger and planting a big kiss on it, he was immensely curious about the 4-star resource point beneath the water that last. The opportunity to explore the waters has arrived. Naturally, it is imperative that Linger eliminates all potential dangers lurking beneath the surface before he can plunge in. Subsequently, Han commenced the task of processing the wild boar carcass that Linger waited in eager anticipation, yearning for a taste of roasted meat. As Han harvested the boar, he glanced at the chat messages in the regional channel. His curiosity piqued by the aftermath of Li Hao's capture. Earlier that morning, while mining, he had been engrossed in the unfolding events, akin to reading a novel. Unfortunately, Li Hao had scarcely uttered a word. Primarily overshadowed by a group of miscreants extolling Lu Xiao and Chu Zhihao, expressing their desire to join their organization in northern Myanmar. Li Hao speaking. Is he simply reticent? Someone voiced Han's unspoken thoughts that Chu Zhihao responded with a laugh. Come on, Li Hao, give us a bark. To which Li Hao replied, woof woof woof. Han was taken aback. Was Li Hao truly reduced to such a state in such a short span of time? It was evident that he had endured considerable torment, that Chu Zhihao continued to mock. With a name like yours, how dare you have Hao in it? Pathetic. Li Hao lamented, you're right, I've changed my name, that I now go by Li Dog. Lu Xiao derided him further. What a spineless wretch. Utterly useless. How cruel. The regional channel echoed with laughter at Li Hao's expense, revealing the dark side of human nature as it magnified. Have you found the 4-star relic? Someone inquired. Lu Xiao replied, it's not that simple. We only have the key, but the location of the relic remains elusive. Chu Zhihao added. Whoever can report the location of the 4-star relic will be rewarded and permitted to join our ranks to grow stronger together. Lu Xiao echoed this sentiment. Indeed, we will explore the relic together, traverse the Misty continent, indulge in pleasures, and seize power. At this point, Yi Han shook his head in disbelief, akin to a rattle. Such fantasies were nonsensical. If I were to encounter the two of you, I could easily send you to your demise in a heartbeat. True strength lies in restraint, not in such exuberant displays that if only Linger could locate these two. I yearn for that key. After preparing a substantial amount of boar meat, Yi Han returned to the trading post to purchase some wood, instructing Linger to breathe fire. Linger tilted its head, unable to comprehend Yi Han's words. Oblivious to the chat content. However, confusion dissipated rapidly as Yi Han began to roast the meat, and Linger wagged its tail in anticipation. The aroma wafted through the air, igniting Yi Han's appetite. After a morning of mining, he was genuinely famished. Truth be told, mining was not a task meant for humans. It was excessively exhausting. Yi Han and Linger feasted heartily, both thoroughly satisfied. Yet, Yi Han soon faced a dilemma that he could not carry back both the starry silver ore and the wild boar meat in one trip. The capacity of his inventory was limited, allowing only 100 kilograms of materials at a time. The boar meat alone weighed no less than 250 kg, and the silver ore weighed 100 kilograms. Totaling 350 kg that I can only carry 200 kg, which means I must make 3 or 4 trips, Yi Han lamented. This will consume the entire afternoon. However, he had no choice but to dutifully transport the goods back and forth. He prioritized the boar meat, fearing that other beasts might come to feast on it in his absence. Last time, a significant portion of the giant python meat was devoured by birds. Chapter 30. The wooden bathtub. Bathing with Linga, Yi Han stuffed 100 kilograms of wild boar meat into his inventory and set off with Linger. Grow quickly so you can help me carry things that you're a super creature. After all, such beings should inherently possess spatial abilities, right? Even if not, I could just tie the goods to you for transport. Yi Han contemplated further exploitation of Linger. Upon returning to the shelter, Yi Han successfully unloaded the boar meat into the house. After a brief rest, he resumed his journey, making 3 trips in total to transport all the meat back, as well as some silver ore, stacking everything within the shelter at a level of exertion that would have left his former self utterly exhausted now seemed manageable. Since arriving on the Misty continent, his physical prowess had significantly improved. Yi Han felt confident that he could undertake another mining expedition without issue, though time constraints rendered it impractical. Having worked up a sweat throughout the day, it was time to attend to personal hygiene. That a bath and clean clothes are in order. Yi Han could no longer tolerate the odor clinging to him. It had been 4 days since he arrived on the Misty continent. And aside from sleeping at night, he had been in constant motion, leaving no time for self-care. Before long, Yi Han frequently checked the trading post, refreshing it in hopes of purchasing shower gel, shampoo, or similar items. As he possessed only a single bottle of laundry detergent. Why is there nothing? Yi Han expressed his disdain. The trading post was inundated with wood. Linger chimed in, resonating with Yi Han's sentiments. It showed no distaste for Yi Han's odor. Even extending its tongue to lick Yi Han's face, that Linger's tongue, equipped with barbs, could retract while licking, ensuring that no harm befell Yi Han. Very well. I'll use laundry detergent for my bath. It's time to experiment with a new bathing method. Yi Han declared. His mind urged him to close the trading post, but his hand reflexively refreshed it once more, revealing a delightful discovery. A bathtub. Wooden bathtub. Crafted from 2-star wood, this bathtub possesses a natural fragrance. After a long day's labor, how delightful it would be to soak in a hot bath. Price, 500 Misty coins. Who could have created such an item? Yi Han surmised that someone must have uncovered a blueprint from a treasure chest and subsequently fashioned it. Although the price was exorbitant, who cared when one had funds to spare? Without hesitation, Yi Han purchased the bathtub, a grin spreading across his face at the unexpected joy it brought. Linger, come. Let us prepare for a bath, Yi Han instructed. Under normal circumstances, boiling a pot of water would require a fair amount of time, but with Linger, it was an entirely different matter. Its flames were incredibly fierce, and within a minute, a large pot of water could be brought to a boil. Following Yi Han's command, Linger managed the entire process, summoning water from the lake using its water manipulation ability, heating it, and then transferring the boiled water into the bathtub. This entire endeavor took about 2 minutes, though due to the bathtub's size, It ultimately took nearly half an hour to fill it adequately, that be by the time the initial boiling water had cooled. The temperature was just right. Yihan tested the water temperature, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Perfect, good job, Ling. Now go eat some meat, then I'll need you to add more water afterward. Yihan waved Linger off to enjoy some food. Acknowledging the energy expenditure required for continuous fire breathing, Linger chirped in response and darted to the pile of meat in the corner of the room. Yihan stripped off his clothes and luxuriated in the bathtub. Ah, he sighed contentedly, leaning back and closing his eyes. The warm steam enveloped him, opening every pore, and he could detect a delightful fragrance emanating from the wooden bathtub, enhancing his relaxation and comfort. After soaking for a while, Yihan began to scrub himself down to his astonishment. The water quickly turned murky, that if only Linger could help wash me. Like the scrubbers at northern bathhouses, Yihan mused, contemplating how to further leverage Linger's capabilities. As Linger enjoyed its meal, it glanced back at Yihan, sensing his ulterior motives. Go ahead and eat. Dear Linger. Yihan grinned at Linger. After thoroughly scrubbing himself, Yihan decided to use the laundry detergent for his hair. Why isn't it lathering? Ah, it must be because my hair is too oily. After a second wash, foam finally appeared in abundance. The detergent also had a pleasant scent, leaving Yihan content with the results. By the time Yihan finished rinsing himself, the water in the bathtub was no longer presentable. Linger, quickly dispose of this water and boil some more. I need a rinse. Yihan called out cheerfully. Linger leaped into action, bounding into the bathtub, indicating its desire to join in. You're done already. I still haven't had my turn. You were too busy eating meat to bathe with me. Just don't mind using the bathwater I've already used. All right. Yihan chuckled, applying a bit of laundry detergent to Linger's body, which lathered up swiftly, proving that Linger was clean and not oily or dirty. Undoubtedly, the super Misty beast is untouched by filth. Linger found it amusing, her body slippery as she swirled around Yihan in the bathtub, wagging her tail and splashing water onto his face. After playing for a while, Linger began her work. With a shudder, a blue halo flowed rapidly across her surface, and in the next moment, the dirty water in the tub flew out of the house. With a splash, clean lake water was drawn back in. As she ignited the fire to heat it once more, Yihan, apprehensive of the scalding water, dared not remain in the tub any longer, and he sat bare in the room, aware of the temperature dropping as dusk approached. Was it colder than before? Surely not due to my lack of clothing. Yihan furrowed his brow, hearing the howling wind outside. Could this be the harbinger of the mist storm? Chapter 31. Encounter with the Northern Myanmar Gang. Yihan squatted beside the campfire, waiting for Linger to boil water. Meanwhile, he opened the survival panel to check the global and regional chat channels. Indeed, the wind was not confined to his location. Why had it suddenly picked up? Was the mist about to be dispersed? It was only the fourth day. Surely the mist storm could not be imminent. Help. My thatch hut is shaking. It won't be blown away by the gale. Will it? This must be the precursor to the true mist storm, which would undoubtedly be far more ferocious. The messages in the world chat were predominantly storm-related, though Yihan shared the sentiment that the real mist storm would be even more savage. At that point, his thatched hut would be no match and would surely be overturned. He glanced again at the regional chat. The wind was terrifying. Where was Li Hao spending the night? Oh no. Could the mist storm be arriving early? I still reside in a thatched hut. Ha. You mock me as a fool. Tonight, you shall face dire consequences, scoundrels, shamelessly selling their bodies. I'd rather perish than be as filthy as you. He checked the world chat again. It was a cacophony of similar sentiments, with mentions of a figure named Xiangfu searching for his mother. Have you seen Xiangfu looking for his mother? Yihan had witnessed it twice. Which was noteworthy, given the rapid refresh rate of the world chat. The IT indicated that Xiangfu had been persistently voicing his plight. Lu Xiao remarked, everyone seems so concerned about Li Hao. He is tied up right outside my house. Chu Zhihao humorously suggested crafting a doghouse for Li Hao. Hao lamented, I'm so cold. Please, let me in. If I freeze to death, I can't serve you. Chu Zhihao retorted, crawl in, you worthless wretch. Then came praises for Lu Xiao and Chu Zhihao's prowess, mocking Li Hao's inherent canine nature. The Yihan shook his head, no longer interested in the chatter, that he understood that Li Hao's tragic fate was merely a reflection of a broader reality. Many others likely shared his plight, and the number of survivors killed by fellow seekers would be considerable. That Linger's call broke Yihan's reverie. The water was ready. Testing the temperature, he returned to the tub to soak. Previously, Yihan had washed quickly, but now he found the immersion utterly delightful, losing track of time. Outside, the cold wind howled, and the temperature continued to drop. Inside, the warmth of the campfire and the steaming tub created a stark contrast. As if he existed in two disparate worlds, after enjoying his bath, he took the opportunity to wash his clothes in the tub. "All right, Linger, pour out the dirty water and help dry my clothes," Yi Han instructed clearly. Under his guidance, Linger enveloped herself in a fiery glow, adjusting her temperature suitably and leaning against the freshly cleaned garments. Steam rose as she rapidly dried them. That Ling approved yet another utility, an efficient drying machine. "Truly, I am a genius." Donning his warm clothes, Yi Han beamed with joy. With Linger at his side, he felt invincible. "Come, Linger, my great benefactor, my cherished daughter. Father will prepare roasted meat for you." Yi Han began grilling, savoring the wild boar meat that was rich yet not greasy, bursting with flavor. After a satisfying meal and a quick cleanup, he snuggled under Ling's electric blanket and drifted into a deep slumber. While many would remain restless that night, Yi Han enjoyed a peaceful sleep. Upon awakening, it was already the 5th day. That Yi Han stretched and rose, ready to seize the opportunities for enlightenment that had refreshed. Illuminate the spotlight. Let us go all in. Yi Han had long decided to devote both chances to the spotlight. Instantly, its illumination range expanded to 40 meters. Excellent, a 40-meter visibility. I should also equip a 40-meter machete, allowing my enemies to flee 39 meters ahead. With a cheerful demeanor, he stepped out with Linger to embrace a new day. Outside, the wind swept through, yet the mist remained stubbornly intact. This was indeed a sign of the impending mist storm. With temperatures noticeably lower and winds blowing, the daytime breeze was less fierce than the previous night, temporarily causing no significant concern. Yet I must hasten my pace to secure the minerals and explore the 4-star resource point beneath the lake. Yi Han's plan for the day was to expedite his mining of the secret star silver mine. That he wasted little time on breakfast, quickly consuming instant noodles, bread, and some leftover roasted meat from the previous night before setting off. With Linger by his side, he felt unconcerned about potential dangers along the way, confidently making his way to the open pit mine. That on the way, he perused the chat channels. "Help me. Who can save me? I can't upgrade my shelter. My thatched hut is on the brink." Last night's wind had been terrifying. Thankfully, it had calmed significantly, allowing for safe passage. That Xiangfu, stop your cries. Your mother has already perished. I discovered a golden treasure chest, but a monster guards it. How can I slay the beast? I'm poisoned. The veins in my wrist have turned gray. Notably, antidote pills were now available for purchase, albeit at a steep price of 100 mist coins each. Unaffordable for the average person. That Yi Han then glanced at the regional chat. That he felt a mild curiosity about Li Hao's situation, but remained primarily focused on the 4-star relic. "Brothers, is Li Hao still alive? Let him bark a few times. Why are you so concerned about Li Hao? Don't tell me you developed a crush on him. Stop spouting nonsense. I merely want to know when Li Hao will meet his end. Brothers, have you made any discoveries? Wasn't there talk of exploring a mountain? Surely that wasn't mere fabrication." Li Hao chimed in with a bark. That Chu Zhihao replied with laughter. "Li Hao is here. I just gave him a bone to chew on, and he is overjoyed." Lu Xiao remarked, "The Mist Continent is perilous and unpredictable. Exploration and rewards are not easily attained, but we have yet to uncover anything of value." Alas, upon reading this, Yi Han smirked. Those asking such questions were quite foolish. If they had made any gains, they would surely keep it to themselves, amassing wealth in silence. How he wished to encounter them. He truly desired the key to that 4-star relic. Yi Han turned to Linger. Linger tilted her head, seemingly inquiring whether to strike. "Who is there?" A sharp voice pierced the air. "Help. Save me. I was deceived and captured like a dog. They want to let me eat and beat me, forcing me to work hard. Please help me." Li Hao's wretched Yi Han immediately spoke in a hushed tone to Linger. He had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with Lu Xiao and Chu Zhihao. In confronting such nefarious villains, the most effective strategy was to eliminate them at the earliest opportunity. As the saying goes, a villain perishes through excessive talk. Though Yi Han was not a villain, he feared the possibility of unforeseen complications. What if the adversary possessed some peculiar talent? Hence, he must not be careless. Swift and decisive action was imperative. Linger nodded in understanding and swiftly darted away, her figure leaving behind a blur as she moved with astonishing speed. Just then, under the beam of Yi Han's spotlight, a silhouette emerged from the mist ahead. The figure brandished a sword that appeared quite sharp. Likely of 2-star quality, that he wore a black mask, concealing all but his shadowy eyes. That Yi Han suspected this individual was Lu Xiao. Upon seeing Ling Er rush towards him, Lu Xiao immediately swung his sword at her. However, his reaction was far too slow to match Ling Er's speed. "Ahao!" Lu Xiao shouted, calling for Chu Zhihao to assist him. That Wei Yihan's suspicion was confirmed. He was indeed Lu Xiao. The sudden turn of events left Lu Xiao aghast, trembling uncontrollably. First, the mysterious beam of light had pierced through the mist, exposing him, and now he faced an assault from a mysterious creature. Lu Xiao had not anticipated encountering such a formidable foe. At this moment, Ling Er had already reached Lu Xiao, her mouth agape, revealing a multitude of sharp teeth, dreadfully formidable. At a critical juncture, Yihan noticed a yellow-haired figure materialize behind Lu Xiao, arms outstretched, letting out a thunderous roar. This must be Chu Zhihao. What was he planning? Ling Er tilted her head in confusion, gazing at Chu Zhihao. "I can't control it." Chu Zhihao screamed in terror, finally catching sight of Ling Er, his legs quaking in fear. Clearly, she was an exceptionally powerful creature of the mist, unlike any he had encountered before, easily identifiable as a superior being. "I can't control it." Yihan surmised that Chu Zhihao intended to utilize his talent to subdue Ling Er. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao, seething with determination, aimed his sword at Ling Er. "Whatever it is, I will slay it." But Lu Xiao was left utterly dumbfounded when his two-star sword struck Ling Er, failing to even chip a scale. Not only that, but the blade also suffered damage. What was this creature, and why was it so resilient? As Ling Er lunged forward, Lu Xiao's mind raced with a final thought. Then, he felt a searing pain in his neck. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed, losing consciousness. Ling Er had bitten down hard, tearing away a large chunk of flesh from his neck, blood gushing forth, ensuring his demise. The Wei Yihan's survival panel displayed a notification. But he had no time to check it. "Ling Er, don't eat that. Spit it out." Yihan urgently called out, unwilling for Ling Er to consume human flesh, which he deemed inappropriate. Ling Er obediently complied, expelling the meat from her mouth. "Ing," she exclaimed, uttering several more sounds. That Wei Yihan sensed that Ling Er was disdainful of Lu Xiao as flesh, that it was likely that even if permitted, she would refuse to eat it. After all, Lu Xiao probably could not even be classified as a one-star beast. Ling Er had been raised on the flesh of three-star beasts, Yihan pondered. "Now eliminate that yellow-haired one," he commanded Ling Er. "Ing," she responded, turning her gaze towards Chu Zhihao, who was now incapable of standing. He watched in horror as Lu Xiao perished before him. Initially, he believed he was facing a powerful creature of the mist. But it became apparent that behind this beast stood a survivor. How could there be such a formidable survivor? "Big brother, please don't kill me. I will give you everything," Chu Zhihao pleaded, collapsing onto the ground. Desperately scrambling backward, he cried out for mercy. He began tossing various items from his supply cache onto the ground. Did I end that moment? Yihan felt as if he were playing a game, defeating an enemy who pleaded, "Don't finish me off. I'll give you my weapons and supplies." Just then, a furious shout erupted and a figure appeared behind Chu Zhihao, bruised and bloodied, with a nose bleeding and patches of hair missing. Likely pulled out, it was Li Hao, clutching a piece of secret silver ore. He struck Chu Zhihao fiercely on the temple. Chu Zhihao screamed, blood gushing as darkness enveloped him. Yet he did not succumb. "Damn it." Chu Zhihao cursed through gritted teeth, retaliating with a knife that plunged into Li Hao's abdomen, twisting it savagely. "Aya!" Li Hao cried out, dropping the ore. Chu Zhihao, bloodied, withdrew the knife and stabbed again. However, as he prepared for a third strike, Ling Er bit down on his neck. Chu Zhihao's body stiffened instantly. With a tearing sound, Ling Er removed a large chunk of bloody flesh from his neck and spat it out. In that desperate moment, Chu Zhihao summoned his last ounce of strength and slashed Li Hao's belly with a knife, intestines spilling. After delivering that fatal blow, he breathed his last. Wei Yihan's survival panel received a new notification, but he was too preoccupied to pay attention. He hurried over to check on Li Hao's condition. A single glance was enough for Yihan to shake his head and let out a long sigh. He knew Li Hao was beyond saving. "Li Hao, you didn't have to die," Yihan lamented, observing the ghastly wounds on Li Hao's body. If Li Hao had refrained from intervening and waited for Ling Er to dispatch Chu Zhihao, he could have survived. Though Yihan had no intention of being a savior, he certainly did not wish for Li Hao to be treated like a mere pawn or to meet his end. Nevertheless, Li Hao insisted on acting, leading to his own downfall. Li Hao gasped, blood spilling from his mouth. "Thank you for killing those two scoundrels." He spoke haltingly, expressing his gratitude to Yihan. Then he raised his hand, and a blueprint materialized beside him. Heretofore you, Li Hao said. This must have been hidden in his supply cache. Astonishingly untouched by Lu Xiao and Chu Zhihao. Yi Han deduced that once Li Hao was captured, his supplies would have been emptied. How could they clear it? By weight limit. The storage limit for the supply cache was 10 kilograms. Thus, Lu Xiao and Chu Zhihao merely needed to remove 10 kilograms of items, allowing Li Hao to place them in his cache, that if he couldn't fit more, it indicated he had additional items. This method would easily determine whether Li Hao had anything hidden. Yet a single blueprint had negligible weight, allowing him to conceal it until now. Thank you, Dawai. Yi Han nodded. Upon seeing Yi Han accept the blueprint, Li Hao finally breathed his last. Observing the chaos, bodies, and blood around him, Yi Han shook his head with a sigh, feeling profoundly unsettled both physically and psychologically, that he stepped aside to collect himself, took a sip of water, and glanced at the blueprint in his hand. Blueprint for air nail gun. Utilizing this blueprint, one can craft an air nail gun with an effective range of 50 meters. It listed several required materials. What a remarkable find. Yi Han's eyes sparkled. If he could fabricate this weapon, he would possess a powerful ranged instrument. An effective range of 50 meters was quite impressive. Yi Hao likely intended to secretly accumulate materials to craft the air nail gun and potentially turn the tables on Lu Xiao and Chu Zhihao. Reclaiming his freedom. This individual truly defies assessment. Yi Han shook his head, stowing the blueprint away. If deemed foolish, he had hidden a blueprint and prepared in secret, but if regarded as clever, he foolishly intervened and was ultimately slain. The key to the 4-star ruins had already been revealed. Yi Han checked his gains. Lu Xiao and Chu Zhihao's possessions had all materialized, among which was the 4-star ruins key Yi Han had coveted most. With a mere thought, the key from the supply cache was in his hand. It was a greenish-blue metallic disc, heavy and adorned with intricate raised patterns, exquisitely crafted. Besides the key, the most valuable item was a 2-star mask, the same black mask Lu Xiao had worn. Gas mask. Made from special materials, it can filter 30 of mist toxins. This item would be wasted on Lu Xiao. Only in Yi Han's possession could it reach its fullest potential, the ability to refine the mask. Yi Han examined it, his heart racing. After a single refinement, this mask would filter 40 of mist toxins. If Yi Han refined it several times, he could completely filter out the mist toxins, rendering detoxification pills unnecessary. Following the mask, there was also a refreshing card, which Yi Han had previously acquired. The rest included some food, water, 1-star materials, and 2-star materials, of little use to Yi Han. Time to deal with the bodies. Yi Han took a deep breath and approached Li Hao's corpse. Yi Hao was petite, and his clothing was not suitable for Yi Han. Moreover, Yi Han did not wish to strip him, wanting to preserve some dignity. Therefore, he closed Li Hao's eyes and instructed Ling Er to incinerate him with her flames that he had considered a burial, but deemed it inappropriate. The potential for mist creatures to disturb graves exists. Even if the corpses have decayed, scavengers remain. Yi Han does not believe that the Misty continent lacks such carrion-eating beings. Thus, cremation seems the wisest course of action. Linger obediently begins to breathe fire, incinerating Li Hao's remains. The intensity of the flame surpasses that of a crematorium, and soon, all that remains of Li Hao is a pile of ashes, emitting wisps of steam. During this time, Yi Han also rummages through the corpses of Lu Xiao and Chu Zhihao. He strips them of their clothing, which, even if not worn, could serve as bedding. These two need not retain their dignity. Once he is thoroughly searched, Yi Han instructs Linger to continue incinerating them. Linger exerts itself, having been newly tasked with this function akin to that of a crematorium. Subsequently, Yi Han retrieves a large bottle and fills it with Li Hao's ashes. Yi Hao, given our limited resources, I hope you do not mind this bottle serving as your urn. At least it allows you to rest in peace. After securing Li Hao's ashes, Yi Han digs a small pit and buries the bottle. For a gravestone. He dismisses the notion. He simply lacks the time. Linger sprays some water to wash away the ashes of the two. Yi Han continues to direct Linger. Linger, albeit a bit fatigued, complies and begins to cleanse the ground. The ashes of Lu Xiao and Chu Zhihao are swiftly washed away by the flowing water, disappearing without a trace. Come now, dear Linger, have some meat. Yi Han retrieves some wild boar meat from his supplies to feed Linger, as he had no intention of bringing it back. He needs to reserve space in his supply compartment for ores later. Linger devours the meat heartily, while Yi Han enjoys a piece of chocolate himself. After savoring the chocolate, Yi Han's spirits considerably lift. Sweet treats not only replenish energy swiftly, but also enhance one's mood. Initially intending to mine, he decides instead to seek out Lu Xiao and Chu Jihao's refuge. They should not be too far away, he muses. With their demise confirmed, it is imperative to search their shelter. Compared to Yihan, their supply compartments likely possess a mere 10 kilograms capacity, insufficient for substantial storage. The majority of their supplies must reside within their refuge, for those who have upgraded their storage are surely few. Linger, do you recall the scent of the two you dispatched? Follow the scent, and let us proceed. Why Yihan rises, brushing off the dirt from his attire, and gestures for Linger to lead the way. Linger acknowledges with a chirp, guiding Yihan away from the site. Behind them, the bodies and blood vanish, leaving only the charred earth, gradually shrouded in mist. I end the regional channel, concern for Lu Xiao, Chu Jihao, and Li Hao remains palpable. Some individuals eagerly await Li Hao's misfortune, driven by malice, while others genuinely wish to join Lu Xiao and Chu Jihao in their nefarious pursuits. However, these individuals soon realize that no responses are forthcoming, regardless of their comments. Even when one person insulted Lu Xiao's female relatives, his silence persisted and underlying speculation began to brew among them. Perhaps all three had perished. Chapter 34. Mighty Pills. Crafting the pneumatic nail gun. Initially, when such conjectures arose, disbelief swept through the crowd. Lu Xiao and Chu Jihao were evidently formidable. How could they simply perish? It must have been Li Hao. He likely sees an opportunity to bring them down with him. I refuse to believe it. Li Hao is nothing but a worthless wretch, inferior to a dog. How could he accomplish such a feat? Perhaps they merely had not checked the regional channel. How could they declare them dead within mere hours? I have a premonition that something has indeed transpired. Perhaps they encountered a formidable mist creature. In truth, some secretly hope for their demise, perceiving them as threats to the safety of all in the region. A fervent discussion erupted within the regional channel. Why Yihan remained silent, concealing his prowess and identity. While the discourse swirled, he knew that within a couple of days, the truth would surface. Lu Xiao and his companions had undoubtedly met their end. For silence could not persist without reason. Before him, two secondary shelters materialized. Found it. Yihan hastened towards one of the shelters and entered to investigate. Inside, it was utterly barren. Not even a bed graced the empty space. Truly a desolate existence. Perplexed, Yihan rushed to the adjacent shelter, where indeed, he discovered two beds pushed together, alongside a plethora of supplies that I see now. The empty dwelling belongs to Li Hao. Yihan pieced the puzzle together. Initially, he assumed both shelters belonged to Lu Xiao and Chu Jihao, but now he comprehended that one was Lu Xiao's and the other Li Hao's. Lu Xiao and Chu Jihao likely crossed paths during their explorations, forming an instant bond and teaming up. Their shelters were not adjacent, as Lu Xiao had utilized a team card to ally with Li Hao, who then relocated. Why Yihan pondered this, contemplating the potential for a robust faction if one were to acquire ample team cards. Shelters interconnected could foster a community, evolving into a village or even a town. Although he had no desire to pursue such ambitions, he speculated that such scenarios would inevitably arise. Presently, this situation served as a prototype, albeit prematurely extinguished by his intervention. Next, Yihan began to scrutinize the variety of supplies within the shelter. Energy drinks. Excellent. He uncapped a bottle, taking a generous swig. The supplies consisted primarily of food, water, and various low-grade materials. To Yihan, anything below 3 stars was deemed inferior. While the quantity appeared substantial, the items lacked significant worth. Let us check the shop. Why Yihan settled down and accessed the mist shop, only to frown upon seeing the inventory. Lollipops, cream-filled cookies, and tea leaves. These were today's offerings. Why had he not received anything worthwhile for 2 consecutive days? He cursed under his breath, purchasing the items regardless. Yesterday's offerings were similarly unimpressive. A bag of plain sunflower seeds, a bottle of milk, and an earwax cleaner. Trivial snacks that, while occasionally delightful, should not be the norm. Using a Shop Refresh card, Yihan activated the one obtained from Lu Xiao. Instantly, 3 new items appeared in the mist shop. Mighty Pills X3. Consuming these will double your strength for 1 hour, with no side effects. Finally, something valuable. Yihan promptly acquired them, a smile gracing his face that he currently possessed various medicinal items, detoxification pills, purgative pills, and now these mighty pills, all precious commodities. UZI Blueprint Fragment. Collect 10 fragments to obtain the UZI Blueprint and craft an UZI submachine gun. He quickly purchased that too. Toothbrush set. Includes a cup, toothpaste, and toothbrush, offering excellent cleaning capabilities to help survivors maintain oral hygiene. All three items were exceptional finds, prompting Yi Han to buy them in one breath. Ah, Miss Shop, is this your game? You withhold quality items unless I use a refresh card. Yi Han scolded the Miss Shop before eagerly commencing to brush his teeth that he had long desired to do so but lacked the means. Typically, he could only rinse his mouth. Now, he finally had the opportunity to brush. For personal hygiene, he still needed a razor. His beard grew rapidly, indicating robust hormone levels. He mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully while Yi Han surveyed the shelter. Organizing the various materials by category: oxygen tanks, composite bows, pneumatic nail guns, and water purifiers. These four items all had blueprints and required materials for crafting. The materials from Lu Zhao's side could suffice to create the pneumatic nail gun. Yi Han extracted the blueprint for the pneumatic nail gun. Although his materials were insufficient, Lu Zhao's shelter provided the necessary components. Craft the pneumatic nail gun. A flash of light engulfed him, and both the blueprint and materials vanished. Replaced by a sleek black pneumatic nail gun, it felt weighty and robust in his hands. Aiming the nail gun at Linga, he gestured. Linger scolded him and swiftly evaded, sensing the inherent danger of the device. With a swift pull of the trigger, Yi Han fired a nail into the ground, creating a small explosion of dirt and debris. The power was impressive. Linger, can this thing kill you? He inquired. Linger squealed in protest. Though eventually shook its head in response to his question, it should be capable of injuring you, right? Yi Han continued, and this time Linger nodded affirmatively. Could it inflict a minor or severe injury? Will the scales be destroyed? Yi Han gestured as he inquired. Ultimately, he arrived at a conclusion. The pneumatic nail gun could penetrate Linger's defenses, shatter its scales, and inflict damage. Linger was still a baby, not yet fully developed. Nevertheless, its current combat prowess still surpassed that of a 3-star Mist beast, indicating that the pneumatic nail gun would undoubtedly be effective against 3-star beasts for striking humans. It was even more certain. One shot would suffice to eliminate any foe. Though he must not waste the nails Yi Han extracted the nails he had fired earlier from the ground and reloaded them. The pneumatic nail gun contained 10 sturdy, sharp nails, exceptional in quality. Once depleted, he would have no means of replenishment. Hence, it was imperative to retrieve every spent nail for reuse. Satisfied, Yi Han stowed the pneumatic nail gun in his inventory and temporarily departed from the refuge. His primary objective now was to venture into the mines. Chapter 35. The bronze door at the bottom of the lake, 4-star relic. Upon returning to the open pit mine, Yi Han commenced his mining efforts. Linger, on the other hand, ventured out to hunt for prey nearby. If it were Yi Han alone, a single 3-star beast would suffice to sustain him for quite some time, with concerns about the meat spoiling. However, with Linger by his side, his only worry was whether there would be enough meat to satisfy them both. As the temperature continued to drop, it was prudent to stockpile food, water, and wood in preparation for the impending mist storm. Should he consume a strength-enhancing pill now? Yi Han mused while wielding his pickaxe to mine the secret star silver, but he was eager to test the effects of the strength-enhancing pill, but ultimately decided to save it for a more critical moment. If he were capable of concocting the pills himself, he would surely be more liberal in their use. Alas, he had only 3 on hand, and wasting them was out of the question. The remainder of the 5th day was dedicated to mining and transporting ores. With one more trip tomorrow, he would be able to gather the 500 kilograms of 3-star metal he sought. That night, Yi Han soaked in a bath while shopping extensively. The outside temperature plummeted, and the wind howled ominously, signaling that the mist storm was imminent. Yi Han procured a significant quantity of wood, purified water, and a variety of food items in preparation for the storm. Feeling adequately prepared, he began to sift through the world and regional chat channels for useful information. Still, no one had upgraded to a 3-star refuge. I am desperately seeking a refuge upgrade card. Who has one? Haha. I finally reached a 2-star refuge. I can surely weather the mist storm. Everyone. Today, while searching for food, I encountered a zombie and killed it, but it dropped nothing. I discovered a peculiar door with a recess. I tried numerous methods but couldn't open it. Yi Han felt a spark of interest at a peculiar door with a recess. The 4-star relic key he possessed had a corresponding protrusion. This door might very well be the entrance to the 4-star relic. An instinctive sensation surged within Yi Han. However, given that this was in the world chat, even if he inquired, the other party might not see it. Moreover, it was highly probable that this individual was not in the same region as him. Yi Han surmised that the key for a fixed region could only unlock the door corresponding to that region, that he then shifted his attention to the regional channel. Throughout the day, apart from a brief conversation in the morning with Lu Xiao and Chu Jihao, There had been no further dialogue from them. Lu Xiao was undoubtedly dead. To be honest, it was I who killed them and seized everything they owned. Is that true? What about Li Hao? Did you kill him as well? Indeed, Li Hao begged for mercy, but I swiftly decapitated him. Impressive, right, brother? You are truly formidable. Killing 3 at once. Yihan observed someone boasting in the regional channel, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Yet he chose to remain silent. Opting to conceal his presence, after finishing his bath, Yihan embraced the electric blanket and fell asleep with Ling. When he opened his eyes, it was already the 6th day. Tomorrow marked the arrival of the mist storm. Today he needed to exert himself, gathering the ore in the morning and exploring underwater in the afternoon. With renewed vigor, Yihan hastily consumed breakfast and set out with Ling. He devoted both of his enhancement opportunities to his mask, which could now filter 50% of toxins. With a flashlight in his left hand and a machete in his right, Yihan swiftly arrived at the open pit mine and began working. This time he enlisted Linger's assistance in mining as well. Yesterday, Linger had been sent to hunt, but with little success, indicating that the surrounding area was devoid of mist beasts. Hence today, Yihan instructed Linger to assist with mining instead of hunting. Linger expressed some reluctance, wishing to hunt in more distant locales, but Yihan forbade it. Reluctantly, it began to mine. With Linger's help, Yihan finally gathered the 500 kilograms of secret star silver, or within the span of a morning. At last, it was accomplished. Sitting in his refuge, Yihan feasted on roasted meat, with 3 items laid before him: a water purifier, a composite bow, and an oxygen tank. All 3 had been crafted, but he also had items from the mist shop: a roll of toilet paper, 2 meat buns already consumed, and a warm blanket. The blanket was a valuable asset, particularly with the mist storm approaching. It would provide warmth that Linger. Go clear away the dangers in the lake, Yihan instructed as he approached the lake's edge. He shed his clothes, donning only a pair of shorts and a diving mask, strapping on the oxygen tank, preparing to dive. Before doing so, he needed to assess any potential dangers. Even a 1-star mist beast would have to be eliminated. Linger, obeying the command, swiftly plunged into the water, completing the task. Now, apart from some fish and shrimp, the lake posed no further threats. These ordinary creatures were unlikely to be classified as mist beasts. Perhaps with time, they could evolve into mist beasts, but that would certainly take a considerable duration. Linger, stay by my side and protect me at all times, Yihan urged, then leapt into the lake. Linger responded with an affirmative sound. Following closely alongside him, I in the water, it glided effortlessly to Yihan, not lagging far behind, descended with the flashlight illuminating the depths. The flashlight pierced through the mist, effortlessly illuminating the darkness. The lake water was chilling, causing Yihan's skin to prickle with goosebumps. He opened his eyes wide, taking in the underwater scene. He noticed a fish swimming near him. Unafraid of his presence, Yihan reached out and gently touched the fish. Collecting it into his inventory, he grinned, nearly swallowing water in his excitement. That moment, he and Linger were nearing the lake's bottom. After all, it was a small lake, thus not particularly deep. We're at a deep body of water. The difficulty of diving would increase significantly, demanding greater physical prowess. The location of the 4-star resource point was just ahead. Yihan advanced underwater, shining his flashlight toward the area marked on the map for the 4-star resource point. What treasures awaited him? In the next instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. He beheld a grand door at the lake's bottom. The door appeared to be crafted from bronze, ancient and mottled, with patches of aquatic plants swaying gently in the currents. At the center of the door was a circular recess, adorned with serrated patterns. Instantly, Yihan was enveloped in immense excitement. This recess matched perfectly with the 4-star relic key he held. Without hesitation, he retrieved the key and placed it into the recess. That moment, the bronze door began to tremble, creating ripples in the water. Yihan could scarcely believe his eyes. The 4-star resource point at the lake's bottom was, in fact, the entrance to a 4-star relic. Chapter 36. Piranha's Flame Crystal. As Yihan utilized the key to unlock the 4-star relic, the bronze door swung open, and a whirlpool formed beneath the water. A powerful suction force immediately drew both Yihan and Linger inward. Yihan lost control of his body, swirling in the currents. Fortunately, Linger quickly swam to his side, wrapping its body around his waist to stabilize him. The sediment at the lake's bottom surged, obscuring his vision, and a thick layer of mud coated his diving mask, rendering everything invisible. However, he sensed that he had been swept inside the bronze door, and soon he experienced a sensation of weightlessness, plummeting with the water flow. With a thud, Yihan plunged heavily into the water. The clear waters washed away the muck from his diving mask, allowing him to finally comprehend his surroundings, that he remained submerged in a body of water. But undeniably, it was not the external lake. It was within the bronze door, the interior lake of the four-star relic. Before him swam a multitude of piranhas. Whether they were indeed piranhas remained uncertain, but their mouths were filled with sharp teeth, swimming swiftly toward Yihan with clear malice. Each fish was not particularly large, merely palm-sized, their bodies exhibiting a vivid crimson hue, unmistakably indicating their sinister nature. Yihan's scalp tingled with dread as he silently called out that he frantically gestured to Linga, who was still encircling his waist, propelling him upward towards the surface. In the next moment, a water-blue radiance enveloped Linga's body. Immediately, Yihan witnessed the piranhas that had encircled him lose all semblance of control, as if intoxicated. They flailed chaotically in the water, unable to find their bearings. This was a manifestation of Linga's water manipulation ability, which disturbed the currents and thwarted the advance of the ravenous fish. Seeing this, Yihan felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was indeed Linga to the rescue. Without her assistance, he would surely have perished beneath the waves, devoured to the bone by the piranhas. This was what a four-star relic entailed, truly perilous. Perhaps, prior to his arrival, others had stumbled upon the interior of this four-star relic by sheer coincidence, that if anyone had successfully navigated through it, there would undoubtedly have been a global announcement, indicating that all must have met their demise within the four-star relic. Yihan pondered. With over 7 billion survivors, the sheer magnitude made it impossible for Yihan to claim he was the first to enter a four-star relic. Yet, he was confident that he could be the first to conquer one. Suddenly, with a splash, Yihan emerged from the water, discarding his breathing apparatus and inhaling deeply. His body continued to surge forward. Land lay ahead, thanks to Linga, who was guiding him away from the water's edge. Behind him, the water churned chaotically. A glance over his shoulder revealed that some piranhas had been torn apart by the turbulent currents, their bodies disintegrating. Then, numerous piranhas vied for the remains, devouring each other amidst the quickly reddening lake. A shiver coursed through Yihan at the thought that anyone who fell into this lake would likely face a grim fate. Fortunately, with Linga's aid, he managed to reach the shore. Heaving a sigh of relief, Yihan plopped down onto the ground, retrieving his machete and nail gun from his supplies. That a swift survey of his surroundings revealed no immediate danger, and Linga showed no signs of alertness. It appeared to be safe. Linga nuzzled against Yihan and pointed her tail towards the water, likely indicating her desire to feast. It was akin to a buffet. Linga, could you dry me off first? Yihan requested, removing the oxygen tank from his back. He was soaked and ill-equipped to wear any clothing in such a state. With a chirp, Linga opened her mouth, her entire form shimmering with a blue glow, and effortlessly absorbed the water from Yihan's body. This clever little creature utilized her water manipulation talent to dry him off far more efficiently than any conventional method. Then, she dove headlong into the lake. Yihan donned his clothes from the supplies while observing Linga enjoy her meal. The piranhas in this lake were indeed formidable. Yihan surmised that even a four-star fog beast would likely meet its end here. Yet for Linga, these fierce piranhas were merely sustenance. Soon, Yihan could no longer spot Linga, only witnessing the tumultuous surface of the water, stained with crimson. Occasionally, remnants of piranha carcasses floated to the top. Linga emerged from the depths, a half-eaten piranha clamped in her jaws, emitting a jubilant sound. Feast away. Yihan beckoned to her, then gazed around, particularly upwards where he had fallen from earlier. However, now there was nothing visible above, just the sky, devoid of any bronze portal. Thus, it seemed the only way to leave this place was to navigate through the four-star relic. Otherwise, he risked being trapped here. Remarkably, there was no fog. What if he were to dwell here? Did fog storms exist? Were there resources available? Yihan speculated that some survivors might be ensnared within the confines of the four-star relic. The absence of fog was a boon, if various resources were present. Perhaps a prolonged existence here was feasible. Before him lay the piranha-laden lake, with land flanking both sides, and behind him, a distant mountain peak loomed. Yihan surmised that this mountain might hold the key to unlocking the four-star relic. The clarity of the surroundings was truly a relief. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan. Your super fog beastling has slain the 3-star fog beast Crimson Piranha King. You have earned a golden treasure chest. At that moment, the lake erupted with tumultuous waves as Linga leaped from the water. A large piranha clamped in her jaws, its lifeblood spilling forth. With a decisive bite, she nearly severed its head. The scene was so gruesome that Yihan found it hard to watch, seizing the opportunity while Linger indulged. Yihan opened the golden treasure chest. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan. You have opened the golden treasure chest and received a 3-star flame crystal. A flash of golden light revealed a 3-star flame crystal in Yihan's possession. What was this? This was something he had never acquired before. Did it pertain to the relic? Were the treasures obtained within the relic distinct? Yihan mused, examining the crystal. 3-star flame crystal. Contains vast amounts of flame energy. An invaluable treasure for survivors possessing flame affinity. Flame affinity? Yihan's body trembled. He lacked flame affinity, but Linger possessed it. Linger, Yihan called out urgently. With a series of excited chirps, Linger appeared at his side. Her gaze fixated on the crimson crystal, filled with longing. Linger, is this useful to you? Yihan inquired with a smile. With fervent nods, Linger seemed desperate. How do you use it? Do you just eat it? Yihan asked, noting the absence of instructions. Linger's impatience was palpable, her tail thumping against the ground, nearly creating a crater. Not wanting to tease her further, Yihan handed the crystal to her. Ling opened her mouth and swallowed it whole. She truly did consume it. Yihan was taken aback. Suddenly, he witnessed a fiery red glow flickering across Ling's body, flames beginning to erupt. Even Linger struggled to contain the immense power within her. This crystal was indeed extraordinary, brimming with overwhelming flame energy, causing her to lose control. With a cry, Linger closed her eyes and curled up, the flames on her surface beginning to retract. However, the temperature remained high, causing the ground to emanate heat, warping the air before Yihan's eyes. He retreated a few steps, feeling a bit more comfortable. Was Linger on the verge of evolution? It likely required some time. So he decided to wait patiently. After ensuring the surroundings posed no danger, Yihan took a sip of water and munched on a piece of chocolate. With nothing to do, he intended to check the world and regional channels for any discussions. However, he found them utterly blank. Not just that, the trading section was also devoid of information. This was a loss of signal. Yihan realized, understanding that he had always checked for updates whenever he had a moment to spare. Yet, he had never seen any mention of the interior of the 4-star relic in the world channel. It appeared that entering the 4-star relic severed all communication with the outside world. What would Linger become after this evolution? Yihan gazed at her with eager anticipation. Linger was incredible, full of potential, his greatest ally and trump card. The stronger she grew, the stronger he became. Yihan remained vigilant, occasionally scanning for any approaching threats, resolute in preventing any disturbances during Ling's crucial transformation. Armed with his nail gun and machete, he stood ready for anything. Yet no dangers materialized. Hours passed, and finally, Linger began to stir. She stretched, the flames on her body receding, the intense heat dissipating. With a joyful cry, she gazed at Yihan, her large, glossy eyes brimming with delight. Linger sidled up to Yihan, nuzzling him affectionately. Yihan noted that she had grown thicker and longer, her horn atop her head having increased in size. Linger, have you evolved? Have your powers increased? Can you now contend with 4-star beasts? Yihan stroked her head, inquiring. But this question remained unanswered, for they had yet to encounter a 4-star fog beast. Yihan sensed that Linger now possessed the capability to slay 4-star fog beasts. With a chirp, she affirmed, then opened her mouth. Whoosh! She expelled a fireball the size of a fist. The fireball raced towards the lake, bursting into a tremendous explosion. Bang! A resounding explosion erupted, propelling a robust column of water into the air, as if a torrential downpour had commenced, drenching Yihan to the core. Such formidable power. Yihan wiped the water from his face, his eyes wide with astonishment. The potency of this fireball was extraordinary. It could likely annihilate a 3-star mist beast in an instant. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Yihan's laughter rang out. Initially, he harbored some trepidation regarding this 4-star relic. But now it seemed there was no cause for concern. Let us proceed. Yihan immediately led Linger towards the mountain peak behind them. Linger, ever considerate, had already absorbed the moisture from Yihan's body without needing any prompting. They hastened towards the mountain, and as they drew closer, Yihan gradually discerned the scene ahead. His suspicions were confirmed. This mountain was indeed the key to unlocking the 4-star relic at its base. Steps began to ascend. In the distance, he could faintly see a towering altar at the summit, emanating a terrifying aura. Linger, with her sharper senses, had long since bared her teeth, entering a battle-ready state. Let us go, Linger. A fierce battle awaits us at the summit. Yihan braced himself mentally and commenced their ascent. Unbeknownst to him, outside this 4-star relic, on the Mist continent, the sky had begun to dim. The temperature plummeted below zero, and a ferocious wind swept across the land. "Help! My thatched cottage is about to collapse. Someone save me!" My goodness, this wind is fierce, likely exceeding level 12. A 2-star shelter can withstand it. Ha ha ha! The roar of ferocious beasts echoed, shaking the ground. "Help! This mist storm threatens to utterly eliminate anyone who is not upgraded to a 2-star shelter. Many lives will be lost. I hope my family and friends can survive. Mother, your nurturing grace, I shall repay in the next life. Fortune has come to seek you." The world channel was inundated with frantic messages. The wind grew ever stronger. Thatched cottages were lifted into the sky, and even 2-star shelters trembled. The horrifying spectacle sent chills down everyone's spine. This was the true apocalypse. The mist storm had descended in full force. Chapter 38. Paralytic Blade, 4-star giant bear. On the 7th day of the mist storm's arrival on the mist continent, it unleashed its full fury. The terrifying wrath enveloped the entire land. Every moment, lives were being extinguished. Those in 1-star shelters, mere thatched cottages, were doomed without a doubt. Even 2-star shelters might not guarantee survival. While 2-star shelters could withstand the mist storm, they would still sway perilously. However, let us not forget that amidst the storm lurked various terrifying mist beasts. This calamity did not solely target each survivor, but also affected the indigenous inhabitants of the mist continent. Boom! Someone's 2-star shelter collapsed, crushed by a 3-star mist beast. The survivors inside were instantly buried, their screams echoing in despair. The gale swept through, raising clouds of dust and debris. Enormous boulders rolled across the ground, shattering 2-star shelters. The 2-star shelters were not entirely safe. The specter of death loomed. But what could be done? No one had yet upgraded to a 3-star shelter. Survival was entirely at the mercy of fate. Yihan's shelter also faced this trial. Under the onslaught of the gale, a mist beast, in a panic, stumbled into the vicinity of his shelter. Under normal circumstances, his shelter might have been breached by the frantic mist beast. However, Yihan's shelter was protected by bronze thorns. The bronze thorns danced wildly, revealing their fangs, and in a single breath, consumed a 2-star mist beast, leaving no trace behind. Simultaneously, deep within the 4-star relic, Yihan received a notification. "Congratulations, Survivor Yihan. Your bronze thorns have slain the 2-star mist beast Mist Barbarian Bull. You have received a silver treasure chest." Upon reading the notification, Yihan felt a rush of excitement that a mist beast attacked my shelter. Could it be that the mist storm has begun? Yihan deduced the truth, but could not confirm it. He halted his ascent, gazing upward toward the peak. The malevolent aura drew ever closer, and he could see at the summit in front of the altar what appeared to be a small mountain, presenting a reddish-brown hue. That was no mere mountain. It was likely a powerful mist beast above the altar. A brilliant light shone, blindingly bright, resembling a treasure chest. Ling tilted her head, seemingly puzzled as to why Yihan had stopped. "Patience, Ling just a moment longer." Why Yihan gently patted Ling head. Time was up. The opportunity for enlightenment had refreshed. He contemplated where to bestow this opportunity. Clearly, a powerful mist beast awaited him at the summit, and to ensure his safety, he needed to enhance his combat prowess. Pneumatic nail gun. Yihan chose to allocate his first opportunity for enlightenment to the pneumatic nail gun. Instantly, the nail gun upgraded to a 3-star weapon, its power greatly enhanced. Even the nails underwent a transformation. Previously sharp and sturdy, the nails now had a triangular prong shape, significantly augmenting their lethality. For the second opportunity, he decided to upgrade his machete. Yihan deliberated, recognizing the necessity of preparing a backup weapon since the nails in the pneumatic nail gun were finite. What if he ran out during combat? Whoosh! A flash of light illuminated Yihan's vision, and this time, the upgrade resulted in a critical hit. The machete advanced to a 4-star weapon, becoming even sharper. Moreover, due to the critical hit, a special attribute emerged: paralysis. Enemies struck by the machete will enter a state of paralysis for a duration, hindering their movements. Note: the duration of the paralysis correlates with the enemy's strength. Stronger foes will experience shorter paralysis. Marvelous! Yihan was elated. Both weapons had experienced tremendous enhancements. Whether in melee or ranged combat, he was now well equipped. This bolstered his confidence immensely that he then chose to open the silver treasure chest he had just acquired. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan, for opening the silver treasure chest and obtaining the power pill recipe blueprint. The silver treasure chest yielded a blueprint for a power pill. The materials listed, however, were not in Yihan's possession. Yet he had encountered them in the trading section, primarily consisting of plant materials and beast blood. He could now craft power pills himself. Stowing away the blueprint, Yihan retrieved 2 power pills from his supplies. He had refrained from using them during his mining endeavors, but now they would prove useful. Subsequently, Yihan and Ling resumed their ascent, but as they neared the summit, he finally beheld the situation at the peak. Upon the altar lay a crystal-clear treasure chest, radiating dazzling light, sparkling like a diamond. Guarding the altar was a colossal bear. This must be the final guardian of the 4-star relic, a 4-star mist beast. The structure of this 4-star relic was not overly complex, yet it harbored deadly dangers. Yihan gasped in astonishment. The interior of the relic was straightforward, devoid of mist, traps, or intricate mechanisms. However, it was rife with lethal threats. First, the school of piranhas, followed by the 4-star giant bear. Perhaps other survivors might succeed in overcoming the 4-star relic, but such individuals would be exceedingly rare. Among those with the requisite strength, it seemed only I had obtained the key and located the entrance. Thus, the world announcement for the first completion belongs to me. Yihan's eyes gleamed with excitement as his heart raced. Completing the first passage of the 4-star relic required numerous prerequisites, all exceedingly challenging. One must possess absolute strength, acquire the key to the 4-star relic, and finally locate the entrance of the relic. Otherwise, an announcement would have already manifested. Linger, let us defeat it and return home. Yihan consumed a power pill and offered one to Linger as well, speaking aloud. Linger nodded, her eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Roar. At that moment, the giant bear slowly turned its head. Roaring at the two of them, that a foul, hot wind assaulted them. Linger charged forward swiftly, her form becoming a blur as she lunged at the giant bear, while Yihan maneuvered around the mountaintop, seeking an opportunity to strike. Boom! In the next instant, Yihan's eyes widened as he witnessed the giant bear extend its paw and bring it down forcefully onto Linger's head. This was the first time Linger's attack had been intercepted. It was undoubtedly a 4-star mist beast. Otherwise, it could not have withstood Linger. Linger was sent flying. The disparity in their size is evident. Oh whoa. Yet simultaneously, the giant bear let out a pained cry and a gaping wound had been torn into its paw, blood gushing forth. Whimper, whimper. Linger swiftly regained her footing, shook her head, and unleashed a fierce reprimand at the giant bear. Immediately after, she opened her mouth and expelled a fireball toward the giant bear. The fireball raced forward, leaving a trail of flame in its wake, reaching the giant bear in the blink of an eye. Boom! Another resounding explosion echoed as the giant bear raised its other paw to swat at the fireball, which detonated explosively. The flames surged and danced upon the surface of the colossal bear. Its paw now charred and split open, blood oozing from the wound. Well done, Linger. Yihan felt a surge of excitement within. In their initial clash, it was Linger who had the upper hand, truly deserving of the title of a super mist beast. Chapter 39, World Announcement. First to conquer the 4-star ruins. Ing. Upon hearing Yihan's voice, Linger raised its head in response, clearly brimming with pride that Dio not be careless. Yihan quickly cautioned, urging Linger to remain vigilant against the giant bear's assault. At that moment, both of the bear's forepaws were injured, letting out an enraged roar as it charged toward Linger. Once more, Linger unleashed a fireball, aimed at the bear. A trio of fireballs soared toward the bear's vital spots, its head, neck, and abdomen. The giant bear hastily swatted at the fireballs, managing to deflect 2 of them, choosing to protect its head and neck with its scorched paws. However, it was too late to guard its abdomen. Boom! 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 The explosive sounds echoed as the flames surged violently. The bear's paws were blackened and smoking, while a massive hole was blasted into its belly, its entrails spilling forth. Linger, dive into its belly, just like last time. Have yourself a feast. Yihan shouted excitedly. It seemed that there was no need for him to intervene. Linger could vanquish this giant bear on its own 4-star. Not so formidable after all. Yihan wore a broad smile, eagerly awaiting Linger to claim victory over the 4-star mist beast. Ing. Linger responded, though it was evidently somewhat weakened. The fireball was a new skill, likely consuming considerable energy. While Linger was powerful, its endurance was relatively low. Yihan contemplated this, recognizing that it was still in its infancy, growing and developing. However, this battle had already reached its conclusion. The giant bear was doomed. Roar, just as Yihan was lost in thought. The giant bear suddenly emitted a ferocious roar toward the heavens. Immediately, Its entire body glowed a deep crimson that why Yihan's heart raced. Could it be? Was this creature on the brink of evolution in its final moments? Just like the 2-star bloodthirsty wolf he had encountered before, which evolved into a 3-star beast right before its demise. If that were the case, things could become perilous. The thick stench of blood permeated the air as the gravely injured giant bear seemed to regain a new vitality. Its speed surging as it charged toward Linger. Linger attempted to evade, but was unable to escape, receiving a heavy blow from the bear's paw. This strike was evidently more powerful, sending Linger rolling on the ground. Its scales sustaining some damage. It seemed that this was not an evolution, but the bear had indeed grown stronger. This appeared to be a state akin to frenzy, though it would not last long. Yihan deduced, then sprang into action. Linger was fatigued and injured. He needed to act swiftly. Whoosh! Yihan aimed at the giant bear, firing a nail from his air dart gun. The 3-edged nail shot forth at incredible speed, targeting the bear's nape. That a surprise attack. In the next moment, the nail pierced through the bear's flesh, vanishing from sight. Die, quickly die, Yihan muttered incessantly. Yet the giant bear did not perish. Instead, it turned its gaze upon him. Its eyes glowed a sinister red, sending chills down his spine as its massive form barreled toward him, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yihan rapidly pulled the trigger, launching 3 more nails aimed at the bear's head. This time, however, the bear was prepared, raising its charred paw to block, deflecting all the nails. The pain from the nails further enraged the bear, which lifted a foot and stomped down toward Yihan. Ing! Seeing Yihan in danger, Linger rushed to assist. It sank its teeth into the bear's rear, but to no avail. The creature was far too large, standing nearly 5 meters tall, with tough skin and thick muscles. Linger managed to bite off a substantial chunk of flesh, but could not reach the bear's vital points. At a critical moment, Yihan retreated to evade the blow, though he struggled to maintain his balance. The entire mountain trembled as the bear's foot struck the ground, sending dust and debris swirling, obscuring Yihan's view. Yet, the terrifying sound of the wind alerted him. The bear was still attacking. Yihan quickly dropped to the ground, rolling toward the bear. This gamble paid off. Behind him, the bear's paws slammed into the earth with a thunderous crash. Had Yihan not rolled away, he would have surely been reduced to a pulp. The bear's paws struck the ground with the force of an earthquake, propelling Yihan upward. Seizing the moment, he sprang to his feet, bringing his machete down forcefully onto the bear's knee. There was no other option. The bear was simply too tall. That why Yihan truly understood now what it meant to jump up to strike your knee. However, this strike proved effective. The sharp machete sliced through the bear's hide, flesh, and even bone. Truly, it was a 4-star blade. Most importantly, the machete's paralyzing property played a crucial role. The giant bear's movement slowed, as if time itself had slowed down. Ling, hurry and dive into its belly to feast on its entrails, or into its brain to devour its mind. Yihan shouted, continuing to swing his blade. The strength-enhancing pills were also taking effect, doubling his power. Otherwise, even with a sharp blade, he might not have been able to cut deeply. Swish, swish. Yihan struck again and again, severing the bear's left leg at the knee. He was now drenched in bear blood, which not only smelled foul but was also scalding hot, causing steam to rise from his body. The giant bear, now in a frenzied state, had a high body temperature and a rapid flow of blood. It cried out in pain, yet its previous ferocity was gone, leaving it slow and weakened. Yihan continued his relentless assault, each blow inducing a new wave of paralysis in the bear. Control until death, he laughed triumphantly. The giant bear remained in a paralyzed state, unable to retaliate or defend itself. Intense pain coursed through its body as it collapsed, unable even to roll over. Ing, ing, ing. Linger seemed to be relishing the feast, and Yihan could hear it calling out gleefully from within the bear's belly. If it's tasty, eat as much as you like, Yihan quipped, maintaining his control over the giant bear. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, he finally received a notification. Congratulations to survivor Yihan for slaying the 4-star Mist Beast Raging Giant Bear and receiving a diamond treasure chest. Simultaneously, a world announcement appeared. World announcement. Survivor Yihan, Survivor ID, first to slay the 4-star Mist Beast, receiving a reward of 1 diamond treasure chest. World announcement. Survivor Yihan, Survivor ID, first to conquer the 4-star ruins, receiving a reward of 1 diamond treasure chest. The consecutive world announcements dazzled all survivors. This announcement sent shockwaves through the community, uniting all survivors in astonishment. The world channel erupted with discussions solely about Yihan. Yet, Yihan remained unaware of this. He was still in an area devoid of signal. However, the diamond treasure chest had already been delivered. After confirming the giant bear's demise, Yihan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Discarding his machete and wiping the bear's blood from his face, the Linger was still indulging in its feast within the bear's belly, while Yihan stepped forward toward the altar ahead. There lay another diamond treasure chest. In total, 4 diamond treasure chests awaited him. Yihan was destined to strike it rich. Chapter 40. Unprecedented Gains. Facing the storm, diamond treasure chests, 4 in total. Yihan retrieved all 4 diamond treasure chests, neatly arranging them before him. Unable to contain his excitement, diamond treasure chests surpassed even golden ones in quality. He wondered what splendid treasures awaited inside. With eager hands, Yihan rubbed them together. The chests before him sparkled with the brilliance of diamonds. Dazzling his eyes, taking a deep breath, he opened all 4 diamond treasure chests at once. Congratulations to survivor Yihan for opening a diamond treasure chest and receiving a shelter upgrade card. Here it comes. The shelter upgrade card has arrived. Shelter upgrade card. A card that can only be obtained from diamond treasure chests, precious beyond words, essential for upgrading shelters. Excellent. The reward for upgrading to a 3-star shelter is also mine. Once I exit this place, I will upgrade my shelter. Yihan carefully stored the card in his inventory. Congratulations to survivor Yihan for opening a diamond treasure chest and receiving AK-47 blueprints. Fantastic. With an AK in hand, the world is mine. Yihan glanced at the materials needed to manufacture the AK, then tucked the blueprints away. Congratulations to survivor Yihan for opening a diamond treasure chest and receiving talent upgrade card, inventory expansion card, and relocation card. 3 invaluable cards. Although these cards could also be obtained from golden treasure chests, the probability was undoubtedly lower that Yihan had opened numerous golden treasure chests, yet had only received one of these cards. For diamond treasure chests, these cards might simply be the baseline. Yihan immediately utilized 2 of the cards. Talent upgrade, inventory expansion. Instantly, his talent leveled up once more. Enlightenment. LV3, usable 3 times daily, with a certain probability of critical effects. Granting special attributes to resources post-enlightenment. Current inventory capacity, 1000 kg. Marvelous. With 3 chances to enlighten daily, his inventory capacity had reached 1 ton. Yihan was overjoyed, clapping his hands in laughter. Then it was time for the final diamond treasure chest. Congratulations to the survivor Yihan for unlocking the diamond treasure chest and acquiring the 3-star ice crystal, 3-star thunder crystal, and 3-star flame crystal. These 3 crystals possess unique attributes, although the flame crystal was redundant. Linger could still consume it, potentially enhancing its fiery powers. However, it remained uncertain whether Linger could assimilate the powers of ice and thunder. Yihan carefully stored the 3 crystals, contemplating their implications. With this, all 4 diamond treasure chests had been opened, marking the successful conclusion of his journey through the 4-star relic. Yihan's gains could only be described as extraordinary, resulting in a significant overall enhancement. Satisfied, he rose and turned to the massive bear carcass behind him. Linger, are you still there? Yihan approached the bear's body, peering inside its belly. Suddenly, Linger poked its head out, shaking it vigorously and splattering Yihan with the bear's blood. Oh dear, Linger, you've grown quite a bit, Yihan remarked, taken aback. After consuming the flesh of the 4-star mist beast, Linger had evidently benefited from the evolution. In a brief time, its body had thickened considerably. At birth, it had been as thick as Yihan's forearm, but now it matched Yihan's entire girth. It was growing remarkably fast. Yay! Linger squealed happily, nuzzling against Yihan. All right, I need to tidy up quickly so we can head home, Yihan said, patting Linger on the head. Linger obediently waited beside him as he began to process the bear's carcass. He attempted to store the bear directly in his supply inventory, but to no avail, indicating that the bear weighed over 1000 kg. Despite the bear having lost a significant amount of blood and being nearly hollowed out by Linger, it still outweighed a slim camel, exceeding a ton. Yihan unsheathed his knife and commenced skinning the bear. The bear's hide was damaged and would require extensive treatment to eliminate the odor and soften it for future use. Nevertheless, Yihan was determined to keep the hide. Envisioning a cozy carpet for their shelter, just imagining it brought him joy. While Yihan was not particularly skilled in skinning, the sharpness of his knife expedited the process, resulting in a somewhat tattered but usable bear hide. The subsequent step was much simpler. Yihan started to remove the bones that linger. Do you eat bones? You can chew them up and savor the marrow. Don't let it go to waste. He tossed chunks of bone to Linger, who promptly crushed one with a crunch and licked up the marrow. That smells delightful. I'll save some marrow for myself, Yihan decided, selecting a few choice bones while giving the rest to Ling. This truly was a feast of marrow. The bear likely never anticipated such a fate. With the bones removed, only the meat remained. The massive bear hide, along with a mountain of bear meat, was successfully added to Yihan's inventory. 920 kg. This should suffice for both Linger and me during the mist storm, Yihan mused, knowing he could not consume much, with Linger being the primary beneficiary, that he then surveyed the area atop the mountain. Gazing at the 4-star relic he had thoroughly scavenged, leaving little of value behind, he and Linger proceeded towards the altar at the mountain's peak, where a bronze door marked the exit of the 4-star relic. Upon opening the door, Yihan was surprised to find a waterway outside, likely the lake at the entrance of the relic. However, the water appeared murky and chaotic, leaving him uncertain, donning an oxygen tank and goggles. He instructed Linger to guide him through the water. As he submerged, he felt a powerful current pulling him from the turbulent waters. Without Linger, Yihan would have been unable to reach the shore. The force of the mist storm was overwhelming. What a fierce wind! I'm going to be swept away, Yihan exclaimed as Linger pulled him to safety. The temperature was frigid, at least -20 degrees. A wild gale whipped around him, hurling countless unidentified objects against his body. The water on him froze instantly, and the ice layer was shattered upon impact. He struggled to breathe, a sensation of near-death enveloping him. Was this the power of the mist storm? Anyone caught in its grasp would hardly survive a few minutes. Linger, protect me, Yihan shouted, but his voice was drowned by the howling wind and sand filled his mouth. He fumbled to retrieve his flashlight, hoping to gain clarity on his surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a large tree hurtling towards him. Had he known, he would never have left the relative safety of the 4-star relic. Chapter 41. 3-star Shelter. The 5th diamond treasure chest. It was too late to lament. He had to devise a way to survive the mist storm and return to his sheltered in this critical moment. Linger enveloped Yihan, encasing him within its protective embrace, its body glowing red to provide warmth. Bang! Yihan heard a loud crash. A tree had collided with Ling. He could feel Linger sliding back along the ground, bearing the brunt of the impact. The tree itself was insignificant, but the wind had endowed it with tremendous kinetic energy. Linger, are you all right? Yihan called out anxiously. Yay, Linger responded, though Yihan could not comprehend it. We need to go home quickly, he urged. Yay. Yihan sensed Linger was still guiding him forward. The distance to the shelter was still considerable, causing Yihan to feel uneasy. Yet there was nothing he could do but rely on Linger. Meanwhile, the world channel buzzed with discussions about Yihan. Yihan has opened 2 diamond treasure chests consecutively. What could possibly be inside those chests? I want a diamond treasure chest too. Perhaps it will grant me a wife to share my bed. So what exactly is this 4-star relic? Is it a dungeon? How does one enter it? By speaking to an NPC? Yihan. It's that Yihan again. What kind of cheat does he possess? Shit. I believe this mist survival is a conspiracy by the Huaxiao people, transporting everyone to the mist continent. Yihan, your mother is in my hands. Hand over the diamond treasure chest, or I will kill her. Almost every comment revolved around Yihan, with some even fabricating threats involving his supposed mother, that if Yihan were to see this, he would laugh heartily. He was a quintessential protagonist, an orphan. Where would a mother come from? When he was found at the orphanage, he didn't even have a name. Even if his biological parents were alive, they would never know he was called Yihan. However, at this moment, Yihan had no time to glance at the world channel. Amidst the terrifying mist storm, Linger struggled onward, bringing Yihan ever closer to the shelter. Suddenly, a severed human leg soared through the air, striking Linger on the head and getting impaled on its horn. Linger shook its head, and the leg flew away, allowing them to continue their journey. Hey! Yihan anxiously awaited, hearing Linger call out. Through the gaps in Linger's body, he illuminated the path ahead with his flashlight, revealing a shelter encircled by bronze thorns. The howling winds carried a plethora of objects, all intercepted by the bronze thorns. Yihan noticed a large stone hurtling towards the shelter, ensnared by the thorns before being flung away. Then he spotted a mass of flesh and blood, still adorned with bits of grass and sand. The bronze thorns accepted all, absorbing this mass of flesh, which may have originated from a mist beast or a survivor. Yihan understood that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Countless lives would be lost this night. Yay! Linger's voice echoed as its body gradually unfurled. The bronze thorns parted to create a path, allowing Yihan to re-enter the shelter. Finally returning to safety, that Linger swung its tail to close the door, then pressed his body against it. Exhausted, Yihan collapsed to the ground, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped death. His mind was blank for a moment before he began to recover. This mist storm was more perilous than the 4-star relic. Despite all his equipment and extraordinary talents, they felt insignificant in the face of the calamity. Such was the power of natural disasters. My shelter is shaking. I must upgrade it. Yihan scrambled to his feet, determined to enhance the shelter's defenses that a 2-star shelter may not withstand the mist storm. Upgrade failed. Please repair the current shelter first. What? Yihan gasped in disbelief that he realized his shelter had sustained damage. He needed wood and 2-star materials for repairs. Hastily, he gathered the necessary materials to restore the shelter. Upgrade, please, Yihan implored, the next moment. The 500 kilograms of 3-star mystical silver ore vanished from the room. The upgrade card in his hand also disappeared, a flash of light enveloped him, and the shelter transformed. The former wooden and stone structure had now become a robust iron edifice. Moreover, the area has expanded once more, now encompassing nearly 100 square meters. Excellent. Yihan exhaled a sigh of relief, finally putting his mind at ease. Now he could hardly hear the sounds from outside. The 3-star iron shelter was as secure as a fortress, providing him with immense peace of mind. Simultaneously, a world announcement appeared again. World announcement. Survivor Yihan, Survivor ID, is the first to upgrade to a 3-star shelter, receiving a reward of 1 diamond treasure chest. Another diamond treasure chest, splendid. Meanwhile, in the world chat, all survivors were struck anew. They were just discussing Yihan when yet another world announcement arrived. The first 3-star shelter had emerged. Yihan had traversed the 4-star ruins before upgrading to a 3-star shelter. How are we to survive? If one must pass through the 4-star ruins to upgrade to a 3-star shelter, it would be exceedingly difficult. There are likely very few who can accomplish such a feat worldwide. A 2-star shelter is insufficient to withstand the mist storm, reliant entirely on luck. Only a 3-star shelter can safely endure the mist storm. My 2-star shelter has undergone repairs 8 times already, needing maintenance every so often, and materials are running low. Haha, my shelter is situated well. The winds are not strong here, relatively safe. Everyone, I have a random relocation card. Should I use it? I feel my location is not ideal. The winds are strong, but I fear that using it might move me to an even worse spot. The name Yihan clearly signifies he is from our pickled vegetable nation. Having grown up on pickled vegetables to become so formidable, Yihan cast a glance at the world chat, observing the flurry of comments that am I now considered a citizen of the pickled vegetable nation? Upon reading this, Yihan could not help but smile wryly. The humor of these people is truly amusing. Why not claim that the Misty continent is the territory of the pickled vegetable nation? Come here, Linger, let Daddy take a look at you. Yihan gently patted Linger on the head, meticulously checking her for any injuries from their journey home. Ultimately, he breathed a sigh of relief. Linger was unscathed. Good Linger, I'm glad you're alright, that you've saved me once more. Without you, I would have perished several times over. Yihan reflected, moving some wood from the corner for Linger to breathe fire. He removed his clothing and sat beside the fire to warm himself, then took out some bear meat for roasting. While grilling the bear meat, he opened the diamond treasure chest he had just acquired. The 5th diamond treasure chest. Come on, let me see what treasures you hold. Yihan opened the chest with eager anticipation. Chapter 42. Windbreaker, the first night of the storm. A brilliant light dazzled before Yihan's eyes. Almost blinding the next moment, he received a notification. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan, for opening the diamond treasure chest and obtaining a 4-star windbreaker. The diamond treasure chest vanished, replaced by a sleek black windbreaker, not a piece of clothing. Yet a 4-star one, surely extraordinary. Yihan's heart raced as he quickly examined the 4-star windbreaker. 4-star windbreaker, a stylish coat that makes you the most dashing figure in the Misty continent. Crafted from high-grade materials from the mist's aberrant beasts, embodying advanced technological prowess, capable of resisting fierce winds. What? Yihan was left speechless upon reading the description. This windbreaker can truly withstand the wind. Could it endure the external mist storm? Donning the windbreaker, he felt undeniably stylish, even without a mirror. That was beyond doubt. Linger, don't you agree? Yihan posed dramatically before Linger. Yip yip. Linger nodded in admiration of Yihan's dashing appearance. The windbreaker felt warm upon wearing it. Its material was remarkably resilient. Clad in the windbreaker, Yihan felt enveloped in warmth, as if the garment itself generated heat. The texture resembled leather, but was not heavy. Wearing it felt light, soft, comfortable, and warmed out a splendid item. Indeed. While it may allow movement during the mist storm, Yihan pondered it best not to venture outside during such perilous conditions. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved that the mist storm was far too dangerous, too lethal. Even if it could deflect fierce winds, one must not forget the myriad of debris carried by those winds. Rocks, timber, remnants of corpses, and various sharp objects, all transformed into lethal weapons by the tempest. Subsequently, Yihan retrieved a bear paw to grill. The giant bear's forepaws, having been partially cooked by Linger's fireball, began to emit a rich aroma as he roasted them. Sizzle! Oil dripped onto the flames, producing a delightful sound, filling Yihan's shelter with an enticing fragrance. While grilling, he also contemplated where to utilize his points. Currently, his points were at LV3, allowing 3 uses daily. He had already expended 2 today, leaving 1 remaining. Perhaps for the mask? Yihan decided to enhance the mask to be why refining it now. He would no longer need to consume detoxification pills in the future. After the enhancement, the mask could filter 60% of the mist toxins. Yihan stored the mask safely and then extracted 3 crystals, presenting them before Ling. As for the AK blueprints, he could not yet manufacture an AK due to a lack of materials. 4-star materials were necessary. Linger, this flame crystal is safe for you to consume. What about the other 2? Can you eat them? Yihan inquired. The flame crystal was undoubtedly safe, but the ice crystal and thunder crystal remained uncertain. Yip 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 yip. Linger emitted a series of excited sounds, circling Yihan, her tail thumping against the ground, her eyes fixated on the 3 crystals. Clearly, these crystals were indeed valuable. He had yet to see anyone selling them. Linger, let us take it one at a time. This one is the ice crystal. Can you eat it? Yihan gently stroked Linger's head, urging her to respond thoughtfully, though still brimming with excitement. Linger nodded, affirming her ability to consume it. Yep. She indicated she could indeed eat it. Will you gain the ability after consuming it? Yihan continued to query. Yep. Linger was certain that it made sense. She already possessed the ability to control water. And water and ice are merely different states of the same substance. Thus, Linger could utilize the ice crystal to acquire ice abilities. This could be viewed as an evolution, an upgrade to her water manipulation capability, which was quite reasonable. What about the thunder crystal? Can you eat it? Yihan pointed to the thunder crystal. The thunder crystal gleamed in a deep purple hue, vibrant and striking, with arcs of electricity flickering within. It was more beautiful than any gem Yihan had ever seen, a substance non-existent in his former world. Yep. Linger nodded again, indicating she could consume it. Can you really eat it? Will you gain thunder abilities afterward? Yihan asked. Yip yip. This time, Linger shook her head, then nodded at why Yihan was utterly perplexed. What could that possibly mean? Could it be that if you consume the thunder crystal, there is a chance to acquire such abilities? Yihan gestured repeatedly, attempting to convey the concept of probability to Linger. Eventually, he confirmed the answer, that if Linger consumes the thunder crystal, there is a possibility she might gain such abilities, albeit a slim one. This is also attributed to her status as a superior mist aberrant beast, endowed with innate talents that if a lesser mist aberrant beast dared to consume a thunder crystal, it would likely meet a grim fate. However, Linger could attempt to digest and absorb its unique power. All right, these are all yours. Which one would you like to eat first? Yihan asked, affectionately stroking Ling's head. Instantly, Linger appeared torn in her decision. This little creature certainly had difficulty choosing. Just then, the bear paw was ready, and Linger opted to eat it first. She opened her mouth and bit down on half of the bear paw. Oil dripping everywhere, Yihan also took a bite of a bear paw. Truly a 4-star delicacy, far superior to the 3-star variety. After just a single bite, he felt warmth coursing through his body. An invigorating feast, Yihan marveled, taking another bite. Suddenly, he felt a warmth in his nostrils, liquid trickling down to his lips. He was bleeding from his nose. How could he be so unfortunate? Yihan wiped his nose, helplessly putting down the bear paw and handing it to Ling. You finish it. Yihan took a few sips of water, feeling somewhat better. Just moments ago, he had felt ravenous, but now, after only 2 bites of bear paw, he was completely sated, no longer hungry, even feeling a bit stuffed. Yip yip yip. Linger devoured the bear paw and roasted bear meat, reveling in delight. That I think I will sleep now. Ling that if you wish to consume the crystals, please be cautious. It would be best to start with the flame one, as you have experienced a Yihan advised Linger, then lay down. After 2 bites of bear paw, he felt a bit lightheaded and ready for sleep. He surmised this was his body's need to digest and absorb the food, likely causing blood to rush toward his stomach, leading to drowsiness. This is a common reason why many feel sleepy after a hearty meal. Yip. Linger continued to munch on the bear paw and bear meat without a backward glance. Dawai Han lay down, glanced at the world chat, and then his eyelids grew heavy as he drifted into slumber. Outside, the winds howled ferociously, and in some areas, tornadoes formed, leaving destruction in their wake. Every moment, individuals met tragic fates, while those still alive remained on edge, unable to lower their guard for even a second. As if a sword of Damocles were suspended above his head. Inside the room, Yi Han was sound asleep, cocooned in blankets, with a warm and cozy campfire crackling nearby, by the time he opened his eyes. The first night of the fog storm had already passed. He stretched lazily, feeling an unprecedented vigor. Chapter 43. Yi Han becomes stronger. Linger evolves again. How delightful. Yi Han sat up, clenched his fists, filled with a sense of power. He felt as though he could shatter bones with a single punch. His body appeared to have become considerably stronger, brimming with boundless energy. This sensation was akin to having consumed a mighty pill. Yi Han rose and began to move about the room, striking the air with his fists, producing a whooshing sound. He leaped in place and sprinted swiftly, all demonstrating an enhancement beyond his previous capabilities. Could it be the bear paw's influence? Yi Han marveled. This must be the transformation brought about by his continuous consumption of exotic beast meat since arriving in the foggy continent. He had been feasting on 3-star exotic beast meat daily. And last night he indulged in a 4-star bear paw, ultimately elevating his physique to its current state. Wonderful. While I may not rival Linger in prowess, I certainly won't be a burden, after all. I have to keep up with my daughter, huh? Yi Han chuckled with joy. Then he noticed Linger curled up in a ball in the center of the room, her entire body flickering with a luminous glow of flames. The campfire had extinguished, yet the room remained warm, a testament to Linger's continuous release of heat. Yi Han observed that the ice crystal and thunder crystal remained, while the fire crystal was absent. Linger had consumed the fire crystal, enhancing her flame abilities further. The time must be nearing. He would check shortly. After brushing his teeth, Yi Han perused the messages in the world channel. I'm finished. I've exhausted all my wood and 2-star materials. And my fog coins are depleted. I can't continue repairing the shelter. Might as well await my fate. Outside, the winds howled, dust and stones flying as darkness enveloped the land. When will this fog storm cease? The wind seemed to weaken, and the temperature rose slightly. Could it be that the fog storm was drawing to a close? Thankfully, I had the foresight to sell all unnecessary resources to purchase water and food. I still possess ample wood and 2-star materials. I will surely endure. Is that Xiangfu still around? You haven't perished, have you? Do you think one can return to the original world after death? I long to go home. I do not wish to linger in the foggy continent. Oh, woe is me, did I see Yi Han there? I've sent you a team invitation. Do check it out. Yi Han spat out the toothpaste foam, his eyes widening. Someone had sent him a team invitation. He furrowed his brow and searched the survival panel. Indeed, a conspicuous prompt appeared. Habitually, he had opened the world channel, neglecting this notification. Survivor Yi Han, you have received a team invitation from Survivor Sun Wu, Survivor ID. Do you accept? Who is this Sun Wu? Yi Han rinsed his mouth again, his mind racing with speculation that he had frequently appeared in the world announcements, and Survivor IDs were well known. Moreover, to invite a teammate using a team card, one must input the Survivor ID. As Lu Xiao had mentioned, he wouldn't have lied. Thus, it must be this Sun Wu who possesses a team card and wishes to invite Yi Han to team up. Seeking to ride on his coattails. What a fanciful notion. Why would I team up with someone I don't even know? Yi Han promptly declined the invitation. Then, another invitation popped up. This time it was from a foreigner named Mary. Following Mary were Su Xiaodong, Wang Qi, and even Okamoto Kojiro. Yi Han rejected them all. Damn foreigners. Yi Han chuckled derisively. Thankfully, team cards were not commonplace. Otherwise, he would receive even more invitations. Notably, Yi Han observed that the team invitation from Wang Qi had expired. The acceptance button grayed out. This indicated that Yi Han could no longer accept the invitation, leading him to suspect that this individual had perished. The invitation had been sent in the dead of night. Yet Yi Han had been asleep. He had not had the chance to decline before the storm claimed him. Yi Han then opened the regional chat channel. The discussions had shifted from Lu Xiao and the others. A bygone topic. To date, Lu Xiao had yet to speak, which undoubtedly signified their demise. They began to count off. Number 1, Chao Fifan.I. Number 2, Ma Jingwo. Number 3, Hu Lady. Number 8, Zhao Deong. These individuals were indeed reporting numbers. Yihan glanced around and noted the absence of numbers 4 and 7. They had not reported in. The subsequent numbers, 19, 20, 25, and so forth, were also void. Thus, these individuals must have perished. 8 more have fallen. The fog storm is truly terrifying. What can be done? All one can do is leave it to fate. Haha, I'm currently seeking guidance. Perhaps in the next moment, I'll meet my demise. Every bit counts. How unfair that others are so powerful while I remain weak. I refuse to accept it. If that Yihan were in my vicinity, I'd hunt him down to slay him. Yihan closed the regional chat channel, shaking his head. Jealousy distorts one's character. He was now the sole occupant of a 3-star shelter, unaware of how many were envious of him. This was all hard-won. Yihan huffed, glancing at Linger. Out at this moment, Linger opened her eyes, stretching her body as she looked at Yihan. Whimper, whimper. Linger affectionately approached, circling around Yihan and nuzzling him. Ah, good Linger, to what extent has your flame ability evolved now? Yihan inquired about her progress. Whimper. Linger took a step back and flames erupted from her body. A straight stream of fire shot from her mouth. Whoa, is that a windproof lighter? Yihan's eyes widened. Previously, when Linger emitted flames, they were flickering, akin to the weak flames of a $1 lighter, not windproof. Now, however, her flames were powerful and shot forth in a straight line, like a $2 windproof lighter. Excellent, Linger's flame ability has indeed advanced. Very well, Linger, next you should do what Yihan intended to press on and have Linger consume the ice crystal to gain ice abilities. However, he reconsidered. This could be unwise that if Linger ingested the ice crystal, she might emanate cold air. While she would certainly be fine, it could be a trial for Yihan. If you consume the ice crystal, will you release cold air? My body is weak. I cannot withstand the cold. Yihan conveyed to Ling a whimper, whimper. Linger shook her head, indicating that she would not emit cold AI or that why Yihan confirmed this multiple times before feeling reassured. Linger, eat up. I worry you might go hungry. I want you to have all the delicious food. Your healthy and happy growth is my greatest wish. Yihan adopted a shameless demeanor that if Linger could speak, she might say, with such a thick skin, even the fog storm could not blow him away. Subsequently, Linger consumed the ice crystal, beginning to digest the mysterious power within. As expected, no cold air was emitted. Yihan surmised that this was due to Linger's flame ability evolving once more, allowing her to better control the energy within the crystal, that he then began to wait for Linger to finish while opening the survival panel. With time to spare, he resumed browsing the world channel, checking the trading section. These were excellent ways to pass the time. Not long after, Yihan stumbled upon a remarkable item in the trading section. Chapter 44, Red Dot Sight, the pistol returns. Yihan frequently monitored the trading section, often purchasing various items, such as snacks to satisfy cravings, that he had procured chocolate from the fog shop, and there were also some sunflower seeds and chips among Lu Zhao's belongings. Thus, other survivors also had opportunities to acquire such items, whether purchased from the fog shop at a markup or obtained from treasure chest at this moment. Yihan stumbled upon an exceptional item. Red Dot Sight, an exceptionally precise sight, indicating where to shoot, compatible with various firearms. Price, 888 fog coins. This made Yihan's eyes light up. Presently, he possessed a blueprint for an AK and a fragment of a UZI blueprint. While he lacked the materials to assemble an AK at this moment, it was only a matter of time that why Yihan had never handled a firearm before, hence he lacked any shooting skills. Therefore, equipping a red dot sight would enhance his accuracy, while shooting that I must buy this immediately. Yihan hastily attempted to purchase the red dot sight. Just then, he noticed the red dot sight had vanished. Alas! Yihan smacked his thigh, his expression filled with frustration. Such occurrences either meant someone had snatched it away or it had been taken down. In any case, it was no longer available, that he had just been a moment too late. Yihan gritted his teeth and continued refreshing the trading section, that he discovered that the variety of items had significantly increased. Items that had previously been unavailable now emerged. For instance, Yihan observed various pieces of furniture, including an antiquated wall lamp, an exquisite wardrobe, and a comfortable recliner. But he decided to purchase the wardrobe and recliner, as the wall lamp was unnecessary given his possession of a searchlight. After nightfall, the searchlight provided ample illumination within the dwelling. Additionally, various tools were displayed for sale, such as kitchen knives, axes, and crowbars that seemed that the sellers, compelled by desperation, had put forth items they originally intended to keep, eager to acquire missed coins. Even the price of the most affordable wood had surged, becoming increasingly difficult to procure. Yihan shook his head, overwhelmed by the current state of affairs. The one-star shelters, akin to thatched cottages, had essentially become extinct. Those that survived were predominantly two-star shelters, with Yihan being the sole inhabitant of a three-star shelter. The two-star shelters frequently sustained damage during fog storms, necessitating timely repairs to endure. This situation demanded a continuous supply of wood and two-star materials. Lacking these, purchases were the only option. The demand for these two resources had skyrocketed, resulting in inflated prices, compelling many individuals to sell their possessions. Ultimately, even their weapons, essential for survival, were being relinquished for a chance at continued existence. To that moment, Yihan's attention was captured by an intriguing item, a fragment of UZI schematics. Priced at 300 Misty coins, although it seemed somewhat exorbitant, he promptly acquired it. Current progress stood at 2 out of 10. With 8 more fragments, he would obtain the complete UZI blueprint. Meanwhile, within a precarious two-star shelter, a middle-aged man with deep lines of worry on his face received 270 Misty coins after taxes. This blueprint was his last valuable possession, and he lamented the fog shop for deducting 30 Misty coins from his total. Resigned, he decided to purchase some two-star materials to repair his shelter. With a grim expression, he opened the trading panel, searching for reasonably priced two-star materials. However, after a prolonged search, he found prices climbing ever higher. He regretted not buying a previous item at a lower price. Listening to the howling wind outside, fear gripped him as he refreshed the trading panel with haste. The worry lines on his face deepened further. Dodo, I will ensure your survival. I will find you, but alas, the mother had run out of Misty coins, and her shelter was on the verge of collapse. Oh, Dodo, where are you? In a slanted two-star shelter, a woman wept, covering her face. Deep down, she had already guessed her child's fate, yet she continued to deceive herself. What else can I sell? I have even put my bed up for sale. But no one is buying. I am a prominent influencer with endless funds. Open the recharge portal. I need to convert money into Misty coins. In the Misty realm, what is an influencer worth? Once powerful figures are rendered insignificant here. Scenes of desperation unfolded across various corners of the Misty continent. Meanwhile, Yihan savored tea and enjoyed sunflower seeds. The tea from the Misty shop was delightful, a quality he had never experienced before. The sunflower seeds were also impeccable, all plump and fresh. Reclining in his newly purchased chair, he spat out the shells, only to have one fly onto Ling air, instantly freezing upon contact, encased in a thin layer of ice. Adhering to her, although Ling air emitted no chilling aura, her body had become exceedingly cold. This inspired Yihan with a novel idea. He began to blow sunflower seeds at Ling air, relishing in the playful absurdity. Before long, her form was adorned with sunflower seed shells, yet she remained oblivious, absorbed in her evolutionary state. As Yihan indulged in his amusement, he glanced at the world channel and perused the trading panel leisurely. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as a handgun appeared in the trading panel. The handgun, was this not the one previously listed for 1 million Misty coins? Yihan laughed heartily, having just spat out a shell. The previous owner had showcased the handgun, not intending to sell, but rather to flaunt. Now it was relisted at a drastically reduced price of 10,000 Misty coins. This indicated that the owner was in dire straits. Under normal circumstances, one would not part with such a weapon unless faced with life-threatening circumstances. 10,000 Misty coins would likely go unsold. Not even I can afford that. Yihan scoffed, fixating on the handgun. Surely no one would purchase it. Presently, he was the only inhabitant of a 3-star shelter, while others remained in 2-star shelters. Even if someone possessed 10,000 Misty coins, it would be unwise to squander them on a handgun, as they would need to reserve funds for potential crises and shelter repairs. Indeed, after watching for some time, the handgun remained unsold. Yihan rose to refill his tea and glanced again at the world channel. Mockery of the handgun's owner was rampant, with calls against purchasing it. Soon after, the handgun disappeared from the trading panel, likely removed by its owner. Could he have perished? If so, would the handgun be swept away by the storm or reclaimed? Yihan pondered, continuing to refresh the trading panel, intent on seizing opportunities among the hidden treasures others might possess. In quick succession, Yihan stumbled upon another valuable item. The handgun reappeared, now priced at 8,000 Misty coins. Additionally, a red dot site surfaced for 666 Misty coins. Previously, the site was listed at 888 Misty coins, and now it was a bargain. Yihan swiftly purchased the site, excitement coursing through him. With the sight, he was only a handgun away from a complete set. He delighted in the sight, grinning as he imagined the handgun's fate. Meanwhile, within a 2-star shelter, a curly-haired youth sighed heavily. He was the owner of the Red Dot site, having initially listed it for 888 missed coins, only to remove it, feeling it was overpriced and reluctant to part with it. However, after further damage to his shelter, he was forced to relist it, this time for 666 missed coins, only to have it snatched up by Yihan. With the missed coins in hand, he promptly purchased materials to repair his shelter. Elsewhere, in another 2-star shelter, a bald man raged violently, adorned with a menacing tattoo, revealing his unsavory character. "Buy my handgun. I've reduced the price. Why won't anyone buy it? Damn it. I'll kill you all." With bloodshot eyes, he cursed and spat in frustration, the same individual who had once boasted about his handgun priced at 1 million missed coins, now in dire straits. He sought to sell it, but to no avail that he reduced the price again, now to 5,000 missed coins. Gazing at a hole in the shelter's ceiling, he seethed, removing the handgun from the market once more. Yet still found no buyers. The bald man was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "I'll keep a close watch. Once it hits around 2,000, I'll pounce." Yihan, having risen from his chair, was filled with determination. He had 2,286 missed coins remaining. To most, this was an astronomical sum. But for Yihan, it was merely a fraction that he had devoted the past few days to mining and exploring 4-star ruins. Neglecting opportunities to sell, Yihan remained focused on the trading panel, ready to act as soon as the handgun was removed from the market. Soon enough, it resurfaced, now priced at 4,000 missed coins. Still hoping for 4,000? Not a chance. Hurry and drop it to 2,000. At that price, I'll do a good deed and buy it. Yihan muttered to himself. Meanwhile, many others were also watching the handgun. Priced at 4,000 missed coins. No, I can't buy it. Who knows how long the fog storm will last? I must save my missed coins for shelter repairs. My food and water can last 5 more days. But the shelter requires constant expenditures for maintenance. While I have stockpiled some wood and 2-star materials, along with provisions, the price of 4,000 is exorbitant, that I only possess 1,400 missed coins, which renders the purchase impossible. If I had a 3-star shelter, I would have acquired the handgun by now, but being limited to a 2-star shelter is truly disheartening. Many have cast envious glances at this handgun, yet they are all constrained by their own 2-star shelters. Even if they have the funds, they dare not buy. Only Yihan remains undaunted by the mist storm, confidently ready to spend. 3,500? Could you be more straightforward? Yihan noticed the price of the handgun had dropped to 3,500 missed coins and couldn't help but curse. Meanwhile, the bald man was nearly in tears, as his shelter could collapse at any moment. Yet, he was reluctant to sell the handgun at a loss. Why is no one buying? Hurry up and buy it. He was anxiously slapping his bald head, sweat glistening atop. In desperation, he decided to lower the price again. 3,000 missed coins. The bald man knelt down and began to pray. "Please, someone buy this handgun. 3,000 coins is truly a bargain. I am practically giving it away. Save me, please buy the handgun." The bald man cried out repeatedly. On Yihan's end, he leaned back, waiting for the bald man to lower the price once more. The next drop would likely be to 2,500 coins. When it reaches 2,000 coins, I shall make my move to purchase it. I could then equip the handgun with a red dot sight, adding another formidable weapon to my arsenal. Yihan felt elated, eagerly anticipating the price drop. While he currently possessed a pneumatic gun and a 4-star paralysis machete, additional means of attack could only be beneficial. Having an extra handgun might just save his life at a critical moment. Why is no one buying? The bald man let out a wretched cry. A stone was swept by the raging wind and struck his shelter. The entire structure tilted precariously. Though the stone was small and did not completely destroy his shelter, it brought calamity. Amidst the howling wind, the shelter shook violently, on the brink of collapse. Lower the price. Sell it quickly. I'll sell it for any amount. The bald man was utterly frantic. He hastily removed the handgun from sale and relisted it. Without hesitation, trembling all over, he set the price at 1,000 missed coins. "Whoever buys this handgun is my savior. Please help me." The bald man wailed, his eyes bulging, fixated on the trading interface. Meanwhile, many had noticed the handgun's price had plummeted to 1,000 coins. They, like Yihan, were refreshing the trading interface, fixated on the latest price of the handgun. 1,000 coins. A tremendous steal. This person must be in dire straits, utterly panicked. Buy. Yihan's body trembled, nearly toppling from his recliner. He clicked to purchase immediately, acquiring the heavy handgun. 1,000 missed coins were deducted, and he now held a substantial handgun. The sale had concluded, and 900 missed coins were credited to him. Quickly purchase wood and 2-star materials. Damn it, who bought my handgun for 1,000 missed coins? I must find out who you are. Otherwise, I shall hunt you down and roast you alive." The bald man's eyes turned fierce, murderous intent surging within him. Just moments ago, he had declared that anyone who bought the handgun was a savior. Yet now his demeanor had shifted faster than turning a page. Without even comparing prices, he hastily purchased a stock of wood and 2-star materials, opting to repair his shelter. However, amidst the howling winds, his shelter finally collapsed entirely. He was swept up by a tornado, and a message appeared before him. Shelter repair failed. You have no shelter. Chapter 46, Desert Eagle. Linger SI Spike. How can one repair without a shelter? So close, just a bit closer. Damn it. The one who bought my gun is cursed. Everyone must die. The bald man let out a piercing, vengeful howl, but it was drowned out by the wind. His body spun rapidly in the tornado, inducing severe dizziness as the world around him whirled. Objects were swept up in the wind, violently colliding with his body, shattering his bones and penetrating through him. Did I in no time? The bald man's body resembled a tattered plastic bag, riddled with holes that he perished, but no one was aware. Meanwhile, Yihan was toying with his newly acquired handgun. The Desert Eagle, a classic. The bullets are .50 caliber, with a magazine capacity of 7 rounds. Yihan examined the details of the weapon, weighing it in his hands. The firearm was considerably heavy, for those lacking strength. Wielding it would prove challenging. Moreover, firearms possess recoil, with some powerful weapons exhibiting tremendous kickback. Given my current physical condition, handling a small handgun poses no issue. Let us try aiming. Yihan attached the red dot sight to the Desert Eagle and aimed it at Linger. A prominent red dot appeared on Linger's head. That if I were to wave this red dot around, would Linger chase it? Probably not, as that's more of a cat's game, and Linger is a dragon. Yihan mused. Then he noticed Linger slowly opening her eyes, gazing at him. Silence enveloped the night. Linger, you're awake. Yihan tucked away the handgun, offering Linger an awkward yet polite smile. Yip. Linger dashed toward Yihan, her forehead horn aimed directly at him. At her speed, there was no way Yihan could evade. Oh no. But in the next moment, Linger halted, opting not to attack Yihan. Instead, she nuzzled her face against his, extending her tongue to lick his cheek, sending a ticklish sensation through him. I knew you wouldn't harm me, Linger. Although I am not human, you still love me the most. Yihan chuckled, petting Linger, only to find his hand covered in sunflower seed shells. Yip. Linger tilted her head, puzzled. She then noticed her body was covered in the peculiar remnants. No worries. No need to fret over the details. Linger, show me your ice ability. Come on, let us see it. Yihan watched eagerly. Yip yip. Linger perked up at the mention of her ice ability. She stepped back a distance and then trembled her entire body. Instantly, a fierce coldness erupted. Yihan felt the temperature in the room plummet rapidly, prompting an involuntary shiver. Thankfully, he was clad in a warm 4-star windbreaker. Otherwise, it would have been even colder. Before Linger, the previously roaring bonfire was extinguished in an instant. Moisture in the air condensed, transforming into tiny ice crystals that cascaded like snow. Hiss. Yihan gasped in surprise. This was a genuine gasp, for the air had truly turned frigid. Yihan felt a chill penetrate deep within. Yip yip yip. Linger raised her head, visibly pleased. Then she opened her mouth and unleashed an ice spike. Whoosh. The ice spike zipped past Yihan's scalp, crashing into the wall of the shelter, causing even the 3-star structure to shudder. Outside, bronze thorns writhed, as if something were attacking the shelter, searching for an enemy. That's enough. That's enough. Linger, cease your powers. Yihan sneezed, hastily calling out to her. Only then did Linger retract her icy abilities and begin to breathe fire. That a warm glow enveloped her, restoring the temperature within the shelter. She even breathed fire to reignite the bonfire. Incredible. The 3-star shelter had been damaged. Yihan gazed at the wall where the ice spike had struck. Although it hadn't broken, it had left a small dent. He quickly repaired it using some secret star silver ore. Completing the restoration. Linger is amazing. She is already starting to demolish the place. Now let us have something to eat, and then you can absorb the energy from the thunder crystal. Yihan retrieved some bear meat from his supplies and began to grill it. Eating 4-star meat should be fine, right? Yihan felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, the last time he consumed bear paws, he had nosebleeds and felt overwhelmed after just a couple of bites. He tentatively took a bite of the bear meat, chewed, and swallowed. That a wave of warmth surged through him, and he felt at ease and no discomfort whatsoever. Wonderful. My body has grown stronger. I can now handle 4-star meat without adverse effects. Time to feast. Yihan devoured a large chunk of bear meat and even indulged in some bone marrow. The marrow was particularly flavorful, with a satisfying chewiness, and after being grilled, sprinkled with salt and mist pepper. It was utterly delightful that Han and Linger enjoyed a hearty meal, both with grease dripping from their mouths, reveling in the feast. Yip yip yip. Linger gazed eagerly at the thunder crystal before her, unable to contain her excitement. Let us begin, Linger. Take a deep breath and acquire the power of thunder. Han encouraged Ling gently. Boo! Linger nodded, opened her mouth, and swallowed the thunder crystal. She then curled up beside Han's feet. Enveloped in silence. Hiss. Han noticed arcs of purple lightning beginning to dance beneath her scales. This power was being contained within Linger, not escaping into the air. Otherwise, Han would have been in grave danger. Akin to sitting in an electric chair. Just wait. I hope Linger succeeds. That Han reclined back on his chair, savoring a moment of tranquility. That he glanced at the regional channel, where a portion of the survivors in the current area had agreed to report their numbers at intervals to ascertain who was still alive and who had perished. However, this practice proved futile. Each time someone was found dead, the mood would plunge into deeper despair, or conversely, spiral into madness, leading to extreme actions. Many had likely not perished in the mist storms. Undoubtedly, some had succumbed to despair and taken their own lives. Han shook his head. The number of people reporting in the regional channel dwindled, confirming that many had met their demise. Several familiar names had not appeared in consecutive reports, indicating they were surely dead, such as the brick-moving brother from Zuin and the woman who attempted to seduce Li Hao with her beauty. It had been quite some time since they last spoke. That Han then opened the World Channel, which was abuzz with discussions regarding the ownership of a handgun. Who bought the handgun? A mere 1,000 mist coins? What a steal! Who has such quick hands? Brother selling the gun. Can you see this? Are you upset? A handgun worth 1 million is now sold for just 1,000. Haha. Han, are you there? I've sent you a party invite. Please accept. I'm Xiao Nan, and I'll serve you. Han quickly put up the 4-star mist beast meat for sale. I want to buy. The conversation about the handgun dominated, yet there were numerous speculations about Han being the buyer, which was not far from the truth. One particular message requesting meat caught Han's attention. The inquiry for 4-star mist beast meat came from someone named Cold Wind. If Han recalled correctly, this individual was the first to upgrade to a 2-star refuge, as he had seen in the world announcement. Without a doubt, this person was also a formidable competitor. Did he wish to purchase the 4-star mist beast meat out of mere greed? Han sensed there was more to it. Cold Wind likely had ulterior motives, possibly seeking to consume the meat to enhance his physical prowess. However, Han was unwilling to sell bare meat at this time. As the duration of the mist storm was uncertain, and conserving food was paramount, he decided to wait. After the storm subsided, he would reassess the situation. That he glanced at Linger, finding no abnormalities, and continued to peruse the World Channel. Useful information was scarce. Those who had survived thus far were no fools. Some might choose to hoard their most valuable possessions for desperate times, keeping their cards close to their chest, much like Han himself, who had yet to utter a single word in either the world or regional channels. He would never disclose Ling's existence or his abilities. Such secrets were not for others to know. Scrolling through the trade listings, Han sought items that were typically unavailable. That he took a sip of tea and resumed refreshing the trade bar, hoping to procure bullets for his Desert Eagle. At present, he possessed only 7 bullets, the original supply from the handgun. Such items were never too plentiful. That, as the saying goes, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. Come on, show me those .50 caliber bullets. Han refreshed the trade bar, searching for useful supplies, and specifically for Desert Eagle ammunition. After a while, he stumbled upon a box of 5.56 caliber bullets, then a box of 30 rounds for 500 coins. Huh. Han scoffed and refreshed the listings again. Only a fool would buy that. Either the seller had nothing of value left except for that box, or they were simply greedy. Suddenly, he spotted a UZI blueprint fragment, priced at 350 coins. It was 50 coins more than the last time he purchased one. Nevertheless, Han decided to buy it. The first fragment he obtained was from the mist shop, costing him 100 mist coins. The pricing in the mist shop was uniform for all, indicating that these sellers were making quite a profit. Han pondered. If he were not in a hurry, he could wait. Daily refreshes at the mist shop had a chance of yielding UZI blueprint fragments, yet his eagerness to gather 10 fragments spurred him on. He felt a nostalgic sensation reminiscent of past gaming experiences. This mysterious force that had transported everyone to the Mist Continent might be a deity, the will of the world, or an advanced civilization. Had they once dabbled in game design? Han continued refreshing the trade bar, but after a prolonged search, he found number 50 caliber bullets. Refreshing the trade listings was a matter of luck and chance that he purchased a few more items, including a small table. Surprisingly stable on all four legs, Dwai Han chuckled as he placed his teacup on the table beside him. It was peculiar how table legs often varied in length, necessitating something to prop them up. That a well-crafted table should stand firm on all four legs. Now that would be a fine piece of furniture. That he also acquired a roll of toilet paper. Laughing at the absurdity of it, holding the roll, Han rose from his recliner, but he needed to address some personal matters. After all, nature calls. Typically, he would dig a hole outside, as he was a man of decency. Though he might relieve himself in the wild, he would always bury it afterward. However, during the mist storm, venturing outside for such needs posed a significant risk. Although clad in a 4-star windbreaker, Han preferred to err on the side of caution. Ultimately, he squatted in a corner of the room. Thankfully, the space was ample, making it manageable to that moment. He wondered if there existed something like a toilet. He had never encountered one in his searches. If such a thing existed, it would require plumbing, a daunting task indeed. As he contemplated, he noticed Ling opening her eyes. That linger. Why so soon? Did you succeed? Yihan's heart sank, and he quickly inquired. He observed a look of disappointment in Linger's eyes, which were glistening with unshed tears. Boo! Linger let out a pitiful cry, rushing into Yihan's embrace. Yihan felt his clothes dampen from Linger's tears. It's okay. It's okay. Our Linger is the best, the mightiest in the entire Mist continent. He reassured her. One failure is nothing. I once faced 3 or 4 rejections in a single day while job hunting. He comforted Linger, though he couldn't deny his disappointment. He had hoped she would harness the power of thunder. Yet, he would never blame her for this setback. Boo-hoo! Linger sobbed softly. Stop crying, Linger. It's all right. I'm not upset. Please don't cry. Help me deal with that over there. There's something good. Use your ice ability to freeze it. Yihan had a sudden idea and spoke to Linger. Sure enough, she shifted her attention, tilting her head to glance over. However, her expression turned to one of disdain. She recognized what it was, having seen it while Yihan was outside. Though he had forbidden her from watching, she was crafty enough to sneak a peek. With a whoosh, Linger opened her mouth, unleashing a gust of icy breath. The odor dissipated, encasing the offending matter in frost. Linger, you're amazing. Yihan praised her, ruffling her head. Linger gradually cheered up, but her heart still bore the weight of disappointment from failing to absorb the energy of the thunder crystal. Yihan reassured her. Just wait, my dear. I'll buy you another crystal right away. If you fail once, I'll buy one more. If you fail twice, I'll buy 2. With each attempt, you will surely succeed. Yihan soothed Linger as he began refreshing the trade bar, but he had yet to encounter anyone selling crystals, highlighting their rarity. Yet he had previously obtained a 3-star flame crystal from a golden treasure chest, proving that although the odds were low, there was still a chance to find crystals in such chests. He refused to believe that no one was selling them. As Yihan refreshed the trade bar repeatedly in search of crystals, the sky began to darken, signaling the approach of night. Outside, the mist storm intensified, showing no signs of abating. Chapter 48, Aromatic Masks. Acquiring the Thunder Crystal, the howling winds shattered many dreams. Since the onset of the mist storm, everyone had been hoping for it to conclude swiftly as nightfall approached. Many wondered if the storm would cease after midnight. However, the answer was evidently no. The tempest showed no sign of relenting, plunging many into profound despair. The world channel erupted with chaos. Alas, this cursed mist storm shows no signs of abating. The mist coins in my possession have been completely exhausted, yet the tempest persists. My demise seems inevitable. Ha ha ha. What malevolent force has transported us to this misty realm? I refuse to yield. Even if it is a deity at play, I shall slay the god. I have sold everything of value, and now I am left with nothing. My fate is in my own hands, not dictated by the heavens. I am determined to survive. I must. A torrent of chat messages floods in. Some are engulfed in utter despair. Others seethe with indignation, while a few remain steadfast in their beliefs. The spectrum of humanity is on full display. Yihan sighs silently and shakes his head. Undoubtedly, many will perish tonight. The number of participants in the regional channel is dwindling. A palpable atmosphere of dread looms over the channel, and crystalline resources have yet surfaced, but I sense it is merely a matter of time. If the storm continues, someone will surely part with their treasured crystals. Yihan closes the survival panel and initiates today's transformation. The dawn of the second day of the mist storm has arrived, past midnight, signaling the commencement of a new round of transformation. With 3 opportunities at his disposal, Yihan decides to go all in. The mask he possesses can filter 90% of the mist toxins. Moreover, in the final transformation, a critical hit occurs. Antitoxic mask can filter 90% of the mist toxins. Special attribute: fragrant. Wearing this mask refreshes breath, leaving no unpleasant odor. Excellent. A smile graces Yi Han's face. Previously, wearing a mask led to an unpleasant saliva scent after a while. Hence, products such as mask aroma beads and scented patches emerged. Designed to eliminate odors, this mask can soon filter all toxins completely, freeing him from the need for detox pills. Furthermore, the material is highly breathable, allowing for effortless respiration, akin to being unmasked, with an added delightful fragrance. Liu Xiao was truly a good person. Yi Han reminisces about Liu Xiao, who has since passed, and he finds himself extolling the virtues of the deceased. After enhancing the mask, Yi Han does not rush to sleep. The wind is strong tonight. Many shelters will undoubtedly sustain damage, prompting individuals to sell their belongings. That's why Yi Han intends to stay awake for a while, hoping to acquire the items he desires, such as 50 caliber bullets and crystals that he reclines on his bed, refreshing the trading bar. It is worth noting that now, Ling Er has lost the privilege to share the bed due to her weight. If Ling Er were to join him, the wooden bed would surely collapse. Thus, Yi Han allows Ling Er to curl up beside the bed, providing warmth nonetheless. Lying on his side, he gently strokes Ling Er's head while swiftly refreshing the trading bar. He senses an increase in his reaction speed, able to discern all items and prices at a glance, quickly determining if they meet his needs, something he could not achieve before. His physical enhancements are comprehensive, encompassing brain and nerve improvements as well. What if consuming the flesh of a super mist beast leads to my evolution into a superhuman? Yi Han glances at Ling Er, the super mist beast. Phew! Ling Er tilts her head, her gaze filled with curiosity that a powerful intuition warns her that Yi Han's intentions may not be entirely benevolent. But ha, fear not, Ling Er. Rest now. Yi Han chuckles. Ling Er squints her eyes slightly. Remaining beside Yi Han, emitting a soft purring sound reminiscent of a cat, yet more melodious than why Yi Han dubs it dragon's melody. It serves as a soothing white noise, calming and relaxing. Simultaneously, this is another of Ling Er's remarkable uses, a lullaby. As Yi Han refreshes the trading bar, he is unwittingly lulled into slumber, but he awakens naturally, feeling refreshed. The first thing he does is check the trading bar eagerly, that a night has passed, and he may have missed out on numerous valuable items. Indeed, upon opening the trading bar, he discovers a plethora of new items available. Within a few refreshes, he spots the coveted .50 caliber bullets, a box containing 30 rounds, priced at 200 mist coins, purchased without hesitation. Continuing to refresh, he finds a fragment of an UZI blueprint. Bye. Yi Han acquires the blueprint fragment on the spot. Current progress: 410. Unbeknownst to him, he now possesses 4 UZI blueprint fragments, nearly half the total required. This fragment is priced at 200 mist coins, cheaper than the previous 2 purchases. Additionally, he spots a mattress. It seems those who once lived comfortably are now struggling and selling their belongings. That's why Yi Han buys the mattress and lays it atop his bed. How delightful! The 300 mist coins spent are well worth it. However, upon purchasing the mattress, Yi Han realizes he has depleted his funds. His mist coins are nearly exhausted, with only 95 remaining. It seems he must sell something to replenish his resources. Water and food are off the table. He will keep those for himself. Currently, the most sought-after commodity is 2-star stones, essential for shelter repairs, with prices soaring. Now that he no longer requires 2-star stones, he decides to sell them all. Yi Han lists all the 2-star stones he possesses on the trading bar. Almost instantly, they are all sold out. Gasp! Despite being mentally prepared, he cannot help but inhale sharply. He sold them too cheaply. Yi Han chuckles, undeterred by regret. He now has over 2,000 mist coins. He rises to brush his teeth, wash his face, and eat something. My appetite is insatiable. I feel as if I could consume 5 meals a day. Confined to my dwelling, akin to a period of confinement. Yi Han mocks himself, then instructs Ling Er to start a fire. While enjoying breakfast, he continues to refresh the trading bar. Fortune favors the diligent. And ultimately, Yi Han discovers the item he has long sought, a 3-star thunder crystal priced at 1,000 mist coins. Without hesitation, he purchases it. In the next moment, a thunder crystal appears in his hand. Waving it enticingly before Ling Er, phew. Ling Er instantly becomes animated, her eyes sparkling, her body writhing as she nuzzles against Yi Han, a display of affection. Ha. I said I would buy it. And indeed I have. Is Daddy good? Yihan laughs. Phew. Ling Er nods vigorously. Phew, 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 phew. Ling Er exuberantly vocalizes, and though Yihan cannot comprehend her words, he can surmise she is expressing her approval. She likely wants to convey, I will surely succeed this time. Let us begin. It will undoubtedly work. Yihan feeds a thunder crystal to Ling Er, then begins to wait. Chapter 49. Thunder Power. A giant frog descends. After consuming the thunder crystal, Ling Er coils up, commencing the absorption and digestion of the crystal's energy. Meanwhile, Yihan continues to refresh the trading bar, seeking various treasures. Concurrently, within a 2-star shelter, someone has purchased my thunder crystal. Thank the heavens. I must quickly buy stones to repair the shelter. Before him stands a slender young man with dark skin. After acquiring the 2-star stones and repairing his precarious shelter, he exhales deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. He has narrowly escaped death. He sighs again, lamenting that he initially planned to wait until his physical condition improved before utilizing the crystal. However, he is now forced to sell it at a loss, fearing it might not sell at all. It took nearly half an hour to find a buyer. He shakes his head with a wry smile, listening to the howling wind outside, feeling a sense of unease. But there is no recourse. He can only pray for better luck, that if the shelter can endure minimal damage, there may still be hope for survival. Should fortune turn against him, it could lead to disaster at any moment. Is there anyone nearby with milder winds? Let us team up. I have a team card and will offer you 10 pounds of 3-star meat. Yihan, please approve my team request. I will do anything you ask if you let me stay in your 3-star shelter. Numerous valuable items appear in the trading bar, yet he cannot afford them, needing to save funds for shelter repairs. Alas, that Yihan must surely harbor ulterior motives. He seems never to have uttered a single word. I monitor the World Channel all day and never see him speak. Perhaps he is not a survivor at all, but rather a back-end operator, a puppet master. Marshala. Who is Marshala? My shelter is on the brink of collapse. My final wish before dying is to savor a bite of Marshala. Heh, I used a random relocation card to move to a place with stronger winds. I've decided to end it all. Farewell, everyone. I will await you in the underworld. The World Channel is rife with an abundance of negative sentiments. Some lead the way in self-destruction, prompting others to follow suit, declaring they can no longer endure life. Yihan notices an individual craving Marshala. This person typically consumes refuse, their sustenance derived from the periodic table. What will they do if they cannot adapt to the food on Misty continent? Yihan's thoughts wander, amusing himself with witty remarks that he refreshes the trading bar, perusing an array of items that he knows not to trust every word spoken in the World Channel. Individuals like me, who lead a good life yet remain taciturn, are not particularly rare, though certainly not numerous. With a staggering population exceeding 7 billion, even if half were to vanish, over 3 billion would remain. Yihan pondered that he had never allowed himself to be misled by what he observed. Maintaining a steadfast capacity for contemplation that I in the blink of an eye, the afternoon had arrived. During this time, Yihan had declined all invitations to form teams and had acquired a fragment of an UZI blueprint. Currently, he possessed 510 fragments, achieving half of what he sought at this moment. Yihan heard an exuberant C-R-Y-IT was Ling. A surge of joy filled his heart as he hastily turned to her. Ling Er had opened her eyes, her gaze sparkling with delight as she looked at Yihan. With excitement radiating from her entire being, Ling Er emanated a purple glow, arcs of electricity dancing across her surface. It was evident that she had succeeded. She had harnessed the power of thunder. Impressive, Ling, please demonstrate. Yihan eagerly wished to witness her newfound thunderous abilities. That Ling Er nodded in response, and Yihan watched as her entire form pulsed with purple light. An abundance of electric arcs converging at the horn on her forehead. With a crackling sound, the electricity surged, and Yihan felt the hairs on his body stand on end. Stop, he exclaimed urgently. Electricity was not to be trifled with. The legendary Qin Shi Huang may have triumphed by touching an electric gate, but the average person would risk electrocution. Moreover, Yihan was currently residing in an iron house. A conductor of electricity. Ling Er appeared puzzled but complied with Yihan's request, refraining from unleashing her thunderous power. You see, Yihan explained the precautions regarding her thunder abilities. For instance, she must not employ her powers while Yihan was in water or during rain, as it could potentially harm him, even leading to fatal consequences. Ling Er nodded earnestly, indicating her understanding. Are you hungry? I've been waiting for you to join me for a meal. Yihan affectionately patted Ling Er's head. With her thunderous energy safely contained, the father and daughter began their meal of bear meat. Today, the Miss shop had yielded little of value, Ihan managed to purchase a pack of compressed biscuits, which he boiled in water to create a porridge that tasted rather pleasant. Having spent considerable time indoors, Ihan felt a twinge of impatience. However, the mist storm intensified, leaving him with no alternative. Even with a windbreaker, he was reluctant to venture outside. Besides, in such weather, little could be accomplished. The regional channels were bleak, while the world channel echoed with grievances, reflecting the people's plight. Ihan could only refresh the trading bar, perusing various items in a monotonous cycle. Just then, an enraged roar erupted from outside. Croak, the ground trembled, suggesting something was thrashing about. Ihan sprang to his feet, retrieving his machete and handgun. Linger straightened her posture, entering a battle-ready stance. What was happening? Ihan approached the door, straining to listen to the commotion outside. The howling winds masked the sounds, but he distinctly heard a series of croaks. Frogs? Ihan paused, recognizing the unmistakable calls of amphibians. Bang! Bang bang! A series of thunderous sounds reverberated, causing Ihan's three-star shelter to shake. This could only be a formidable mist beast, capable of threatening even a three-star refuge. We must eliminate it swiftly. Ihan gritted his teeth, ensuring his windbreaker was fastened, before flinging open the door. The dimming sky signaled twilight, yet under the spotlight's glare, Ihan immediately discerned the scene before him. A colossal frog-like creature stood there, its leg alone the size of Ihan himself. Its overall size was roughly one-third that of the house he occupied. Ihan had never encountered a frog of such magnitude. The massive frog was covered in wounds, its body riddled with injuries. Bronze thorns were ensnared around it, sharp spikes piercing its flesh and siphoning its blood. Yet the giant frog struggled fiercely, battering against Ihan's refuge in a frenzy. This beast had been swept in by the tornado, descending from the heavens. Ihan was taken aback, but he did not hesitate to act at Linger, strike it with electricity. At his command, he swung his machete at one of the frog's legs. Linger leaped forth, her form standing resolute against the fierce winds, purple lightning flashing atop her horn. This electric glow dispelled the mist, illuminating the surroundings, before striking the giant frog with tremendous force, causing it to emit a pitiful wail and begin to smoke. The giant frog croaked in distress, its immense body thrashing even more violently, even snapping some of the bronze thorns in the process. The ground shook, and Ihan struggled to maintain his balance. Nevertheless, he brought his machete down forcefully upon the frog's leg, leaving a deep gash and inducing a temporary paralysis. The combined effects of Linger's thunder power and Ihan's blade rendered the giant frog immobilized. Just like dealing with a giant bear, I'll control it. Linger, release your electricity while you burrow inside and devour it. Ihan shouted with exhilaration. Stuck indoors during the mist storm for days, he was eager to stretch his limbs. The appearance of this giant frog was a welcome opportunity. Ihan continued to strike the frog's leg as it attempted to resist, but was met with paralysis once more. This was an insurmountable predicament. It would be controlled to its demise. Unless it possessed certain special abilities or immense strength, encountering Ihan and Linger would spell certain doom. At the very least, this giant frog lacked such power. Sealing its fate, Linger, equally exhilarated, darted across the giant frog's body, unleashing arcs of electricity, transforming into a streak of purple lightning that plunged into the frog's mouth. The giant frog's eyes widened in terror. It had not anticipated facing such a dreadful fate, a crisis of death. Desperately, it fought to escape, but to no avail. Moreover, it felt intense pain and an overwhelming chill coursing through its body. A wave of cold radiated from its mouth, and even the mucus on its surface began to freeze. Ihan's eyes lit up upon witnessing this. Undoubtedly, Linger was releasing the power of ice within the giant frog, further constraining it at a triple immobilization. The giant frog could not move. Seizing the moment, the bronze thorns surged forward, wrapping around the giant frog's body, piercing its flesh to siphon its blood. Soon a notification appeared before Ihan. Congratulations, Survivor Ihan, for slaying the 4-star Mist giant frog and obtaining a diamond treasure chest. 4 stars? This was indeed a 4-star mist beast. Ihan was elated that he had initially believed it to be a mere 3-star creature, only to discover it was 4-star. Among 4-star beings, some are stronger and some weaker. The giant bear in the ruins, for instance, was relatively strong, while the giant frog was weaker, and of course, this also pertained to the giant frog's current condition. Having been caught in the mist storm, it was already injured. Ihan mused. This encounter with the 4-star mist beast had been remarkably effortless. That on one hand, the giant frog was somewhat weaker, but primarily, Linger's combat prowess had significantly improved, complemented by the assistance of the bronze thorns, leading to the swift defeat of this giant frog. Time to reap the rewards. Yihan began to process the giant frog's carcass. Bronze thorns, refrain from consuming it. I'll provide you with more later. Yihan commanded the thorns, urging them to retreat. Their insatiable appetite rivaled that of Ling. He noticed that where the thorns clung, large portions of the giant frog's flesh were vanishing rapidly. This simply would not do. Fortunately, the bronze thorns obeyed, withdrawing quickly to guard Yihan's refuge, intercepting debris blown in by the fierce winds. While fundamentally a plant, scientific research has indicated that plants possess their own emotions and even thoughts. As a product of the Mist continent, it was reasonable for the bronze thorns to comprehend Yihan's words that, of course, their intelligence could not compare to Linger's, that Yihan felt that Linger's intellect was akin to that of a normal child of over 10 years. While the bronze thorns were barely at a 3-year-old level, Linger poked her head out from the giant frog's mouth, gazing at Yihan. Linger, are you full? Yihan inquired with a smile, though he hesitated to share the giant frog's flesh with the bronze thorns. He was generous with Ling. Linger shook her head, indicating she had not eaten enough. Given the giant frog's size, its various internal organs were more than sufficient for a hearty meal. That if you're still hungry, continue eating. I'll just chop off the giant frog's legs, Yihan said as he swung his knife. Linger returned to the giant frog's belly, but soon emerged once more, a fish tail clutched in her mouth. Was it a fish? Linger approached Yihan, who finally discerned that it was indeed a fish. This fish was not particularly small, nearly matching Yihan's own size. However, in comparison to the giant frog nearby, it appeared diminutive. The fish was covered in sharp spines. Yihan wondered about its species. He prodded the fish with his machete. With a sudden leap, the fish thrashed, its tail slapping against the ground, puncturing tiny holes into the earth with its spines. First, I must kill it, Yihan resolved, bringing his blade down to sever the fish's head. Yet no notification emerged. Was it possible that this 1-star fog beast dropped nothing? No, he realized. It was simply because the fish was not yet dead. Fish are known for their tenacity. Even after being gutted and thrown into a pot, they may still wriggle. The Yihan understood that merely decapitating the creature did not guarantee its demise. Forget about it for now, he decided, tossing the fish aside to await its fate. While he turned his attention back to the giant frog's carcass, he worked quickly, for the conditions were less than ideal. The wind outside howled ferociously. He was able to maintain his composure, partly due to the protection of his 4-star windbreaker, and partly because the immense body of the giant frog shielded him from the gusts. Yihan swiftly dismembered the giant frog and stored its parts in a supply box, approximately 600 kg, well within capacity. Once he had secured the frog's remains, he found himself once again exposed to the ferocious fog storm. Though clad in a 4-star windbreaker, he swayed, struggling to maintain his footing. Linger, hurry home. Yihan shouted. Linger had grasped the fish's corpse with her mouth, her tail wrapping around Yihan, dragging him toward their shelter, where she shut the door behind them. Phew, Yihan exhaled, a smile breaking across his face. What fortune! A giant frog has fallen, bringing forth a 4-star fog beast. This bounty not only yields an abundance of meat, but also a new diamond treasure chest. Luck is on my side. He opened the diamond chest, and brilliant light flickered before him. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan. You have opened a diamond treasure chest and received the Grenade blueprint. Yihan noted that this blueprint was unlike any he had previously acquired. It was purple and exuded a sense of quality. Chapter 51. Permanent Blueprint. Key fragment from the fish's abdomen. The blueprint clearly possessed a hierarchy. The antidote pill blueprint was green, while blueprints for the composite bow, water purifier, and oxygen tank were blue. Once materials were provided, the blueprints would vanish, automatically crafting the items. However, this purple blueprint, Yihan examined its details. It outlined the necessary materials for crafting grenades, with a note stating, "This blueprint is permanent and will not be consumed. Just provide materials to continuously produce grenades." This revelation sparked excitement in Yihan. Such invaluable resources could yield infinite wealth for an ordinary survivor. With minimal effort, one could procure materials, craft grenades, and sell them. Yet, Yihan sought greater ambitions. His path was clear. He aimed to grow stronger and secure a place in the top tier. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan. You have slain the 3-star fog beast spiny fish king and received a golden treasure chest. Another notification chimed as the fish finally succumbed. This creature was no ordinary foe. It was a 3-star fog beast. It seemed the giant frog's poor condition was partly due to this fish's struggle within its belly. That why Ihan chuckled at the frog's misfortune. Despite its 4-star status, it might not have perished in the fog storm without these contributing factors. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan. You have opened a golden treasure chest and received a 3-star crystal stone. Oh, what a boon for Ling! Yihan waved the crystal in front of her. With eager eyes, she gazed at him, wriggling in anticipation like a child begging for a treat. Go ahead, Ling. Your water manipulation abilities can be further enhanced. Yihan fed the crystal to Linger and then turned to the fish before him. Feeling somewhat peckish after all this commotion, he decided to sample the fish's flesh. Yihan was fond of fish, which explained why he had Linger catch them for him. Previously, the crimson piranhas in the 4-star ruins had all been devoured by Linger, leaving Yihan with a lingering curiosity. Armed with his machete, he sliced open the fish's belly to clean its entrails, only to shudder as he discovered something unexpected within. Could it be a note inscribed with great Chu rising? Chen Xingwang? Yihan scoffed internally. Cleaning the object with water revealed it to be a piece of white jade, half the size of his palm, adorned with ancient, modeled engravings. 5-star ruins key fragment, as the name suggests. This is a fragment of the 5-star ruins key. The description was simple, yet sent a shiver through Yihan. Could it be that to enter the 5-star ruins, one must gather these fragmented keys? The challenge had just escalated. With the fog storm still raging, thoughts of the 5-star ruins felt distant. He would leave it to fate. Time for some fish. Yihan added the fragment to his supply box and began preparing fish soup. Eating barbecued food had become monotonous. Using the fish's flesh, he crafted a pot of soup, adding a duck egg and 2 packs of instant noodles, along with some frog meat. The fish proved excellent. It needed no special treatment and tasted exquisite. The spines protruded from its body, leaving only large bones to worry about. Truly a splendid fish. The frog meat was tender and sweet, creating a delightful meal. After a hearty feast, Yihan tidied up and reclined with satisfaction that a mattress makes for a comfortable bed. Lying back, he scrolled through the world channel. Please, let the fog storm cease soon. I can barely endure. How do you all handle personal issues? My place reeks. I'm running a fever and feeling awful. Anyone selling fever reducers? Hey, everyone, I'm offering a batch of antidote pills in the trading section. Great quality at a fair price. Yihan, how dare you decline my party invitation? If I see you, I will surely make a trophy of your head. These messages held little value. Yihan shook his head and switched to the regional channel. The chatter had grown sparse, indicating that many had silently perished in the fog storm. It had been 2 days since the tempest began, but he speculated on the duration. Perhaps 3 days, 5, or even 7, possibly stretching to half a month. Yet he felt 7 days was the most likely scenario. Gradually, he drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, he realized it was the 3rd day of the fog storm. Indeed, the winds outside were fierce, and rain had begun to fall. The sound of droplets pattering against the roof audible. Yihan wondered if this rain was localized or if it enveloped the entire fog continent. After rising, Yihan decided to enhance his mask first. The initial enhancement opportunity was reserved for it, and now it could filter out 100 of fog toxins. He completed the mask's enhancement, sighing with relief and smiling. This was a significant accomplishment. The mask had reached its maximum level and could no longer be enhanced, a fact Yihan anticipated. Everything in the world has its limits. Nothing can be infinitely improved. Having achieved the mask's ability to entirely filter fog toxins, he turned his attention to the remaining 2 enhancement opportunities, choosing to enhance his pistol. With a flash of light, the pistol ascended to 4 stars. Originally a 3-star Desert Eagle, it now boasted increased power and range. Quite impressive. Once more, give me a critical hit. Yihan exclaimed, enhancing the pistol again. It transformed into a 5-star weapon, and with a flash of golden light, a notification emerged, indicating that this enhancement had indeed been a critical success. Chapter 52. Explosive Growth. Linger evolves. Another critical hit. Yihan's eyes sparkled, reflecting the brilliant light before him. Immediately, he noticed the special attribute brought by the critical strike. Ignition. Bullets explode upon hitting the target, causing secondary damage and releasing white phosphorus that ignites. What? Upon seeing the ignition special attribute, Yihan couldn't help but exclaim. The handgun had now reached a 5-star level. With both range and power exceeding all expectations, it could be said that this weapon, disguised as a handgun, unleashed a lethality that rivaled that of a sniper rifle. Furthermore, it possessed the extraordinary ignition attribute in the realm of the game. This was akin to a golden attribute. White phosphorus, notorious for burning even underwater, is one of the war weapons explicitly banned worldwide. Yi Han gazed at the handgun in his hand, increasingly satisfied. This handgun was now his most formidable ranged weapon, surpassing even the gas nail gun. Before he could craft an AK, this handgun held an irreplaceable status. Though he had just experienced a battle the previous night, Yi Han was still eager to test the power of the 5-star handgun. Unfortunately, he waited for quite some time without any signs of action. The coincidental appearance of the giant frog from the previous night was an exceedingly rare event. It was unrealistic to expect such occurrences to happen again so soon. As noon approached, Yi Han prepared a pot of fish soup, adding the noodles he had purchased from the Mist store. I asked the Mist store afraid of my prowess. Why wouldn't he refresh good items for me? Even a UZI fragment would suffice. Yi Han grumbled about the Mist store. After finishing the fish soup, he glanced at Linga. Surprisingly, Linga had yet to awaken. It was merely a 3-star water attribute crystal stone. By normal calculations, Linger should have woken up by now. Yi Han carefully checked Linger's status and, upon confirming that everything was fine, felt somewhat reassured. He then began to browse the world channel, refreshing the trade section to pass the time, occasionally checking on Ling's condition. Yi Han noticed that Linger's size was starting to increase. Linger was growing. He stared intently at Ling's transformation, not daring to blink that a conjecture formed in his mind. Linger was about to evolve. Since its birth, Linger had consumed a plethora of high-grade mist beast meat, 3-star and 4-star. Without restraint, IT had also devoured several 3-star crystal stones. It was about time for an evolution. This evolution did not pertain to a change in life tier, as Linger was already a super mist beast. Its rank should not change before it had fully matured. Yi Han referred to the transition from infancy to adolescence. Undoubtedly, Linger had been in its infancy stage since its birth. Yet even so, its power was remarkable. It was hard to fathom how terrifying it would become once fully grown. Yi Han was filled with anticipation. After waiting until nightfall, as the day drew to a close, Yi Han finally noticed some movement from Linger. By this time, Linger had completely surpassed Yi Han in size. Its body was now approximately 1.5 times that of Yi Han, that he watched as its body unfurled, revealing an astonishing length. Within the confines of the 100 square meter 3-star shelter, there was no way for it to fully stretch out. It had to curl up. Such a creature was only seen in films before. Were it not for Linga, seeing such a being would likely send him into a state of terror. Yi Han mused. Ing. Linger opened its eyes, nuzzling Yi Han affectionately with its head. Yi Han stumbled back, nearly colliding with the wall. Linger, I'm about to hit the wall. Yi Han chuckled helplessly as he stroked Linger's large head. If Linger wished, a gentle nudge could obliterate his 3-star shelter. What would he do if it continued to grow? Soon, it might not even fit inside the shelter. Entering and exiting could become a challenge. Yi Han glanced at the door and then back at Linger. Ing. Linger seemed to comprehend Yi Han's words, letting out a cry before its body began to shrink. Yi Han widened his eyes, marveling at this miraculous scene. Before his eyes, the once massive Linger transformed into a size no thicker than Yi Han's finger and about the length of his arm. It had become a miniature version. Wow! Linger, you can change your size at will. Yi Han exclaimed in astonishment. He crouched down to observe Linger, extending his palm, only to retract it swiftly. Initially, he intended for Linger to crawl into his palm, but reconsidered, recognizing the danger. Although Linger's size had changed, its weight remained unchanged. Even in the Mist continent, the law of conservation of energy must still apply. Despite its diminutive stature, Linger's weight was formidable. Gazing at the petite version of Linger before him, Yi Han felt a wave of trepidation. If Linger were to climb onto him, it could very well crush him. Linger, don't come over. I fear being squashed. Yi Han gestured, explaining the situation to Linger. Linger appeared somewhat wrong but nodded in understanding. Are you hungry? Would you like to eat some frog meat? Yi Han inquired, gently patting Linger's head. Ing. Linger nodded vigorously. It seemed that the concept of full did not exist in its vocabulary. Alas, I'm incapable of ensuring your ample nourishment. Yi Han lamented as he prepared frog meat for Linger. Partaking in a bit himself, the mist storm had persisted for 3 days without any signs of abating. Yi Han suspected that the storm would last a full 7 days, with tomorrow possibly marking a turning point. Reaching a peak before beginning to weaken, I have completely exhausted my resources. To purchase wood and 2-star materials, I had to sell all my food and water. Yi Han noted. Yi Han, you repeatedly reject my team invitations. Does your conscience not ache? I will haunt you as a ghost after I perish. I have but 1 leg left. Surviving this long is commendable, surpassing many, but I have reached my end. Farewell." Yihan glanced at the world channel. He agreed with the notion of a 7-day duration. Having speculated the same, as for the insults directed at him, he merely scoffed. That evening, the wind intensified, and the temperature dropped even further, more terrifying than any previous day. The world channel was rife with despair, and it was easy to imagine that many would perish. This situation persisted until noon the following day, when the storm began to subside. Ling Er, what do you think? Yihan asked, inquiring about Ling Er's perception, as it was undoubtedly more acute. Ling Er nodded in agreement, indicating that the mist storm was indeed waning. The number of lives lost during this period could be counted in the hundreds of millions. Yihan shook his head. Today, the mist store refreshed with UZI blueprint fragments, while the other two items were inconsequential snacks. Perhaps his previous complaints prompted the store to offer the blueprint fragments. He also received 3 opportunities for enhancement. Yihan enhanced the machete, trench coat, and ceramic bulletproof vest. As for the alloy bracers he had intended to enhance, he could only express his regrets. Currently, the machete had evolved into a 5-star item. The trench coat also a 5-star, while the ceramic bulletproof vest remained at 3 stars. None of the enhancements resulted in a critical strike, but this was to be expected, and Yihan took it in stride. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed, and on the 5th day of the mist storm, the storm's intensity diminished once more. Everyone could clearly feel the reduction in wind strength and the rise in temperature. On this day, some brave souls began to venture outside. Chapter 53, Blade Aura, Newcomer Protection Period. Yihan perused the World Channel's chat content and noted that some had already attempted to go outside. "I just ventured out. The wind is still strong, but it can't blow me away, This disaster is finally coming to an end. I survive. I didn't die. Today marks the 5th day of the mist storm. So it seems that it will indeed conclude in 7 days that I braved the strong winds to explore and found some useful items in a valley. Fantastic. Everyone, do not venture out. I've been injured. The wind still kicks up dust and stones. A rock hit my nose, and I'm bleeding." The storm had weakened to the point where even ordinary survivors could venture out with difficulty. For Yihan, this posed no threat. Clad in a 5-star trench coat, he was certainly capable of moving about normally. Thus, he began to contemplate whether he should venture outside. Before opening the mist store today, Yihan had deliberately berated it, repeatedly mentioning UZI blueprint fragments and similar items. However, upon opening the mist store, he was met with a disheartening array of peanuts, sunflower seeds, and 8 treasure porridge. This left Yihan feeling as if he were on a train. As if the mist store ought to say, "Come on, make way." Well, the mist store is a matter of fate, he sighed. However, today's enhancements were fortunate, yielding 1 critical strike. Yihan purchased the 3 items and began drinking the 8 treasure porridge. He had already utilized all 3 enhancement opportunities for the day. Utilized on the machete, handgun, and ceramic bulletproof vest, these items have ascended to a terrifying 6-star level, resulting in a significant surge in power. The ceramic bulletproof vest has reached 4 stars, enhancing its defensive capabilities. Among them, the machete has manifested a critical hit. Blade Aura. By wielding the machete, one can slice through the air, launching a blade aura to strike enemies. This aura inherits half of the normal power along with other special attributes, albeit with limited range. This critical hit brought immense delight to Yihan. Regardless of its sharpness, the machete remains a melee weapon, implying he must engage in close combat to harm his opponents. However, this new special attribute alters that paradigm. Eagerly, Yihan brandished the machete and stepped out of the shelter, though the outdoor winds were fierce. They posed no threat to Yihan, clad in a 5-star windbreaker. Amidst the tempest, he swung the blade, whoosh. A dazzling white blade aura sliced through the surrounding fog. The aura could reach approximately 10 meters. An impressive distance. A smile graced Yihan's face as he continued to swing the blade. With no enemies in sight, he was simply enjoying the act of chopping. It's been so long since I ventured outside. Yihan laughed, glancing at Linger beside him. Donning a mask, he completely shielded himself from the fog's toxins while ensuring he could still breathe comfortably. Additionally, he wore diving goggles for eye protection. Otherwise, exposure to the fog would affect his vision. Although the mask and goggles provided some level of safety, they could not entirely eliminate the toxins due to his ears and pores. Yet this was inconsequential, as only trace amounts of poison could infiltrate his body. Manageable with detox pills taken periodically. Subsequently, Yihan instructed Linger to enlarge. Once at maximum size, he mounted Linger's head. "I have become a dragon knight," Yihan exclaimed, raising the machete and commanding Linger, to charge forth. Linger swiftly darted ahead, providing Yihan with an exhilarating sensation akin to the wind rushing past. Linger was equally thrilled, calling out incessantly. Clearly, after days of confinement at home, it too was eager to roam. "Let us go to the lakeside," Yihan directed, and Linger led him to the shore. The scene was one of devastation. Many plants along the lakeside had been uprooted by the storm, and the water level had significantly dropped, resembling a muddy pit. Next, Linger guided Yihan to a nearby mountain peak. "The mountain is barren, and my luminous fruit tree is fallen. Haha." Yihan observed that only a small stump of the luminous fruit tree remained, its upper portion having been severed and blown away. "It seems I cannot possess a luminous fruit tree anymore, although I no longer care for the 10 luminous fruits it yielded each month." Yihan shook his head. However, the secret star silver mine within the mountain could be excavated and transported to Linger. "It's up to you," Yihan instructed. Linger expressed its discontent, but began to work nonetheless. It struck the ground with its tail, causing fissures to form, revealing the hidden or within the mountain. Subsequently, Yihan dismounted and encouraged Linger to dig with its head. That Linger's horn had become more formidable, and its strength had increased, allowing it to unearth vast amounts of ore with each thrust. Yihan eagerly collected the ore, filling his resource bar to capacity. In no time, he had amassed a ton of ore, demonstrating Linger's remarkable strength. Yihan discovered a remarkable utility of Linger, a fully automated mining machine. His face beamed with joy. This evolution of Linger rendered mining no longer a daunting task. A plethora of 3-star ores symbolized a wealth of fog coins. For the remainder of the day, Yihan remained outdoors, mining alongside Linger. The first mountain had been completely stripped bare. He could scarcely store the abundant secret star silver in his shelter, forcing him to stack it outside. Fortunately, the winds were now insufficient to carry the ore away. The 5th day of the fog storm concluded entirely, and in the following 2 days, more individuals emerged from their shelters to explore. The world channel buzzed with activity as many regained their vitality, shedding their previous despondency for renewed vigor. Surviving the calamity signified a rebirth, akin to clear skies following a storm, by the end of the 7th day. Many could not contain their tears, while others danced in ecstatic celebration, rejoicing at the storm's end. At this juncture, Yihan had elevated both the machete and handgun to an impressive 8 stars. With the bulletproof vest reaching 6 stars, this remarkable status was perhaps unparalleled across the entire fog-laden continent. As the wind subsided to a mere whisper, it signified the complete cessation of the 7-day fog storm. Suddenly, the world channel erupted with excitement. However, at that moment, a new notification appeared before everyone. "The novice protection period has ended. Welcome all survivors to the true fog-laden continent." This message sent chills down the spines of many. After such a harrowing fog storm, resulting in the potential demise of billions, they were now informed that this was merely the novice protection phase. What hellish trials awaited them next? Was there even a chance for survival? Simultaneously, within the fog-laden continent, the concentration of fog surged dramatically, deepening in hue. In areas unseen by the survivors, various plants began to flourish, and under the fog's influence, previously feeble aberrant beasts commenced their evolution. It was as if the world had been turned upside down. The adverse effects of the fog storm on the continent's flora and fauna had vanished, as though the terrifying tempest had never transpired. Chapter 54. The Special Forces King, Cold Wind, Trading. In Yihan's shelter, he too was taken aback by the notification that a novice protection period. Was it possible that even the terrifying fog storm was considered part of this phase? Only those who endured the storm could truly qualify for the collective survival challenge. Yihan felt a profound reflection within that of the world's 8 billion populace. Could half still remain? He estimated that perhaps half or a small fraction had survived. Once again, a new notification appeared before him. Friend functionality now available. Free trading functionality now available. Wishing all survivors a pleasant journey. The ability to add friends and engage in free trade was indeed a welcome development. However, Yihan soon noticed the world channel filled with grievances and curses. "Let me go home. I'm done playing. After surviving the fog storm, you tell me this is the novice phase? Just kill me already. To survive the fog storm, I drank my own urine and ate my own excrement. What is the point of living now? Come on, everyone, let us add each other as friends and look out for one another." A new function appeared in the trading section, allowing users to post their items and specify desired exchanges. The free trading option enabled face-to-face transactions, reminiscent of trying out a bicycle service on an online marketplace. Yihan exited the world channel and was immediately greeted by a barrage of friend requests, causing his scalp to tingle. He was incredibly famous, the sole survivor with a 3-star shelter, having frequently appeared on the world announcements. Many had sought him for team-ups previously, but the number of those with team cards was limited. Now that friend requests were enabled, those individuals flocked to him. Scanning the requests, he realized he could not possibly review them all. Ah, a filtering option? Excellent. Let us remove the foreign requests. With a single click, he ignored all foreign friend requests. A smile crept across Yihan's face as he dismissed all requests from foreigners. Now, in the fog-laden continent, every survivor was akin to a compatriot, hailing from the same planet. Yet, Yihan harbored a particular disdain for foreigners. Why did I have to learn English in school? I wish them ill. What remained were countless requests from his fellow countrymen. The number is still overwhelming, but I'll leave them there. As long as I ignore the red dots, it's fine. Contemplating this, he casually scrolled through the requests until he stumbled upon a familiar name, Cold Wind. This individual was the first to upgrade to a 2-star shelter and had previously reached out to Yihan in the World Channel, seeking to purchase 4-star aberrant beast meat. After giving it some thought, Yihan accepted the friend request. Hello, Yihan. I am Cold Wind, the Special Forces King from Huaxia, that I wish to purchase the 4-star aberrant beast meat you possess, after adding each other as friends. Cold Wind promptly articulated his request that I have fog coins available for exchange, or I can barter with items. Feel free to state your demands. Moreover, I possess formidable talents in combat prowess, along with a temporary team card. Should you encounter peril, you may seek my assistance. He sent 3 consecutive messages. Goodness, a Special Forces King? While indeed impressive, your confidence is quite bold. Given Yihan's current level, he had no need to seek assistance from others. Nonetheless, the temporary team card was appealing, as he preferred solitude with Linger rather than a long-term team arrangement. Thus, the prospect of a temporary team was quite satisfactory. Than to Yihan. It's easy to say. I don't lack mist coins, so let's trade items instead. What do you have on hand? Yihan. Do you have anything related to 5-star ruins like fragments of a 5-star ruins key? At that moment, within a 2-star shelter, a robust middle-aged man could not contain his astonishment. 5-star ruins. How far ahead is Yihan? All others are still residing in 2-star shelters, and he is already contemplating 5-star ruins? Lung Feng. I truly do not have that. Lung Feng. I currently possess some unique items, including a 3-star thunder crystal, 3 UZI blueprint fragments, and a 4-star ruins key. Upon hearing this, Yihan's eyes lit up. Quite impressive. This Lung Feng that AS expected of a military king. The items he mentioned are all quite valuable, especially the 4-star ruins key. Yihan. I want them all. Lung Feng. I cannot give you the 4-star ruins key. But if I find a 4-star ruin, I can invite you to explore it together. Yihan. Give me the key first, and when you find a 4-star ruin, extend the team invitation to me, and I'll accompany you, Lung Feng. But he thought Yihan was quite arrogant, excessively so. However, upon reflection, he realized that Yihan indeed possesses the capital to be arrogant. The first to conquer a 4-star ruin. Slay a 4-star mist beast, the only one with a 3-star shelter. Ultimately, Lung Feng agreed to Yihan's request. Lung Feng. Alright, let's proceed with the trade as you suggested. Yihan. Fine, you want 4-star mist beast meat. Right. I have 2 types. Which one do you prefer? Upon reading Yihan's words, Lung Feng was once again taken aback. He had originally been sitting on the bed inside the shelter, but now he stood up, his eyes shining with excitement. 2 types of 4-star mist beast meat. This implies that Yihan has slain more than 1 4-star mist beast. Absolutely terrifying. Lung Feng, can you tell me what the 2 types are? Yihan. One is bear meat, and the other is frog meat. That he intentionally revealed this information to instill a sense of awe in Lung Feng. Yihan believed that Lung Feng had the strength for a certain level of collaboration. However, throughout this process, he must be the one in charge. After a moment of silence, Lung Feng sent a message. Lung Feng. I want both types, but I need more bear meat. The more, the better. Yihan. The items you possess, aside from the 4-star ruins key, are of limited value. Yihan. How about this? I'll give you 20 kilograms of bear meat and 10 kilograms of frog meat. Currently, he didn't have much of either type of meat left, mainly because Linger consumed a lot during the mist storm. Compared to Linger, his own consumption was negligible. Lung Feng. Alright, let us begin the trade. After this, Yihan saw a trade invitation. A trading interface popped up on the survival panel. Both parties selected their trading items and confirmed to complete the transaction. Wai Yihan placed the bear meat and frog meat on the table and clicked confirm. Lung Feng also put his items up and clicked confirm. Then another confirmation button popped up to prevent scams. For example, if one party clicked confirm and then swapped their items, they could trade a cheap item for someone else's valuable one. Both confirmed again. Completing the transaction, Wai Yihan received the 3-star Thunder Crystal and immediately fed it to Linger. Then came the UZI blueprint fragments, now at 910. Just one fragment away from completion. Finally, there was the 4-star Ruins key, which looked identical to the one Yihan had obtained. Lung Feng. At dawn, I'll go out to explore. I can roughly guess the location of the 4-star Ruins. Wait for my news. Yihan. All right, a pleasant collaboration. Lung Feng. A pleasant collaboration. Their trade and conversation concluded. Wai Yihan then lay down, refreshing the trade panel, hoping to gather the last fragment to complete the UZI blueprint. Chapter 55. Lung Feng. Help. Yihan. After consuming the 3-star Thunder Crystal, Linger had curled up and begun to digest the energy within, further enhancing her thunderous power. Wai Yihan looked forward to this. During the mist storm, it was a life-and-death struggle for other survivors, where death could strike at any moment. They couldn't sleep at night, living in constant fear. Yet for Yihan, it was a rather relaxed experience. With both his combat and defensive capabilities steadily increasing, masks, machetes, handguns, and bulletproof vests were all repeatedly refined and upgraded. Now, Yihan refreshed the trading panel and soon spotted what he desired, that UZI blueprint fragments. Without hesitation, he purchased them, completing the 10 fragments that he obtained to complete UZI blueprint. Indeed, the materials required to craft the UZI were all 3-star materials. In contrast, the difficulty of crafting an AK was higher, and he currently couldn't meet the requirements. Wai Yihan looked at the UZI blueprint in his hands and thought. Some 3-star materials he possessed, while others he did not. However, the lacking ones could be purchased. Conversely, the 4-star materials needed for crafting an AK posed a greater challenge. Some materials could be obtained through refinement, such as 4-star metal materials, which he could refine from his 3-star secret star silver Oregon. However, that would be a waste of refinement opportunities. Yet there was one material he could not obtain even through refinement: polymer coating. This material was evidently special. Yihan had never encountered it before, and it had not been seen for sale in the trading panel, nor mentioned in the world chat. Wai Yihan speculated that it could only be obtained from diamond treasure chests or possibly through crafting from blueprints. In any case, it was currently inaccessible. Once the UZI was crafted, he still had refinement opportunities left, which he could use on the UZI. Yihan opened the trading panel, purchased various necessary materials, and then crafted the UZI. This blueprint was a one-time use. Once the UZI was made, the blueprint would vanish. Wai Yihan played with the UZI in his hands, thoroughly satisfied, that he then proceeded with refinement, that he bet all 3 refinement opportunities in one go. At this moment, the UZI submachine gun reached 6 stars. Although there was no critical hit, Yihan was thrilled to find that the magazine capacity increased with each refinement. It was akin to installing an enlarged magazine, a feature that had not appeared when refining the handgun. Quite impressive. Yihan then began purchasing ammunition. Each type of firearm used different bullets, which needed to be purchased or crafted separately. After stocking up on some ammunition, Yihan was content and closed the trading panel, but he figured he might as well check the world chat before sleeping. Wai Yihan, I invited you to team up, but you didn't agree. I added you as a friend. Yet you didn't accept. You won't survive until dawn, I spit. The most despicable is Yihan. He might already be dead, and if not now, he will be soon. Yihan, I will kill you and seize everything you have. Ha ha ha. Yihan glanced at the world chat and saw 3 consecutive messages cursing him, which amused him. Truly ridiculous. Yihan scrolled through the world chat, attempting to skip over the insults. However, to his dismay, there were simply too many curses directed at him. After opening the friend request feature, many people's first thought was to add Yihan. Even if they couldn't team up, it was still beneficial to become somewhat familiar. However, Yihan only accepted Lung Feng's friend request, leading to a multitude of others harboring animosity toward him and cursing him. I was originally low-key, but the world announcement ruined my peace. Wai Yihan shook his head, choosing not to look at the world chat and closing his eyes to sleep. Upon waking, Linger had already digested the energy from the Thunder Crystal and was sitting at Yihan's bedside. Watching him. Linger, how are you? Come on. Show me what you've got. Wai Yihan jumped out of bed. Taking Linger outside, he was immediately struck by the dense fog enveloping the outside world. It turned out that the previous fog density was merely that of the beginner protection period. The effectiveness of the detox pills had been halved. Yihan examined the detox pills and discovered that their duration had dropped from 1 hour to 30 minutes, essentially halved as the fog thickened. The toxicity of the mist naturally increased, which explained the reduced effectiveness of the detox pills. Fortunately, Yihan's mask still filtered toxins at 100, alleviating any concerns on that front that it was worth the numerous refinement opportunities he had invested in the mask. Yihan then activated his spotlight and found that its range had also been diminished by half, from 40 meters to 20 meters, which was rather disheartening that he planned to reserve tomorrow's refinement opportunities for the spotlight. Yihan had made up his mind that he then rode Linger to the lakeside. The water level in the lake had risen, returning to its original state. Ing. Linger opened her mouth and unleashed a bolt of lightning, transforming into purple lightning. The lightning pierced through the fog, striking the lush reeds ahead, causing them to sway wildly while also turning charred, filling the air with a burnt odor. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan. Your Super Mist Beastling has slain a 3-star Mist Beast Mist Crocodile. You have received a golden treasure chest. It appeared that Linger had spat out lightning, killing a 3-star crocodile. Yet, all the crocodiles in the lake had long been eradicated. It made sense. The mist storm could not possibly wipe out all life on the mist continent. This crocodile might have been a survivor that hatched from an egg quickly growing in the thick fog. Or perhaps it was a creature spawned by the game that if one were to unlock the essence of survival in the mist through a gaming experience, it would indeed render everything remarkably reasonable. The act of transporting all of humanity to the Misty continent is a method that Yihan finds utterly incomprehensible. What, then, remains impossible? Linga, you should consume the crocodile to whet your appetite. Then, check the lake for lotus roots. Yihan instructed Linger. Following his command, Linger set off, while Yihan opened the recently acquired golden treasure chest. The thrill of opening a golden chest had worn off. He yearned for a diamond chest. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan, for opening the golden chest and obtaining the antidote pill recipe blueprint. Well, that will suffice. Currently, Yihan possessed merely 3 antidote pills and lacked the blueprint. With the blueprint, he could craft them himself, which was certainly a valuable asset. Shortly thereafter, Linger returned with lotus roots, and Yihan began to prepare soup that he added lotus roots, 3-star spiny fish king meat, and 4-star frog meat to the pot, creating a hearty stew, while also roasting bear meat on the side. The white Yihan and Linger indulged in a lavish feast. Next, Yihan intended to ride Linger toward the mines to investigate any changes. However, at that moment, he received a message from a friend that it was from Lung Feng. Following that was an invitation to form a temporary team. Upon seeing the notification and the invitation, Yihan's spirit soared. Lung Feng must have discovered a 4-star relic. Exploring a 4-star relic with the current combat prowess of Linger and myself would be a breeze. Yihan felt a surge of excitement, eager to validate his present strength. Then he read the message from Lung Feng. Help me, Yihan. Yihan was taken aback that wasn't this guy supposed to be strong. Just yesterday, he boasted of his formidable talents and astonishing strength. Claiming to be a warrior king, Yihan had anticipated him locating the 4-star relic. Why was he now calling for help? Chapter 56. Yihan's arrival. Instantaneous elimination of 3. After befriending Lung Feng yesterday, his demeanor was quite audacious. He proclaimed himself invincible, even suggesting that Yihan could seek his assistance in times of peril. That why Yihan, too, played along, stating that once he found the 4-star relic, he would come to aid him. Both were projecting the image of powerful beings. Yet who would have thought Lung Feng's Fade would crumble so swiftly? Before Yihan could respond, Lung Feng sent another message to why Yihan, I've sent you an invitation to team up. Hurry and rescue me. I found a 4-star relic, but I encountered enemies. They captured me, and they are torturing me, making me sit in an electric chair. Upon reading this, Yihan's expression turned complex. An electric chair? The mention of they heightened his vigilance. There was likely more than one adversary that it felt reminiscent of a villainous gang like Lu Xiao and Chu Zhihao. Get to the point. How many are there, and what is their strength? Yihan inquired, needing to clarify these details to be adequately prepared. There are 3 of them. Don't worry, they're not that strong. They ambushed me, which is how they captured me. The leader is a person from Sakura country. He can emit electricity. The other 2 are traders from our homeland, who have allied with the Sakura people, and they are not particularly formidable. A person from Sakura country? Yihan's interest was piqued, igniting a fervent sense of nationalism within him. I'm on my way. Without hesitation, he accepted the team invitation. Survivor Lung Feng, Survivor ID, has invited you to form a temporary team. Do you accept? Note: the temporary team is valid for 24 hours and can be disbanded at any time during this period. Yihan promptly agreed. Then he noticed another prompt that do you wish to bring your super Miss Beast along? Absolutely, wherever I go, Linger must accompany me. She is my beloved. In an instant, Yihan and Linger vanished from their location. Yihan found himself atop Linger's head, appearing in an unfamiliar terrain, only to be greeted by a cacophony of curses. Damn it. The roar was filled with rage, followed by a chorus of agonized screams. Amidst the cries, Yihan discerned the sound of electricity. Was Lung Feng truly subjected to the electric chair, or was he reluctant to relinquish the key to the 4-star relic? I advise you to surrender promptly to avoid bodily harm. The voice was heavily accented, indicating it was undoubtedly the Sakura National. Yihan felt as though he had been transported into an anti-Japanese television drama. I will not divulge any information. Lung Feng bellowed defiantly. Baka, you're asking for punishment. The Sakura National was enraged, surprised by the resilience of this Huaxia individual, unlike his two subordinates, who had easily capitulated and knelt at his feet. Boss Sato, electrocute him. One of the minions mocked Lung Feng, reveling in his torment. Yet at that moment, someone finally noticed something amiss. Boss Sato, look at that thing behind Lung Feng in the mist, in the haze. A large silhouette seemed to materialize. Boss Sato, what is that? Sato furrowed his brow, sensing something was off. Just then, a beam of light descended from the sky, illuminating him as if he were the sole focus of a stage spotlight. Boss Sato, there's a red dot on your head. One of the subordinates shrieked, his eyes wide with terror. Dot a red? Instantly, Sato felt an icy chill run down his spine. He attempted to retreat. But it was too late. Bang! A gunshot rang out. It struck Sato's head, igniting the Desert Eagle's special attribute, explosive burn. Boom! Sato's head exploded like a watermelon, leaving behind a headless corpse, with flames still raging at the neck. A torrent of blood erupted, resembling a fountain, yet failing to extinguish the fire, which was the effect of white phosphorus. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan. A prompt appeared, signifying the spoils from Sato's demise. However, Yihan paid little heed to it, instead directing the spotlight's beam toward one of the traitorous subordinates. Under the illumination, he observed a seemingly meek middle-aged man, unexpectedly yielding. Spare me, spare me. The man knelt, prostrating himself, visibly terrified. Yihan remained silent, raising his weapon to aim. Whimper, Linger, feeling anxious, yearned to demonstrate her prowess. Ha, Linger, do you wish to take action? Very well, let us electrocute him. Yihan chuckled, affectionately patting Linger's head. The middle-aged man, dazed and confused, was unprepared for Linger's thunderous breath. In a flash, Linger unleashed a bolt of lightning, enveloping the traitor in a storm of purple electricity. His shrieks of agony ceased abruptly, leaving him charred and lifeless on the ground. Yihan received another notification, revealing the remnants of what had been dropped. Only one adversary remained, that he had already scrambled a considerable distance away, but that mattered not. Charge forward, Linga, Yihan commanded. Linga, lower your altitude. Let me test the blade's edge. Linger complied, swiftly approaching the remaining traitor while lowering her height, providing Yihan with the optimal angle for his strike. Under the spotlight, Yihan saw the cowardly traitor, trembling and falling to the ground in fear. Glancing back at Yihan and Linger, completely losing control of his bodily functions. This man perfectly matched Yihan's preconceived notion of a traitor, bearing an unmistakable treacherous visage. Satisfied, Yihan nodded and swung his blade. Swish! A flash of white light sliced through the mist, cleaving the traitor in two. The pungent scent of blood flooded the air, and within less than a minute, all three adversaries lay dead. Alas, they were far too weak. This was rather dull. Even if a 5-star or 6-star mist beast appeared now, they would be easily vanquished. Yihan shook his head, voicing his thoughts. Turning around, he noticed the petrified Lung Feng, who, to Yihan's astonishment, was indeed seated in an electric chair. Chapter 57. Lung Feng's Talent. A new 4-star relic before him. Lung Feng appeared utterly wretched, stripped down to nothing but his underwear, bound to a metallic chair capable of conducting electricity. He was secured with iron chains. TSK. These Sakura nationals really know how to play, having crafted an entire set of torture devices, and with their electrical talents, they fashioned an electric chair right here, in the Misty continent. Lung Feng, Yihan approached with a soft smile, casting his gaze upon Lung Feng. Lung Feng was a muscular figure, embodying a rugged appearance that exuded the essence of a soldier, truly deserving of the title of the King of Special Forces. In stark contrast, Yihan held a desert eagle in his left hand and a machete in his right, resembling a deity of war, while Lung Feng was bound to an electric chair. Cough, cough, Yihan. Lung Feng spluttered as he choked on his own saliva, his face burning with embarrassment. That I am the king of special forces from Huaxia. My combat prowess is formidable, and my talents are extraordinary. Should you find yourself in peril, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. As he recalled his earlier declarations to Yihan, he felt the ground beneath him with his toes. Was this the true measure of Yihan's power? This was the individual who had traversed a 4-star relic, vanquished a 4-star mist beast, and was the first to unlock the potential of a 3-star sanctuary. He then observed Yihan raising the machete. In a swift motion, before Lung Feng could react, Yihan severed the chains binding him. Cold sweat trickled down Lung Feng's back as he noted the smooth, mirror-like surface of the broken chain. Even the chair had been sliced. What caliber of weapon was this machete? It was a divine artifact that could slice through iron like mud. Have you found the 4-star relic? Do not squander this temporary team card. Yihan inquired with a grin. The Sakura people act treacherously. They ambushed me. While I was at the stream attempting to wash my face, one of them hid there and electrocuted me. Lung Feng gritted his teeth in response. If it came to a fight, he was confident in his ability to take on 3 opponents. But ambushes were indeed despicable. The 4-star relic is located in a cave ahead. That Sakura person discovered it and seeks the key I possess. Very well. As long as we have found the 4-star relic, Yihan nodded in satisfaction. You should rest for a moment. I will dispose of the bodies. That he turned his attention to the headless corpse of Sato. First, he stripped it of clothing, taking the katana from its grasp. Though it was merely a 2-star weapon, it was still worth keeping. The remaining 2 subordinates had nothing of value. One wielded a 1-star axe, while the other was completely empty-handed, utterly worthless. Spirit, incinerate them. Then rinse the area with water, Yihan instructed. Spirit replied, initiating a fiery transformation that in no time. All 3 corpses were reduced to ash, carried away by the flowing water. Lung Feng stood behind Yihan, utterly astounded by the spectacle. What manner of being was this spirit? It was terrifying. In the presence of Spirit, he felt insignificantly small, devoid of any fighting spirit. It was noteworthy that he was a specially trained super soldier. No matter how dreadful or hopeless the situation, fear was not an option, unless it became unbearable. Yet, at this moment, he felt an overwhelming dread. The pressure exerted by Spirit was simply too intense. Is this your clothing? Yihan asked, retrieving an outfit from the supply bar and tossing it to Lung Feng. That it was obtained after he had slain the Sakura man Sato. Yes, yes, Lung Feng stammered as he donned the attire. Finally regaining his composure. Yihan, is this the mist beast you control with your talent? He cast a curious glance at Spirit, contemplating. However, Yihan merely smiled and did not respond, instead probing into Lung Feng's talents. What is your ability? Upon hearing this, Lung Feng felt a flicker of confidence return. My talent allows me to consume the flesh of mist beasts to gain their strength, with a certain chance of inheriting their unique abilities. Indeed, Lung Feng's talent was formidable, and no wonder he had been so eager to acquire the 4-star mist beast meat from Yihan. Consuming the flesh of a 4-star bear would grant him the power of a 4-star giant bear, transforming him into a humanoid 4-star beast. The giant bear possessed a violent ability, erupting with greater strength when near death, which Lung Feng could also inherit. After consuming bear meat, he would undoubtedly have the strength to conquer the 4-star relic. That talent sounds impressive. Are there any limitations? Yihan inquired, intrigued. Unlike those survivors he had encountered before, who had met their end without a word, he found conversing with Lung Feng refreshing. I cannot consume meat that is too potent. For instance, if I were to eat 5 or 6-star mist beast meat, my body would not withstand it, and I would perish. Lung Feng explained why Yihan nodded in agreement. It was indeed reasonable. After consuming a piece of 4-star bear paw, he had experienced a nosebleed after just a couple of bites. Directly consuming high-star mist beast meat was beyond the limits of his body. Additionally, there is a time constraint. This power cannot be sustained for long and is only usable in critical moments. Afterward, I will be left exhausted and weakened, Lung Feng confessed earnestly, without concealing anything from Yihan. After all, his life had been saved by Yihan, but he owed him a debt of gratitude. How are you feeling now? Are you able to continue? Yihan asked, observing Lung Feng. I'm fine. That Sakura man's lightning ability was merely a tickle. Lung Feng pounded his chest confidently. Let us head to the 4-star relic. A man must not admit defeat. A tickle. who was screaming just moments ago. Yi-Han chuckled, choosing not to comment further. He understood that Lung Feng desired to maintain his dignity as a strong warrior. Thus, Lung Feng led the way with Yi-Han and Spirit following closely behind. As they approached the cave, illuminated by the searchlight, a dense mist enveloped the interior, exuding a damp, chilling atmosphere. Upon reaching the deepest part of the cave, Yi-Han noticed the ground littered with charred insect corpses, resembling scorpions. These were likely the result of the Sakura man's ability to electrocute them. Navigating through the heaps of scorched scorpions, they soon came upon a towering bronze door set into the cave wall, identical to the one Yi-Han had entered when discovering the 4-star relic. Stopping in his tracks, Lung Feng turned to Yi-Han, awaiting him to unlock the relic. After all, the key was now in Yi-Han's possession. Nodding, Yi-Han retrieved the key and inserted it into the door slot, causing it to creak open. Suddenly, a cacophony of unsettling sounds echoed from the darkness ahead, sending shivers down their spines. Under the beam of the searchlight, Yi-Han furrowed his brow as he beheld a multitude of purple venomous scorpions scuttling towards them in a frenzied wave. Chapter 58. The Shocked Lung Feng. The Black Panther guards the gate. Indeed, upon entering the 4-star relic, danger was imminent. The sheer number of purple venomous scorpions posed a dire threat. In the vast expanse of the Misty continent, few survivors could possibly pass this trial. Lung Feng's expression shifted dramatically, his heart racing. Had he ventured into this 4-star relic alone, chances of survival would have been slim to none, even if he consumed bear meat and temporarily gained the strength of a giant bear. Escaping from this swarm of scorpions would be impossible. His abilities were tailored for single-target attacks, lacking area of effect capabilities. Thank goodness I contacted Yi-Han. A wave of relief washed over Lung Feng as he glanced at the immobile Yi-Han, feeling a sense of fortune. With Yi-Han present, there was no need for fear. Spirit, incinerate them, Yi-Han commanded. As Spirit darted forward, she unleashed torrents of flame, leaving no venomous scorpion unscathed in her wake. She even snatched a few scorpions to munch on, but finding the taste unappealing, she soon stopped. When Yi-Han had entered the 4-star relic, the piranhas in the lake had been nearly all consumed by Spirit. Scorpions and fish. He certainly preferred fish. Lung Feng, do you eat scorpions? Yi-Han turned to him. Should I give it a try? Lung Feng stepped forward, picking up a charred scorpion. The air was filled with the aroma of burnt protein, and upon taking a bite, he found the flavor surprisingly delightful. It was just lacking a bit of salt. A touch of spice would enhance it further. Lung Feng nodded at Yi-Han, taking another bite. I have some salt and chili powder, Yi-Han said, retrieving the seasonings from the supply bar, causing Lung Feng's eyes to light up. After adding the spices, Lung Feng found himself somewhat addicted, continuously snatching scorpions to eat. Seeing him enjoy the meal so much, Yi-Han couldn't resist trying a piece himself. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, Spirit had cooked them to perfection, though why Yi-Han nodded in satisfaction. Collecting a fair amount into his supply asa snack. It was quite delightful that I've noticed that the various ingredients in the Misty continent require little preparation to be exceptionally tasty. This is likely due to the higher life forms inhabiting this land compared to those in our original world. Lung Feng licked the chili powder from his fingers, offering an analysis. Indeed, even the fish I eat require no seasoning. The flesh is incredibly fresh and sweet. Yi-Han concurred, acknowledging his sentiment. Suddenly, a tremor resonated from ahead. Shaking the ground, Yi-Han illuminated the area with his searchlight and beheld a gigantic scorpion emerging before Spirit. The great scorpion thrust its stinger towards Linga, yet she did not flinch. The sharp needle pierced her skin. But Linga remained utterly still, her scales shimmering like precious gems. Linga tilted her head at the scorpion, as if to mock. Is that all you've got? The scorpion, infuriated, clamped its massive pincers towards her, but still could not breach her defenses. It exhausted all its strength in vain. Linga was simply too formidable. Linga, stop toying with it. Yi-Han called out that in the past, Linga had swiftly dispatched foes with remarkable efficiency, yet now she seemed to be playing with this giant scorpion. Yi-Han suspected she was trying to impress Cold Wind, though he had no evidence to substantiate his theory. Linga responded, before launching into action. Suddenly, an immense surge of purple arcs of electricity erupted from her body, crackling and shattering the air in a magnificent display. Subsequently, all the lightning converged atop her singular horn before erupting forth, completely enveloping the giant scorpion. Yi-Han observed in astonishment as the scorpion's poisonous stinger straightened under the electrical assault. The enormous creature stood frozen, entirely paralyzed. Then, Yihan received a notification. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan. Your Super Mist Beastling has slain the 3-star Mist Beast Purple Poison Scorpion King. You have received 1 golden treasure chest. So, it was called the Purple Poison Scorpion King, that it followed the same pattern as the previous 4-star relic. A great king accompanied by a host of minions that Yihan approached, severed one of the pincers, and tossed it to Cold Wind. Here, have a piece that Yihan smiled. Thank you, big shot, Cold Wind replied, utterly astonished, as he accepted the pincer into his inventory, humbly expressing his gratitude that Yihan had saved his life. Now, the defeat of the Scorpion Swarm and the Scorpion King was solely credited to Yihan, that he felt like a rookie character teaming up with a powerful player in a game. Moreover, he had already prepared himself for the likelihood that Yihan would claim all the treasures of the relic for himself. Yet, the fact that Yihan was willing to share something with him was an unexpected delight. Let us move quickly to clear this relic. We still have time to explore your area, Yihan said as he stored the giant scorpion in his inventory and continued onward, at last. A glimmer of light appeared ahead, indicating an exit from the cavern. It turned out there was no mist within the 4-star relic. What a revelation! Cold Wind inhaled deeply, overwhelmed with emotion. After such a long time, he was finally free from the shroud of mist, experiencing a sense of rejuvenation. The guardian boss should be in the valley ahead. Now let's go to Yihan scan the surroundings, rapidly locking onto a target before mounting Ling. Cold Wind glanced over but dared not speak. He was deeply intimidated by Linger and did not wish to ride her. Yihan had no intention of allowing him to. Either, Linger was only for him to ride. Thus, Linger began to advance, with Cold Wind trailing behind, kicking up dust as he hurried to keep pace. For a seasoned soldier, carrying weight over rugged terrain was trivial, especially after entering the Mist Continent, where survival and consuming the flesh of mist beasts continuously enhanced one's physical abilities. Thus, he managed to keep up that, oh look, a black leopard, that I can't hit that. Yihan soon spotted the guardian boss of the 4-star relic and frowned. He had intended to test whether he could independently slay the 4-star mist beast, with Linger providing support. However, discovering it was a leopard complicated matters. That is well known. Leopards are remarkably swift. That it would be no easy feat for Yihan to shoot the leopard. Oh, huh, Linger chimed in, exhaling cold air, providing Yihan with a clever suggestion. Indeed, freezing it would reduce the leopard's speed. Linger, you are brilliant, Yihan chuckled, patting Linger on the head. Meanwhile, Cold Wind was left in awe. This Linger could breathe fire, generate electricity, and now freeze. What other abilities did it possess? Was it a divine beast? Cold Wind was once again engulfed in profound astonishment. Roar! The black leopard sensed its adversary, prowling back and forth with heightened vigilance, emitting low growls, its eyes fixated on Linger, sensing a deadly threat. In the next moment, Linger unleashed a wave of frigid air, enveloping the 4-star black leopard. Chapter 59. High Molecular Coating. Red Name Survivor. Cold Wind involuntarily took 2 steps back, shivering. The temperature plummeted sharply, and he felt a biting chill. Yet Yihan, perched atop Linger, appeared completely unfazed. Yihan's clothing is different from mine. That it must be an item with special properties. Cold Wind's heart raced with realization. How could it be so powerful? He had thought himself to be among the elite survivors due to his solid foundation and exceptional talent, but in Yihan's presence, he felt utterly insignificant. He watched intently, determined to find a chance to showcase his own abilities. Unwilling to appear useless, as the temperature continued to drop, the black leopard grew, increasingly agitated, opting to attack. With a swift motion, the black leopard became a blur, darting forward like a bolt of black lightning, nearly impossible to track. It lunged at Linger, jaws agape, but then a dreadful scene unfolded. The black leopard bit down. It found not only had it failed to harm Linger, but its teeth were searing with pain, eliciting a cry of agony. It soon felt an overwhelming chill coursing through its body, shocked and terrified. The leopard attempted to retreat, but its tongue had already become glued to Ling. Wow, it can do that. Cold Wind's eyes widened. The principle was akin to licking a metal pole in winter, where one's tongue would freeze. He was right. The freezing effect was far more severe. The leopard's tongue had hardened, and in its desperate struggle, it shattered into pieces. Simultaneously, its once agile body began to stiffen and slow. It's too cold. At that moment, Yihan seized the opportunity to strike. Armed with an Uzi, he aimed at the leopard's right eye. The Desert Eagle was far too powerful, likely to obliterate the leopard's head and ruin its exquisite hide. Yihan coveted the leopard's sleek, glossy fur, which resembled beautiful black satin, unlike the roughness of bare skin. Therefore, he switched the red dot sight to the UZIDS, the red that illuminated the leopard's pupil. It instinctively attempted to retreat, but its body could not respond in time. Bang! A gunshot rang out as the bullet erupted from the chamber, obliterating the leopard's right eye before exiting through its jaw and embedding itself into the earth, creating a small yet deep pit. This small pit bore testament to the UZI's terrifying power. Cold Wind stood in shock, mouth agape. Dawai Han had just brandished a pistol, seemingly that million miscoin handgun. He had removed the red dot sight and affixed it to the UZI, revealing he possessed two firearms. And the UZI's power was astonishingly unreasonable. Was this a sniper rifle or an UZI? Cold Wind felt his head spinning. Each time he thought he had witnessed Yihan's ultimate strength, Yihan would unveil even greater prowess, as if he were boundless. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan, for slaying the 4-star Mist Black Leopard. You have received 1 diamond treasure chest with the Black Leopard's demise. Yihan acquired another diamond treasure chest. Alongside it, he had also claimed the diamond treasure chest guarded by the leopard. Totaling 2, he wondered whether he might unlock the coveted high molecular coating. Yihan's anticipation surged. This was precisely what he desired. With the high molecular coating, he could craft an AK. Thus, under Cold Wind's eager gaze, Yihan opened the 2 diamond treasure chests. Before that, he opted to open the golden treasure chest first. It was a superstition he believed in from his gaming days. Open the lesser chests first to enhance luck with the better ones. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan, for opening the golden treasure chest and receiving a team card. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan, for opening the diamond treasure chest and receiving a shelter upgrade card. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan, for opening the diamond treasure chest and acquiring the special material high molecular coating. Excellent. Upon seeing the high molecular coating, Yihan's eyes lit up and he smiled broadly. At last, he had obtained the high molecular coating, enabling him to craft an AK. The Desert Eagle in UZI had already demonstrated immense power after enhancement. How formidable would an AK be? With further enhancements, it might wield the power of a cannon. In his hand, a rectangular piece of material emerged, adorned with a vibrant military green pattern. Strikingly beautiful, the weight felt substantial, exuding a sense of quality that he carefully stored the high molecular coating and then turned his attention to the other 2 rewards. The team card was a first for Yihan. Team card. Use this card to invite a specified survivor to form a team and become allies. Note: once a team is formed, the relationship cannot be dissolved within 1 month. Choose your allies wisely. After forming a team, one can choose to relocate the shelter to a teammate's location or invite a teammate to come over, thus sharing both trials and tribulations. It is imperative to note that killing a teammate is strictly forbidden. Doing so would label one as a red name survivor, leading to a bounty announcement in the regional channel. A red name survivor would face numerous restrictions, including the inability to open treasure chests or upgrade shelters for a certain period. It became clear why Lu Xiao spared Li Hao. He understood the value of keeping Li Hao alive. Even beyond the potential for conflict release, Li Hao was still a useful asset. At this moment, I had no desire to form a team, so I chose to disregard the team card for now. Next, I considered the shelter upgrade card. Dawai Han glanced at Cold Wind, aware of his strong desire for such a card. Yet, Yihan had his own purposes for it, as upgrading a 3-star shelter to a 4-star one required this very card. He suspected that subsequent upgrades would also necessitate shelter upgrade cards, or perhaps even higher tier ones. For advancing from 3 stars to 4, 3 upgrade cards were needed, and since he only had 1, he certainly could not give it to Cold Wind. With this in mind, Yihan addressed Cold Wind, stating, I have obtained a shelter upgrade card, but I require it for myself, so I cannot grant it to you. However, I can share a bit more of this Black Panther's meat as compensation. Dawai Han spoke candidly. Upon hearing this, Cold Wind offered a wry smile and waved his hand dismissively. That it's all right. I haven't been of any assistance to you. So you owe me nothing. If it weren't for your help, I would have perished. Cold Wind was clear-headed and felt nothing but gratitude and astonishment towards Yihan that I end this world. While there were villains like Lu Xiao, there were also individuals who were clear-minded and appreciative. Very well. Let us divide our spoils first, then depart to explore further, Yihan declared, gesturing grandly. Before him lay a pile of gathered items, the corpses of scorpions, the Black Panther, and various treasures dropped by the trio from the land of cherry blossoms. At this sight, Cold Wind suddenly realized that Yihan's inventory could accommodate the massive scorpion corpses. His own inventory, having been upgraded once, had a capacity of 100 kg, yet the scorpion's body undoubtedly exceeded that weight. Thus, Yihan's inventory must have been upgraded multiple times. How many golden and diamond chests had Yihan opened? Cold Wind fell into a state of shock, even becoming somewhat numb to the realization. Chapter 60. The Underground Fortress, Acid Rain. Observing Cold Wind's astonishment brought Yihan a sense of satisfaction. One must admit, there is a certain thrill in flaunting one's prowess. However, he maintained an air of nonchalance as he began inspecting the items before him. The people from the land of cherry blossoms are truly impoverished. They possess little of value. Yihan remarked with disappointment. He claims to be Sato Daifu. Cold Wind interjected, revealing the name of the cherry blossom individual. Rich, my foot. Yihan scoffed, and they both laughed. It seemed that during the mist storm, many had exhausted their savings and sold off nearly all they could. Most people are likely struggling now, Cold Wind assessed astutely. The mist storm had recently passed, and it was highly probable that most individuals were left with little in terms of valuable resources. How did you manage to earn money? Yihan sensed the tone of affluence in Cold Wind's voice. There is a 2-star stone mine right at my doorstep, and I've been living off the sales of the ore. I made quite a profit during the mist storm, Cold Wind replied with a grin. Internally jubilant at finally being able to boast, then aren't you worried I might rob you? Yihan inquired while dissecting the Black Panther's corpse. If you desire Miss coins or anything I possess, you may take it. You saved my life. Cold Wind promptly clarified his position, that he was a clever individual, not one of those brawny but dim-witted types. He understood that forming a good rapport with Yihan equated to acquiring a protective talisman, one that could save his life in critical moments. Here, take a leg and some ribs from this panther. Should you consume them, perhaps you will gain the panther's swiftness, Yihan offered, slicing off portions of meat for Cold Wind. Thank you, esteemed one, Cold Wind quickly accepted. While he did not obtain the coveted shelter upgrade card, he was content with the 4-star panther meat, for forging an alliance with Yihan was the most significant gain. That should suffice. Let us be on our way. Are there any other areas nearby worth exploring? Yihan inquired as he organized the items, allowing Linger to spray water to wash his hands before turning to Cold Wind. After a moment's contemplation, Cold Wind nodded in affirmation. There is a place. Though I did not delve deeper, it appears to be an entrance to an underground fortress, but I refrained from thorough exploration due to safety concerns. He explained why Yihan's interest was piqued at this revelation. Let us go. He was eager to witness this so-called underground fortress, as it pertained to the indigenous people of the Mist Continent, which had long intrigued him. During his time in the Mist Continent, he had encountered only a dilapidated village, yet he understood that some individuals' birthpoints were the ruins of cities, airports, or research facilities, all likely bearing traces left by the continent's natives, unlike the desolate wilderness of the withered mountains where he resided. The two, along with Linger, departed from the 4-star ruins and re-emerged in the cave from whence they came. Cold Wind led the way as they exited the cave and advanced onward. Throughout their journey, Yihan illuminated the terrain with a spotlight, observing the geographical features and conditions. What is the name of this area? Yihan felt this place was significantly more fruitful than his withered mountains. The flora resources visible along the path surpassed those in his desolate region, and in some spots, he even spotted fragments of stone slabs. Allen Island X3, Cold Wind replied. From the name, it is an island. But I have never seen the coastline that in island. It is entirely unrecognizable. The withered mountains where I dwell are far more barren, Yihan acknowledged, sensing considerable exploration value in this island. Yihan, what did you do before? How did you become so skilled? Are you one of those legendary internal test players? Cold Wind voiced the curiosity lingering in his mind. Taken aback, Yihan chuckled. You mean internal test players, right? Well, you could say I'm a half one. Cold Wind's heart raced with astonishment. Although he did not play games, he had heard a comrade mention that internal test players existed in various games. This meant that while others were still unable to access the game, internal test players were already playing, gaining early knowledge of the game's content and maintaining a significant advantage. Yihan was indeed an internal test player. I have read many novels, Yihan continued. The realms of gaming and literature were entirely foreign to Cold Wind, leading him to wonder how internal test players related to novels. Haha, I'm just teasing you that I've read many novels with similar themes. Akin to our current predicament, the setting of the Mist Continent resembles that found in certain games and novels, which has allowed me to stay one step ahead, Yihan succinctly explained. Cold Wind fell silent. Realizing he had suffered for not engaging with games or literature, that moment, Linger raised her head to gaze at the sky. Yihan, perched atop her head, nearly tumbled off, but quick reflexes allowed him to grasp the horn atop Linger's head. He then felt droplets of water falling upon his mask. That my clothes are smoking. This is acid rain, corrosive in nature. Cold Wind exclaimed simultaneously in alarm. Linger, control those raindrops. Do not let them land on me. Yihan shouted. He had anticipated such a scenario, knowing that various extreme weather phenomena would undoubtedly manifest in the Mist continent. Surviving the mist storm was merely the end of the beginner phase. What lay ahead could include violent storms, droughts, and extreme cold. How would they cope with rain or floods? The answer was evident. Linger's water-controlling abilities. Linger immediately activated her water manipulation, shielding Yihan. Countless raindrops fell from the sky. Yet they dispersed above Yihan's head, never touching his body. It was as if an invisible, intangible barrier enveloped him, severing all contact with the rain. "Help me!" Cold Wind cried out in desperation upon witnessing this. Linger, assist him as well. Yihan instructed that he then opened the survival panel to check the world channel, but no one had mentioned the rainfall. The mist thickened, and as I stepped outside for a moment, I felt an overwhelming discomfort enveloping my entire being. Alas, I have no funds to procure antidote pills. How infuriating! I recall a time when there were no aberrant beasts in the mist, yet now new monstrosities have emerged. Has the wilderness refreshed itself? My companions, it is quite frigid here, with temperatures plummeting. What is the weather like where you are? My sister, the literary muse, embodies both the gentle and the dominant, catering to various inclinations. Is there a brother yearning to experience her services? The threshold is merely 30 mist coins. Haha, I have vanquished a 4-star aberrant beast. It was initially a 3-star creature, but just as it was on the brink of death, it evolved into a 4-star entity, and I have acquired a diamond chest. Yihan, do take a good look. Despite your reluctance to join forces with me, I extend my friendship, yet you refuse. The one you once scorned shall soon become a formidable deity you cannot afford to provoke. Yihan cast a glance at the world channel, his expression laden with complexity. One thing was certain. This acid rain did not envelop the entire mist continent, but was localized. Furthermore, the terms literary muse and formidable deity vividly illustrated the diversity of species. Indeed, the death toll remains insufficiently high. Yihan shook his head and chuckled. We are nearing our destination, Yihan. At that moment, Cold Wind called out, sending a tremor through Yihan's heart. Chapter 61. 2-star Zombie. Life Crystal. The underground fortress is nearly upon us. Yihan was filled with curiosity regarding this underground stronghold that Cold Wind spoke of. Ahead, illuminated by the searchlight, lay the ruins of a once grand structure. It felt akin to the remnants of an estate, vast and imposing. I ventured inside to explore, securing a golden chest and discovering an entrance to an underground passage. I had initially planned to return here for further exploration after clearing the 4-star ruins. Cold Wind spoke to Yihan. Wah! Before Yihan could respond, Linger interjected, standing upright, signaling the discovery of danger. Something's amiss. Cold Wind, retreat. Yihan commanded, urging Cold Wind to step back. He rode Linger onward, and under the searchlight's glow, soon identified the FOE. Was not an aberrant beast, but a human. This revelation caused Yihan's pupils to constrict, for this was no longer a mere human. Essentially, it was a corpse, mutated by the mist toxins into a zombie-like existence. Yihan had previously slain such a creature, but this one was distinctly more complex, possessing 2 heads, 3 arms, and 3 legs. How could such a monstrosity exist? Yihan's scalp prickled with unease. It was utterly bizarre. The creature's form resembled that of a tall, middle-aged man. After its mutation, its skin turned gray, its eyes followed suit, and deep gray veins marred its face. Notably, a second head, a woman's, emerged from its chest, grotesquely missing a nose. The creature's 3rd arm protruded from its left armpit, while a 3rd leg extended horizontally from its right knee, grotesquely bent as if sewn together. What in the world was this? Cold Wind gasped in astonishment, unable to contain his shock that he had never encountered such a creature. Yihan remained silent and fired his weapon. The Uzi unleashed a torrent of bullets, shattering the first head. The power of the Uzi obliterated it instantly. Yet this stitched zombie did not perish. The second head on its chest continued to roar, lunging toward Yihan. Yihan fired again, obliterating the second head, finally bringing it down. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan, for slaying the 2-star zombie and obtaining a life crystal. This notification confirmed Yihan's suspicions. Slaying zombies does yield rewards, but only when they reach a certain level. This mechanism mirrored that of the aberrant beasts. Killing a 1-star aberrant beast yielded no loot. The zombies Yihan had previously dispatched were clearly 1-star, hence the absence of notifications or drops. However, this amalgamated 2-star zombie indeed provided valuable spoils. Life Crystal contains pure life energy, useful for healing wounds, repairing genetic defects, or even enhancing one's life tier. In Yihan's palm lay a small, milky white life crystal, the size of a grain of rice, emanating a faint glow that evoked an undeniable longing in the heart. Without hesitation, Yihan consumed the life crystal. Yet, nothing transpired. After waiting a while, he still felt no effects. Perhaps my strength is currently too great, and this life crystal too feeble. A bug may feel sated after consuming a grain of rice, but for a human, it is akin to having eaten nothing at all. Yihan quickly grasped the reasoning behind it. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that this life crystal was an invaluable treasure. Opportunities to gather more must be seized, as it could prove life-saving in critical moments. This must be the result of survivors from the island being swept away by the mist storm upon their demise. It is truly eerie to consider that the deceased could mutate in such a manner, Cold Wind remarked, reflecting on the disturbing nature of the situation. Due to his perspective, he had not witnessed Yihan consuming the life crystal. However, Yihan had no intention of concealing it. This was a truth that would eventually come to light for everyone, though why Yihan was certain that in the future, some would resort to killing other survivors to obtain life crystals, causing them to mutate into higher-tier zombies. Of course, therein lay a challenge. It would be difficult to find a substantial number of survivors. Lu Xiao and Chu Zhihao had captured Li Hao, totaling only 3 individuals. In Sakura Nation, Sato Daifu had recruited 2 collaborators, also amounting to merely 3. At this stage, it was challenging for a large gathering of survivors to occur. This 2-star zombie, upon defeat, yielded a valuable item known as the Life Crystal. Yihan succinctly relayed this information to Cold Wind. Upon hearing this, Cold Wind gasped that we have already encountered a 2-star zombie. Others could very well do the same. Caution is imperative when encountering other survivors, as someone may resort to murder for the sake of life crystals. Cold Wind recognized the potentiality of this grim scenario, as a seasoned Special Forces operative. He had executed numerous clandestine missions and witnessed the darker aspects of human nature. In this regard, he aligned with Xuanzi's perspective, believing that human nature is inherently flawed. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Yihan and Cold Wind exchanged a grave glance, each reflecting the weight of understanding in their eyes. Subsequently, Cold Wind led the way to the entrance of the underground passage. There, a metallic panel with a handle awaited, reminiscent of a manhole cover. The panel bore signs of rust, suggesting it was once composed of high-quality metal. Cold Wind lifted the manhole cover, revealing a ladder descending into the depths. Yihan instructed Linger to shrink down, positioning herself at the entrance of the passage, illuminating the situation below with the searchlight. This scene left Cold Wind in awe once more. He had initially believed Linger to be of such a massive stature, yet she could shrink and grow at will. What level of aberration was she? This searchlight is truly remarkable. Cold Wind harbored genuine envy for Yihan. When he first arrived here, he had merely tossed down a torch to illuminate the area, while Yihan wielded a searchlight. I purchased this from the Mist Shop," Yihan replied with a smile. Cold Wind's spirits sank. My Mist Shop refreshes 3 worthless items daily. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Yihan laughed silently, choosing not to disclose that his Mist Shop often yielded useless items as well. Let Cold Wind admire him, believing him to be exceptionally fortunate. Ha! With that, Cold Wind took the lead down the ladder. Followed by Yihan and Linger, descending approximately 100 steps, they reached a level expanse. Yihan shone the searchlight ahead, revealing a corridor leading into the unknown darkness, obscured from clear view. I can smell the sea. The air carries a briny scent, Cold Wind exclaimed suddenly. Chapter 62, Underground Refuge, Map Carving. This place is likely flooded, Yihan mused, furrowing his brow. He did not detect the scent of seawater, as he wore a fragrant mask. However, he could feel the moisture in the air and faintly hear the sound of water. Wah! Linger nodded in agreement with Yihan. A gentle red glow radiated from her, dispelling the darkness and providing a sense of warmth, elevating the temperature. Unlike the searchlight, which emitted a concentrated beam of light with a limited range, Linger's glow illuminated a broader area, though not as far-reaching as the searchlight. Yihan, Cold Wind, and Linger pressed onward. As they advanced, they noticed the corridor slanted downward, with cracks in the floor that sparked concern. This is no place to linger, Cold Wind assessed. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, they beheld a spacious hall. Indeed, water had intruded. Yihan observed the far end of the hall, where the wall had tilted and collapsed, allowing seawater to flood part of the floor. Did I end this place? One can already observe various marine creatures in action. For instance, a fish swims gracefully before them, while Ihan also spots an octopus, which quickly flees upon being illuminated by the spotlight, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The allure of seafood is palpable, and the cold wind stirs his appetite, but he has already encountered the local delicacies of Misty Continent. Even a scorpion, simply roasted over fire, emits an enticing aroma. It is hard to fathom just how delectable these seafood delights might be. Yet, there is no rush to indulge. The priority is to explore this area for any useful discoveries. Ihan, too, feels a pang of hunger, especially upon seeing a plump crab. However, the matter at hand must take precedence. To the left, there are 3 passageways. To the right, 4, presumably leading to various rooms. How should we proceed? I defer to your judgment, Ihan suggests. Cold Wind nods, indicating he will follow Yihan's lead. It is best not to split up. Let us explore the left side together first. Ihan strides forward, leading the way. The first passage on the left leads to a room with a door that is rusted and long since locked. With a swift strike, Yihan shatters the door and steps inside. The room is sizable, filled with shelves, yet nearly devoid of contents. Upon inspection, Cold Wind approaches a shelf and retrieves what appears to be a packaging bag. However, as soon as he touches it, the bag crumbles to dust. Moving on to the next passage, Yihan leads the group into the second corridor, only to find a similar outcome. The 3 left-side passages seem to connect to storage rooms, all nearly emptied of valuable items. This does not resemble an underground fortress, but rather a refuge. It seems the indigenous people of Misty Continent excavated this place to hide from some calamity. Yihan contemplates. Indeed, the scale suggests that only about 3 individuals might have lived here, but he hopes for better findings from the 4 passageways on the right. Cold Wind feels a tinge of disappointment. Yet, there are still 4 passageways left to explore. They proceed to the first passage on the right, which turns out to be yet another storage room, yielding no rewards. However, the second passage leads to 2 rooms that are unmistakably designed for habitation. They contain beds and even a private bathroom. Regrettably, seawater has flooded in through the bathroom, ruining both bedrooms. Currently, the tide has receded, allowing the water to withdraw from the rooms. Cold Wind analyzes the situation, concluding that during high tide, at least half of the room would have been submerged. Continuing onward, Yihan prepares himself mentally for the likelihood of returning empty-handed. This underground refuge seems unlikely to yield further discoveries. Cold Wind shares the sentiment, considering the worst-case scenario of treating this as merely a place to gather seafood. While they had ventured far on the surface without finding any coastline, here they can access the seabed and procure various seafood to satisfy their cravings. My 2-star mine isn't finished yet, and I want to be relocating anytime soon. Whenever you crave seafood, let me know, and I'll come over to prepare it for you, Cold Wind tells Yihan. Sounds good. I love fish and crabs, Yihan responds with a smile. Regardless of the lack of significant findings, their temporary alliance has already led them to uncover a 4-star relic, which is an achievement in itself. The temporary team card was also provided by Cold Wind, so Yihan feels he has not lost anything. Moreover, they have encountered a 2-star zombie and unlocked the life crystal, a valuable item. Therefore, there is no reason to feel discontent over the absence of treasures here. Next, they proceed to the 3rd passage on the right, which leads to a room larger than the previous ones. Finally, they have made a significant discovery. Inside this room, it remains dry, untouched by seawater. The space is adorned with stone sculptures, and the floor is littered with fragments of stone and sculpting tools. Could this be the hobby of the refuge's owner? Yihan inspects closely. There are only 2 human figures, 1 male and 1 female. The rest depict various animals and plants, skillfully crafted and lifelike. These 2 might be the owners of the refuge. Cold Wind speculates. That seems quite plausible. But what captures my attention is this wall. Yihan beckons Cold Wind over to examine a wall inscribed with what appears to be script, along with a drawing. What kind of script is this? It resembles Oracle Bone script, Cold Wind exclaims, his eyes wide with intrigue. No, wait. This seems to be an even more advanced form of writing. He quickly corrects himself. Each character is complex, laden with abundant information. Yihan muses. This should be the writing of the indigenous people of Misty Continent. Even if experts were present, deciphering it would take a considerable amount of time, let alone for us. Thus, Yihan's focus shifts to the drawing, that if he is not mistaken, it could be a map. Cold Wind, you are familiar with this area. Could you take a look and see if this is a map of an island? Yihan invites Cold Wind to inspect the drawing. Cold Wind approaches, furrowing his brow in concentration. That I believe it is. Though some areas do not match up, he replies thoughtfully. Look here, it depicts two small figures. A man and a woman, representing our current location. That MY refuge is here, and that 4-star relic should be in this spot, Cold Wind explains, pointing to various regions on the map. However, there is a small hill that isn't depicted. Also here, it shows what looks like a lake, yet I have not seen it. Perhaps this is what they mean by the changing of tides, Cold Wind reflects. Undoubtedly, this discrepancy resulted from alterations in the island's geography after the map was inscribed. And what about this location? Yihan inquires, pointing to the edge of the map, where a spindle-shaped symbol appears beneath a series of waves, suggesting it is situated beneath the S.I.G. Yihan suspects this could represent a submarine. What is depicted here? Could it be a submarine? Cold Wind and Yihan's thoughts align. However, this place is quite distant. I have not been there, he shakes his head. Let us mark this location and check it out later. Yihan agrees, then carefully inspects the map to ensure no critical information has been overlooked before leaving the room. Now, only the final passage remains unexplored. They arrive at the last corridor, which leads to a room. Upon breaking through the door, both Yihan and Cold Wind shake their heads in disappointment. This room is empty and appears to have only been partially excavated, still unfinished. Thus, their exploration of this underground refuge comes to a definitive end. I had expected this to be an underground fortress filled with abundant food and advanced technology. What a letdown, Cold Wind sighs, feeling somewhat regretful. Yet, there are still a few discoveries. That spindle-shaped symbol may very well represent a submarine from the ancient civilization of Misty continent. Now let us gather some seafood and quickly make our way to investigate further, as Yihan speaks. He leads the group back to the initial corridor, where the seawater is surging in. At this moment, the tide has begun to rise. They witness a plethora of marine life appearing before them. Linger go, Yihan commands, urging Ling to catch fish and crabs. Linger seems somewhat displeased at being tasked with such rudimentary work, but obediently swims into the water. With a flick of her tail, she stirs up the water, bringing a bounty of fish and shrimp to Yihan's feet. That ha ha ha, Yihan exclaims, lifting a crab larger than his own face, its weight bringing forth an authentic smile from him. Previously, he had longed for such giant crabs, like king crabs, yet hesitated to purchase them. Now he can indulge as he pleases. This sea urchin is enormous, covered in spikes. Cold Wind marvels at a large sea urchin before him. He can only imagine the exquisite taste of these seafood delights, his mouth watering in anticipation. Suddenly, a great rush of water echoes in the distance. Yihan notices the seawater has turned black. What is happening? Cold Wind exclaims in alarm. Yihan calls out urgently, but there is no response. A sinking feeling washes over him. How could the water suddenly change to black? What could cause such a transformation? An octopus. Yihan instantly thinks of this ocean creature, recalling the legendary giant squid. Massive and fierce. Linger, are you okay? Yihan continues to shout. Finally, he receives a response. From the inky depths, Linger emerges, swimming back to Yihan's side. Linger exclaims repeatedly that I isn't an octopus. By the way, Linger, use your water manipulation talent to depict that object. Yihan's mind sparked with a brilliant idea. If he had thought of this earlier, he would have known that the 4-star relic at the bottom of the lake was, in fact, a grand gateway. Linger, intrigued by the suggestion, began to manipulate the seawater, creating a vivid image on the ground. The flowing streams coalesced into the form of an octopus. Indeed, it was an octopus. Linger continued, and Yihan speculated that she was chiding herself. Under normal circumstances, capturing the octopus would have been a trivial task for Linger, but her pursuit was abandoned as she returned to Yihan's side due to his incessant calls. I am merely concerned for you, Linger. This is a father's love. Yihan gently patted Linger on the head. That it's just an octopus. Even if it were a 3-star, what of it? If it escapes, so be it. As long as Linger is safe, let's depart from this place. That I feel an overwhelming sense of oppression here, Yihan remarked. Indeed, I too feel quite uncomfortable. There is a sense of confinement, Cold Wind concurred. Together, they retraced their steps, leaving the underground refuge behind. The acid rain continued to pour, yet with Linger by their side, it posed little threat. The trio hastened towards the shuttle-shaped marker on the map. Had Cold Wind been alone, he would not have dared to move so swiftly. Who knows what dangers lay ahead in the mists? But with Yihan and Linger present, there was no need for concern. Linger's keen perception and Yihan's flashlight were invaluable tools that enhanced their speed, Yihan decided not to let Cold Wind walk. Instead, he had Cold Wind sit on Linger's tail, holding on tightly as she sped forward. In just over an hour, they arrived at their destination, and the acid rain finally ceased. They found themselves by the sea, surrounded by expansive rocky outcrops, and Yihan spotted seaweed floating in the water. Linger should be in this vicinity. Dive in and take a look. Also, bring back some seaweed, Yihan instructed as he leapt down from Linger's head and stood upon the rocks. Woo-woo. Linger nodded and plunged into the water while Yihan and Cold Wind waited atop the rocks. Yihan, look! Oysters and mussels, ha! Cold Wind exclaimed, pulling out a small knife to pry open the shells and devour the fresh meat raw. Wow, it's delightful, with a hint of creaminess. After tasting one, he couldn't stop praising it. Hearing this, Yihan couldn't resist either. He took out his three-edged military dagger and began to pry open shells. This three-edged dagger looked splendid. Cold Wind's eyes lit up. He had once owned a similar dagger, custom-made by a master craftsman, with which he had vanquished many foes. That I obtained this by slaying a woman, Yihan said, nodding as he savored an oyster and hastily moved on to pry a second one open. This is incredible. He had often heard tales of premium oysters being edible raw, and now he was experiencing it firsthand. How many lives had Yihan taken? Cold Wind was startled, observing Yihan's nonchalant demeanor. He surmised the number was quite substantial. After half an hour, they left a plethora of empty shells behind. Someone has encountered a 4-star mist beast. While enjoying the oyster, Yihan checked the World Channel. As he began to browse, he stumbled upon a sensational piece of news. What? Cold Wind exclaimed in astonishment, quickly accessing the World Channel as well. That I saw it too, but I doubt we're looking at the same news. I see someone named Wang Hongyan claiming to have slain a 4-star horse. I haven't even encountered a horse yet. Cold Wind shouted that on my end, a person named Zhao Xingli faced a ferocious tiger, unable to defeat it. He fled but was certain it was a 4-star beast, as he could easily handle a 3-star. Yihan frowned. It seems that with the end of the novice protection period, the mists have thickened, and the wild mist beasts are becoming increasingly formidable. 4-star wild mist beasts are now surfacing. Just then, accompanied by a series of woo-woo sounds, Linger finally resurfaced, her tail coiling around a large bundle of seaweed, which she tossed onto the rocks before Yihan. Most importantly, she was also clutching something in her mouth. Chapter 64. Blade Drone, Shelter Alarm. Instantly, both Yihan and Cold Wind's attention shifted to Linger. Intrigued by the object she bore, Linger. What is that? Yihan stepped forward. Linger lowered her head and presented the object to Yihan, who caught it to discover it was a metallic box, about the size of half a palm. Surprisingly, it was not as heavy as expected, but rather light. So light, I thought it would be cumbersome. Yihan examined the box closely. Blade Drone, a cutting-edge technological product from the Mist continent, capable of reconnaissance, attack, and various other applications. Note: currently lacks energy and neural connection devices, thus temporarily unusable. Could this be a drone? It certainly doesn't appear to be one. And how could a drone be found at the bottom of the sea? Yihan shared his thoughts with Cold Wind, seeking his opinion. Firstly, I believe the technological level of the Mist continent far surpasses that of our original world. Such a drone is something I have never encountered. Cold Wind replied. Moreover, this drone is likely related to the map carving we discovered. The shuttle-shaped marker, possibly a submarine, may have been destroyed during the disaster, yet this drone has remained intact. That he analyzed further. But this object is quite light. Surely it would have been swept away by the sea. Yihan voiced his doubts. Whoa, at that moment, Linger flicked her tail, embedding a shell into the rock surface. Linger, are you suggesting that this drone is akin to this shell, embedded in the seabed rocks? Yihan inquired, raising an eyebrow. Ooh. Linger nodded. Duh. I see now. The mystery is unraveled. While it may lack energy and neural connection devices for now, it is still a significant find. Ha! Cold Wind chuckled, feeling a weight lift off his chest. From exploring the underground refuge to arriving at the seaside, it was all thanks to his suggestion that if they had ended up with nothing, he would have felt guilty. Now, with Yihan acquiring a highly advanced drone, he no longer felt burdened. After all, Yihan had saved his life and was immensely stronger, always considering Yihan's feelings, fearful of displeasing him. People are indeed drawn to strength. This drone is undoubtedly compact, and in specific environments, it could prove invaluable, Cold Wind mused. Thank you, Cold Wind. Without your assistance, I wouldn't have made this discovery. Yihan expressed his gratitude. That no, I should be thanking you. Without your help, I would have fallen into the hands of the Sakura people, facing a fate worse than death. Cold Wind waved his hands dismissively. The two then shared a hearty laugh. As noon passed, they realized they had yet to eat lunch. Are you hungry? Let us share a meal, Yihan suggested, retrieving a pot from his supplies. You have a pot too. So do I, Cold Wind exclaimed, producing his own linger. Gather more ingredients. Cold Wind, I still have some meat from a 3-star fish king, which is absolutely delicious that I'll treat you. Yihan presented the meat from the 3-star spiked fish king. Casually purchasing some wood from the trading bar for Linger to ignite a fire. I truly envy you for having such a capable assistant as Ling, Cold Wind said earnestly. Linger is incredibly useful. Ha ha ha, she is practically my own daughter. Yihan joked. The two feasted heartily, enjoying a seafood feast that was simply exquisite. Naturally, Linger was included, devouring roasted frog meat, roasted panther meat, and roasted bear meat, her face smeared with grease. Hiss, Cold Wind gasped at the sight, exclaiming in astonishment, and oh wonder, Linger is so formidable. She has feasting on 4-star meat without restraint. Cold Wind, who had received a small portion of 4-star meat, was reluctant to consume it casually. He intended to save it for a time of battle. However, thanks to his acquaintance with Yihan, he now had a few pieces of 4-star mist beast meat, providing him with considerable confidence for both combat and self-defense. As long as he avoided situations like the treacherous ambush by Sato Daifu from Sakura country. With the novice protection period over, the mist grew denser, and more advanced mist beasts began to evolve. Other disasters, such as the acid rain they had just experienced, began to arise. After our feast, I noticed on the World Channel that someone mentioned an earthquake, Cold Wind remarked. This is reasonable. If items like the shelter upgrade card must be obtained within 4-star relics. That would be exceedingly difficult. It's likely that some have already begun to slay wild 4-star mist beasts, earning diamond treasure chests, and acquiring upgrade cards to elevate their shelters to 3-star status. Yihan nodded in agreement. During the Tempest, it is likely that sporadic 4-star mist creatures were born. The frog meat was acquired during that time, Yihan continued, and his words left Lung Feng in shock. So, Yihan had obtained the 4-star frog meat during the mist storm. He needed to strengthen himself quickly, otherwise survival in the mist continent would become exceedingly difficult. Moreover, he had to remain vigilant to avoid ambushes. Lung Feng mused. After finishing their meal, Yihan also collected a considerable amount of seafood and seaweed, storing them in his supplies, which he could take back for later consumption. Whenever he craved seafood, he would send Lung Feng to the underground shelter to procure some and then deliver it to him from afar, which was quite delightful. Originally, Yihan intended to escort Lung Feng home. Considering the considerable distance to Lung Feng's shelter, if Lung Feng chose to return on foot, it would take quite some time, and by then, night would likely have fallen. Just then, a notification appeared on Yihan's survival panel. Alert! Survivor Yihan, your shelter is under attack. What? This message caused Yihan to spring to his feet. Was a mist creature attacking a shelter? Or could it be other survivors? Regardless, he had to return immediately. Yihan, what's wrong? Lung Feng inquired, noticing his distress that my shelter is under attack. I must return swiftly. Yihan replied, Lung Feng, you'll have to make your way home alone. I can no longer escort you, it's all right. I can manage. You go check what's happening. Lung Feng urged Yihan nodded and decided to disband their temporary team. In the next moment, he and Ling Air vanished from their location. In his haste, he even forgot to collect the pot. Lung Feng picked it up, planning to return it to Yihan through a trade once he was done. Meanwhile, Yihan found himself back at his shelter in an instant. To his astonishment, a new shelter had appeared right beside his own, and a figure stood before it, gesticulating and murmuring incantations. As he witnessed this, Yihan noticed that the previously menacing bronze thorns lay docile at the feet of this individual, no longer resisting his presence. Chapter 65, Rule-Type Talent. This scene sent a shiver down Yihan's spine. The person before him could actually control the bronze thorns. It was well known that the bronze thorns possessed their own consciousness, instilled with the profound instinct to protect Yihan's shelter since the moment they were planted. Yet now, they had seemingly betrayed him. Clearly, this was closely linked to the individual's talent. What kind of talent had he awakened? Yihan furrowed his brow and drew his Desert Eagle, intent on eliminating this threat without further AT that moment. The individual turned around and noticed Yihan's arrival. Upon seeing the gun in Yihan's hand, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah no!" He quickly raised his hands in front of him. Simultaneously, a multitude of bronze thorns lunged forward to shield him. However, how could they possibly withstand the Desert Eagle? After all, Yihan's weapon had been refined through numerous enhancements, achieving a terrifying 8-star level. In an instant upon contact, many bronze thorns were obliterated. The bullets flew straight towards the man's forehead. Ta-da! He screamed, veins bulging on his forehead and neck. Then, Yihan witnessed an astonishing spectacle. With that roar, the bullet from the Desert Eagle inexplicably reversed course, now aimed directly at Yihan's forehead. In that fleeting moment, a shadow of death loomed over Yihan. Fortunately, Ling Er intervened just in time, delivering a swift strike that collided with the bullet. The bullet detonated upon hitting Ling Er's tail, flames engulfing it as they continued to burn. This was the manifestation of the explosive combustion attribute. However, Ling Er was undeterred. It possessed formidable fire control abilities, and the fire crystal was not without merit. With a mere thought, Ling Er absorbed the flames. Yet, Yihan noticed several scales on Ling Er's tail had exploded, revealing flesh and blood, causing him great distress. Ling Er. Yihan lamented, feeling a pang of sorrow that it was Ling Er's first injury. Ling Er, too, was enraged, emitting a high-pitched roar, conjuring ice spikes, fireballs, and thunder. "No, please don't kill me." At that moment, the man before them fell to his knees. Yihan observed that he was bleeding from his 7 orifices, his once black hair now turned white. This revelation brought Yihan a sense of relief. Clearly, this individual's talent had exacted a heavy toll on him. Regardless of its nature, it could not be overwhelmingly powerful without limitations that you're from the kimchi country, yet you speak the language of Huaxia. Yihan inquired coldly that my name is Bien, that I have a deep appreciation for Huaxia culture, even learning Go, and I am a professional Go player. He replied fluently in Huaxia that it was a curious coincidence. Previously, he had encountered Sato Daifu from the Cherry Blossom country, who also spoke Huaxia. However, this seemed more coincidental, as most foreigners would not understand Huaxia. The Go is a creation of Huaxia. Is it not? Is it not a magnificent invention from your kimchi country? Yihan mocked that no, not at all. The kimchi country is but a vassal of Huaxia. Bien Ituo insisted, his survival instincts kicking in as he uttered insincere words that what is your talent? Yihan inquired with a cold smile. At the mention of his talent, Bien Ituo seemed to seize upon a lifeline that my talent is exceptionally powerful. We can form a team, and I can assist you. It's called reversal, he hurriedly explained. Reversal? Yihan began to piece together the implications. Coughing violently, Bien Ituo spewed blood. He appeared somewhat hunched over and, kneeling on the ground while coughing, contorted into in shape. Anything that attempts to attack me can be reversed, no longer posing a threat, and can even be made to serve me. Bien Ituo revealed his talent at Yihan's heart raced with astonishment. This talent was indeed formidable, a rule-type talent. Yet the restrictions were evidently significant, as evidenced by Bien Ituo's current pitiful state. This is truly a misunderstanding. I randomly used a relocation card and ended up here. Upon seeing your shelter, I inquired if anyone was present, but then the thorns attacked me, prompting me to use my talent. I had no intention of invading your shelter. I am a good person. Bien Ituo continued to plead, coughing intermittently, that Yihan found the notion of a random relocation card believable. However, he did not trust a single word of his subsequent claims. Given your current state, you likely won't survive much longer. Let me assist you, Yihan said, brandishing his knife as he approached Bien. Bien Ituo's face paled in horror. No, please don't kill me. I am a world champion in Go, and I have always maintained friendly exchanges with Huaxia players. I have never exploited the rules to deceive them. I love Huaxia. Long live Huaxia. He pleaded, kneeling and shouting desperately. But Yihan had already positioned the knife against his neck. Even now, you continue to lie that if you tell the truth, I might spare your life, he said with a smile that I'll tell the truth. Please don't kill me. After moving here, I saw how splendid the shelter was and wanted to take it for myself. I exploited the rules to defeat my Huaxia opponents and became the world champion in Go. I was wrong. I realized my mistakes. Please spare me. Bien cried, trembling and having already soiled himself. Very well. Since you acknowledge your wrongdoing, I shall grant your wish, Yihan said, exerting his arm. The knife sliced through Bien Ituo's neck. He was utterly drained of any energy to activate his talent, merely awaiting his fate. The cold blade severed his carotid artery and trachea, blood gushing forth. Bien Ituo collapsed, gasping for air as if he were a windbag. Ultimately, his eyes widened, and he breathed his last. Simultaneously, Yihan received a notification, acquiring various items dropped by Bien Ituo's demise that seemed to have been quite bountiful. However, Yihan did not linger to examine the loot. After confirming Bien Ituo's death, he hurried to check on Ling Er's injuries. Ling Er assured him that she was fine, and Yihan observed that her wounds were slowly regenerating, indicating she would soon recover fully. He realized that he must exercise caution against the diverse talents of other survivors. The individual from the pickled vegetable nation managed to reverse the bullet I had fired, albeit with considerably diminished force. Coupled with Ling's innate strength, she emerged relatively unscathed. Once again, Linger saved my life. Yi Han was filled with deep reflections, tinged with a sense of lingering fear. He had narrowly escaped disaster. Chapter 66. The expansion card of the sanctuary. Drone energy block. This unforeseen turn of events culminated in the demise of Bien Itua. His talent was indeed formidable, yet fate led him to cross paths with Yi Han, resulting in his bitter end in the northwest. Such potent talent, if upgraded several times, would make him a far more formidable FO. Yi Han gently patted Linger on the head, acknowledging her recovery. She was as good as new. Truly, she was a super mist beast, boasting remarkable resilience and recovery capabilities. Ing. Linger nudged Yi Han with her head, her tail pointing at Bien Itua's corpse, signaling him to search the body so she could incinerate it. Let me see if he has anything of value. Yi Han approached and began to rummage. As was his custom. He decided to keep the clothing. This had become a habit of his. After a thorough search, he found little of worth, but the resources in his inventory should have all been released. Having completed his search, Yi Han intended to have Linger incinerate the body. That moment, he noticed gray patterns beginning to emerge across the corpse. Suddenly, the body opened its eyes and let out a chilling roar. It had transformed into a zombie. Even in death, you remain restless. Yi Han cursed, swiftly swinging his blade to cleave the zombie's head in two. Congratulations, Survivor Yi Han, for slaying a 2-star zombie, earning a life crystal. Upon seeing the notification, Yi Han was astonished that Bien Ito had only just turned into a zombie and was already categorized as 2-star. This life crystal was slightly larger than the previous one he had obtained, likely due to Bien Ito's strong talent and prosperous existence. Regrettably, this life crystal could not be activated. It could only be accumulated over time. Let us store this for now, Linger. Time to work. Yi Han pocketed the life crystal and called for Ling. She responded, igniting her flames. The fire blazed fiercely, swiftly reducing Bien Ito to ashes. Ling and then sprayed water to cleanse the area, completely erasing any traces of Bien Ito's existence. Of course, his sanctuary still remained nearby. It was a 2-star sanctuary, but rather unusual. It had 2 stories, resembling a small villa. Strange, my 3-star sanctuary lacks a second floor. Why does a mere 2-star sanctuary possess such a feature? Yi Han pondered. Intrigued by this knowledge gap, that he approached Bien Ito's 2-story sanctuary for further inspection. That moment, a message from Lung Feng arrived. Lung Feng. Yi Han. What is the situation over there? Are you alright? Lung Feng. I forgot to take your pot, so I prepared some seafood and put it inside and I'll trade it to you shortly. Upon reading Lung Feng's message, Yi Han recalled his hasty departure, which had caused him to forget the Yi Han. I just finished up here. A person from the pickled vegetable nation attempted to invade my sanctuary. Yi Han briefly recounted the events to Lung Feng. Upon hearing this, Lung Feng expressed astonishment. Lung Feng, a talent based on rules? That is quite terrifying. Lung Feng, if it weren't for your overwhelming attack causing him to suffer backlash, he would have posed a considerable challenge. Yi Han, indeed, many individuals likely possess unique talents that render them unpredictable. Take extra caution. Lung Feng, I understand. Thank you for the warning. By the way, regarding that 2-story villa you mentioned, I have some insight. I saw something about it on the World Channel. Yi Han's eyes lit up upon receiving this message. It turned out Lung Feng frequently browsed the World Channel and had encountered discussions about this very matter. Specifically, the use of an expansion card for the sanctuary. Someone had showcased this card on the World Channel, and Lung Feng had taken note that yes, it turned out, such an expansion card was an exceptional item. By utilizing it along with the requisite materials, one could expand their sanctuary. Yi Han nodded, committing this information to memory. Lung Feng, since the individual from the pickled vegetable nation is deceased, let us proceed with our trade. I'll return your pot to you. Yi Han saw another message from Lung Feng. In no rush. I'll first search through this pickled vegetable person's sanctuary to check for loot, that if I find anything I don't need, I can trade it to you. After replying, Yi Han entered Bien Itua's sanctuary. The first floor was stocked with various resources, mostly 1-star and 2-star items, which Yi Han quickly scanned. There were materials such as wood, stone, metal, leather, and some food items. A few pieces of 3-star meat were present, though not in abundance. However, he did find some dog meat, which he had never acquired before, so he decided to keep it for later. Additionally, Bien Itoa had stored over 300 kilograms of 3-star metal materials intended for upgrading his sanctuary. For Yi Han, most of the other items were rather lackluster. Lung Feng had no shortage of these materials, so trading them wouldn't be necessary. That's why Yi Han typically sold such items for missed currency, that he then ascended the stairs to the second floor. Second floor. VIP room. Upon entering the second floor, he found a bed, Bien Itoa's sleeping area. That's why Yi Han noticed a set of garments laid out on the bed, evidently stripped from another survivor. This indicated that Bien Itoa had at least killed one other survivor. In addition, a standing wardrobe was positioned against the wall on the second floor. That's why Yi Han opened it to inspect Bien Itoa's treasures. The first item to catch his eye was an oddly shaped cup. Linger tilted her head in curiosity, unable to comprehend its purpose. Fearing Linger might inadvertently collapse the sanctuary, Yi Han refrained from letting her enter. Yet, Linger had her own means, managing to poke her head through the second-floor window. Linger, this isn't a good item. It's been sullied by that pickled vegetable person. That's why Yi Han shook his head, bemused it was a flying cup, and Yi Han wondered where Bien Itoa had procured it from. Truly, he was a character. Yi Han found it distasteful, but it could be gifted to Lung Feng later, which amused him. Aside from that, he discovered something valuable within the wardrobe, a transparent cube roughly the size of a fingertip. Heavy in his hand. This was likely why Bien Itoa carried it around, as the inventory space was limited. Inside the transparent cube, myriad points of light flickered, creating a mesmerizing sight. Drone energy block, as the name suggests. It is essential for drones. Note, if the attack functions of the drone are not utilized, this energy can last nearly indefinitely. However, if the attack functions are employed, energy consumption is substantial, so please manage the energy usage wisely. Note, the current remaining energy level of this block is 68. Upon reading the description of this transparent cube, Yi Han couldn't suppress a grin. His excitement was palpable. Chapter 67. Merging Sanctuaries. The small villa. Haha. Yi Han's eyes sparkled with joy, his face beaming with delight. Perfect. I just acquired a blade drone and now this energy block. My luck is truly remarkable. I owe my gratitude to Bien Itoa for this generous gift. Now, I only need the neural connector device to utilize the drone. Yet the question remained, where to find this neural connector device? That was a mystery for another day. Yi Han carefully stashed the energy block in his inventory alongside the blade drone. This energy block was heavier than the drone itself, meaning its overall weight would predominantly consist of this energy block. Aside from the energy block, the wardrobe contained little else of value. Perhaps these items were significant to Bien Itoa, but they held little appeal for Yi Han. Nevertheless, the wardrobe itself was a useful addition to his sanctuary. As Yi Han contemplated settling on Bien Itoa's bed, he felt a twinge of disgust. Envisioning the scene of Bien Itoa reclining while using the flying cup, instead, he opted to sit on the stairs, petting Linger while reviewing his findings. Lightning Rod Blueprint can be crafted into a lightning rod to be installed on the sanctuary, preventing damage from lightning strikes. Explosive Shield Blueprint can be crafted into an explosive shield capable of withstanding various 3-star level attacks. 3-star Nunchaku. Swiftly wield the Nunchaku. Best utilized with a certain level of skill. But be cautious. If you strike yourself, prepare to become a zombie. These 3 items were the primary highlights, along with some portable water and food. The 2 blueprints were valuable, while the Nunchaku was something Yi Han did not know how to use. He would pass that on to Lung Feng. Clearly, Bien Itoa's inventory had not been upgraded even once, limiting his capacity to store items. What a useless fool, Yi Han scoffed, berating Bien. He then opened his survival panel and invited Lung Feng to trade. Come, let us trade. I have some fine items to offer you. Upon seeing Yi Han's message, Lung Feng's eyes brightened with anticipation. It is said that masters of Yi Han's caliber possess valuable treasures. Without hesitation, he initiated a trade, offering his pot along with a pot of seafood. In return, Yi Han placed the Feiji cup and Nunchaku on the trading table. Once the exchange was completed, Yi Han reclaimed his pot, while Lung Feng acquired the 2 items. Holding the Feiji cup, Lung Feng's expression grew complex. Is this truly a treasure? Yi Han. How splendid indeed. He felt somewhat speechless. He had no need for this item, and it was evidently pre-owned, likely by someone from the pickled vegetable nation. Yi Han burst into laughter, responding with a series of ha-ha-ha. However, his attention was soon caught by the Nunchaku, which sparked a glimmer of interest in him. This was an item he favored. Most people struggle to wield Nunchaku effectively, often injuring themselves. While a typical Nunchaku might not be too concerning, the description of this 3-star Nunchaku warned that if one struck themselves, They could expect to become a zombie. Yet for Lung Feng, such worries were unfounded that as a top-tier special forces operative, his skills were indisputable. Proficient in cold weapons, firearms, and hand-to-hand combat, he excelled in nunchaku usage, ensuring he would not injure himself. That I truly appreciate this nunchaku. Yihan, thank you. Lung Feng exclaimed, that I cannot accept your generosity without offering something in return. Allow me to provide you with mist coins as compensation. He continued, I have nothing else of value to offer, so please do not reject my gesture. With that, he invited Yihan to trade once more, but Yihan declined that we are friends. There is no need to keep score. Yihan replied, you should hurry home and aim to return to the shelter before nightfall. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to call on me. This is a mutually beneficial partnership. Lung Feng was deeply moved by Yihan's words. Indeed, Yihan, it is truly an honor to have made your acquaintance in the Mist Continent. I will find a way to gather some temporary team cards so that we can unite and act together whenever necessary. I owe you my life, and I shall always remember that. Understanding that Yihan preferred not to form long-term teams, as he was a top-tier lone wolf, Lung Feng mentioned his intention to keep some temporary team cards on hand. After concluding their conversation, he hastened towards his shelter, knowing he needed to move swiftly to avoid being caught in the dark. Meanwhile, Yihan pondered how to utilize Bien Itua's shelter. This two-story building was quite impressive, and Yihan was eager to expand his own shelter. Can I upgrade this shelter? He wondered, attempting to use an upgrade card on it, but he still possessed one such card. Upgrading the shelter, which has reached 3 stars, will merge with your own shelter. However, the merged shelter will require more resources for further upgrades. Please decide cautiously. The prospect of merging excited Yihan's heart. Should he proceed? The increased resource cost was uncertain. Would it involve various materials or simply upgrade cards? Regardless, with the emergence of wild 4-star mist beasts, acquiring additional upgrade cards was not an insurmountable challenge. Merge. Yihan resolved, selecting to combine the shelters. With a swift motion, he applied the upgrade card to Bien Itua's shelter, consuming 1,000 kilograms of 3-star secret star silver ore. Normally, upgrading a 2-star shelter to 3 stars necessitated only 500 kilograms of ore, but due to Bien Itua's expansion, the requirement was doubled. Having mined 2 mountains worth of ore, Yihan was far from lacking in 3-star metal resources, and selling them was no quick endeavor. Fortunately, he did not need 2 upgrade cards. Otherwise, he would have faced a dilemma that a flash of light heralded a transformation. Bien Itua's 2-star shelter morphed into a metallic structure akin to Yihan's, becoming a 3-star shelter and merging seamlessly with his own. Before Yihan stood a pin-shaped 3-star shelter, now 3 times larger than before. I now reside in a small villa. Yihan nodded in satisfaction. However, as the shelter expanded, the bronze thorns could no longer fully encase its surface. Originally insufficient, they had also suffered damage when Yihan accidentally fired a shot. Now, the bronze thorns lay prostrate, their spikes encircling Yihan's feet, exuding a sense of servitude that it is not your fault. You were merely controlled by another's talent. Yihan chuckled. The next step was to fortify the bronze thorns to ensure the shelter's protection. Yet he was reluctant to offer them too extravagant a meal. Ling Er's appetite remained substantial and would only grow larger. Indeed, further hunting was essential to secure more 4-star mist beast materials. Allowing him to acquire additional upgrade cards for the shelter, he had yet to construct an AK and had just received 2 blueprints, prompting him to expedite the process. Realizing he had many tasks ahead, he glanced at the time and decided to ride out with Ling Er to search for 4-star mist beasts. Chapter 68. The emergence of red-named survivors. Choose one reward. Eager to enhance his combat prowess and upgrade his shelter, Yihan knew he must venture forth. 4-star metal and stone ores were crucial for upgrading shelters, and crafting AKs required these resources as well. While Yihan could use 3-star metal and stone ores to refine and obtain 4-star equivalents, he was unwilling to squander such opportunities. Additionally, acquiring 4-star mist beast meat and shelter upgrade cards from diamond treasure chests was equally desirable. Thus, Yihan set out with Ling Er, embarking on a new journey. Ling Er, let us first check the status of the 2 mines we have exhausted, he instructed, simultaneously opening the world channel to peruse messages that I've killed someone. Initially terrified, but now it feels trivial. Haha. Finally, a 3-star shelter achieved after much hardship. I was terrified. I just encountered a Cthulhu monster with 3 heads. I exploded one, but the other 2 were intent on devouring me. Thankfully, I fled swiftly. Yihan, are you there? You must be dead. Huh? Are you furious? If you dare, come and kill me. Goodness. A red-named survivor has appeared in my area, and there is a bounty on his head. Killing him will yield substantial rewards. Observing the flurry of messages in the World Channel, Yihan nodded. Someone had reported encountering a three-headed Cthulhu monster, undoubtedly an evolved zombie, at least a 3-star zombie. Slaying such a creature would likely yield larger life crystals that I wonder if consuming them would be beneficial. Yihan mused at as for the insults directed at him. He chose to ignore them. Many individuals still occupied their time by berating Yihan in the World Channel, merely attempting to invite him to team up or add him as a friend, only to be rejected. Their jealousy transformed them into mockers. Engaging with them would only serve to frustrate him. After all, some of these individuals would likely perish soon. Why waste energy on the dead? What truly piqued Yihan's interest was the bounty notice for the red-named survivor. He decided to add the individual who had posted the message as a friend to inquire further. Upon sending the friend request, he anticipated a wait, but was surprised when it was accepted almost instantaneously. It turned out this individual had previously sent him a friend request. With mutual acceptance, they were now friends. Yihan understood the principle of reciprocal endeavor. The survivor's name was Zhou Su, and after adding him, Yihan sought to inquire about the red-named survivor. Before he could speak, Zhou Su sent a flurry of messages. Yihan, is that you? Yihan, master, you are my idol. You are incredible, the first 3-star shelter. How did you achieve that? Oh my, you accepted my friend request. I must boast about this in the World Channel. Ha! Zhou Su's exuberance made Yihan feel somewhat bashful. Hello, I wanted to ask about the red-named survivor, he stated, but Zhou Su did not respond immediately, seemingly distracted by boasting in the World Channel. After 2 minutes, Zhou Su finally replied, King Han, I'm back. I sent over 10 messages, and now many people are adding me as a friend, with some even asking me to help them insult you. Don't worry, I've blacklisted them all. Upon reading this, Yihan's expression grew complex. King Han? What a peculiar title. It seemed that Zhou Su had garnered attention, with others requesting him to insult on demand. What level of animosity must they harbor? Their jealousy rendered them grotesque. Regarding the red-named survivor, he is in our area, and killing him will yield generous rewards. Zhou Su stated, offering little new information. Ultimately, after conversing with Zhou Su, Yihan comprehended the underlying mechanics of the situation. Firstly, a red-named survivor is one who has slain their teammates and is thereby marked for universal pursuit, unable to upgrade their shelter for a specified duration. Yihan was already aware of this. His primary curiosity lay in the method of the pursuit and the rewards involved. Zhou Su elucidated that once a red-named survivor appears in the area, all survivors will receive a notification on their survival panel, along with a map. However, this map does not indicate resource points or dangers. It solely marks the location of the red-named survivor, directing others to eliminate them. Regarding the rewards, they do not consist of treasure chests or resource bonuses, but rather a choice among 3 options. The first option, a single talent upgrade. The second option, an upgrade for the shelter. The third option, a complete map of a designated area. Each of these rewards is immensely enticing. Thus, Zhou Su informed Yihan that the survivors in the current area have become frenzied in their quest to locate the red-named survivor. All eager for the reward, it seems that someone is already nearing the location. Yihan felt a stir of desire for this reward, not to mention the other survivors. Most survivors are still at the second-tier shelter. By eliminating the red-named survivor, they could attain a third-tier shelter. Isn't that far simpler than laboriously accumulating ores and battling 4-star fog beasts for shelter upgrade cards? For those uninterested in upgrading their shelters, a talent upgrade is also a coveted option, especially for those who have tasted the sweetness of talent upgrades, who wouldn't wish to continue. However, for Yihan, his utmost desire was the complete map of the designated area, an invaluable asset. Zhou Su, do you have a temporary team card? Yihan inquired eagerly. There's a temporary team card? I wasn't aware. I don't have one, Zhou Su replied, leaving Yihan somewhat disheartened. However, a spark of inspiration struck Yihan. Zhou Su, could you inquire in your area channel to see who possesses a temporary team card? Yihan suggested. Zhou Su agreed and promptly set out to ask. This was a splendid opportunity for Zhou Su to forge a connection with Yihan. If he managed to satisfy Yihan, such a formidable individual would surely reward him generously. At that moment, Ling Er had already led Yihan to the nearby mines. The area had undergone significant transformation, now brimming with vitality. Due to Yihan and Ling Er's vigorous mining, both mines had collapsed. Yet now, the landscape was lush with thriving vegetation. Beyond lay the sounds of fog beasts resonating from within the mist. Yihan, indeed there is. Someone in our area mentioned having a temporary team card. Josu's message ignited a spark in Yihan's eyes. Chapter 69. Descent. The Forest of Despair. In this area, someone possessed a temporary team card. This meant Yihan could invite them to form a temporary team, assisting him in descending into the area to hunt the red-named survivor. Give me her survivor ID. I will add her. Yihan instructed Josu hastily. Josu sent a string of survivor IDs to Yihan. Big shot, don't forget about me. Josu added, wary that Yihan might exploit him and then discard him. Rest assured, you shall not be overlooked after this is accomplished, Yihan assured him, instilling hope in Josu's heart. Meanwhile, Yihan saw that his friend request had been successfully sent. The other party was a female survivor named Zhu. Like Josu, she had long since added Yihan as a friend and had sent a request previously. Thus, upon Yihan's application, they immediately became friends. Yihan Gij. I'm your fan, Zhu exclaimed. Someone insulted you in the World Channel, and I even added them as a friend to curse them out. Yihan responded with gratitude. Zhu continued, I heard from Josu that you need a temporary team card. Right? I have one. Yihan replied, yes, could you please invite me? I wish to hunt the red-named survivor. I will ensure you receive adequate compensation for your assistance. Zhu responded enthusiastically, no problem. Yihan Gij. No need for compensation. I'm happy to help you with anything. She promptly sent the temporary team invitation. Much to Yihan's satisfaction, that it appears that his reputation still holds considerable weight. Both Josu and Zhu were eager to assist him. After all, a person's name can cast a long shadow in the eyes of ordinary survivors. Yihan is undoubtedly a powerhouse. Indeed, he is formidable, surpassing their wildest imaginations. Upon receiving the temporary team invitation, Yihan instantly descended beside Zhu. Yihan Gij, you're here. Wow, you're so handsome. Zhu compliment reached Yihan's ears immediately. As he looked at her, he noted that she was tall and reasonably attractive, with a knack for flirtation. Her voice was sweet, and she wrapped her arms around Yihan's, nuzzling against him. Yihan discreetly withdrew his arm. But to his surprise, Zhu embraced him directly, attempting to kiss him. Yihan Gij. My shelter is just nearby. Why don't you come in for a while? What position do you prefer? Zhu was exceedingly forward, whispering in Yihan's ear. Yihan felt a shiver run down his spine. Just then, Ling Er leaned in, her large eyes fixed on Zhu, even sticking out her tongue. Zhu jumped in fright, landing on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, retreating frantically. It was fortunate she didn't lose her composure completely. Ling Er, don't scare her, Yihan chuckled, stroking Ling Er's head, secretly pleased with her performance. Don't be afraid. This is Ling Er. She's very gentle. Yihan reassured Zhu. Ling Er? Zhu stammered. Her gaze locked on Ling Er. Yihan nodded, offering no further explanations. Are you all right? I intend to head to the red-named survivor's location swiftly and require your guidance, Yihan stated. Since he had come as a temporary team member, he was not considered a resident of this area, and thus could not see the location of the red-named survivor. That a local must lead the way. Yihan preferred Josu to guide him, rather than Zhu. But she was the only one with a temporary team card. All right, Zhu replied, still shaken, her face pale. Nevertheless, she mustered the strength to stand and lead the way for Yihan, with Ling Er by his side. Zhu became considerably more subdued and no longer dared to flirt with Yihan, assuming the role of a mere guide. Big shot, King Han. How is it going? Have you arrived? Josu messaged. Yes, I've arrived. Zhu is guiding me to the red-named survivor's location. Yihan replied. Big shot, stay safe. That red-named survivor is quite arrogant. He spoke in the area channel, claiming that whoever comes will die. He even said something about you, Yihan, that he would skin you alive and turn your skin into a drum. Josu reported the situation. Do you know anything about his talents or weapons? Yihan inquired. Although he was not afraid, it was prudent to understand the enemy's capabilities. For instance, Bien Etuo's talents posed a significant threat to him. I'm afraid I don't know about his talents. I apologize, Big Shot. Chu Hongyang did not mention anything about that. Josu replied, apologetic. Chu Hongyang was the name of the red-named survivor. No need to apologize. Yihan responded at this moment. He, along with Ling Er, followed Zhu. Having traveled some distance Yihan illuminated the path with his flashlight, observing that this area was predominantly forested, with scant open spaces. The vegetation here was much denser than in the desolate mountains. Through inquiry, Zhu revealed that this area was called the Forest of Despair. Yihan had now traversed 3 regions. whether it was the windswept Allen Island or this forest of despair. Both were superior to his withered mountains. Once he defeated the red-named survivor Chu Hongyang, he planned to select the complete map of the designated area as his reward, followed by relocating to a more prosperous region. Yihan contemplated his future plans. How much further? Yihan asked Zhu Yaju, who was leading the way, that I'm not certain, but it seems quite far. We've walked for over 10 minutes and are still quite distant from the red. Zhu Yaju candidly replied, her tone more subdued. This is taking too long. Climb up and hold on a Ling Heir's tail. Pointing the way, Yihan instructed Zhu Yaju that it was undoubtedly the fastest method to travel, showcasing yet another of Ling Heir's remarkable functions. Ling Heir, the electric vehicle. Woo. Ling Heir turned her head, grumbling at Yihan. Naturally, she preferred Yihan riding her and was not keen on Zhu Yaju. Yet in the interest of aiding Yihan's swift journey, she begrudgingly complied that as such. Yihan and Zhu rode on Linger, accelerating their pace that moment. Lung Feng sent a message to Yihan. I just took down a 3-star mist beast with my nunchaku. Haha, what about you? What are you up to? Yihan replied, I'm currently hunting red-named survivors. This response left Lung Feng momentarily stunned. After Yihan explained the situation, Lung Feng was filled with emotion. Just that morning, they had formed a temporary team and cleared a 4-star relic together. Now, Yihan had returned home to eliminate an enemy and was now off to hunt red-named survivors. What a thrilling life. Lung Feng wished to join Yihan in the hunt, but regrettably lacked the opportunity. Now he decided it was more practical to think about how to return to the shelter before nightfall. Yihan, please protect me later. I'm quite afraid of that Chu Hongyang. He knows I led you here and has threatened to kill me, Zhu cautiously pleaded while clinging to Linger's tail. Chapter 70. The True Purpose of Chu Hongyang. Hunting. How did he find out? Yihan was surprised. He hadn't expected the news to spread so quickly. Just moments ago, Zhou Su mentioned that Chu Hongyang had called out on the World Channel, waiting for Yihan to come to his doom, and now he aimed to kill Zhu Yaju. Initially, Zhou Su boasted on the regional channel that he had added the esteemed Yihan as a friend, and then mentioned that Yihan needed a temporary team card to descend into the Despair Forest. Although Zhu Yaju had privately messaged Zhou Su, it was futile since she had previously disclosed her possession of a temporary team card on the regional channel. Zhu Yaju lamented, it's all Zhou Su's fault. He's such a blabbermouth, he had no reason to flaunt adding Yihan as a friend or to announce on the regional channel that Yihan intended to descend. Zhu Yaju's exposure stemmed from her own admission about the temporary team card. This exemplified why Yihan seldom spoke. One could never predict when a past utterance might come back to haunt them. Zhu Yaju was a prime example of this, that the not worry, I will ensure your safety. When we arrive, you can leave first while I handle Chu Hongyang, that I will compensate you afterward. I am not one to renege on my word. Yihan assured Zhu Yaju, which greatly relieved her. With Yihan's assurance, Zhu Yaju grew emboldened and lay atop Ling's tail, opening her survival panel to enter the regional channel, and began cursing Chu Hongyang. Chu Hongyang, just wait to die. You wish to kill me. You have no idea what kind of opponent you are dealing with. Haha. With Yihan's guarantee, Zhu Yaju's confidence surged, and the surrounding survivors eagerly engaged in the gossip. Big sister, tell us what Yihan looks like. Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Did you try to seduce him? If you get close to him, you could secure a spot in a 3-star shelter and feast on 4-star beast meat for life. They joked. Hey, it's not just about the beast meat. The rest also. I can't fathom what you are all giggling about. Our region's red-named survivors need others to kill them. Indeed, Zhou Su, Zhu Yaju, you two fools. Chu Hongyang represents a massive treasure. I am almost there. Chu Hongyang's life is mine, and the reward will be mine as well, that if Yihan dares to snatch it, I will kill him too. The regional channel buzzed with excitement. Zhu Yaju quickly filtered the information and relayed it to Yihan. Someone said they are on their way to claim Chu Hongyang's bounty, she informed him. Understood. Yihan nodded, unfazed. His instincts warned him that Chu Hongyang was not an ordinary foe. He possessed the potential to be a formidable opponent. This reckless individual, fully aware of the consequences, why would he murder his teammates to become a red-named survivor? There were 2 possibilities. Either he was a fool or he felt invincible. Yihan speculated that Chu Hongyang, the red-named survivor, was likely hunting other survivors. This could very well be his true objective. If this were the case, it indicated an absolute confidence in his abilities, making him a terrifying adversary. Of course, in terms of confidence, Yihan was equally formidable. Yihan, there are 2 individuals in the regional channel who are quite displeased with you. After you eliminate Chu Hongyang, why not take care of them as well? Zhu Yaju continued to report. Those two were not only disgruntled with Yihan, they had also insulted Zhu Yaju in the regional channel, prompting her to incite Yihan to deal with them. Why Yihan dismissed this entirely, offering no response, merely providing Zhu Yaju with a cold shoulder. "Brother, we are almost there," Zhu Yaju weakly announced. They were nearing Chu Hongyang's location. Zhu Yaju hastily warned Yihan, fearing he might unwittingly lead her to Chu Hongyang's grasp. "All right, you can dismount here. You can either return home or find a safe place to hide," Yihan instructed her. "Okay, good. Yihan, please be careful and stay safe. If you need to release some stress after killing him, you can come find me. I would be more than willing," Zhu Yaju added, deliberately swaying in front of Yihan. She indeed hoped to gain his favor, recognizing the dangers of the Misty continent and knowing how challenging survival was for a woman like her. If she could leverage her charms for Yihan's protection, how fortunate that would be. Yet, Yihan remained indifferent, riding forward on Ling. Does Yihan dislike women? Does he prefer that giant snake? Zhu Yaju stomped her foot, silently fuming at Yihan that if Linger heard her thoughts, she might just blow her away with a single breath. Yihan remained oblivious to Zhu Yaju's musings, seeing her merely as a tool, akin to a paid transport NPC. Before them lay a dense forest. Although visibility was limited, it was clear that the forest was extensive, that Chu Hongyang was within this wooded expanse. Linger, let us go. Yihan gently patted Ling's head and urged her on. They pressed deeper into the forest, illuminating their path. Though no figures were visible yet, sounds began to reach them. Linger stood alert, ready for battle. Why Yihan signaled for Linger to halt momentarily to listen for any movements ahead. Chu Hongyang. "Once I kill you, I will secure a 3-star shelter." A powerful voice rang out. "Ha, laughable fool. I became a red name survivor specifically to hunt you idiots." Chu Hongyang's distinctive nasal voice responded, unmistakably, his "a fool? My talent will instill fear in you." The confident voice echoed, and the confrontation was imminent. Ling, shrink down. We'll approach stealthily. Why Yihan drew his Desert Eagle pistol and advanced with the now smaller Ling. The trees provided ample cover, and as they neared, Yihan finally witnessed the scene before him. In the woods lay a peculiar glade where the trees grew at angles, intertwining to form a wooden hut suspended in midair. At the entrance stood a middle-aged man with prominent ears, his gaze cold and condescending as he looked down. Without a doubt, this was the red-named survivor of the Despair Forest, Chu Hongyang. Chapter 71. The Ultimate Battle of the Despair Forest. Indeed, as a red-named survivor, his visage screamed villain. Yihan nodded in appraisal of Chu Hongyang's appearance, then followed his gaze downward, but he spotted a young man with a pockmarked face standing in an open area. Gazing up at Chu Hongyang, wielding a black scythe. That a scythe is a weapon? This was Yihan's first encounter with such an armament, but he took his time observing, intrigued by the unfolding drama. "You pitiful insect. You shall become one of the sacrifices." Chu Hongyang sneered, showing no regard for the pockmarked youth. "A sacrifice." The youth frowned at the term, and Yihan's mind raced. What was Chu Hongyang plotting? By becoming a red-named survivor and luring others to their demise, was he seeking sacrifices for some purpose? Yihan pondered this. Could it be that deep within this forest lurked a powerful mist beast, and Chu Hongyang intended to offer living sacrifices to it for some advantage? This narrative resonates with certain novels Yihan has encountered, yet an instinctual sense tells him something is amiss. It ought not to unfold this way. What absurd sacrificial offerings! "I shall first vanquish you as an offering to the heavens." The scarred face, known for his explosive temper, curses vehemently while rapidly charging toward Chu Hongyang. Chu Hongyang sneers coldly, extending his hands and performing a series of movements from a distance. How does this posture resemble that of Bien Ito? Yihan shakes his head, pondering whether the villain's grandiose moves are prearranged. At that moment, as Chu Hongyang gestures, a multitude of branches suddenly erupts from all directions, surging toward the scarred face. Indeed, Chu Hongyang's talent lies in the manipulation of flora, a suspicion Yihan had previously held. Now confirmed, that it must be said that this ability, coupled with the forest environment, transforms it into a formidable weapon. Any ordinary survivor would face certain death. However, for Yihan, such a threat is trivial. The scarred face, too, shows no signs of fear. A plethora of branches and snares and lashes toward him. He snorts derisively, brandishing his scythe. Swish, swish, swish. The scythe dances wildly, creating arcs of black light that exude a miasma of decay. Any branch that encounters these black arcs withers instantly, turning black. By heavens, is that a death scythe? Yihan is momentarily taken aback, but quickly reconciles with the reality. Among billions of survivors, it is natural for many capable individuals to emerge. Thus, the appearance of such a powerful weapon is hardly surprising. Yet soon after, the scarred face astounds Leaf Han once more. This scythe is impressive. I want it, die. Chu Hongyang, fixated on the black scythe, reveals a glimmer of greed in his eyes. Such a remarkable weapon must be seized. He extends his hands, pressing down from afar. Instantly, roots erupt from the ground, frantically entwining around the scarred face's ankles, swiftly spreading to his legs. The scarred face is immobilized. Unable to advance, his movements hindered. Is this all you can muster? The scarred face remains unfazed, taunting Chu Han as he speaks. A crimson flame suddenly erupts from his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flames surge, instantly incinerating the roots that bind him, reducing them to ashes. This is his talent, fire affinity, quite formidable. Indeed, the scarred face possesses considerable prowess, but Chu Hongyang's botanical manipulation talent is also impressive. Leaf Han nods, evaluating the clash between the two, that they are undoubtedly the apex powerhouses within the Despair Forest region. At this juncture, Chu Hongyang continues to command the plants, directing a barrage of tree branches, roots, and vines to encircle the scarred face, launching an assault, but he doubts the scarred face can sustain the flames indefinitely. Conversely, the scarred face believes Chu Hongyang cannot maintain such high-intensity control over the plants for long. The battle has reached a stage where they measure their endurance against one another. Leaf Han watches with keen interest. Of course, one thing he must ensure is that Chu Hongyang can only perish at his hands. Only then can he reap the rewards for eliminating a red-named survivor. Should Chu Hongyang triumph, he will make his entrance and present him with a peanut. Should Chu Hongyang fall, Leaf Han will intervene, ensuring Chu Hongyang meets his end before the scarred face does. Meanwhile, the regional channel of the Despair Forest buzzes with excitement. What is happening? Is there anyone on site to provide a live update? The bounty on the red-named survivor remains. Chu Hongyang is still alive. Surely Leaf Han is not dead. Don't fret. It hasn't been long yet. Let us wait and see. King Han will undoubtedly prevail. After all, he has slain a 4-star mist beast. Has Chu Hongyang done the same? Where has Zhu Yaju gone? That wretched woman. Come out and speak. Zhou Su, you fool, inviting wolves into the fold, and calling him King Han. Soon, your King Han will be the first to slay you. Many express their discontent toward Zhou Su and Zhu Yaju, hurling insults. Zhou Su refrains from engaging in their quarrels, his mind solely focused on waiting for Leaf Han to defeat Chu Hongyang so he may receive a reward. After the mist storm, he finds himself in dire straits. Zhu Yaju, however, becomes irate, refusing to indulge these individuals, and begins to exchange barbs. Zhang Ao, is it? You've insulted me more than once. Do you truly think I lack temper? I tell you, Leaf Han has stated that once he has vanquished Chu Hongyang, he'll come to my refuge for the night. At that point, with a mere whisper in his ear, he shall come and slay you. Zhu Yaju speaks with wide-eyed bravado. However, Zhang Ao feels a sinking sensation in his heart. This vile wretch. Yet he quickly regains his composure. Zhu Yaju does not know his location. How could she find him? The Despair Forest is vast. Let her try to seek him out. Bah, filthy creature, I wouldn't want you even if you were desperate. I'd rather not contract any diseases from you. Come and kill me if you dare. I still have a random relocation card. Can Leaf Han truly reign over the entire Mist-continent and hunt me down? Zhang Ao, in truth, possesses no such card. This is merely bravado. Their exchange is one of words alone, with everything else relying on bluster. As they engage in their verbal sparring, the battle between Chu Hongyang and the scarred face escalates to a fever pitch. Both unleashing their true powers, the scarred face steadily approaches Chu Hongyang, leaving a trail of decayed vegetation in his wake, all consumed by flame. The energy expended by both parties is substantial, resulting in a stalemate of equal might. The next phase will be a test of who can endure the longer. Yet, at that moment, a twist of fate occurs. Chu Hongyang suddenly lets out a chilling laugh, waving his hand from behind him. A branch extends forth at its end. A zombie is firmly bound. The creature is alive, but only its head can move, snapping its jaws in an attempt to bite Chu Hongyang, yet failing miserably. Swish, Chu Hongyang doesn't even glance at the zombie, merely waving his hand again, causing another branch to pierce through the zombie's skull. That in Chu Hongyang's hand appears a grain-sized white crystal, which he promptly swallows that a life crystal. This scene causes the scarred face's pupils to constrict. He finds himself utterly bewildered by Chu Hongyang's actions. Yet it is evident that this is decidedly not a favorable turn of events. A sense of foreboding creeps into the scarred face's heart. Ha! Leaf Han, oh Leaf Han! It seems you possess but this meager skill and wish to slay me. After consuming the life crystal, Chu Hongyang bursts into laughter. He moves his arms, unleashing a torrent of branches once more. Attacking the scarred face, having ingested the life crystal, Chu Hongyang is rejuvenated. I feel splendid after consuming this. Coupled with my robust physique, it is insufficient. I require more, superior life crystals. However, he mistakenly believes that scarred face is me. Am I truly so hideous? Leaf Han muses. Meanwhile, the scarred face lacks the time to clarify. He is not Leaf Han. He finds himself ensnared, his situation dire. Both had expended a tremendous amount of energy. And sustaining their talents in battle has its limits. Yet he did not anticipate his opponent resorting to drugs. Such a breach of honor. The scarred face grits his teeth, swinging his scythe, flames enveloping him. Yet, it is evident to all that he is nearing his breaking point. The speed at which he wields the scythe slows, the flames flicker and weaken, and more branches lash against him, leaving bloody marks. His feet become ensnared by the roots, rendering him unable to advance. Leaf Han observes, noting that the scarred face's complexion is beginning to turn green. Truly, his face is turning green. It is clear that the scarred face has been poisoned. Chu Hongyang's ability to manipulate plants includes the power to command many toxic varieties. In Leaf Han's former world, there existed plants capable of sealing wounds with a mere scratch. Surely, such flora exists in the Mist continent. Even if there are no plants nearby that could instantaneously kill, various poisonous plants are undoubtedly present and must be exploited. You dare to poison me, you despicable scoundrel. The scarred face feels excruciating pain coursing through him. His heart racing, and a throbbing headache ensues. Green blood begins to seep from his nostrils. Soon after, he collapses to the ground, rendered incapable of movement. Ha! Foolish Leaf Han. Even without poisoning you, you would still be no match for me. Certain death awaits you. I had thought the first 3-star refuge would be formidable. Is this all it amounts to? Chu Hongyang taunts madly that he is already confident of victory, thus opening the regional channel to speak to Chu Hongyang, Zhou Su, and Zhu Yaju. Is it? You conspire with Leaf Han to eliminate me? Chu Hongyang. Leaf Han is beneath my boot, akin to a dead dog. Prepare for your demise. Chu Hongyang. I ask one question. Who else? His audacious remarks incite a flurry of responses within the regional channel. Is Leaf Han truly doomed? Incredible. Chu Hongyang. Can I join your ranks? Brother, take a look at me. I am exceptionally loyal and would make a fine underling. How can you claim to have slain King Han? I refuse to believe it. It cannot be true. Although I have never witnessed Leaf Han in action, that colossal snake under his command could easily devour you whole. How could you possibly win? These last two comments originate from Zhou Su and Zhu Yaju, both expressing skepticism regarding the claims. After all, Zhou Su had never encountered Yi Han. However, Zhu Yaju had met Yi Han. The oppressive aura brought by Linger was overwhelmingly strong, leaving Zhu Yaju unable to fathom how Chu Hongyang could possibly eliminate Linger, that a giant serpent. Zhu Yaju's statement caused Chu Hongyang to momentarily freeze. Where did this giant serpent come from? I am not Yi Han. My name is Zhao Shu, cough, cough, cough. The scarred-faced man collapsed to the ground, glaring at Chu Hongyang while cursing. After finishing his words, he began to cough violently, spitting out a mouthful of green blood and rolling his eyes. You are not Yi Han, Chu Hongyang exclaimed, immediately scanning his surroundings. Seeing the scarred face's formidable presence, he had always assumed he was Yi Han. After all this commotion, he discovered that this fellow was merely Zhao Shu. But what of Yi Han? In that instant, a chill enveloped Chu Hongyang. Suddenly, he noticed a red dot appear, aimed directly at his heart. The Chu Hongyang's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively attempted to manipulate the branches of nearby trees to shield himself, while also trying to crouch down to evade the impending danger. Alas, it was too late. In the next moment, his body convulsed violently that a bullet had obliterated his heart, leaving a gaping hole in his chest, which was now engulfed in flames. Bang! It was only then that he heard the gunshot reverberate, followed by an excruciating pain radiating throughout his body. The bullet's velocity surpassed the speed of sound, far exceeding his physical reflexes, before he could register the pain or the sound of the shot. He had already been struck, suffering a fatal injury. He did not perish immediately. Instead, he continued to cough up blood, desperately attempting to extend his hand to manipulate the branches of the trees. The Yi Han observed a branch slowly maneuvering behind his wooden hut, revealing a bound corpse of a zombie. Chu Hongyang aimed to eliminate the zombie to obtain a life crystal. Whether the life crystal could restore his heart's grievous wound was uncertain, and even if it could, time was not on his side. In the next moment, Chu Hongyang collapsed to the ground, lifeless. World announcement. Survivor Yi Han, Survivor ID, is the first to kill a red-name survivor, receiving a reward of diamond treasure chest. Congratulations to Survivor Yi Han for killing a red-name survivor. Please select one reward from the following options. Option 1. Upgrade a talent once. Option 2. Upgrade a shelter once. Option 3. Complete map of a designated area. Congratulations to Survivor Yi Han for obtaining. With Chu Hongyang's demise, a world announcement flashed before everyone's eyes, blinding them momentarily. Following that were a series of messages that left them bewildered. I choose option 3. Yi Han did not hesitate. This had been his plan all along. The first two options could be accomplished through treasure chests and resource gathering. Only the third option held irreplaceable value for Yi Han at this stage. Congratulations to Survivor Yi Han for obtaining the complete map of a designated area. Before using the map, input the name and number of the designated area to acquire the complete map of that area. Upon reading this prompt, Yi Han nodded in satisfaction. Not in a rush to utilize it, he was still uncertain about which area to select. However, he was definitely not choosing the Withered Mountains. As both Allen Island and the Forest of Despair were superior, Chu Hongyang had killed the scarred-faced Zhao Shu and obtained what Zhao Shu had dropped, that I have killed Chu Hongyang and gained their belongings. But there was no need to rush to inspect. I must also utilize the sacrifices. Yi Han gazed at the two corpses before him. At this juncture, he had come to understand Chu Hongyang's true objective. The sacrifices he spoke of were the zombies transformed from the deceased, that he intended to use the zombies to procure life crystals. Chapter 73. 3-star Zombie. Yi Han's Bounty. At this moment, both Chu Hongyang and Zhao Shu lay dead and had begun to mutate. Yi Han noticed gray markings emerging on Zhao Shu's face. His wide-open eyes were turning gray, and he emitted a hissing sound from his throat. Though he had been dead, he now regained the ability to move. Struggling to rise from the ground and approach Yi Han did not indulge him, delivering a kick to his backside, redirecting him. The zombie of Zhao Shu fell to the ground, colliding with Chu Hongyang's corpse. Coincidentally, Chu Hongyang's body had also completed its metamorphosis, becoming a zombie, and it lunged to bite Zhao Shu's zombie. The two zombies grappled with each other in a grotesque display of cannibalism. During this process, Yi Han observed a bizarre fusion occurring between the two zombies. The mist swirled, seemingly catalyzing the transformation. The two bodies gradually merged, an unsettling sight that sent shivers down Yi Han's spine. Ultimately, what appeared before Yi Han was a mutated zombie with 2 heads, 4 arms, and 4 legs. Yi Han surmised that this zombie was at least 3-star caliber, considering both Chu Hongyang and Zhao Shu were not weak, but rather exceptional within the Forest of Despair. There were other zombies as well. Linger, feed these 2 zombies to this mutated zombie. Yi Han instructed Ling, and with a flick of her tail, Linger brought forth 2 ordinary zombies. These had been sacrifices collected by Chu Hongyang, bound with tree branches for later use. After Chu Hongyang's demise, he could no longer control the branches, allowing the 2 zombies to break free. Yi Han had instructed Linger to capture these 2 zombies to await their moment of utility. Crack! After the fusion of Chu Hongyang and Zhao Shu, the mutated zombie lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the face of one ordinary zombie. It devoured it swiftly, piece by piece. The fusion did not occur. Rather, it was a consumption, as the ordinary zombie lacked the requisite status for merging. Subsequently, the other ordinary zombie met a similar fate, being utterly consumed. Only the mutated zombie remained. Let us test it in battle. Yi Han did not waste bullets. Instead, he drew out a machete and struck down fiercely. Even though this mutated zombie was formidable, it could not withstand Yi Han's strike. The blow cleaved it in half, and Yi Han swiftly pierced both of its heads with the machete, ensuring its demise. Congratulations to Survivor Yi Han for killing a 3-star zombie and receiving a life crystal. Upon receiving this notification, Yi Han acquired a life crystal, which was indeed larger. Previously, the life crystals dropped by 2-star zombies were merely the size of rice grains. This one, however, was the size of a peanut, radiating a richer luster. He tucked it away. It was a prized possession. Yi Han stored the life crystal with satisfaction. Like Chu Hongyang before him, he was significantly depleted and in poor condition, but consuming a life crystal would not only revitalize him, but restore considerable strength, allowing him to firmly suppress Zhao Shu. Linger, incinerate the zombies. They reek. Yi Han instructed Linger to burn the zombies. Meanwhile, within the regional channel of the Forest of Despair, chaos erupted. World announcement. Yihan has killed Chu Hongyang. With Chu Hongyang's death, all rewards belong to Yihan. What's going on? Just moments ago, Chu Hongyang claimed he would soon kill Yihan. Yet in the blink of an eye, he himself has perished. Zhou Su quickly inquired of Yihan regarding the situation. Zhu Yaju, what is this about a giant serpent? Please enlighten us. Has Yihan raised a giant serpent? Is there any chance we could persuade Yihan to relocate to our area and assist us? Nani. Yihan has slain Chu Hongyang. His next move will likely be to slaughter our region and seize our resources. Everything is doomed. The regional channel erupted in a flurry of messages. Zhou Su and Zhu Yaju both privately messaged Yihan for inquiries. Upon seeing their messages, Yihan chose to ignore Zhu Yaju and responded to Zhou Su. When I arrived, Chu Hongyang was engaged in combat with another survivor. Mistaking that person for me, the IT has concluded now. Zhou Su, you provided me with this vital information and connected the dots. What reward do you seek? Yihan was determined to fulfill his promise and reward Zhou Su. He could have easily reneged, but there was no need. Zhou Su was still valuable. He was akin to a living teleportation point, as long as Zhou Su remained alive within the Forest of Despair. It was as if Yihan could use a temporary party card to arrive at any time. King of Cold, Great One, I desire a 3-star shelter. Can you assist me in acquiring it? Zhou Su sent the message, trembling with anticipation that he understood that this request was somewhat excessive, yet he wanted to take a chance. What if? That is not feasible. I only possess a 3-star metal mine. But I have no shelter upgrade cards. Yihan's reply left Zhou Su somewhat disheartened, though it was within expectations. Then I will request 3-star metal or King of Cold. Is that acceptable? I still need 260 kilograms. After sending the message, Zhou Su felt a twinge of anxiety. 260 kg was no small amount. Gathering it himself would be slow, and buying it would deplete a significant portion of his missed coins. Sure, but you must wait until I return home. Then I will trade it to you. Yihan readily agreed. But he had excavated 2 small mountains worth of secret star silver mines, totaling over 20 tons. 200 kilograms was merely a drop in the bucket. Thank you, King of Cold. Thank you, Great One. Zhou Su was overwhelmed with excitement. In that case, there would be no need to worry about the matters concerning the 3-star metal mines. All that was required was to find a way to acquire a shelter upgrade card. Zhou Su was quite exhilarated, while Zhu Yaju felt a sense of trepidation, for Yihan had yet to respond to her messages. Could it be that Yihan intended to evade his debts? Zhu Yaju began to urge Zhou Su in the regional channel to inquire on her behalf, and even sent a friend request to Zhou Su in hopes of a private conversation. Just then, Yihan finally replied, inquiring what kind of reward she desired. Yihan, who held a disdain for this woman, was reluctant to engage in further conversation. Father, I wish to follow you and serve you. Zhu Yaju hastily replied, ask again, and if there is no reward, then forget it. Yihan responded coldly, calling me father will not help. With gritted teeth, Zhu Yaju settled for a compromise. I desire a 3-star metal mine. Still needing 480 kg. Father, could you perhaps show some pity and assist this poor woman? Zhu Yaju requested, initially demanding 480 kilograms while feigning distress to elicit sympathy. In truth, she possessed over 300 kilograms, but exaggerated her needs for the sake of profit. Very well, I will trade with you once I return. Yihan readily agreed. This left Zhu Yaju feeling a touch regretful, sensing she had settled for less. However, since upgrading the 3-star shelter required merely 500 kilograms of 3-star metal blocks. Having requested 480 kg, she could hardly ask for more. With their compensation settled, Yihan proceeded to the next phase of his plan, to seize the opportunity and harvest from the Despair Forest. He contacted Zhou Su and shared his strategy. Soon, the inhabitants of the region witnessed Zhou Su's announcement. Everyone, the King of Cold has a message for you. His opening line bore a resemblance to a traitor from a wartime drama. And indeed, many in the Despair Forest still harbored resentment towards him, viewing him as a turncoat. The King of Cold is offering a bounty for the location of the 4-star Mist beasts. Zhou Su continued, report the location, and the king will arrive to slay the beasts. The informant shall receive 1/5 of the beast's meat. He added other rewards, such as the keys and locations of 4-star ruins, can be distributed among more prizes. This opportunity is fleeting. Let it not pass you by. Chapter 74. Abundant Harvest. Departing again. Zhou Su's announcement immediately drew a flurry of insults. Zhou Su, you dog of the regime. Is Yihan your father? Ha! killing red-named players and taking the spoils, yet still so greedy. How about you perish from greed? Make Ihan roll out of the despair forest, far away. He is nothing but a locust. A wolf in sheep's clothing. Hold your tongues for a moment. Zhou Su, tell me, even if I reveal the location of the 4-star Mist Beast, how will Yihan reach it? I have it. Hurry, bring Yihan over. However, aside from those cursing Zhou Su and Yihan, there were indeed some willing to report the location. The reason was simple. They lacked the strength to defeat the 4-star Mist Beasts. To them, the 4-star Mist Beasts were not prey, but hunters. Each foray into the forest could result in an encounter with these formidable beasts, posing a risk of injury or death. However, if Yihan were to assist in slaying the beasts, they would face no danger and could still obtain a portion of the beast's meat. Thus, why not? These individuals were Yihan's target customers. Everyone, remain calm, come one by one, and feel free to add me as a friend for private messaging. Zhou Su promptly received numerous friend requests, indicating a high demand. He accepted them one by one and sent out messages. The method was quite simple. Utilize the red name survivor mark as a coordinate point. When a red name survivor appeared, all survivors in the Despair Forest received a bounty notification and could view the map with the mark point. Therefore, they merely needed to indicate the direction and approximate distance to the red name survivor. This way, Yihan could effectively locate the position and search accordingly. At that moment, Yihan was inspecting the spoils from the location where he had slain Chu Hongyang, awaiting news that it turned out the scythe was named the Corrosive Scythe. Yihan toyed with the scythe, swinging it to unleash crescent-shaped black blades. When these black blades made contact with the trees, they exerted a certain impact, albeit relatively weak. The truly significant aspect was the emergence of a black corrosive force that caused damage to the trees. This was a 3-star weapon with unique attributes, a commendable item, indeed. He would keep it for future enhancement, why Yihan stored the scythe away. For him at present, the scythe was somewhat redundant and not worth enhancing. He would consider it later when he lacked other items for enhancement. In addition to the scythe, 3 other valuable items were obtained. 4-star wood known as lightning strike wood, a key to a 4-star ruin, and a piece of 4-star flame crystal. All were 4-star items. Additionally, within Chu Hongyang's wooden house there were some supplies, but nothing of great worth. Yihan stuffed everything into his inventory. The haul was satisfactory. And he still had a diamond treasure chest from a world announcement that remained unopened. Yihan opened the diamond treasure chest, a flash of light appeared before him. Congratulations to survivor Yihan for opening the diamond treasure chest and obtaining a shelter upgrade card. Perfect, a shelter upgrade card. Yihan felt quite pleased. His current shelter had merged with Bien Itoaz, transforming into a small villa. Thus, the requirements for upgrading had significantly increased. Originally, 3 cards were needed, but now 5 were required. Other materials had also doubled in quantity, demanding more. These included 4-star stone, 4-star wood, 4-star metal, and a special alloy known as memory alloy. Therefore, the path to upgrading to a 4-star shelter remained long. Yihan now aimed to hunt more 4-star Mist Beasts to unlock additional diamond treasure chests. Of course, he also needed to swiftly locate various 4-star resource points. At this stage, 3-star shelters were becoming increasingly common. And while Yihan's combat power was indeed far superior, he desired a comprehensive advantage, aiming to claim the honor of being the first to establish a 4-star shelter. Time was of the essence. After organizing his gains, he received a message from Zhou Su. King of Cold, I have arrived. Zhou Su reported that 5 individuals were willing to provide Yihan with locations. Among them, proclaimed that a 4-star Mist Beast resided near their homes and requested Yihan to eliminate it. One individual indicated knowledge of a 4-star ruins location. Zhou Su also conveyed the positions of these 5 individuals to Yihan. Holding a machete, Yihan began sketching on the ground. His position was marked as the red-named survivor's coordinate, and he then indicated the approximate locations of the 5 individuals. One person noted that the red-named marker was to the north of him, a considerable distance away, appearing as a finger's length on the map. Another indicated the red-named marker was to his west, only a finger's breadth away. The individual with knowledge of the 4-star ruin was also situated to the west. Yihan drew a route map on the ground to determine the sequence of visits. Linger, time to work. Move with utmost speed. Yihan called out to Linger to grow larger, and then he mounted her, setting off. He instructed the informants to wait by the shelter until he arrived to lead them. Linger swiftly expanded, carrying Yihan as they raced ahead. Meanwhile, the world channel was abuzz with Yihan's name. Yihan had slain a red-name survivor, once again capturing the world announcement, igniting fervent discussions. Damn Yihan. He should be the red-named survivor. Oh, God of the Mist Continent, I beseech you to intervene and eliminate Yihan. He must be cheating and violating your game rules. Damn it. Our beautiful country's people are the strongest. A mere little Huaxia has been flaunting too much. I shall eradicate every last one of you Huaxia people. What rewards accompany the death of a red-named survivor? Aside from the diamond treasure chest from the world announcement. Does anyone know? Add me as a friend and let me know. I'll give you 200 mist coins. Why isn't there a red-named survivor in my area? This is driving me mad, damn. My name is also Yihan. I don't even dare speak in the regional channel, fearing someone will come after me. The world channel was inundated with a torrent of messages, rendering it dizzying. Yet Yihan had no time to peruse them. He was engaged in conversation with Lung Feng. Why, Yihan, I haven't even arrived home yet, and you've already secured another world announcement. Truly impressive. Congratulations, congratulations. Lung Feng sent his regards from Allen Island. Haha, just fortunate. Yihan replied modestly. Can you divulge what the reward was? Lung Feng inquired curiously. This was no secret. In fact, word of the reward had already spread in the Despair Forest, and the inhabitants of the region were aware of what it entailed. However, for everyone to know fully, time was required for dissemination. Why Yihan informed Lung Feng about the selection of rewards. Lung Feng immediately sensed the potential for individuals to intentionally create red-named survivors to exploit the situation for profit. Chapter 75. The Matron with a 3-star Shelter. Lung Feng remarked, upon learning of this reward, there will undoubtedly be those who deliberately manufacture red-named survivors. A chilling wind swept through as I captured 2 individuals, A and B, compelling them to team up. That I forced A to eliminate B, thus rendering B a red-named survivor. Subsequently, I dispatched B myself, claiming the reward for slaying a red-named survivor. His assertion held merit. Undoubtedly, some would resort to such tactics. This potentiality had not escaped Yihan's notice. Perhaps someone was already attempting this very scheme. Earlier that morning, Yihan had just discovered that 2-star zombies could yield life crystals. Only to encounter Chu Hongyang in the afternoon. Chu Hongyang was hunting survivors to acquire life crystals. There is a saying, I fear ghosts, yet they have not harmed me. I do not fear humans. Yet they have left me battered and bruised. The human heart is far more terrifying than any specter, particularly in the lawless and morally ambiguous Misty continent. Yihan mused that others would certainly engage in such behavior. And he, too, felt a stirring temptation. He contemplated that they could try this in the future. Should they encounter a despised individual, they could seize and keep them until they had to, then execute their plan. Nonetheless, Yihan maintained a moral boundary. That it was not out of compassion, but rather a desire to avoid descending into the abyss of wickedness, that he had never shown mercy to foes. Cold Wind remarked. You've arrived at the same conclusion as I have, ha. As he journeyed homeward, he pondered whether he might encounter a suitable target. He, too, disdained engaging in malevolent deeds. Their conversation concluded, with Cold Wind continuing his trek while Yihan approached his destination. He rode on Linger, spotting a shelter ahead. That it was merely a 2-star refuge, yet to be upgraded to 3 stars. Why Yihan called out, and the shelter's door opened, revealing a head peering out cautiously. Upon seeing Linger's massive form, the figure gasped in fright, letting out a shriek. Do not fear. I am Yihan. You mentioned a 4-star mist beast nearby. Yihan's voice echoed from above. The woman looked up, inhaling a breath of mist toxins upon sighting Yihan astride the enormous serpent. After a moment of shock, she nodded. Yes, there should be a 4-star mist beast. I can lead you there. She coughed as she spoke, her voice trembling. Why Yihan noticed faint gray lines upon her hands and face, indicative of excessive exposure to mist toxins. That if this continued, she would eventually transform into a zombie. The accumulation of toxins within her body was perilous. Yihan refrained from inquiring why she had not consumed detoxification pills. The answer was simple. She likely lacked the funds to afford them. This reflected the stark reality for many survivors. Why Yihan instructed the woman to lead the way, and they proceeded to the location she had mentioned. Ahead loomed a large spider, perched atop a small hill. That Linger unleashed an ice spear, piercing the spider's head and slaying it, much to Yihan's disappointment. It was merely a 3-star mist beast, not the 4-star creature he saw. I apologize. I had no idea, but the woman stammered, repeatedly apologizing to Yihan. Observing her distress, Yihan waved his hand dismissively. It is of no consequence. You could not possibly ascertain whether it was indeed a 4-star mist beast. That he did not dwell on the matter, striking the spider's carcass with his blade, dividing it for her. However, she could not carry it. for her inventory had not been upgraded and could only accommodate 10 kilograms. She broke down in tears that I have never committed a wrongdoing in my life. Why is this happening to me? Yihan, please kill me. I no longer wish to live. The woman knelt, covering her face and banging her head against the ground. Do not weep, Yihan said, tossing her a detoxification pill. Consume this. He then collected the spider's remains and escorted her back to her shelter. Live well. There is still hope. Why? Yihan shook his head, leaving part of the spider behind as he mounted Linger and departed for his next destination. Before long, he received a message from Zhou Su. It turned out that the woman was expressing her gratitude to Yihan in the regional channel, stating that she would strive to survive and extending her blessings to him. With the spider meat, she found a glimmer of hope for survival. She would keep a portion for herself and sell the rest to procure necessary supplies and hasten her development. That it was a minor interlude. One Yihan did not take to heart. He quickly made his way to his next location, the entrance to a 4-star relic. Coincidentally, after slaying Chu Honyang, he had obtained a key to a 4-star relic. This signified that he was on the cusp of entering his third 4-star relic. At least 2 diamond treasure chests were within reach, along with the meat of a 4-star Mist Beast, which filled Yihan with anticipation. However, this endeavor proved less than fortuitous, primarily due to the difficulty in locating his target. After all, Yihan had no map. The route he had sketched inevitably harbored directional inaccuracies, and his grasp of distance could not be exceptionally precise. Thus, he spent over an hour before finally arriving at the site. Before him stood a 3-star shelter, guarded by an elderly woman likely in her 50s. Her hair streaked with gray. Yihan was taken aback. It was his first encounter with someone of such age. The fact that she had survived to this point and managed a 3-star shelter was no small feat. Yihan felt a surge of wariness. Upon seeing Yihan ride Linga, the woman recoiled in shock, stepping back repeatedly. After Yihan reassured her that Linger posed no threat, she slowly calmed down. Young man, you possess the key, and I know the location of the 4-star relic, that we can split the treasures within. A fair arrangement, wouldn't you agree? The woman bargained with Yihan. No, he flatly refused. Your market tactics hold no sway over me. Then how about this? I will forego claiming treasures from the relic, but you must compensate me with additional Mist coins. The woman pressed on. How many Mist coins do you desire? Yihan inquired, furrowing his brow. 10,000. She demanded, a brazen request. This woman exhibited an insatiable greed, yet Yihan had an inkling that she might be performing an act. Her avarice seemed to mask a hidden agenda. What could her true intention be? It was likely him. Yihan's intuition, his sixth sense, was rarely in error. I shall offer you 3,000 Mist coins. If you refuse, I will take my leave. The key is in my possession. Consider your options wisely. Yihan coldly declared, a smirk forming on his lips. Oh dear, could you not be a tad more generous? Young people today lack respect for their elders. Fine. 3,000 Mist coins it is. Just give them to me. The woman feigned a look of defeat. Yet, Yihan shook his head. You must take me to the relic first. I will provide the Mist coins once I see the entrance. Speak another word, and I will end your life. He displayed a fierce demeanor, swinging his blade to strike the wall of the 3-star shelter, creating a deep gash. The woman turned pale with terror, nodding rapidly in compliance, leading Yihan to the location of the 4-star relic. As he followed her, Yihan couldn't help but smirk internally. He was eager to uncover the true motives hidden beneath this woman's facade. Chapter 76. A triple victory, re-entering the 4-star relic. Yihan followed the woman as they ventured deeper into the forest, aptly named the Forest of Despair, where trees loomed ominously all around. Yihan suspected that much of the timber being sold in the trading bar was sourced from the survivors of this very forest. Though the wood was affordable, its abundance here promised potential profits for those willing to labor diligently. Young man, I feel an unsettling chill behind me. Your serpent terrifies me. Perhaps you should walk ahead. I fear it might bite me from behind, the woman said, glancing nervously at the trees ahead. If it wanted to bite you, it would have done so long ago. Enough of your chatter. Lead on. Yihan thought with a smirk. The woman, seemingly resigned, displayed a look of fear, casting a glance at Linger before continuing on her path. As she turned, her expression shifted to one of malevolence. This wretched Yihan. She seethed inwardly. Undeterred, she pressed forward until they arrived at a towering tree, its trunk so wide that it would require 5 or 6 adults to encircle it. Yihan's eyes widened upon seeing a bronze door embedded within the trunk. As if it were a part of the tree itself, a 4-star relic's entrance was integrated into a tree. This was a sight Yihan had never witnessed before. The 4-star relic is just ahead. Young man, I did not deceive you, did I? As the woman approached the tree, she smiled at Yihan. Excellent. Yihan returned her smile, taking a few steps closer before halting. With a swift motion, he drew a Desert Eagle pistol from his inventory, aiming it at the woman, the red that danced across her face, instilling a palpable sense of dread within her. What do you intend to do? I brought you here. Money that I no longer desire it. I shall leave at once. The elderly woman's voice trembled as she took 2 steps back. Don't move. Yihan's sharp command sent a shiver through her. What more do you want? She replied, her expression one of deep grievance. Come here. Stand right here. Yihan lowered his wrist, directing the red dot to a patch of ground ahead. Instantly, the woman's face paled. I can't understand what you're saying. I can lead you to the 4-star relic without needing any payment. I am leaving now. The woman trembled, panic evident in her eyes. What is there to misunderstand? Just stand over there. In that position, that if you come over, I will give you 10,000 mist coins and share half of the relic's treasures with you. How does that sound? Yihan sneered coldly. What are you talking about? Why? Are you mentally unwell? What do you truly intend to do? The old woman began to babble nonsensically. Observing this, Yihan shifted the red to her face and shone it into her eyes. The bright light forced her to cover her eyes. I perceive you as the type who pressures young people for their seats on the bus. Not only do you demand they yield, but you also berate and strike them. Yet when rushing for discounted eggs at the supermarket, you seem perfectly fine, correct? Yihan remarked incisively. The woman fell silent, yet internally she was astonished. Impossible. How could Yihan possibly know such things? She had indeed acted in that manner, but there was no way he could know. I will say this one last time. Stand in the designated spot, or perish. Yihan issued his final ultimatum. Faced with this, the woman was at a loss, collapsing to the ground in tears that, oh, I can't go on living. Yihan is bullying an old woman. I must alert everyone on the regional channel. This is too much. I cannot survive this. Woe is me. She wailed, though not a single tear fell. Yihan's patience had reached its limit. You clearly took a significant step forward just now, almost leaping. How did you not injure yourself? Quickly, tell me what you buried in that area. Is it a trap or a landmine? This is your last chance. If you do not speak, I will end your life right now. Yihan declared, at the same time. He commanded Linger to act. Linger, set her hair ablaze, but do not kill her. Can you manage that? Yihan instructed. Whimper, whimper. Linger seemed to retort. Who do you think you're looking down on? In the next moment, Linger unleashed a torrent of flames. The fire descended upon the elderly woman's head, singeing her hair. In the blink of an eye, she became bald. Terrified, she rolled on the ground, fearing for her life. I'll talk. I buried landmines there, the woman cried out. Hearing this, Yihan nodded in affirmation. He had indeed guessed correctly. From the outset, her haggling had been mere pretense. Her true intention was to lure Yihan into a trap to have him killed by the landmines. It was easy to surmise that her 3-star shelter had been acquired in a similar manner. Now, tell me, where did the landmines come from? How many lives have they claimed? Yihan inquired, gun aimed at her. I made the landmines. I obtained a permanent blueprint to create them. The shelter was funded by selling landmines. I have never killed anyone. I'm a good person. The elderly woman continued to protest. Enough, Yihan said, weary of her excuses. I just need the gist. The details are irrelevant. Linger, let's maneuver. Yihan mounted Linger, instructing her to navigate around the landmines. Seeing this, the woman scrambled to her feet, fleeing with all her might. But could she outrun Ling? Whoosh! Linger transformed into a streak of lightning, carrying Yihan, and in an instant, they were behind the woman. Linga, use your tail to reel her in gently. Do not harm her. I need to keep her alive to create a red-named survivor. Yihan beamed, his mood remarkably elevated. This elderly woman was a thoroughly wicked character. For Yihan, it was a joyous occasion. Not only had he acquired the location of a 4-star relic without forking over a single coin, but he had also gained a multifunctional sacrifice. He could use the elderly woman to create a red-named survivor for rewards, and then eliminate her, turning her into a zombie to obtain life crystals. This was not merely killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It was akin to slaying 3 to create a red name. The woman felt a pang of anxiety at Yihan's words. However, she soon sensed Linger's tail wrapping around her. Lifting her off the ground and delivering her before Yihan, no, pleased she pleaded, but Yihan had already struck her chin with a powerful blow. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 77. 4-star Trant. 2 tons of 4-star wood. The elderly woman had remarkable resilience. She fell asleep at a moment's notice that why Ihan smirked coldly, but he then returned to the great tree, retrieving the key to unlock the relic's gate. When the woman finally opened her eyes again, she was greeted by the sight of a towering tree. It gave her the impression of being outside the relic. However, she quickly realized something was amiss. This was not outside the relic, it was within. The great tree was wildly extending branches, attacking her. Then she noticed she was being swiftly carried away. Linger was using her tail to ensnare the woman while swiftly dodging the tree's branches, inducing a feeling of motion sickness in the woman. Whimper, Linger called out to Yihan. The woman is awake. Yihan turned, meeting her terrified gaze at Linger. She hasn't had enough rest. Let her sleep a bit longer. Yihan chuckled. Whimper. Linger complied, tightening her grip around the woman's body. Ugh. The woman began to black out, struggling for breath, and once again fell into unconsciousness, that why Yihan paid her no further mind, focusing instead on the great tree. He had not anticipated that the guardian boss of this 4-star relic would be a treant. This meant that he could not acquire any meat without the flesh of a 4-star mist beast. He could still obtain 4-star wood, which was essential for upgrading his shelter, to why Yihan mused, contemplating. This was also the reason he had refrained from letting Linger breathe fire. Otherwise, he would have incinerated the tree long ago. He now instructed Linger to employ her ice abilities. First, he would encase the tree in ice, and then he could chop it down, ensuring the demise of this treant. This strategy proved effective, as the temperature around them plummeted, and frost began to form on the tree's surface. The wildly thrashing branches slowed significantly to Linger. Be careful not to freeze the woman to death, Yihan cautioned. Whimper. Linger nodded, signaling her understanding. Finally, the tree ceased all movement. Completely encased in ice, Yihan then approached, drawing his axe to begin chopping. It was worth noting that his axe was of 8-star quality. Using it to fell a tree was akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. With a single strike, a massive gash appeared in the trunk. The tree quivered violently, attempting to break free from Linger's icy grip to attack Yihan. But it was utterly powerless. Yihan struck again, and the tree began to tilt. With one final blow, he severed the tree at its base completely. Simultaneously, he received a notification. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan, for slaying the 4-star Miss Trent and receiving a diamond treasure chest. Done. In addition to this diamond treasure chest, there was another one guarded at the top of the tree's crown. Altogether, that was 2 diamond treasure chests acquired. This tree was sufficient for upgrading his 4-star shelter. However, the weight exceeded 1 ton. How could he transport it back? Yihan furrowed his brow. His inventory could hold up to 1 ton, but that was still insufficient. The higher the star level of mist beasts and plants, the larger their size tended to be. Time to open the golden treasure chests. Yihan decided to open the golden treasure chests in hopes of obtaining an inventory expansion card, but he currently possessed 2 golden chests. One from slaying a 3-star spider, and another obtained upon entering this 4-star relic after defeating a 3-star mist beast. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan, for opening the golden treasure chest and receiving a point relocation card. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan, for opening the golden treasure chest and receiving an inventory expansion card. Setting aside the relocation card for now, he already had 1 random relocation card and 2 fixed relocation cards, more than enough for his needs. The most important part was that he had acquired the coveted inventory expansion card. Yihan immediately utilized this expansion card. His inventory capacity surged from 1,000 kg to 5,000 kg. 5 tons of capacity. Yihan promptly stored the treant within his inventory, ensuring to include the roots as well, prompting Linger to excavate them as well. This expedition to the 4-star relic had concluded successfully, yielding substantial rewards that an elderly woman, 2 tons of 4-star timber, and 2 diamond treasure chests. The golden chest has already yielded the items I desired. So I shall refrain from opening the diamond chest for now. I fear they may not contain anything worthwhile. Yihan pondered for a moment, deciding against opening the 2 diamond chests and instead choosing to save them for later. Subsequently, he departed the 4-star relic site with Ling Er, hurrying to their next destination. Yihan indicated a direction for Ling Er to follow swiftly. Simultaneously, he accessed the survival panel and began conversing with Cold Wind. Cold Wind, how goes it on your end? Yihan messaged that I've apprehended 1 villain. I just need 1 more. He continued. Cold Wind was astonished upon reading Yihan's message. His efficiency was astonishing. So swift? I'm still en route home and have yet to encounter any evildoers. Cold Wind replied, feeling disheartened by the inadequacy of his own progress. The disparity between himself and Yi Han was immense. Yi Han was simply too formidable. He felt an urgent desire to capture two villains and create red-named survivors. Cold wind hastened his pace. That moment. Zhou Su and Zhu Yezhu also sent messages inquiring about his progress. In truth, Yi Han contemplated removing Zhu Yezhu from his friends list, even considering blocking her entirely. He found her incessant calls of daddy to be unbearable, arousing his aversion. However, he realized he could not act on this impulse just yet. Firstly, he had yet to compensate Zhu Yezhu, as he was not one to go back on his word. Secondly, his presence in the Despair Forest was contingent upon their temporary team-up, so he could not sever ties with her just yet, as doing so would terminate their partnership and force him back to the Withered Mountains. Yi Han truly valued Zhou Su, for he had designated him as the teleport anchor point within the Despair Forest. Though Zhou Su referred to him as King Han, a title Yi Han found rather crude. He still regarded Zhou Su favorably. King Han, how goes it? Is there any way I might assist you? Zhou Su inquired. I have encountered 2 of the 5 individuals. 3 remain, and they are en route. Yi Han replied, choosing not to elaborate on the elderly woman's situation, as he found it tedious to explain. King Han is invincible. Go, King Han, wishing you a smooth journey and a triumphant return. Zhou Su's enthusiasm seemed to suggest a lack of sophistication. As the phrase triumphant return was inherently redundant, Yi Han opted not to correct him. The third target had been located. Thanks to Ling Er's relentless pace, Yi Han soon spotted the third individual. Surely, this time there would be a 4-star mist beast. Chapter 78. The Terrified Cripple. Bats in the Cave. Before Yi Han lay a mountain peak, but he saw no refuge. Only a cripple seated at its base, accompanied by a pair of self-crafted wooden crutches. The fact that the cripple had survived this long was impressive, and Yi Han felt a sense of respect. Greetings. I am Yi Han, he acknowledged, nodding toward the cripple. Help, please save me. Yi Han is a villain. Suddenly, the elderly woman opened her eyes and shouted. Upon hearing this, the cripple's face went pale. He sprang to his feet with astonishing speed, using his crutches to flee. Too fast, Yi Han gasped. Without needing further instruction, Ling Er sprang into action, tightening her grip on the elderly woman. The woman screamed as she lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Ling Er pursued the fleeing cripple. The latter was nearly paralyzed with fear. First, there was the terrifying serpent, and now he heard voices proclaiming Yi Han to be a villain. Indeed, he could not see the elderly woman, for she was ensnared by Ling Er's tail, and given that the cripple lacked the ability to see through walls, it was impossible for him to spot her. Do not run. I am not a villain, Yi Han exclaimed with a wry smile, observing the cripple's frantic escape. Truly, he was a remarkable character. Please do not kill me. I will give you everything, the cripple cried, tossing various items from his supplies onto the ground in his desperation. His voice was cracking, and he was clearly terrified. I do not steal. I am a good person. Yi Han mentally awarded himself a good person card. Yet the key issue was that the cripple was not inclined to trust him. That moment, the cripple's crutch was caught by a stone, causing him to cry out in despair as he fell to the ground. Yi Han arrived just in time. The cripple closed his eyes, bracing for death, trembling with fear. However, after a while, he realized he was still alive. Tentatively, he opened his eyes a crack and found Yi Han smiling down at him. See, I truly mean you no harm. Here are your belongings, returned to you, Yi Han said, tossing back the items the cripple had discarded. The cripple was taken aback, hesitating to retrieve them, fearing that Yi Han was merely toying with him, planning to strike when he reached for the items. Some individuals derive pleasure from tormenting their victims, and he had been swindled out of 30,000 in betrothal gifts, leading him to distrust others. Allow me to clarify. The one who cried for help was the elderly woman, Yi Han explained, taking a sip from a bottle of water. Ling Er presented her tale to the cripple, revealing the unconscious elderly woman. She sought to harm me, which is why I captured her. When she called me a villain, she was distorting the truth. For now, calm yourself and lead me to the 4-star mist beast. I shall slay the beast and share its meat with you, Yi Han instructed the cripple, though still wary. The cripple recognized he had little choice. That he cautiously regarded Yi Han, then glanced at the unconscious elderly woman before nodding. All right, he replied, his voice trembling as he took a sip of water. What happened to your leg? If you don't mind sharing, Yi Han inquired with a smile. Speaking of my leg, the cripple sighed. I was not always a cripple. The mist storm destroyed my 2-star refuge, and I was blown away to that mountain. I crashed into it, fracturing my right leg, and it still pains me. He rubbed his right leg, his face contorted in agony. Healing from such an injury takes time. and in the Mist continent there are no hospitals. This leg is a torment. Even turning over in bed at night can awaken me in pain. That is indeed troublesome that I cannot treat a broken leg. Surgery is required. Yihan shook his head, acknowledging his inability to help. Yes, I understand. With this fracture, the best outcome is that it heals but remains deformed. However, I remain optimistic. At least I have survived. The cripple managed a difficult smile. So you currently have no refuge? Yihan asked. Correct, no refuge. I now reside in a cave, which I find quite satisfactory, as I need not worry about upgrading a refuge. The cripple affirmed why Yihan realized he was not alone in this predicament. It seemed reminiscent of Chu Hongyang's situation, who had also lacked a refuge and crafted a wooden hut using his ability to manipulate trees. Why Yihan suspected Chu Hongyang's original refuge had likewise been destroyed by the mist storm. But since he had perished long ago, this could not be confirmed. After a brief conversation, the cripple had regained some composure, feeling convinced that Yihan was indeed a good person, while the true villain was the elderly woman. Upon closer inspection, she bore a resemblance to the woman who had swindled him out of his betrothal gifts, his former fiancée-E's mother. When he had sought his gifts, he had been beaten and, feeling aggrieved, had taken the matter to court. Unfortunately, before the trial could commence, he found himself in the Mist continent. Thus, the cripple chose to trust Yihan. He stood up and began leading Yihan in search of the 4-star Mist beast. It's a bat. I saw it through a hole in the cave's wall, the cripple informed Yihan. The bat has noticed me and frequently attacks that hole, attempting to kill me. He guided Yihan to a cave, which served as his current dwelling. Inside, while modest, there were wooden tables and chairs, a bed, a large wooden barrel for water, and a small covered barrel. Forgive me. I possess some woodworking skills, the cripple sheepishly confessed. Very well done, Yihan praised, nodding in approval. What is the purpose of that small barrel? He inquired. The cripple hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. That is my toilet. Given my mobility issues, I crafted one for myself. When it nears capacity, I simply empty it outside, thus avoiding frequent trips. The hole is right there, he pointed out, revealing the opening through which the large bat could be seen. When I first arrived, the bat was not so large. But it has grown considerably since then. I believe it has evolved to 4 stars. Yihan approached the cave's interior, peering through a hole. Across from him lay another cave, seemingly more spacious. Soon enough, he spotted the large bat. I concur. It appears to be a 4-star beast. But how shall I proceed? Yihan mused, surveying his surroundings. The cripple's cave was rather small, with only this hole connecting to the opposing cave, which likely had its entrance on the same mountain. However, I was limping, so I didn't dare to seek help. The cripple said to Yihan. Why Yihan nodded in understanding. That moment, the bat became aware of Yihan's presence. It had been hanging upside down at the top of the cave, but now it spread its wings and flew towards the opening. Boom! The cave trembled, and a crack appeared on the walls. Oh no! The cripple gasped in horror, trembling all over. Dust began to fall from the cave's ceiling, and stones tumbled down. He struggled to keep his balance, feeling as if an earthquake had struck. The bat continued to collide repeatedly. And over time, the stone wall between the two caverns could no longer withstand the pressure. Chapter 79. The final location, traveling through the night. You exit the cave, Yihan shouted to the cripple. Drawing out his machete, Linger transformed, covering Yihan's head with her body to shield him from the falling debris. Without hesitation, the cripple leaned on his crutch and ran outside the cave's confines. Feeling insecure, he ran a bit further. Why Yihan should be fine, right? He will be fine. That enormous serpent alone is enough to crush the bat, the cripple muttered, his gaze fixed on the cave entrance. Waiting for the outcome. They all misunderstood, mistaking Linger for a giant snake. In reality, she was a dragon. Swish. Inside the cave, Yihan swung his knife, striking the stone wall before him. Before the might of the 8-star machete, the wall crumbled like tofu. A deep gash was cleaved from top to bottom. Yihan then swung horizontally, carving across. Boom! The bat continued its assault, and the stone wall instantly shattered, collapsing into a multitude of rocks. Within the cave, a fragment struck the cripple's toilet, exploding it on impact. Fortunately, both Yihan and Linger were quick enough to avoid being splattered with filth. He had been careless. He should have instructed the cripple to take the toilet with him. Yihan frowned. The stench in the cave was now unbearable. However, this was not the main concern. The primary focus was the massive bat opposite him. As the wall crumbled, Yihan finally beheld the full form of the bat. To his dismay, it appeared to possess little flesh. It seemed bats were generally like this. Why Ihan had never seen a bat in reality. Only pictures online. In those images, bats were depicted as mere skin and bones. Never plumped at Ling or Ihan called out, urging her to take action. The bat moved swiftly, and Ihan opted not to waste a bullet on aiming. He would let Linger finish it off, thus conserving ammunition. Linger obeyed, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the bat. Crackle. The bat convulsed violently, engulfed in arcs of purple electricity, emitting a piercing shriek. It leapt around the cripple's cave, flapping its wings and demolishing the cripple's bed into splinters. In the blink of an eye, the furniture painstakingly crafted by the cripple was obliterated. Outside, listening to the commotion within the cave, the cripple felt a surge of dread that he could only assume all his furniture was doomed. Yet this was not the time to lament over such things. If Ihan could eliminate the bat, he would at least gain some bat meat and no longer have to fear the threat it posed. Inside the cave, the bat still struggled. Linger continued to unleash icy projectiles, targeting the bat's head. Whoosh! The sound of piercing air filled the space, and as the ice shards appeared, the temperature within the cave plummeted. The bat desperately tried to evade, but it was utterly defenseless against Linger's relentless assault. In the next moment, an ice shard penetrated the bat's skull, killing it instantly. Congratulations, Survivor Ihan. Your super Mist Beastling has slain the 4-star Mist Beast bloodthirsty bat. You have received a diamond treasure chest. Excellent. The third diamond treasure chest was in hand. A smile graced Ihan's face. The bat's corpse lay in the cave, blood pooling everywhere. The odor was horrendous, prompting Ihan to turn and exit the cave, gesturing for the cripple to come over. The cripple hurriedly approached, leaning on his crutch, his face brimming with anticipation. It's done. The bat was indeed 4-star. Your intel was correct. However, your furniture has all been destroyed by the BAT. It's fine. It's fine. I can make some more. It's not too difficult, the cripple replied, eager to please Ihan. I can also make you something if you want. Yet, Ihan had no need for what the cripple offered. No, I lack for nothing. Next, I'll share some bat meat with you. Ihan said with a smile. Then instructed Linger to return to the cave and drag the bat's carcass out. Linger entered the cave, clamped onto the bat's head, and pulled the body outside. Hiss upon seeing the large blood hole in the bat's head. The cripple couldn't help but gasp. How was that achieved? It pierced right through the bat's skull. That's incredible. Cough, cough. At that moment, the elderly woman regained consciousness, opening her eyes and coughing lightly. Ihan frowned at this sight. It appeared her constitution was quite robust. She must have consumed quite a bit of 3-star Mist Beast meat. Otherwise, she wouldn't have awakened so swiftly after losing consciousness. Ihan, spare me. I understand my errors. I will never dare again. Spare my life, King Han. The elderly woman wailed, pleading for mercy. Yet upon hearing her, Ihan merely scoffed. He approached her and delivered a single punch, knocking out 2 of her front teeth, causing her to fall back into slumber. She is tired, Ihan said with a chuckle to the cripple, who nodded vigorously. Yes, she should definitely have a good sleep. Let us divide the meat that I previously mentioned. I would give you 1/5. Right? Ihan took out his machete, addressing the cripple. Yes, yes. The cripple was filled with anticipation. The meat of a 4-star Mist Beast was a rare commodity in the current trading market, rarely available, and when it did appear, it came at exorbitant prices. This was a golden opportunity. Look, this should be sufficient. Ihan swung his knife, severing a piece of the bat's corpse, and said to the cripple, Yes, yes. This is definitely enough. Ihan. Thank you. I am truly grateful. The cripple exclaimed, kneeling before Ihan. Ihan was indeed a good person, always true to his word. All right, I shall take my leave now. Ihan bid farewell to the cripple. Embarking on a new journey. 2 target individuals remained to be met. The remaining 2 had reported the presence of 4-star Mist Beasts nearby. It was possible they, like that woman, mistook 3-star beasts for 4-star ones. Just one more 4-star will suffice. I'm not greedy, Ihan thought as he rode Linger onward. After spending the better part of half an hour, he arrived at the next location. This time, he encountered a high school student likely around 15 years old. Surviving this long was no small feat, and it wouldn't be easy. However, the unfortunate truth was that his so-called 4-star Mist Beast was merely a 3-star creature, a feline known as the Mist Lynx. Upon seeing Ihan, it bared its teeth and hissed threateningly. With a casual swipe of his knife, Ihan dispatched it with ease. Now, there remained just one final location to reach. However, at that moment, darkness enveloped the land entirely. Night had descended. The temperature dropped, visibility diminished, and the entire mist continent seemed shrouded by an invisible hand, creating a stifling atmosphere. Yihan frowned, gazing into the boundless darkness before him, ultimately making a decision that he would traverse the night. Chapter 80. Choosing a new relocation site, 4-star metal mine. Having been on the mist continent for quite some time, this was Yihan's first attempt at traveling during the night. The last time he emerged from the 4-star ruins, it was indeed night, but that instance did not count as a journey through the dark. He had been under Ling's protection, guiding him back to the refuge, allowing him to survive. This time, however, Yihan intended to truly walk through the night. Leaving behind part of the lynx's carcass, Yihan bid farewell to the high school student and set off for the final location. Simultaneously, he checked the messages on his survival panel. First, there was a message from Cold Wind that he had successfully returned home, arriving at the refuge before nightfall, and had inquired about Yihan's status. "I plan to travel at night," Yihan informed Cold Wind. "With your strength combined with Linger, you should have no issues. Just be cautious," Cold Wind advised. "Rest assured," Yihan replied. Next, messages arrived from Zhou Su and Zhu Yaju. Zhou Su was anxious, worried for Yihan's safety as night fell. "King Han, it's dark now. Where are you? Do you want to stay at my refuge for the night?" Zhou Su extended an invitation for Yihan to sleep over. "Yihan, if you were a stunning beauty, I might consider it, that ain't no need, I'm fine." Yihan coldly declined Zhou Su's offer to as for Zhu Yaju's message. Yihan couldn't be bothered to respond. The woman had stopped calling him daddy and was now referring to him as grandpa and ancestor. She even claimed she would serve Yihan, which was utterly nauseating. Am I that old? And what on earth is a poison dragon drill? Pure and innocent Yihan had no idea. He was eager to wrap things up here, return home, trade the secret star silver mine with Zhu Yaju, and then block her. Yihan urged Linger to hasten their pace that in the depths of night, visibility was exceedingly low, and the function of the searchlight had diminished considerably. Yet for Linger, there was no need for concern. As a being of extraordinary Misty origins, she possessed the innate ability to see in the dark. Moreover, her other senses were remarkably acute, enabling her to detect danger well in advance. They still had a considerable distance to cover, as their final destination was the farthest. Even at Ling's speed, it would take approximately 3 hours to reach Yihan, perched atop Linger's head, stretched and yawned, but he had been remarkably busy throughout the day, scarcely pausing for a moment's rest. With the dawn of a new day approaching, it was time for enlightenment. Yihan commenced his daily ritual of 3 opportunities for enlightenment, having already decided to enhance the searchlight. He boldly wagered all 3 opportunities on it. Consequently, the searchlight's range expanded from 20 meters to 50 meters. However, due to the night, this 50 meters was somewhat diminished, temporarily illuminating less than 30 meters. In daylight, it would indeed shine across 50 meters for the present. This sufficed. He contemplated using his next enlightenment to elevate the machete to 10 stars, feeling a peculiar change would ensue. With these thoughts, the journey resumed. Along the way, the elderly woman stirred again, awakening to hurl curses at Yihan. Unyielding, instructed Linger to whip her tail, sending the woman's face crashing into a tree. The tree toppled. The woman's visage swelled grotesquely, her teeth nearly all gone, and she soon fell back into a deep slumber. Yihan had never shown leniency towards such wickedness. How dare she insult him? She was clearly unaware of the consequences of her words. After nearly 3 hours of travel, Yihan finally arrived at his destination. Before him stood a 2-star refuge, silhouetted against the night, yet devoid of any sign of life. Yihan approached and knocked on the door. The occupants within seemed deeply ensconced in slumber. He nearly shattered the door before someone finally responded. "Who is it?" a groggy voice inquired, clearly still half asleep. "It's the water meter inspector," Yihan quipped, eliciting a delayed realization from within. "Is that you, Yihan? You've come through the night? Have you encountered any dangers? Come inside." As the door swung open, Yihan beheld a young man with heavy frown lines and dark circles beneath his eyes. Appearing utterly drained, "I won't be coming in. You need to take me to find a 4-star mist beast. Let us make this swift." Yihan was disinclined to waste time. Furthermore, he noted the interior was rather untidy and bore an unpleasant odor. "Now, at this late hour, it's far too dangerous outside." The young man expressed trepidation. Yihan reassured him, asserting that he would ensure their safety. Reluctantly, the young man stepped outside, shivering as he began to guide Yihan. To Yihan's disappointment, they encountered only a 3-star mist beast, not the anticipated 4-star variety. "I'm so sorry, Yihan." The young man, now fully awake, apologized profusely, intimidated by the formidable presence of Linger and the battered state of the elderly woman. He feared Yihan might take offense and end his life. Never mind, it's all right. Yihan shook his head, mentally prepared for the outcome. Overall, the venture had yielded satisfactory results that I'll escort you back. Yihan informed the young man at this hour. Leaving him outside would be tantamount to a death sentence. Hearing this, the young man expressed deep gratitude, proclaiming Yihan to be a truly good person. After returning him to the refuge, Yihan exhaled a sigh of relief that at last he could return home. He promptly chose to dissolve his temporary alliance with Zhu Yaz, who in an instant. He found himself back in the withered mountainous terrain. The location was precisely where he had formed the temporary alliance, not in front of his own refuge. An admirable attention to detail. Let us head home, Linger guided Yihan back to his small villa. He began reaching out to Zhou Su and Zhu Yaju to conduct some trading. Both were still awake and had been waiting. After providing Zhou Su with a batch of secret star silver ore, Yihan also gifted him some meat from 3-star mist beasts. Zhou Su exclaimed in delight, praising Yihan as the king of cold. Next was Zhu Yaju. Upon completing the trade, Yihan promptly blocked her. The world suddenly felt much cleaner. Afterward, Yihan had a snack and reviewed his gains. Presently, he possessed 2 golden treasure chests and 3 diamond treasure chests, all unopened. His next objective was undoubtedly the 4-star refuge. To accomplish this, he needed to select a fertile area for relocation. Yihan was resolute in his thoughts that he possessed a relocation card and a complete map of designated areas. Particularly, the map needed to be utilized wisely. Allen Island and the Forest of Despair were superior to the withered mountainous terrain. Yet Yihan felt confident he could discover an even better location. Thus, he opened the World Channel to begin his search for useful information. At that moment, Yihan was relaxing in a bathtub, scrolling through the World Channel. Many night owls were still active, and the World Channel buzzed with excitement, with Yihan remaining the central topic of discussion. The news of Yihan slaying Red Name survivors was the hottest topic of the moment. Beyond that, Yihan quickly noticed a crucial piece of intelligence. Someone claimed to have discovered a 4-star metal mine. Chapter 81. The Neuronal Connector Device. The location of the metal mine. A 4-star metal mine. This was precisely what Yihan needed. He hurriedly added this individual as a friend and was promptly accepted. Undoubtedly, this person had also sent a friend request to Yihan. Yangsheng, Yihan. You're Yihan. The person on the other side exclaimed with excitement, quickly messaging him. Good evening. I am Yihan. I am very interested in the 4-star metal mine, Yihan stated directly, laying bare his intentions. Yangsheng, Yihan, let us form a team. I have a team card. Yangsheng proposed that if we team up, we can mine together. 4-star metal mines are selling for an exorbitant price right now. He was eager to join forces with Yihan, which left Yihan feeling somewhat exasperated. Everyone seemed keen to latch onto him now. I am sorry, but I prefer to survive alone. I do not wish to form a team. Yihan declined. Could you tell me about the 4-star metal mine? I can offer you appropriate compensation. Yangsheng, I used to sell beef skewers. My skewers are exceptionally delicious that if you join my team, I will cook you some. Yihan was perplexed that I asked this person slightly dim-witted. He had clearly refused the invitation to team up. Yet the response was about beef skewers that I do not wish to team up, nor do I want beef skewers that I want to know about the 4-star metal mine. Can you share? If you won't tell me, I will unfriend you. Yangsheng, please don't unfriend me. Yihan, sitting in the bathtub, wore a complex expression. Logically, those lacking intellect should have almost all perished by now, when the trading interface had just opened. Those selling precious items at low prices were typically dim-witted. The essential point was that they failed to realize that even selling to the Mist shop would yield higher returns. For a rational person, such actions were inconceivable. Yet, those of limited understanding simply could not grasp these concepts. Yihan recalled a classmate from school who was similarly dull. His mother had lavished him with delectable snacks, nothing like the cheap spicy strips, but rather potato chips, beef jerky, and chocolates from the supermarket. Yet he bartered these for others' mechanical pencil leads. A mechanical pencil lead could be bought for 50 cents, and with just one lead, he could trade for a pack of beef jerky. This incident had left a lasting impression on Yihan. Now, Yangsheng, while possessing knowledge about the 4-star metal mine, seemed utterly incapable of communication, appearing to be somewhat dim-witted. Yihan sighed, contemplating unfriending him. Just then, Yangsheng sent another message. Yihan, are you still there? Have you unfriended me? Yihan, now amused, replied, I am about to. Yangsheng, please don't unfriend me. I will tell you about the 4-star metal mine. All right, Yihan replied, then tell me. Yangsheng, I discovered a 4-star metal mine. Yi Han, exasperated, splashed water in the bathtub, sending droplets flying. As he interacted with more individuals, the likelihood of encountering oddities increased. Linger, puzzled, did not comprehend why Yi Han had suddenly become irate. It's nothing, Linger. Just encountered a fool. Why? Yi Han smiled, affectionately patting Ling's head. He then glanced at the elderly woman, still firmly ensnared by Ling's tail, soundly asleep. The previous incident of her head colliding with the tree had effectively prolonged her slumber. Following this, Yangsheng continued to send messages, filled with unnecessary chatter. Yet amidst the trivialities, there was valuable information. Why? Yi Han sifted through the irrelevant details and finally grasped the essence. Yangsheng had discovered a 4-star metal vein during an exploration, but a tiger beast was guarding it. The tiger beast posed no threat. It could be dispatched easily. However, to mine the area, a temporary team card was necessary, which Yi Han currently did not possess. When he inquired about the region, Yangsheng mentioned residing in a 2-star refuge, proving exceedingly challenging to communicate with. Why? Yi Han rose from the bathtub and retired to bed, deciding to address matters in the morning and seeking rest first. The next morning, Yi Han was awakened by the raucous of the elderly woman. He rewarded the old lady with a large blanket, allowing her to continue her slumber. It was likely that she had never experienced such an extended period of sleep in her life. Outside, the weather appeared to be rather dismal. Why? Yi Han opened the door to take a look and discovered that the weather was indeed poor, shrouded in dense fog and permeated by a chill in the air. Had the cold front arrived? Yi Han glanced at the World Channel and noted that no one was discussing this issue. It seemed to be a region-specific adverse weather phenomenon, reminiscent of the previous occasion when acid rain fell on Allen Island, while other areas remained unaffected. Besides localized severe weather, it was plausible that another calamity akin to the fog storm that swept across the entire fog continent would occur at that time. Even a 3-star refuge might not suffice. Thus, it was imperative to expedite the establishment of a 4-star refuge. Upgrading without delay was undoubtedly the right course of action, but he already possessed a sufficient stock of 4-star timber, although he lacked the requisite 4-star metal, ore, and stone. As well as the upgrade cards for the refuge, he was confident that acquiring them was merely a matter of time. The only aspect that remained elusive was the memory alloy, for which he currently had no leads. Based on the tendencies associated with 3-star refuges, he had reason to suspect that the memory alloy might be sourced from 5-star relics. Currently, he only held a fragment of a 5-star relic key. Let me check the trading section. Yi Han had been preoccupied all day yesterday and had scarcely looked at the trading bar. Upon opening it, he began to inspect the offerings. Most of the supplies were certainly beneath his notice. He continued to maintain a significant lead. Ordinary supplies hardly piqued his interest. However, he soon stumbled upon something valuable, a drone neural connector device. This was the missing piece he required to operate the blade drone. Once obtained, he could deploy the drone. Unfortunately, this item could only be exchanged for goods, not fog coins. The seller demanded 2 fragments of the 5-star relic key in return. This revelation startled Yi Han. Indeed, it appeared that others had already acquired fragments of the 5-star relic key. Without a doubt, the survivor possessing the neural connector device was a formidable contender, far ahead of the rest. While others were fretting over mere meals, this individual had secured both a fragment of the 5-star relic key and the drone neural connector device. Requesting 2 fragments was a tall order. Even if he possessed 2, he would be loath to part with them. Yi Han furrowed his brow. Fragments of the 5-star relic key were undoubtedly for his own use. He could never trade them away. With a sense of resignation, he closed the trading bar, only to find a message from Cold Wind. Cold Wind. Yi Han, I heard someone in my regional channel boasting that they added you as a friend. Yi Han. Is it really that coincidental? Could it be Yangsheng? Cold Wind. I think that person isn't very bright. They mentioned that you were quite fond of their grilled meat skewers. This left Cold Wind puzzled, suspecting that the individual was merely spouting nonsense. But he still decided to inquire with this. Yi Han couldn't help but chuckle. Well, this is splendid. I can now bypass this fool and directly seek out the 4-star metal ore. Chapter 82. Fortuitous Star Zhou Su, Discovery of 4-star stone ore. The good news brought by Cold Wind filled Yi Han with delight. Did he mention his location? Yi Han inquired in response. Unfortunately, he did not. Cold Wind reported that many people were conversing with him in the regional channel, but he was not answering their questions appropriately. This was to be expected. That person was a bit peculiar. However, it was of little concern. Since they were aware he was on Allen Island, it would only take some time to locate him. Why? Yi Han was filled with confidence. What do you need him for? Does he possess something you desire? Cold Wind hastily asked. Yes, he claims to have discovered a 4-star metal, or precisely what I need at present, that why Ihan did not conceal this from Cold Wind. 4-star metal, or the only or near my home, is 2-star and nearly depleted. I'm off to find him. Cold Wind grew excited, eager to uncover the whereabouts of the 4-star metal ore. You may proceed, but be sure to exercise caution. Yangxing mentioned that a tiger-like beast guards the site of the 4-star metal ore. I suspect it to be a 4-star beast, that why Ihan issued a warning. All right, after Cold Wind replied. He fell silent, presumably rushing out the door. However, locating the 4-star metal ore in a short time would not be an easy task, unless fortune favored him. The 4-star metal ore and 4-star timber were tangible prospects. Now, he needed to find 4-star stone ore and the memory alloy. First, let's open the treasure chest and see if I can procure the memory alloy. With a hopeful mindset, Yihan began to open the treasure chest. First, he encountered 2 golden chests. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan, for opening the golden chest and obtaining a temporary team card. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan, for opening the golden chest and obtaining nano-toilet blueprints. The rewards from the 2 golden chests caught Yihan's attention. The temporary team card was precisely what he needed. With it, he could instantly teleport to either Allen Island or the Forest of Despair. The teleportation anchor points for the 2 areas were Cold Wind and Zhou. However, Yihan felt that receiving only a temporary team card from 1 golden chest was somewhat lacking. Could it be that with the version upgrade, the frequency of diamond chests increased while that of golden chests decreased? Regardless, the temporary team card was more useful to him than a standard team card. The toilet was also a remarkable invention, requiring no water for cleaning. True black technology. Yihan examined the nano-toilet blueprints, his eyes lighting up. With this blueprint, he could create a high-tech nano-toilet that was not only exceedingly comfortable, but also waterless. Once completed, the toilet would autonomously clean itself, breaking down waste and maintaining cleanliness and hygiene. The required materials were not rare, and Yihan had them on hand, so he crafted it and then sat upon the toilet. He was quite satisfied with the 2 golden chests, and next came 3 diamond chests. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan, for opening the diamond chest and obtaining an upgrade card for the refuge. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan, for opening the diamond chest and obtaining a polymer coating. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan, for opening the diamond chest and obtaining a 5-star relic key fragment. The 3 consecutive openings yielded 3 items. The polymer coating was temporarily unnecessary, as he already possessed one. However, the upgrade card for the refuge and the 5-star relic key fragment were both highly desirable items. Quite favorable indeed. I now have 2 upgrade cards for the refuge, still needing 3 more. With 2 5-star relic key fragments, I should only need 1 more. Why Yihan held the 2 5-star relic key fragments in his hands. Piecing them together, it could be surmised that the 5-star relic key was likely circular in shape. He already possessed a significant portion, with only a small piece remaining. That I must strive to gather these items promptly. Now, it is time to choose a region for relocation and utilize the map. Why Yihan fell into another quandary. Relocation itself was not an issue. He had plenty of relocation cards. The crucial matter lay in which region to select for the map's use. Thus, he refrained from hurrying out and instead checked the world channel from home. Perhaps he could unearth useful information to inform his final decision. More and more 3-star refuges were emerging. Several individuals in my region were boasting about it. How infuriating. How splendid. My supply bar can now accommodate 1,000 kilograms of supplies, alleviating my previous concerns. Why are there no red-name survivors in my area? I wish to slay a red-name survivor too. Upgrading from a 3-star to a 4-star refuge appears exceedingly challenging. I consumed the flesh of a 4-star fog beast, and my body is transformed. I feel incredibly powerful that if Yihan stood before me, I could obliterate his head with a single punch. Who has fragments of the 5-star relic key? Message me privately. We can negotiate a fair price. For now, Yihan could not discern any useful information. However, it was evident that others had begun to seek 5-star relics, which was not a favorable sign. This indicated that the gap between him and others was narrowing. I must find a region to relocate to, one that possesses both 4-star stone or in the location of a 5-star relic. Onward with the search. Yihan continued to scour the world channel and sent messages to Zhou and Cold Wind, asking them to keep an eye out for useful information and report back promptly. After perusing the world channel for a while, Yihan glanced at the trading bar again. The offer for the drone neural connector device in exchange for the 5-star relic key fragments was still active, indicating that no one had completed the trade with him. Even if others possessed 2 5-star relic key fragments, they certainly would not exchange them for this item. This individual likely had at least one additional 5-star relic key fragment beyond the drone neural connector device. If only he could seize it. Yi-Han mused with a smile that moment. The fog shop refreshed at why Yi-Han first vented his frustration at the fog shop before entering to check today as 3 items. The Mist store had not provided him with anything worthwhile for a long time, just fried rice, electrolyte water, and toilet paper. Why Yi-Han couldn't help but chuckle in frustration at this useless Mist store. Nevertheless, he purchased all 3 items. While Yi-Han was savoring his fried rice, a message arrived from Zhou. Han Wang, I have crucial intel. I saw someone on the World Channel claiming she has discovered a 4-star mineral mine. Upon reading Zhou's message, Yi-Han's spirits lifted. Zhou truly was his lucky star. It was thanks to Zhou that he had managed to eliminate red-named survivors and make a fortune in the Despair Forest. Now, Zhou had helped him locate the 4-star mineral mine. Please elaborate, Yi-Han quickly replied. The person on the World Channel is seeking help, stating she found a 4-star mineral mine, but it is guarded by monsters. She is looking for teammates to collaborate on mining it and sharing the profits. I've added her as a friend and introduced you. Her survivor ID is... Zhou was very considerate. Well done, Zhou. Await my news. If this works out, you shall receive a handsome reward. Yi-Han's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he hurriedly added her as a friend. Chapter 83. Yi-Han's arrival. An eerie talent. As usual, the friend request was quickly accepted, and they became friends. Why Yi-Han estimated that most people had likely tried to add him before. After connecting, he discovered that she was a female survivor named Yongli. Hello, I am introduced by Zhou. After sending this message, he felt somewhat uneasy, but there was no option to retract it. Yi-Han. Are you the one frequently featured on the world announcements? Yongli inquired. Yes, that's me. I wish to collaborate with you on mining the 4-star mineral. Sure, but we need to discuss the distribution of the minerals first. What are your thoughts? Please share. Since I discovered the mine, I should get 50% right off the bat, and being a woman, I deserve an additional 20%. You will handle the elimination of the guardian beasts and the mining work, so the final distribution will be 70 for me and 30 for you. Yi-Han was flabbergasted by her demands. Should he just agree and then eliminate her later? The thought of murder crossed Yi-Han's mind, but I'll agree. He conceded outright. Let us first assess the situation. As for the distribution, that will be determined later. If she continued to be unreasonable, he would teach her a lesson. In a 3-star shelter, a woman with high cheekbones frowned. She had expected to exploit Yi-Han, but he had surprisingly agreed so readily. Lily, what's the situation? A black man lying on the bed, bare-chested, asked that Yi-Han agreed. I suspect he has ulterior motives. Yongli replied in English. Upon hearing this, the black man sat up. He cannot possibly agree to give you 70%. Once he arrives, he might reveal his strength, overpower us, or even kill us. The black man swiftly discerned Yi-Han's intentions. Why Yi-Han is quite confident. But I believe we can pull off a heist. What do you think? Yongli turned to the black man, gently caressing his abs. We have already deceived 2 individuals with this 4-star mineral, yielding decent profits. However, I believe Yi-Han is not simple. We must tread carefully and consider abandoning this plan. The black man spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, Yongli felt somewhat dissatisfied. What are you afraid of? Our combined abilities are formidable. Can't we kill one Yi-Han? He isn't invincible. Even if he were, he would still perish. Yongli scoffed, pinching the black man. Let me think it over. The black man remained skeptical. After all, it was Yi-Han. His notoriety, bolstered by repeated world announcements, led all survivors to believe in his formidable prowess. And indeed, Yi-Han's combat capabilities were unparalleled, far beyond the ordinary. What are we waiting for? Let us kill Yi-Han and reap the rewards, Yongli declared, leaning in to kiss the black man's chest, her head descending to that moment. Yi-Han was awaiting Yongli's response. If she agreed, it would indicate that a trap awaited him, a deadly ambush. In fact, he hoped she would agree. Why Yi-Han chuckled coldly to himself, eager to see what tricks she had up her sleeve. 3 minutes later, Yongli replied, agreeing to Yi-Han's proposal. Then come over. I invite you to team up. She directly invited Yi-Han to form a party. Yi-Han was taken aback that he had assumed Yongli would propose a temporary alliance, which would allow him to eliminate her without becoming a red-named survivor. But she invited him to join a permanent team. How could he kill her now? She must have accomplices. In an instant, Yi-Han understood. Yongli had allies, and she was not alone. By teaming up with Yi-Han, she could bring him to her shelter, and her accomplices could ambush him. Seizing the spoils Yi-Han would drop upon death, as well as plundering his shelter and resources. Intriguing. Yi-Han contemplated his next move. Yang Li had allies, and so did he. He still possessed a temporary team card, freshly acquired and still warm, that he could control Yang Li. Summon Cold Wind, and have Cold Wind eliminate Yang Li, allowing Yi Han to avoid becoming a red name survivor. Moreover, he could relocate to the area of the 4-star mineral mine without using a relocation card. What a stroke of luck. Additionally, Yang Li's accomplices could remain, allowing him to team up with the old woman and then kill her, transforming him into a red name survivor. The benefits were simply too numerous. Yang Li was a boon. Yi Han wore a broad smile. After preparing, he accepted Yang Li's team invitation that I end the next moment. Yi Han appeared. He rode Ling Er, fully armed, with a Desert Eagle in his left hand and an Uzi in his right. Clad in a trench coat and bulletproof vest, a diving mask and a mask covering his face. Ling Er's tail was even wrapped around a sleeping old woman. Upon arrival, Yi Han was highly alert. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted a 3-star shelter and a woman standing in front of it. Rather unattractive, he mused. Suddenly, Yi Han felt an overwhelming heat enveloping his body. This was unusual. He had never been swayed by female beauty, especially not by someone as plain as Yang Li. Something was amiss. Ling Er, cool me down. Yi Han cried out. His body temperature was rising, and he estimated it had exceeded 40 degrees. This was exceedingly strange. Just then, Yi Han noticed wisps of white mist emanating from his body. Ling Er hastily unleashed her ice powers to reduce his temperature. Yi Han shivered as his body heat rapidly decreased, providing some relief. At this sight, Yang Li was taken aback. Her talent had failed for the first time. What kind of talent was this? It was bizarre, rapidly raising his body temperature to a point where he could be burned alive. Where are her accomplices? Yi Han frowned and fired a shot at Yang Li in a team state. He could not kill allies, but attacking them was permissible. The gunshot echoed, and Yang Li's left arm exploded. Severed at the shoulder and ignited in flames, she let out a piercing scream, fainting from the pain. Ling Er, freeze her wound. We can't let her die. I don't want to become a red name survivor fishing for lawbreakers. Yi Han instructed. Ling Er exhaled a gust of cold air, extinguishing the flames on Yang Li's shoulder and freezing the wound to prevent excessive blood loss. That moment, Yi Han heard hurried footsteps retreating from the scene. It was Yang Li's accomplice, sensing danger and attempting to flee. Chapter 84. The last fragment. Cold Wind arrives. Meanwhile, the black man had completely lost the will to fight. He only wanted to escape. All of this was Yang Li's fault. He had sensed Yi Han's strength and wanted to back out, but Yang Li insisted on confronting him. Now look where that had led them. A confrontation against a formidable being, not to mention Yi Han's own strength. Even that terrifying snake sent shivers down his spine. Run. The black man sprinted at full speed, hoping to evade detection amidst the mist. But he was terribly naive. What was the mist cover against Yi Han, who had a spotlight and Ling Er? He had nowhere to escape. A gust of wind surged from behind him, and Ling Er's speed was unfathomable. He had no chance of outrunning her. A beam from the spotlight illuminated him, akin to a stage light. Moments later, a gunshot rang out. The black man leapt in fright, soaring high into the air. Nowadays, survivors had enhanced physiques, allowing them to run faster and jump higher. I'm not dead. I am not dead, the black man exclaimed, landing and quickly jumping again. I didn't get hit. Yi Han chuckled softly. It wasn't that the black man dodged. It was simply that Yi Han's aim wasn't that precise. Hitting a moving target was challenging. But that was fine. If one shot missed, he could take another. Yi Han fired again. Bang. This time, the bullet struck the African-American on his right knee, obliterating it completely. Despite the injury, he continued to run forward, collapsing to the ground and rolling for quite some distance before finally coming to a halt. Clutching his knee, he howled in agony, tears streaming down his face. Yet, almost immediately, he gritted his teeth and emitted a furious roar. Extending a hand toward Yi Han as he reached out, Yi Han felt the atmosphere around him grow tumultuous, as if a compressive force was bearing down upon him from all directions. Was he manipulating air pressure? Yi Han sensed the overwhelming pressure enveloping him, threatening to crush him. Undeterred, he fired directly at the African-American's right hand, causing the pressure to dissipate abruptly. The man, now incapacitated and overwhelmed by pain, fainted. The immediate threat had been neutralized. One could not deny that the talents of these two individuals were rather formidable. Even if the cold wind arrived, it would have to bow to the might of the Northwest. Yi Han had transcended the constraints of the mundane world. Few could pose a threat to him. Thus, he summoned the cold wind for a simulation. To his dismay, he discovered that even the cold wind would fall victim to these two. perishing at their hands. Linga. Wake him up. Yihan commanded. Linger spat a mouthful of water onto the African-American's face, but he awoke with a wail, struggling to retreat, pleading for mercy in broken Huaxiao Mandarin. Do you speak the language of Huaxiao? Yihan inquired. Indeed, our nation is powerful, growing ever stronger, the man replied, realizing that Yihan had encountered numerous foreigners who spoke the language. I am from Huaxia. He exclaimed hastily that that's nonsense. Yihan scoffed, raising his gun to the man's head. The African-American quaked in fear, losing control of his bladder. I am an international student. Please do not kill me. It was all Yang Li's idea. She forced me into this. He hastily shifted the blame onto Yang Li. Yet this did not absolve him of guilt. He had no intention of attacking Yihan, fearing unforeseen consequences, but Yang Li had insisted on taking action against him. Your talent is air pressure manipulation? Yihan asked. Yes, yes. Yang Li's ability is to boil water. The man hurriedly responded. Boil water. Yihan recalled seeing such a talent on the World Channel when he first arrived in the Misty continent. He had thought that with such a talent, one could boil water for instant noodles. Little did he know, this seemingly useless ability could be weaponized. After all, 70% of the human body is composed of water. Thus, boiling water could serve as a lethal weapon. A mere thought could cause the moisture within a person to boil, resulting in their demise. He had not paid attention to the speaker's name at the time, but it was likely Yang Li. Nodding, Yihan pieced everything together. Did I ask the 4-star mineral deposit genuine or not? He continued to probe. His greatest concern was that the information regarding the 4-star mineral deposit was a ruse. Designed to lure and eliminate unsuspecting victims. That it is true. It is true. The mineral deposit lies in that direction, guarded by a stone creature. The African-American pointed. Upon hearing this, Yihan felt a sense of relief. The information was indeed accurate. With this, the 4-star mineral deposit became a reality. The only thing left was the elusive memory alloy. As for the shelter upgrade card, he was not overly concerned, as acquiring it merely required hunting 4-star mist beasts, an uncomplicated task for him. How many people have you two harmed? Yihan pressed on. Not many, not many. Just 2, both of whom Yang Li deceived into coming here. She is the villain. I am the good person, the African-American insisted, trying to distance himself from the blame. Yet, Yihan remained skeptical. Do you know the location of the 5-star relic? Do you possess any fragments of the 5-star relic key? Yihan inquired. No, I don't know. There is one fragment in Yang Li's possession. He answered eagerly. Excellent. We have a 5-star relic key. The next step is to pay attention to the 5-star relic's location and frequently check the World Channel. It should not pose a problem. Thus, it is time for the next operation. Yihan opened the survival panel, summoning the cold wind. Cold wind. What is the progress on your end? Have you located the 4-star metal deposit? Yihan first inquired. Not yet. Cold wind promptly replied. Then stop for now. I invite you to come help me eliminate someone. Yihan messaged. Upon receiving this message, Cold Wind felt a jolt of surprise. Who could possibly require Yihan's assistance? It must be a formidable adversary. Understood. Without hesitation, Cold Wind agreed. He owed Yihan a life debt and had not forgotten it. Even if Yihan called him to take a bullet, he would comply subsequently. Yihan used a temporary team card to invite Cold Wind. You are currently in a team state and cannot form a temporary team. That a notification appeared, causing Yihan to furrow his brow. He was in a team with Yang Li, preventing him from inviting Cold Wind. Isn't this rather strict? Yihan directed his gaze at the African-American. You and Yang Li are not in a team state, correct? Yihan questioned. No. She wants to team up with others to deceive them into coming here to kill. So we are not in a team. The African-American replied hastily, fearing Yihan's wrath. Do you have a temporary team card? Yihan asked again. Yes. I will give it to you. The African-American quickly rummaged through his supplies. No need to give it to me. Use the temporary team card to invite someone. Do you understand? His survivor number is Yihan provided Cold Wind survivor ID for the African-American to extend the invitation, that he then messaged Cold Wind to inform him. Soon, Cold Wind's figure appeared beside them. Chapter 85. The Death of Yang Li, creating a red-named survivor. Cold Wind, wielding dual nunchaku, materialized beside the African-American. His first sight was Yihan, who sat atop Linger. The pungent scent of blood filled the air. Looking down, he noticed a mutilated African-American lying at his feet, blood pooling around him. What is happening? Cold Wind initially assumed Yihan was in danger, prompting him to seek assistance. However, upon hearing Yihan instruct the African-American to invite him to form a temporary team, he assumed the man was a new acquaintance of Yihan. Now, seeing the man's pitiful state, Cold Wind was momentarily perplexed at why Han. "Do you want me to kill him?" Cold Wind asked, eyeing the African-American. Poised to attack, he could easily crush the man's skull with a swift strike of his nunchaku. No, not him. "You must not kill him." Han urgently replied that IT had taken considerable effort to gather these two wretched souls, which could be utilized to create a red-named survivor. This African-American could not perish. "Oh, then whom shall I kill?" Cold Wind scanned the surroundings, searching for another target. "Let's head back. Linger, bring the African-American along." Han said with a smile. Linger complied, wrapping her tail around the African-American. Now, he lay beside the serene matron, while the African-American writhed in agony. Following Linger, Cold Wind soon spotted a 3-star shelter ahead. In front of this shelter lay a woman sprawled on the ground, accompanied by a severed arm, the wound encased in ice. Nearby, he also noticed another 3-star shelter, which resembled a quaint villa. "Han, is that your shelter? What have you been up to?" Cold Wind was utterly astonished, perceiving Han's life as extraordinarily thrilling. Just yesterday morning, he was on Allen Island. By afternoon, he was slaughtering in the Despair Forest. And now, before noon, he had created such chaos. "Haha, I will tell you all about it later. First, eliminate that woman. She is my teammate, and I cannot bring myself to do it." Han chuckled. "Teammate?" Cold Wind's heart raced, piecing together the implications that he then turned his gaze toward the woman, preparing to strike. Just then, the woman stirred, her eyes fluttering open. Upon seeing Cold Wind, she hesitated, then urgently cried out, "Help save me! Han is a monster. I am a woman. Please save me." Cold Wind was perplexed by her plea. "I can see you are a woman. Was that necessary to point out?" "Huh. I am with Han," Cold Wind replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Yang Li's expression twisted into a vicious snarl. "Gwenan deserves to die." She spat venomously, unleashing her ability to boil water. Instantly, Cold Wind felt a wave of heat envelop him, causing his body temperature to soar. Seeking death, Cold Wind cursed and swiftly retaliated. With a crack, he swung his nunchaku, striking Yang Li squarely in the head. Her skull burst like a watermelon, resulting in her immediate demise. Han received an alert. "Your teammate has died. Team status automatically terminated." Han has regained his freedom, no longer bound by the constraints of a team. After vanquishing Yang Li, Lung Feng was rewarded with a plethora of items, and a series of notifications flooded in. "Han, I have acquired so much. There's even a fragment of a 5-star relic key," he exclaimed, producing a substantial amount of supplies, which he piled before him. Han had forgotten to mention this matter to him. Yet Lung Feng chose not to conceal it. He was indeed a trustworthy ally. "Excellent. I have gathered a complete 5-star relic key." Han nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "What shall we do next?" "I understand. You intend to use the black man and the old woman to create red-named survivors." Lung Feng's gaze brightened as he looked at the two captives. Upon hearing this, the black man, though unable to comprehend, was nonetheless startled. He might not fully grasp the concept of red-named survivors, but he could infer that it was far from a good situation. "Don't kill me. I am a good person. I love Huaxia. I was born a Huaxia person, and I shall die a Huaxia ghost." The black man's survival instinct was palpable, yet ultimately futile. "I detest those who merely shout slogans." Han frowned, expressing his disdain for those who scream, "I love Huaxia" online merely to profit, harboring a long-standing aversion to such foreigners. The black man stammered, at a loss for words. "Linger, wake the old woman." Han dismissed the black man, issuing his command. Linger unleashed a stream of water that splashed onto the old woman's face, causing her to awaken and immediately begin berating Han. "Old woman, cease your tirade. I am offering you a chance at survival," Han stated with a smile. "Stop spouting nonsense. I won't believe you. I will never cooperate with you. If you have the ability, kill me now. After all, I have already killed several people. I have nothing to lose." The old woman was resolute. "Linger, prepare the electric chair." Han, showing no leniency, commanded Linger to administer electricity to the old woman. Lung Feng's expression turned complicated, as this evoked haunting memories of his own experience with an electric chair during a surprise attack, but he suspected that Han was intentionally provoking him, but lacked proof. Linger began to deliver electric shocks, eliciting a wretched scream from the old woman, which only heightened the black man's terror. This snake can also emit electricity. How terrifying, he thought, recalling mythical beasts from Huaxia's lore. Han, you will bear a child without an anus. Han, may you die without a grave. The old woman, her body enveloped in smoke, oscillated between cursing Yi Han and pleading for mercy. Ultimately, her mental defenses crumbled. "I submit. I will do whatever you ask. Just stop shocking me," she begged repeatedly. Yi Han nodded, signaling Linger to halt the torment. That wouldn't it have been better to cooperate from the start? Now, use a party card to invite this black man to join your team. His survivor number is Yi Han commanded. The old woman nodded vigorously, hastily extending an invitation to the black man. It seemed she possessed a party card, thus sparing Yi Han one. "That I've sent the invitation," the old woman reported, clearly shaken by the electric shocks. After all, not everyone possessed Lung Feng's fortitude to endure such torture. "I cannot accept. I am in a temporary team with Lung Feng," the black man quickly protested. "I almost forgot. Lung Feng, you may leave now." Yi Han directed his gaze at Lung Feng. Despite his reluctance to depart, wishing to witness Yi Han's transformation of the captives into red-named survivors, he realized he must leave for the plan to succeed. Reluctantly, Lung Feng dissolved his temporary alliance with the black man and vanished from sight. Subsequently, the old woman and the black man successfully formed a team. "Good, old woman. Now you must kill this black man." Yi Han continued issuing orders. The old woman's face paled, and she shook her head vehemently. "No. If I kill him, I will become a red-named survivor. I will be hunted." The old woman was visibly terrified. After all, as a resident of the Forest of Despair, she understood the implications of being a red-named survivor. Moreover, as the initiator of the team, the details of the party card would have informed her of this consequence. "If you refuse to comply, I shall electrocute you. Trust me. Soon, you will plead for me to end your life." Yi Han sneered. The old woman fell silent, finally grasping Yi Han's motivations for keeping her alive. He intended to exploit her to create red-named survivors for profit. "Yi Han, one day you shall face a similar fate. Good and evil will eventually be repaid." She gritted her teeth, glaring at Yi Han. "You need not concern yourself with that. Save such words for yourself. That I, Yi Han, act with a clear conscience, only eliminating those who deserve it, and I sleep soundly." Yi Han grinned, urging the old woman to act swiftly. With no other option, the old woman retrieved a kitchen knife from her supplies and struck at the black man's neck. Chapter 86. Success. Discovering the 5-star relic. "Yi Han, I..." The black man began to curse. But his words were cut short as the old woman's knife met its mark, killing him instantly. A notification appeared on Yi Han's survival panel, announcing, "Attention! A red-named survivor has emerged in this area. A bounty has been issued for the red-named survivor." Success. Yi Han's face broke into a smile. This strategy had indeed proven effective. He quickly aimed at the old woman's head and fired. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the old woman fell lifeless. "Congratulations, Survivor Yi Han, for killing a red-named survivor. Please select one reward from the following options. Option 1. Upgrade 1 talent. Option 2. Upgrade 1 shelter. Option 3. Complete map of the designated area." The familiar selection interface appeared before Yi Han's eyes. Without hesitation, he chose option 3. A map was essential. The first two options offered only temporary benefits. But the map's long-term value was undeniable. Soon, the regional channel erupted with activity. Yi Han's actions had set the region abuzz. What just happened? A red-named survivor appeared, with a high bounty. The red-named survivor is gone. Taken by someone else. The regional channel claims Yi Han was the one who killed him. Is that true? Yi Han is from our region. Why has he never spoken in the channel? If Yi Han isn't cheating, I'll castrate myself. This is too outrageous. Are they even pretending? An onslaught of messages flooded in, but Yi Han remained silent, opting instead to respond to Lung Feng's inquiry. Lung Feng, feeling helpless, had returned to Allen Island. Yet he was eager to learn whether the scheme had succeeded. It worked. Yi Han sent a reassuring message, putting Lung Feng's mind at ease. Great. I must hurry to find others. Lung Feng's enthusiasm surged as he sought to replicate Yi Han's success. After concluding his conversation with Lung Feng, Yi Han began to assess his gains. First, he needed to dispose of the bodies of Yang Li and the black man. Out of sight, out of mind. After a cursory search of the corpses, Yi Han instructed Linger to incinerate them, scattering their ashes, but he then examined the 5-star relic key. When the 3 fragments were assembled, they fit together perfectly, transforming into a complete white, circular jade tablet, adorned with numerous ancient carvings, much like the 4-star relic key. Excellent. The 5-star relic key is secured. In addition, he had acquired several noteworthy items from the contributions of Yang Li, the black man, and the old woman. Yi Han nodded in satisfaction. The old woman had mentioned possessing a permanent blueprint for landmines, which now rested in Yihan's hands. Thus, he had obtained 2 permanent blueprints, one for grenades and another for landmines. However, given his current capabilities, he found little use for either, that he also had 2 additional 4-star items. 4-star or Gray Moonstone, likely obtained by Yang Li and the Black Man, although the quantity was limited. Possibly due to guardians in the area. The second was a 4-star Ice Crystal. He had acquired a 4-star Flame Crystal from slaying Chu Hongyang and had yet to feed it to Ling'er. He would find an opportunity to do so soon. Why Yihan also had 2 temporary team cards, a fortunate find, while the rest of his spoils were mostly mundane and of little use. After summarizing his gains, Yihan nodded in approval, that he then turned his attention to the shelters of Yang Li and the Black Man, which was a 3-star shelter, placing it among the top-tier shelters at this stage. In the Misty Continent, one must be ruthless to thrive. Why Yihan's current success stemmed from his early lead and his decisive nature. He never hesitated to eliminate threats. Within this 3-star shelter lay the accumulated resources of Yang Li and the Black Man. Various materials. Food, water, and more. Why Yihan perused the items, but found nothing of significant value. His thoughts were elsewhere, focused on the 5-star relic. The 4-star metal mine was located on Allen Island. It was only a matter of time before he found it. The 4-star stone mine is located near his current position, unlikely to wander far. Coupled with the 4-star timber in his inventory and 2 upgrade cards for the shelter, it can be confidently stated that a 4-star refuge lies just ahead. This area is named Snow Volcano, which exudes a certain sophistication. Here, let us utilize a map. After contemplating, Yihan made his decision that he currently possessed 2 maps, and it was time to use one, that he sensed that within this region, he might discover a 5-star relic. Subsequently, Yihan employed one of the maps, inputting the name and number of the area. Are you sure you want to use the designated area complete map on Snow Volcano A8? A prompt appeared. Without hesitation, Yihan confirmed his choice. In the next moment, a complete 3-dimensional map unfolded before his eyes, filled with countless markers. Here is my location. The 4-star stone mine is here. A substantial resource point ripe for excavation. There are 2 markers for 5-star relics. Yihan quickly examined the vast map and pinpointed the 2 5-star markers. He immediately resolved to investigate. The nearest 5-star marker was not far. If Ling'er hastened, they could arrive before noon. Ling'er, let us set forth. Yihan pointed his sword towards the 5-star relic, feeling that this first discovery was destined to be his, while others were still assembling keys. He already possessed a complete key and knew the location of the 5-star relic. Sensing Yihan's excitement, Ling'er also grew joyful, speeding ahead with him. Along the way, Yihan began to notice that the temperature in this region was indeed elevated. The air was saturated with an oppressive heat. The closer they approached the 5-star relic, the higher the temperature climbed. Could it be a volcano? After all, this area was named Snow Volcano, indicating the presence of volcanic activity. As they continued their journey, a massive volcano finally came into view. This was the largest mountain Yihan had encountered since arriving on Misty Continent. The spotlight's reach of 50 meters felt like a joke, utterly inadequate to reveal the volcano's full visage. The disparity was immense. Following the map's guidance, Yihan instructed Ling'er, cool down for me. Without Ling'er's assistance, he would be unable to draw near. The heat here was overwhelming and frightening. Unless one possessed ice or fire-based talents, it would be nearly impossible for others to tread in this place. Ling'er, however, was quite pleased. The area was imbued with rich fire attribute energy, beneficial for her. Subsequently, Ling'er guided Yihan upwards, ultimately reaching the volcano's mouth. Thick smoke billowed, the air warped, and the temperature soared. Yihan felt as though he might be roasted alive. Ling'er, lower the altitude. I need to examine the surroundings closely. Holding a spotlight, Yihan scrutinized the environment. The 5-star relic was nearby, the distance now quite close. Found it. Yihan exclaimed joyfully that he spotted the entrance to the 5-star relic. Chapter 87. Offspring of Disaster, Stellar Treasure. A weathered door of white jade was nestled against the inner wall of the volcano's mouth. Looking down further, despite surpassing the spotlight's range, Yihan could surmise that it must be bubbling lava below. He could even hear the sounds of the magma boiling, feeling the lethal heat emanating from it, that if he were to fall, nothing would remain of him. Ling'er, be extremely cautious. If you fall, it's no matter. If I fall, I'm done for. Yihan swallowed hard, advising Ling'er. Ling'er assured him to not worry. They approached the entrance of the 5-star relic. Ling'er's body clung to the inner wall of the volcano. with loose stones occasionally tumbling down, sending chills down Yihan's spine. Upon reaching the entrance of the five-star relic, Yihan pressed his key against it. Buzz! Instantly, the door before him trembled and slowly opened. Yihan hastily urged Ling Er to carry him inside. The difficulty was immense. This must be an extreme case. Otherwise, even with a key, entry would be impossible. Yihan mused at that moment. A flash enveloped him, and he found himself in another realm. Before him, the fog dissipated, revealing a vast expanse that brought a sense of relief. The interior of the relic was devoid of fog, which was quite wonderful. The temperature, however, remained intense. The ground was steaming. Yihan looked around in awe. Further ahead, a large red lizard was glaring menacingly at him, and Ling eared at why Yihan fired his weapon, but the lizard dodged swiftly. Its speed was remarkable. Immediately after, the lizard unleashed a breath of fire towards Yihan. Ling Er opened her mouth and swallowed the flames spewed forth by the lizard. She then began to utilize her ice and lightning abilities against the lizard. The temperature in the surroundings plummeted, providing Yihan with some comfort. However, the lizard was suffering. It was afraid of the cold. As the temperature decreased, the lizard's movements grew sluggish, forced to evade Ling Er's ice spikes and lightning. There was no escape. Yihan surmised that this lizard was most likely a 4-star fog aberration. Yet now, before Ling Er, the 4-star fog aberration was no more than a trivial challenge. With a reluctant roar, the lizard met its demise. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan. Your super fog aberration Ling Er has slain the 4-star fog aberration King Salamander. You have received a diamond treasure chest. Indeed, it was a 4-star. Yihan stored the lizard's remains in his inventory and pressed onward. The further he ventured, the higher the temperature soared, becoming increasingly unbearable. Yet he must be nearing his destination, the white Yihan noticed a bubbling lava pit ahead. Deep within the lava, a massive black dog lay, consuming flames. This enormous canine was entirely black, its form colossal. Engulfed in black flames, the IT inhaled deeply, drawing in a torrent of fire, swallowing it whole. This was undoubtedly a 5-star fog aberration. It bore resemblance to the disaster hound from the classic of mountains and seas. Yihan felt a shiver of apprehension. This creature would not be easy to confront. Moreover, its fiery prowess likely surpassed that of Ling Er. He wondered if Ling Er's ice abilities could counteract its flames. I sense a challenge ahead. Dwight Yihan believed the difficulty of this 5-star relic was infernal. Should any other survivors enter, they would likely meet their demise that on one hand, there was exploration, on the other. Each relic was unique, and it was evident that this one presented a greater challenge to AT that moment. The black dog noticed Yihan and Ling Er. Its uninvited guest at IT rose, resembling a small mountain. Fixating its gaze upon them, Ling Er seized the initiative, employing her ice abilities to lower the temperature. The magma beneath her began to solidify, the low temperature causing discomfort to the black dog. It howled in response, flames erupting from its body. The intensity of its black flames melted the solidified ground. Clearly, its fiery capabilities were stronger than Ling Er's ice abilities, establishing dominance. Ling Er retaliated with lightning strikes against the black dog. The dog was jolted, feeling the impact. Yet it continued charging towards Ling Er, mouth agape, to bite her. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Er unleashed a torrent of ice spikes into the dog's open maw. However, before the spikes could make contact, they melted in the searing heat, evaporating into the air. Bang! Yihan fired at the black dog's mouth, the bullets racing forth, but the black dog was remarkably agile. Evading the shots, it was a challenging foe. Ling Er, now furious, intensified her efforts. The sharp horn on her forehead began to accumulate powerful electrical energy that the next moment, she unleashed a purple electric sphere. The sphere hurtled towards the black dog, which attempted to evade, but the sphere exploded upon reaching it, covering a wide area. At last, the black dog was struck. The electrical current surged through it, slowing its movements. Yihan seized the chance to fire, emptying his magazine. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire echoed as numerous bullets rained down upon the black dog. Howl! The black dog yelped in agony as bullet holes peppered its body, blood oozing forth. Yet it still clung to life. The black dog whimpered, attempting to flee, but Ling Er fired another spherical lightning blast, incapacitating it. With Yihan at her side, they closed the distance to the black dog. Yihan holstered his firearm and drew his machete. With a single swing, he severed the dog's head. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan. You have slain the 5-star fog aberration offspring of disaster and earned a stellar treasure chest. World announcement. Survivor Yihan Survivor ID is the first to kill a 5-star fog aberration, earning a stellar treasure chest. World announcement. Survivor Yihan Survivor ID is the first to conquer a 5-star relic, earning a stellar treasure chest. Familiar notifications and announcements materialized before Yihan.as the black dog perished. The temperature of the world rapidly diminished, alleviating Yihan's discomfort. The bubbling lava gradually solidified, revealing a treasure chest shimmering with stellar brilliance. In total, there were 4 stellar treasure chests. Just like we first conquered the 4-star relic, he had received 4 diamond treasure chests then, and now he was rewarded with 4 stellar chests. At this moment, as the world announcement echoed, everyone was once again left in utter astonishment. What is this? I am still at a 2-star refuge, yet Yihan has already cleared the 5-star relic. I only possess a fragment of a 5-star relic key, and am still struggling to piece it together. How did Yihan achieve this? What a display of brilliance! Yihan, your account is gone. It will be banned soon. This is quite normal. A swift step leads to swift progress. You lot are nothing but useless, merely barking like dogs. A mere 5-star relic is nothing significant. I can now effortlessly defeat 4-star mist beasts and have even located the position of the 5-star relic. Only lacking the final shard of the key. Yihan indeed possesses some skills, but my talent has already been upgraded 6 times. I believe I am not inferior to him. This wave has revealed quite a number of strong individuals. However, Yihan has no intention of checking the world channel. He is about to open a treasure chest. What wonderful treasures might be hidden within the Starlight treasure chest? Chapter 88. Guild Token. Open Sky Guild. At this moment, Yihan stored the corpse of Descendant of the Calamity, the Black Dog, into his inventory and then opened the treasure chest as per usual. A preliminary check was in order. After slaying a salamander, he obtained a diamond treasure chest, which he opened first. Congratulations to Survivor Yihan for opening the diamond treasure chest and receiving a shelter upgrade card. Excellent, another shelter upgrade card. He currently possesses 3, needing just 2 more. Next, he eagerly anticipated the 4 Starlight treasure chests. Congratulations to Survivor Yihan for opening the Starlight treasure chest and receiving memory alloy. Splendid. The first opening yielded memory alloy. This is precisely what Yihan needs. An essential item for upgrading the 4-star shelter, and why Yihan's guess was indeed correct. This requires a higher grade treasure chest to unlock. Congratulations to Survivor Yihan for opening the Starlight treasure chest and obtaining advanced shelter upgrade card. This revelation brightened Yihan's spirits. His assumptions were proven right. Advanced shelter upgrade card required items for upgrading from level 4 to 5 and 5 to 6. Currently, he is at level 3, needing a standard shelter upgrade card. Beyond this, he anticipates the emergence of special and super levels. Yihan pondered this and continued to open the 3rd Starlight treasure chest. Congratulations to Survivor Yihan for opening the Starlight treasure chest and receiving Guild Token. Another new item. Guild Token. Use this token to establish a guild and recruit guild members. Note, there are many functions within the guild. Please explore on your own. Yihan immediately opted to use this guild token. The next step was to name the guild, which posed a challenge for someone like him who struggles with naming. What could he possibly call it? Certainly not the Grave Love family. Haha. Yihan chuckled to himself. Ultimately, he settled on a name. Open Sky. This name, while somewhat juvenile, encapsulated Yihan's aspiration to break through the heavens and seek the truth, even if the national mist survival hides the sky above him. Congratulations to Survivor Yihan for creating the guild Open Sky. World announcement. Survivor Yihan, Survivor ID, is the first to create a guild, receiving a reward of 1 Starlight treasure chest. Indeed, another new achievement, accompanied by a world announcement. Suddenly, the world channel erupted in excitement. A guild has been formed. I want to join this guild. A new interface appeared on the survival panel. The guild. Why can't I create a guild? How strange. A bunch of fools. It is evident that creating a guild requires special items, which can only be obtained from Starlight treasure chests. Just wait. I too will soon surpass Yihan through the 5-star relic. Currently, Yihan found himself within the relic, in a state devoid of signal, unable to see these messages or the multitude of applications. Now, the survival panel has revealed the guild option. Upon clicking it, only one guild, Open Sky, is present. Numerous survivors are applying to join Open Sky. Once Yihan departs the relic and regains signal, he will be able to view these applications. Wonderful, another Starlight treasure chest has been granted to me. Let us continue opening treasure chests. Yihan wore a beaming smile. Opening treasure chests is truly exhilarating. Congratulations to survivor Yi Han for opening the Starlight treasure chest and receiving talent upgrade card, critical hit. Talent upgrade card, critical hit. Using this card allows for a random upgrade of talent up to 15 times. What? The maximum can upgrade the talent 5 times. However, the minimum is just a single upgrade. Thus, it entirely relies on luck. Why Yi Han contemplated this and, unable to resist, used the talent upgrade card. The result yielded only 2 upgrades. His luck seemed a bit lacking. Nevertheless, it was of no consequence. He would surely acquire such cards again in the future. Why Yi Han smiled. Undeterred by this setback, 2 talent upgrades are still commendable. Now, he can activate his abilities 5 times daily. Afterward, he planned to try again upon exiting. First, he would open the last Starlight treasure chest. Yi Han did not rush to activate his abilities, but instead opened the final Starlight treasure chest. Congratulations to survivor Yi Han for opening the Starlight treasure chest and receiving 5-star sword. Somewhat underwhelming. Why Yi Han's firearms and blades have already reached exceedingly high levels that he no longer finds 5-star weapons appealing. He tossed it into the warehouse, intending to experiment with it later. Thus, Yi Han's journey through the 5-star relic came to a successful conclusion that he rode Ling Air away, swiftly distancing himself from the volcano. Finally, it was not as stifling. This volcano is truly terrifying, unsuitable for human habitation. Why Yi Han wiped the sweat from his brow and took a sip of water, feeling considerably better. Earlier, at the volcano's edge, he had noticed some plants growing, but Yi Han was too apathetic to gather them. That place was simply unbearable. So many notifications. Yi Han opened the survival panel to find a plethora of red dots. He then realized that a massive number of survivors are currently applying to join his Open Sky Guild. Ling Air, let us head home. I'll ponder over the guild. Why Yi Han instructed Ling Air to carry him home and began to examine the guild section. As the guild leader, he could designate a survivor for recruitment and bestow titles. Currently, the guild is level 1, capable of accommodating 10 members. There are also options for guild contributions, a guild store, and a guild warehouse. Additionally, the guild chat feature is indispensable. Moreover, there is a crucial function allowing guild members to form temporary teams without needing a temporary team card, with each temporary team lasting for 10 hours. The guild is fantastic. As it levels up, even more features are likely to emerge to upgrade the level 1 guild to level 2. Some 3-star materials and mist coins are required, which is not too daunting. First, let us invite Lung Feng and Zhou Xu. Why Yi Han entered the survivor IDs to send invitations. Soon, Lung Feng joined the guild. Why Yi Han appointed him as vice president. Thank you, President. Lung Feng commented in the guild chat channel. Shortly after, Zhou Su also arrived, excitedly praising Yi Han. King Han is invincible. Long live King Han. First to clear the 5-star relic, first to establish a guild. Congratulations to King Han for dominating the world announcement. Zhou Su sent a flurry of messages filled with enthusiasm that he glanced around and noted that, counting Yi Han, there were only 3 individuals in the guild. And he, Zhou Su, was one of them. Time to strike a pose. Yi Han, how difficult is the 5-star relic? Is the meat of the 5-star Mist Beast delicious? Lung Feng hinted fervently. Quite challenging. The 5-star Mist Beast is actually a descendant of the beast from the classic of mountains and seas. It can consume fire, breathe flames, and seemingly even summon fire. Yi Han recalled that the black dog had expelled a mass of black fire before its demise. This aligns well with the description of calamity in the classic of mountains and seas. I hope there won't be any divine dragons, phoenixes, or the like appearing. That would be quite the conundrum. Lung Feng expressed his concerns. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Air is, in fact, a dragon, although merely a flood dragon. Yi Han hopes that Ling Air will evolve into a true dragon in the future. After chatting for a while with Lung Feng and Zhou Su, Yi Han closed the survival panel. With his talent upgraded, he now has 2 activation opportunities remaining that he intends to use them on his blade to see if any changes occur. Chapter 89. The blade gains sentience. Open Sky Blade. Yi Han's talent activation has now reached LV5. That not only does this mean 5 activation attempts daily, but it also enhances the probability of critical hits, granting items special attributes. Why Yi Han devoted his remaining 2 activation opportunities entirely to the blade. The first activation upgraded the blade to 9-star level. Moreover, it achieved a critical hit. The blade acquired a new attribute, excruciating pain. Any enemy struck by this blade, even with a minor wound, will experience unbearable agony. It is known that when pain reaches a certain threshold, a person may perish from it. The intense suffering will render one incapable of resistance. Another formidable control mechanism. Yihan was exceedingly pleased with the blade and continued the activation. Congratulations to Survivor Yihan for activating the 9-star blade, achieving a 10-star blade. The blade has gained sentience. What? Yihan, seated atop Ling Air, felt a tremendous shock. The blade has attained sentience. I should have anticipated this. The term activation carries profound implications. Yihan murmured. For instance, an immortal utilizing spells to transform items, or an immortal guiding others toward enlightenment, and even enlightening wisdom. Among others, Yihan's activation talent not only allows for item upgrades but can also bestow sentience. At this moment, Yihan gazed at the cleaver in his hand, filled with delight that he could sense a consciousness emanating from the blade, yearning to communicate with him. Can you speak, cleaver? Yihan inquired. That a low hum resonated as the cleaver vibrated twice, conveying a thought. This sensation was extraordinary, akin to a voice resonating within Yihan's mind. Who am I? The cleaver pondered in confusion. The ability to communicate was reminiscent of the spirit weapon depicted in novels. Just follow Linger and refer to me as Father. Yihan instructed the cleaver. The cleaver replied, I am Father. Yihan was taken aback. This cleaver certainly had a rebellious spirit. No, you should say, Father, Yihan gently corrected. The cleaver had just awakened its intelligence and required patient guidance. To Yihan's surprise, the cleaver swiftly responded. Yihan felt an urge to discard the cleaver. Was it really this obstinate? Speak properly. Yihan admonished the cleaver. This time, the cleaver complied, addressing Yihan as Father. Yihan nodded in approval. From now on, you shall be called Dao Dao. How does that sound? Since the cleaver had gained sentience. It deserved a name. That sounds silly. Father is not a good name, the cleaver retorted. Hiss. Yihan gasped. It appeared the cleaver's intelligence was quite remarkable. Though perhaps not on par with Linger, it was undoubtedly formidable. Linger, however, could not yet communicate verbally, likely due to being in its infancy and still needing to grow. Open Sky Blade, Yihan decided to adopt the name of the guild. Upon hearing this, the cleaver trembled with joy, emitting a buzzing sound. Yes, I am Open Sky Blade. The cleaver's delighted voice echoed in Yihan's mind. Open Sky, can you fight enemies on your own? Yihan continued to ask the mature cleaver. You must learn to battle independently. Of course, Father. The cleaver affirmed, filling Yihan with excitement. Excellent. Henceforth, let Dao Dao collaborate with Linger in combat. I could merely sit back and enjoy some seeds. The thought of it was exhilarating. Oh, and I could also send Dao Dao to mine. Linger, we shall not return home. Let us head to the location of the 4-star stone mine. I wish to test Dao Dao's prowess. Yihan directed Linger to change course, heading directly towards the 4-star stone mine. With a complete map, the region of Snow Volcano held no secrets for Yihan. Linger carried Yihan towards the 4-star stone mine area, while Dao Dao floated beside him, showcasing its ability to fly. Truly remarkable that he pondered whether the pistol could also awaken intelligence, along with that corrosive sickle, and the recently acquired 5-star sword. Yihan envisioned a scene where he stood still, surrounded by a plethora of weapons, attacking enemies. The mere thought filled him with delight. Engaging in conversation with Dao Dao, Yihan's primary aim was to instill the notion of listening to Father in the cleaver, a subtle form of persuasion. Subsequently, Yihan reopened the guild interface that he discovered that Cold Wind and Zhou Su had begun contributing. Guild Vice President Cold Wind contributed 1,000 mist coins. Guild Vice President Cold Wind contributed 100 kilograms of 3-star wood. Guild Vice President Cold Wind contributed 100 kilograms of 3-star metal. Guild Vice President Cold Wind contributed 100 kilograms of 3-star stone. Guild member Zhou Su contributed 100 mist coins. Cold Wind remarked, President, our guild can be upgraded. Please come. Zhou Su added, Vice President is generous, truly wealthy and impressive. Cold Wind replied, Not at all. Compared to the President, I am merely a pauper. Zhou Su countered, You are far too modest. Yihan chuckled and began to send messages. Let us discuss names. No need for titles like President or Vice President. Yihan continued, I haven't had the chance to scrutinize it yet. Let me think. Guild President Yihan contributed 1,000 mist coins. Yihan contributed 1,000 mist coins, instantly transforming these coins into guild assets. Simultaneously, he garnered 100 contribution points at a 10-to-1 ratio. Contribution points could be utilized to purchase items in the guild store. Presently, only contributions of materials or mist coins could earn contribution points. Other methods may emerge in the future. Yihan observed that the guild's assets now met the requirements for an upgrade. Consequently, he opted to upgrade. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan. Your guild Open Sky has been upgraded to level 2. The guild has added a dungeon function. Both Cold Wind and Zhou Su received notifications, discovering that the guild had acquired a new guild dungeon. Moreover, the guild's capacity for members increased to 20. Zhou Su exclaimed, "President, Vice President, we can undertake dungeons together now." Cold Wind cautioned, "Hold on, let's await the president's decision." Wai Ihan responded, "No rush. I checked, and the difficulty of guild dungeons is determined by the guild's level. The more challenging the dungeon, the better the rewards." Wai Ihan added. Furthermore, guild dungeons can only be attempted once a week, so let us strive to elevate the guild to a higher level before tackling dungeons. Await my instructions, Zhou Su affirmed. "Understood, President." "Long live the Frost King." "Long live the Frost King," Cold Wind remarked. Yes, I will continue searching for the 4-star metal mine. Let us stay in contact." Wai Ihan noted that to upgrade the guild from level 2 to level 3, various 4-star materials would be required. First, he would secure these materials, elevate the guild to level 3, and then activate the guild dungeon. Entering the guild store, he examined the available items: 2-star antidote pills, 2-star detox pills, and 2-star strength pills, random relocation cards, and designated relocation cards. Each type of pill cost 10 contribution points, equivalent to 100 mist coins, which was quite affordable. The 2 relocation cards required 50 and 100 contribution points, respectively, and were also reasonably priced. The items in the guild store served as a benefit for guild members. However, these items were limited and could not be purchased indefinitely. Each type of pill had 10 available, while each type of relocation card had only 1. After some contemplation, Ihan purchased 4 2-star strength pills that he then communicated in the guild chat channel. The remaining items in the guild store are available for you to purchase if needed. I have no use for them. Meanwhile, with Linger pushing forward at full speed, they had arrived at the location of the 4-star stone mine. Chapter 90. Brainwashing the Cleaver. Heart of Stone. The 4-star stone mine has arrived. Holding a searchlight, Yihan pierced through the mist and beheld a colossal stone giant ahead. This was the fog aberration guarding the 4-star stone mine, akin to the tree demon found in the 4-star ruins of the Despair Forest, of the same type as the fog aberration. It was not a flesh and blood creature, thus yielding no fog aberration meat. Wai Yihan had no fondness for such entities. He preferred fog aberration meat instead. After all, Linger consumed a considerable amount and would only require more as time passed. Yihan was generous regarding Linger's sustenance. He wished more than anyone for Linger to grow swiftly and become increasingly powerful, while Linger gazed at the stone giant, preparing to attack. However, Yihan intervened that Linger, you need not engage. Let Dao Dao have some fun, Yihan said with a smile that he then addressed Dao Dao to go forth. Open Sky, your first task from Father is to slay that stone giant. Yihan commanded that a low hum resonated as Dao Dao floated beside Yihan, buzzing in affirmation that no problem, Father. With that, Dao Dao soared into action, heading straight for the stone giant. That it was essential to note that Dao Dao was a 10-star entity, while the stone giant was merely 4-star. Moreover, Dao Dao possessed 3 unique attributes: paralysis, blade energy, and excruciating pain. The stone giant would undoubtedly be no match and would be swiftly defeated. Yihan rode on Linga, eagerly watching Dao Dao's inaugural battle. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted as the stone giant sensed Dao Dao's approach and began swinging its fist to attack. However, Dao Dao displayed remarkable agility, evading the stone giant's strikes. The giant's blows struck the ground instead, causing tremors akin to an earthquake. Wu Linger grew anxious, yearning to join the fray. The stone giant likely possessed immunity to water and fire attacks, and thunder would probably have little effect in simpler terms. It could resist magical assaults, necessitating physical attacks to subdue it. Indeed, reason prevails, Yihan stated. This was precisely the moment suited for Dao Dao to engage in battle. With a swift motion, Dao Dao executed a powerful slash, its razor-sharp blade energy severing one of the stone giant's arms. The arm instantly disintegrated into numerous stone fragments, cascading to the ground, some bouncing, others rolling. All were 4-star stone materials. The towering tree itself was constructed from 4-star wood. Naturally, the stone giant's body was also composed of 4-star stone materials. Haha, this is entertaining. Dao Dao conveyed a sense of fun. It continued to strike with precision. Swish, swish, swish. Dao Dao's speed was astonishing as it delivered blow after blow, reducing the stone giant to a pile of 4-star stone debris, accumulating on the ground into a small mound. Too easy, Father. Dao Dao hovered before the stone debris, addressing Yihan. Open Sky, do not let your guard down. The stone giant is not yet defeated. Yihan furrowed his brow, issuing a warning that he had not received any notification indicating the giant's defeat, which was unusual. Rumbling. Indeed, the next moment, a heart-shaped gray stone fragment soared from the debris, shimmering with radiance, and began to rotate in midair that a multitude of four-star stones converged around this heart-shaped stone, transforming once more into a stone giant, resurrected in full vigor. What sorcery is this? Yihan was taken aback. Witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, the blade, caught off guard, found itself grasped firmly by the stone giant. The stone giant wielded the blade, while the blade struggled fiercely, each vying for dominance. Can it still prevail? Yihan couldn't help but inquire. The blade had just awakened its sentience. It must not falter, though the likelihood of failure was slim. Father, I'm fine, the blade replied, breaking free from the stone giant's grip and swiftly severing one of its arms. Aim for the stone giant's chest, Yihan urged. The heart-shaped stone lay at the giant's chest. Undoubtedly, its core to vanquished the stone giant. This core must be destroyed, though it appeared to be 4-star. The challenge was formidable. Even among beasts of the same star level, there were disparities in strength. One cannot solely rely on star ratings for judgment, Yihan mused at that moment. The blade was on a rampage. It relentlessly hacked away, severing both arms of the stone giant and dismantling much of its upper body, revealing the stone heart within. Die, the blade shouted, striking fiercely at the stone heart that a violent tremor resonated, causing the air to vibrate. Yihan observed the stone heart's luster dim significantly, its surface marred with cracks akin to shattered porcelain. Yet, this time, the stone giant could not revive. Yihan received a notification. Congratulations, Survivor Yihan. Your spirit weapon Heaven's Blade has slain the 4-star Mist Beast Stone Giant. You have received a diamond treasure chest. The prefix Heaven indicated it was a spirit weapon, likely due to its awakened intelligence. Yihan promptly opened the diamond treasure chest, retrieving a shelter upgrade card. Just one more card was needed for the upgrade. Joy surged within him. To elevate his 3-star shelter to 4 stars, 5 upgrade cards were required, having previously expanded his refuge. Heaven's splendid work. Now you shall be responsible for mining. Yihan cheerfully instructed the blade as he mounted Linger and approached the stone mill. Mining. The blade instinctively felt uneasy. It preferred combat. The thrill of defeating the stone giant had been exhilarating. But mining seemed far less enjoyable. That if you mine, Father will be pleased. That if you disobey, Father will be sad. You are a good child. Do you wish for Father to be happy or sad? Yihan coaxed. I wish for Father to be happy, the blade replied. Then what should you do? Yihan continued guiding. That I should mine, Father, the blade stated. To Yihan nodded in satisfaction. His teachings had borne fruit. He had read in novels of some spirit weapons being malevolent, posing threats to their masters. Thus, instilling the right mindset in the blade was a prudent measure. Heaven is the most obedient. Let us begin mining. These gray stones are all interconnected. You must cleave them apart. Yihan provided simple instructions, and the blade eagerly commenced its task, burrowing into the earth and unearthing a wealth of 4-star stone ore. Meanwhile, Yihan collected the stone heart from where the giant had fallen. Withered stone heart, a precious material, useful for crafting various equipment. Note: infusing the stone heart with life energy will yield a loyal stone giant. Infusing with life energy? Could it be the life crystal? Yihan speculated on using the life crystal on the stone heart. That a stone giant would be an excellent ally, serving not only as a formidable fighter, but also as a guardian for his shelter, assisting with transportation, and more. Yet, Yihan pondered another question. Why had he not received a similar item upon slaying the tree demon? Perhaps it was hidden within the demon's trunk that he would investigate upon his return home. The tree demon's carcass, composed of 4-star wood, weighed 2 tons and was not in his inventory, but rather placed beside the shelter. Yihan retrieved a life crystal, intending to use it on the withered stone heart, but then hesitated. He would wait until tomorrow to awaken the heart. Chapter 91. Obtaining the Heart of Wood. Yangsheng captured. The ground trembled continuously, fissures appearing as powerful blade energies erupted from the earth, soaring skyward. The blade was thoroughly enjoying its mining. What bliss, Father! Echoed the blade's voice in Yihan's mind. Yihan was puzzled. I ordered you to mine, and you find joy in it. It seems you are destined for labor. However, he soon realized that he could somewhat understand. The blade's current endeavor resembled his childhood days of striking at flowers and grasses on the mountain with a stick, relishing the sheer delight of destruction. If you are happy, then Father is happy too, Yihan responded, deepening the bond with the blade. This scene depicted a harmonious father-son relationship. Yihan was eager to upgrade his shelter with 4-star stone. 4-star wood, 4-star metal, and the shelter upgrade card at hand. While the blade mines, I should contact Yangsheng. Yi Han's eyes brightened. He only needed to find 4-star metal ore. Once located, he could eliminate the guardian beast and obtain the final shelter upgrade card. Completing his quest, Cold Wind was searching for the location of 4-star metal ore on Allen Island, but his efficiency was lacking. After all, he was traversing on foot. How fast could one be on a bus route? Thus, it was more expedient to contact Yangsheng directly. Yangsheng, are you there? Yi Han messaged that I have formed a guild and would like to invite you to join. He sent the invitation to Yangsheng. Should Yangsheng accept, they could temporarily team up, allowing Yi Han to descend to Yangsheng's location and swiftly locate the 4-star metal ore. Yet, Yi Han was puzzled that Yangsheng had not accepted the invitation. He had neither accepted nor declined, simply remaining unresponsive. What is this guy up to? Sleeping in broad daylight. Yi Han shook his head. With no immediate course of action, he could only await Yangsheng's reply or Cold Wind's findings. Waiting for Yangsheng seemed quicker. First, he would return home and bring back some stone or, based on the map's indicated reserves, he estimated he would need to make 5 or 6 trips. Yi Han calculated roughly. His inventory could accommodate up to 5,000 kilograms of materials, a total of 5 tons. If he fully mined the 4-star stone, or he could obtain around 30 tons. His 3-star secret silver mine at home hadn't sold out yet. And now he would have even more. Ha ha ha. At the very least, in terms of missed coins, Yi Han was nearing financial freedom. With his inventory full, he decided to head back. Heaven, let us go. Yi Han called to the blade as they made their way home. Boom. The blade erupted from the earth, soaring into the sky and spinning while releasing a multitude of blade energies. Okay, father. The blade, though still eager for more play, found joy in the exhilarating act of mining underground. Any obstruction would be shattered before it. Yet, knowing that father wanted to return home, it chose to obey, wishing to keep father happy. On the way back, Linger and the blade began to squabble. That Linger was displeased with the blade's presence, deeming it foolish. The blade, in turn, contemplated striking Linger to assert its strength. Fortunately, Yi Han was there to guide them, preventing such conflicts that he even instructed the blade to refer to Linger as sister. Although the blade was reluctant, it chose to comply to make father happy. Upon returning to the shelter, Yi Han moved a vast quantity of 4-star stone, or gray moonstone, from his inventory and piled it aside. Then he approached the remains of the 4-star tree demon and instructed the blade to cut it apart. Heaven, be gentle. There may be valuable items hidden within the trunk. Do not damage it. Yi Han cautioned. Understood, father. The blade indeed became cautious. Before long, the 4-star tree demon was dismantled into segments. Upon examining the cross-section of the trunk, Yi Han discovered what he had been searching for, a green heart-shaped wood piece embedded within, also marked with cracks, similar to the stone heart. Withered wood heart, a precious material useful for crafting various equipment. Note: infusing the wood heart with life energy will yield a loyal tree demon. Excellent, excellent. Indeed, this item exists that I almost missed. It seems that creatures like the tree demon and stone giant may not produce mist beast meat, but they can yield other valuable items. Yi Han mused. Considering how the bronze thorn was underwhelming, acquiring a tree demon would significantly enhance the security of his shelter. The primary concern was that the bronze thorn was craving flesh, yet all the meat I acquired was devoured by Linger, leaving the bronze thorn struggling even for scraps. When I initially obtained the seed of the bronze thorn, I joyfully planted it without proper nurturing, and I must admit my negligence towards it. Yi Han shook his head and carefully stored the heart of wood. That moment, he finally received a reply from Yangsheng. Survivor Yangsheng, Survivor ID, has joined your guild. Kaitian. Yangsheng had joined the guild. Shortly thereafter, Yangsheng sent another message to Yi Han. Yangsheng, Yi Han, help me. I've been captured by bad people. Yangsheng, they knocked me out, and I just woke up. What upon reading his messages? Yi Han's entire being trembled, but he had no time for further inquiries and immediately opted to invite Yangsheng for a temporary team-up. Yangsheng promptly agreed, without faltering. Linger, Kaitian, let us go hunt, Yi Han called out. And in a flash, he vanished from his location. In the next moment, he found himself on Iluan Island. Upon closer inspection, he spotted Yangsheng alongside 2 other survivors. Yi Han's heart sank as he realized Yangsheng was barely recognizable. One of his eye sockets was empty, devoid of an eyeball, and blood was still oozing from it. Furthermore, both of his ears had been severed. Yi Han, save me. Seeing Yi Han, Yangsheng called out desperately, tears streaming down his face. Yi Han, a massive serpent and a flying blade, The two adversaries were instantly taken aback. However, they reacted swiftly. Yihan's sudden appearance likely indicated the use of a temporary team-up card. One of them, with a rat-like visage and cunning eyes, sporting a pair of thin mustaches, immediately speculated. Yet he could not be entirely certain, as he was unsure whether Yihan and Yang Sheng were merely temporarily teamed or had formed a permanent alliance. There was no time for further contemplation. He could only gamble. Kaigo, what should we do? The other individual, a round-faced middle-aged man with puffy eyes, panicked at the sight of Yihan and quickly looked to the rat like it. At that moment, the puffy-eyed man's legs turned to jelly, unable to support him, as he saw the flying blade humming towards him. A gamble it shall be. Kaigo gritted his teeth, casting a glance towards Yang Sheng.